Chapter 1. Kobe, possessor of the Admiral's bearing. Belmir possesses the bearing of an Admiral. Momonosuke embodies the essence of an Admiral Kazan. What nonsense is this? Every individual you recommended is said to have the bearing of an Admiral. Do you truly believe that the rank of Admiral is as common as cabbages on the street? Are you not concerned that Sakazuki and the others might hear of this and be displeased with you? Within the Marine Headquarters Marineford New Recruit Academy, thousands of elite Marines from various bases gathered, seizing this opportunity to advance to headquarters. On the platform, Zephyr grasped the collar of the dozing Garp, who was still blowing bubbles from his nose, and exclaimed in exasperation. Kobe and Belmir, awaiting their evaluation, instantly wore expressions of embarrassment. Seeing that Garp remained oblivious, Kobe hastily explained, "Commander Zephyr, please do not misunderstand yesterday. While writing the recommendation letters, Mr. Garp accidentally indulged a bit too much. That is why the letters were erroneous. Neither Belmir nor I merit such a commendation as the bearing of an Admiral. You're Kobe, correct?" Zephyr glanced at the documents in his hand, then swiftly slapped Garp on the back of the head, shouting, "I knew you were unreliable, Garp. If it weren't for Bogart constantly cleaning up your messes, you would have long been sunk in some corner of the sea now. Take those recommendation letters, amend them, and resubmit them to me before the lunch break." "Ah, so it's you, Zephyr? I thought someone dared to strike me." Garp chuckled, rubbing the back of his head as he regained his senses. "Recommendation letters are merely for those who enjoy superficial appearances. However, our person of true merit decisions should be based on strength. Nonetheless, I can confidently assert that those I recommend genuinely possess the bearing of an Admiral. These two youngsters have only followed me for a brief year, yet they have already grasped the technique of Soru from the Six Powers. With proper training, they will undoubtedly become the pillars of the Navy mastered Soru within a year." Zephyr raised an eyebrow in surprise indeed. Soru is the most fundamental technique among the Six Powers, yet it is also the most practical. To master it within a year indicates commendable aptitude. No, Commander Zephyr, do not heed Garp's exaggerations. If our level can be deemed as possessing the bearing of an Admiral, it would diminish Momonosuke's stature. He is the true embodiment of an Admiral. Kobe fervently waved his hands in protest beside him. Belmir nodded vigorously, still bearing traces of apprehension on his face. "Momonosuke, he possesses the bearing of an Admiral?" Zephyr rifled through the recommendation letters, recalling the names, and upon glancing at the last one, raised an eyebrow. "Kobe, you assert that Momonosuke is the true possessor of an Admiral's bearing? Is his strength superior to yours? Where is he? Why has he not appeared here? Has he encountered some unforeseen circumstance?" A series of pressing inquiries caused Kobe to become tense, glancing anxiously at the perspiration-drenched pocket watch in his hand, and hastily casting a pleading look towards Garp for assistance. Cough. "Zephyr, you once remarked that geniuses are often flawed aberrations. That fellow Liu indeed possesses a modicum more talent than these two, qualifying him as a genius of sorts," Garp said while scanning the surroundings, soon rubbing the back of his head and clearing his throat to elucidate. "However, that lad has a peculiar obsession with punctuality. If we consider the time, it should be nearly upon us." "Genius? Flaw? An obsession with work hours? What nonsense is this?" Zephyr's countenance darkened as he scrutinized the recommendation letter in his hands, and he erupted in a fit of hysteria. "Garp, do you take me for a fool? A person devoid of any sense of time? Even if he were to arrive, I would surely send him packing." Zephyr clenched his fist tightly and hurled a punch towards Garp. Garp ducked just in time. Bang. The device resembling a boxing apparatus for measuring combat prowess behind them was sent hurtling backward like a projectile. The speed was astonishing, traversing dozens of meters in an instant, aimed at the new recruits below. Standing at the front of the line, waiting to hear their names called, the new recruits were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such a calamity earlier in the introduction. This device, designed to withstand a Forthosan impact, was touted as remarkably resilient. Now, sent flying by Zephyr's punch, the force generated was beyond what any novice could endure. "Disaster. Get out of the way." Zephyr snapped back to reality, wholly unprepared for Garp's usual slyness, and rushed to intervene. Alas, it was too late. Bang! A dull thud resonated across the training ground. The flying combat prowess tester, as if colliding with an iron plate, came to an abrupt halt. The crimson digits on the display flickered rapidly before finally stabilizing at 4,000. In the next moment, the screen shattered with a resounding explosion. Bang! Debris scattered through the air, and everyone's pupils dilated in shock, nearly bursting with disbelief. A collective gasp echoed across the training field. One punch had sent the combat prowess tester flying, with its power reading surpassing 4,000. Indeed, a remarkable spectacle. Even more astonishing was the figure who had single-handedly halted the device that had exceeded its limits. Could this truly be a novice? Commander Zephyr, I must apologize, but I find myself in disagreement with your earlier statement. A boy clad in a sailor uniform, sporting a buzz cut and yawning, stepped forth in front of the now dumbfounded recruits. The combat prowess tester he held his right hand was tossed aside effortlessly as if it were a mere feather. He then produced an ancient pocket watch, glancing at it before stating, "It is currently 8:57. There are still 3 minutes until the official start of work. No, to be precise, it is 2 minutes and 58 seconds. As a rookie, my monthly salary is 300,000 buri excluding weekends and 8 days of leave. I work 22 days a month, which means my daily remuneration amounts to 13,636 buri. 8 hours a day, totaling 480 minutes. If you wish for me to commence work immediately, you ought to compensate me with triple overtime pay, which is 255 buri." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Such a grand entrance could hardly be reconciled with a miserly demeanor. Overtime pay for a mere 3 minutes. 255 buri. Such a trifling sum seemed utterly incongruous with the lofty image just portrayed. Haha, Luoyu, you finally arrived. For the overtime pay of 3 minutes, I shall cover it. Hurry and show Zephyr what you're made of. Garp laughed heartily, deftly retrieving a stack of buri and approaching swiftly. Luoyu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, accepted the proffered buri, counted it briefly, and then tucked it away, stating, "The amount is just right. Today marks yet another pleasant workday. However, it is a rest day. Mr. Garp and General Instructor Zephyr, if neither of you has further matters, I shall take my leave." Leave? The audience was once again bewildered. Is this rookie not a tad too audacious? At such a crucial assembly for new recruits, not only had he arrived an hour late, but now he also intended to depart early? When did the Navy adopt a 9-to-5 schedule complete with overtime pay? Moreover, what is a rest day? Did Navy personnel truly enjoy such luxuries? Rest day? Garp paused for a moment, then chuckled heartily as he slapped his forehead. Haha. Luoyu, I would have forgotten about that had he not mentioned it. Zephyr, today is Sunday. When Luoyu enlisted in the Navy, I promised him a schedule of only 22 workdays a month, allowing for rest on Saturdays and Sundays. I had completely overlooked this detail. Nonetheless, Luoyu's willingness to come here on a rest day truly reflects well on you. Zephyr, please do not take offense. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief, observing Garp, who was laughing and patting Zephyr on the shoulder. They questioned whether this was indeed the Navy they had come to know, or had they inadvertently joined a mock Navy? Otherwise, how were they unaware of such benefits afforded to Navy personnel? Garp, get away from me. Zephyr swatted Garp's hand away. Watching Luoyu's retreating figure, he chuckled. Haha, a 9-to-5? Working only 22 days a month, with 8 days of rest, and requiring overtime pay? I have spent the better part of my life in the Navy, and this is the first I've heard of such perks, youngster. Do not be so hasty to depart. Should you pass my assessment, I shall grant you these conditions. Assessment? Luoyu raised his gold-rimmed glasses and turned back to inquire, is there overtime pay? If not, then never mind. Once again, the topic of overtime pay arose. If his cheek muscles involuntarily twitched, and after taking a deep breath, he managed a smile that did not reach his eyes as he declared, rest assured, if you can endure 3 minutes under the hands of my 2 exceptional students and ultimately defeat them, I shall reward you with 100,000 berries as overtime pay. Beans? Comos. Understood, teacher. 2 voices responded from behind Zephyr in an instant. All attention was drawn to them. The next moment, 2 figures seemed to vanish in a thin air like phantom shave. This thought flickered through everyone's minds. They instinctively glanced at Luoyu. In the brief span of mere meters, the distance closed in the blink of an eye. The 2 ghostly figures reappeared, now directly in front of the newcomer. My apologies, but the arrogant must pay the price. Suffer a little now. Aine's expression was devoid of emotion. His long right leg swept towards Luoyu like a whip. Beside him, Ben's mirrored the action with equal decisiveness. Their movements, though seemingly intricate, transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the spectators regained their senses, they found Luoyu standing rooted in place. Seemingly stunned, it appears this young one still requires some tempering. Zephyr couldn't help but laugh heartily. Bang. The 2 leg strikes descended like lightning. The dull sound of collision erupted like thunder. What unfolded before their eyes caused everyone's pupils to constrict sharply, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The smile that had just graced Zephyr's face became rigid, observing Luoyu, who stood unmoving like an iron tower. A thought flashed through his mind. This is iron block. Shave. Luoyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, and in an instant he disappeared. Aine and Ben's, undoubtedly Zephyr's premier students, found themselves at a disadvantage, having yet to grasp the situation, yet their bodies instinctively retreated. However, Their shave had barely covered 7 or 8 meters when a figure already appeared behind them. How swift! Aine and Binz's expressions changed dramatically, hastily abandoning any thoughts of evasion or defense. Iron block. The simultaneous roar prompted Aine and Binz's muscles to bulge like solid rock as they faced the incoming figure. They eagerly anticipated Liu's attack and how it would be met with the same technique. Yet, as this thought took root in their minds, they were met with a terrifying sight. Liu's heavy step shattered the ground beneath him. 6 styles. Iron block, heavy step wolf. A colossal fist, accompanied by a menacing sound of air being displaced, surged towards their abdomen. Bang. 2 afterimages, like cannonballs, shot forth with tremendous force. The so-called iron blocks appeared as fragile as paper in that moment. In the blink of an eye, they crashed into a stack of wooden crates several meters away. The immense power unleashed caused the crates to shatter with a resounding explosion. The 2 individuals turned crimson, spitting blood as they struggled to maintain their footing, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Identical iron blocks. They had been shattered by a single punch. Such an extraordinary spectacle was utterly astonishing. For a moment, everyone gazed at the 8-meter expanse of broken ground radiating from Liu, as if witnessing a ghostly apparition. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully clocked in for overtime and obtained the limitless flowing rock punch of physical techniques. Ding! Current clock in progress is at 99%. Upon completing the 4Cs clock-in, you will enter the departmental clock-in phase, with the quality of the rewards obtained from clocking in reaching silver. An ethereal voice echoed in the air. Liu raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Over the past year, Liu's remarkable advancement in strength was entirely attributed to the 9-5 clock-in system, which provided various rewards to enhance his physical abilities and arm himself with the 6 techniques. Without the assistance of the system, even a fortunate encounter aboard Garp ship would have led to his demise under the law of the jungle. The 9-5 clock-in system, as its name suggests, allows one to clock in at work, unlocking stages to progress the clock-in bar and earn reward chests. Additionally, one could earn compensation from work to exchange for chests. However, throughout the year, the chests Liu could redeem were merely of the bronze tier. After several attempts, he discovered that the items redeemable from bronze chests were not of high rarity. Aside from some ordinary, everyday items and a few minor attribute values, they held little value, leading him to refrain from wasting his earnings on exchanges. After all, aside from the expenses incurred by the system, Liu also faced substantial costs in the real world. Nevertheless, gazing at Aine and Binz, who had just been sent flying by his punch, and the easily attainable 100,000 berries, Luoyu adjusted his glasses and addressed Zephyr. Admiral Zephyr, with this level of overtime, I could drive you to bankruptcy. The silence of the square was abruptly shattered. Everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. As newly inducted naval personnel, their greatest aspiration was to master the Navy's 6 techniques, a shortcut on the path from ordinary individuals to formidable warriors. They were well aware of what the 6 techniques promoted within the Navy truly entailed. Having been selected from various bases just moments ago, Liu had demonstrated the indomitable strength of the iron blocks. How could a mere change of person lead to such a breach of defense with a single punch? However, his audacious claim about driving someone to bankruptcy undoubtedly tarnished Liu's lofty image, filling the air with the scent of copper. Is it a combination of the 6 techniques? Zephyr's face reflected shock as he quickly discerned the truth. Garp, is it truly possible that this young lad has only trained under your guidance for a mere year and has already reached such heights? If this is indeed the case, he is a prodigy of the 6 styles. The 6 styles represent a martial art perfected by generations at the Navy headquarters. Thanks to the dedicated efforts of Zephyr, Garp, and others, it has been significantly promoted. It is fair to say that as a master of pure physical combat, one becomes a principal practitioner of the 6 styles. Of course, one must understand the immense difficulty of simultaneously executing 2 of the 6 styles in unison. Haha. Zephyr, I have long asserted that this young lad is quite exceptional, though every genius possesses their flaws. Garp chuckled heartily. The Admiral's demeanor I speak of is not a fabrication. When this young man is recommended for the position of Admiral in the future, you would do well to speak a few kind words. The new recruits present were left in a state of astonishment. Initially, their assessment of the commanding officer's demeanor was met with disbelief, as they presumed it to be a jest. Historically, the Admiralty has witnessed a mere 2 admirals of notable stature. However, the present cohort of 3 admirals has been lauded as the most numerous and exceptional in the annals of naval history. This serves to illustrate the formidable challenge of finding and nurturing a person of exceptional caliber. Yet, there now appears before them a rookie, adorned with the label of potential greatness. As a fellow newcomer, the pressure is immense. Teacher Zephyr, that was merely a moment of carelessness. Let us engage in another match. Aine wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her delicate visage now tinged with frost. As one of the two survivors from the rookie incident 4 years prior, she had never relinquished her desire for vengeance and strength. Now, however, she had been sent flying by a single punch, a blow she could not easily swallow. Luoyu adjusted his glasses, gazing at the battle-hungry Aine, and shook his head, saying, "Let it go." "Let it go?" Aine's expression darkened. Her teeth clenched as she retorted, "Are you implying I'm no match for you? Or are you simply showing pity and refusing to fight a woman? Allow me to remind you, both Binzi and I are devil fruit users, and I barely unleashed half of my strength during our earlier encounter. If I were to unleash my full potential, you would undoubtedly find yourself at a disadvantage. Now, Luoyu, I ask you, do you wish to fight me again? Spare me your condescending remarks about the fragile nature of women." "Condescending to you?" Luoyu shook his head and replied, "I assure you, my hesitation does not stem from gender. The truth is, you are merely worth a mere 100,000 berries in overtime pay. And I have already taken advantage of that once. If I can benefit a second time, I would not mind at all. What say you, Instructor Zephyr?" The onlookers were utterly astonished, witnessing Luoyu's serious demeanor, so far removed from the previous exaltation of Aine's potential. Within the predominantly male ranks of the Navy headquarters, Aine was revered as a goddess, someone whom many would cherish as if she could melt in their hands. Yet here was Luoyu, casually tossing around the notion of 100,000 berries. Was it possible that, in his eyes, the goddess was worth no more than that paltry sum? However, one could hardly fault Luoyu. His recent success had propelled his progress from bronze to silver, bringing him within a mere 20,000 berries of achieving $1 million in salary. If given the chance, he would not hesitate to land another blow on Aine. "Am I only worth 100,000 berries in overtime pay?" Aine's face turned ashen, and she erupted in a mix of humiliation and fury. "Luoyu, you have gone too far. I shall make you experience the taste of childhood." "Aine, cease," Zephyr interjected, placing a hand on Aine to stop her while offering her his cloak of justice. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, "Young one, are you not in need of overtime pay? If you can force me off this platform, I shall personally grant you 200,000 berries in overtime. Come now. Unleash your full assault. Let me properly assess your strength." His booming voice resonated like thunder, infused with a spirit of combat that left all present in a state of astonishment. This is indeed the emergence of the formidable trio of former commanders, in the presence of a past leader. The decision to personally engage for the sake of a newcomer has completely surpassed everyone's expectations. For any individual, such an occurrence could be deemed a true honor. "No, I refuse." Luoyu produced a gourd of liquor, taking a swig of his homemade brew, and remarked, "Just now, Aine and Binz have already accumulated overtime fees amounting to 100,000 berries. The worth of Chief Instructor Zephyr surely cannot be merely 100,000 berries more than theirs. How about we increase it a bit? 50,000 berries, perhaps." 50,000 in overtime. Zephyr's countenance, filled with battle fervor, suddenly stiffened, followed by a laugh that brimmed with ire. "You little rascal. It seems you have truly underestimated this old man. 50,000 berries it is. Let us see how you will break my 6-style steel." Boom. A deep sonic explosion resonated like thunder. As Zephyr steadied himself on the platform, a fleeting shadow appeared before him. "So fast. The young one. It seems you have yet to unleash your full strength. No wonder you could withstand the training machine I sent flying. However, your iron block cannot penetrate my steel. 6-style steel." Boom. As Luoyu landed, the floor beneath him could not withstand the immense force unleashed, shattering like a spider's web. Watching Luoyu, who took the initiative to attack and approached with lightning speed, everyone's nerves tensed to the utmost. Eager to witness the brass-laden Luoyu falter before Zephyr's 6-style steel, aiming to completely extinguish his fervor. Yet, just as this thought took root in their minds, Luoyu appeared before Zephyr in an instant. Unlike his previous assaults on Aine and Binz, he did not rush to unleash his iron block heavy step. Instead, he rooted himself to the ground like an ancient tree, his feet positioned one before the other. His fingers abruptly clenched tightly, performing a peculiar initial stance. As the stance formed, the air around them seemed to momentarily suspend. An indescribable aura of terror rapidly burgeoned within Luoyu, imparting a sense of pressure akin to a volcanic eruption. Garp's smile abruptly froze, the senbei in his hand crumbling under his grip as he shouted in haste, "Zephyr, be cautious. This young one's moves are unlike anything I have witnessed before. Do not hold back, or you might find yourself in dire straits." Zephyr's expression darkened. The proximity fostered an immediate sensation of being ensnared by an invisible force. Gazing at that eerie initial stance, Zephyr felt he was not confronting a human, but rather a black hole intent on devouring him. Flowing water rock-shattering fist. Boom. Luoyu's right foot suddenly stomped forward. The entire figure resembling a colossal beast from the primordial era advancing with immense force. With fists raised in a fierce stance, he unleashed a barrage akin to a meteor shower, striking with unrestrained ferocity. In an instant, an overwhelming multitude of fist shadows converged, evoking the sensation of a cataclysmic flood surging forth. Countless punches, imbued with the weight of 1,000 mountains, rained down mercilessly upon Zephyr. At this moment, the sound of collisions resonated like the thunderous drums of deities, relentless and overwhelming. The violent impacts stirred up fierce winds that shattered the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. 10 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches. In mere moments, Zephyr found himself engulfed in a tempest of fists, retreating step by step. With arms crossed defensively over his chest, he desperately warded off the onslaught of ferocious strikes. Feeling as though he were submerged in a tumultuous tide, grappling with an inexplicable sense of asphyxiation, the forcibly gathered energy, which manifested as steel, reached its limit at this critical juncture, teetering on the brink of collapse. Armament Haki. Zephyr roared, unable to contain his fury any longer, unleashing his long-renowned black arm technique. You little brat, though I may have spoken lightly of using Haki against you, as the chief instructor, I refuse to lose face. With a series of thunderous roars, Zephyr, enveloped in the protective aura of armament Haki, managed to stabilize his body, even as the multitude of fists suddenly halted in their relentless assault. As Zephyr regained his composure, he beheld the arm of his opponent, which had swelled dramatically like an immovable boulder. A terrifying stream of energy swirled around the arm like a hurricane. In that instant, there was no embellishment. A lightning-fast, thunderous strike erupted forth. Boom. As the punch landed, a tempestuous wave of energy rolled back like a cyclone. The sturdy platform upon which Zephyr stood could no longer withstand the force and shattered with a resounding crash. He was propelled away by a vortex of energy that pierced through the heavens and earth, hurtling several kilometers away, crashing into the Navy headquarters. Bang! The colossal force unleashed a shockwave akin to a hurricane. The outer wall of the Navy building, a symbol of Marine Ford, crumbled under the impact, creating a massive hole that spread like a spider's web of cracks. What is happening? Why is the headquarters under attack? Are it pirates or the Revolutionary Army who dare to commit such an act? The urgency surged as orders were barked. Immediate highest-level alert. The Navy headquarters is under assault. Everyone mobilize. Identify the assailants and let them understand the terror of our Navy headquarters. Let them know that attacking us, even the 4 emperors, cannot escape death. In that instant, countless Marines erupted into a frenzy, thousands upon thousands gathering swiftly outside the headquarters, their eyes fixed on the site of the assault. Yet, when they finally discerned the figure embedded within the deep crater, they were left utterly speechless. Was it merely an illusion? Or had the opponent chosen a humanoid Zephyr as a weapon for the assault? Otherwise, how could the so-called enemy attack be executed with such force by Zephyr himself? This cannot be real. Could it be that simple physical prowess could send Master Zephyr flying such a distance? Are our eyes deceiving us? Binzi's expression turned rigid, unable to suppress his murmurs. Beside him, Aine's delicate face paled, equally filled with disbelief as she pondered. Had we truly been challenging a monster just now? Is he really a novice who has trained for a mere year? To attain such a level of physical skill, it surely must be the profound insight spoken of by Master Zephyr. The vast square fell into an eerie silence, as they felt the astonished gazes around them. Luoyu dissipated his aura. The power of the flowing rock fist had indeed exceeded all expectations. It appeared that this technique, belonging to the authoritative martial arts figure known as Banku in the world of One Punch, had evidently been revitalized within the realm of pirates. With his final punch, Luoyu pierced through the veil, feeling as though he had stepped into the realm of martial arts profundities. If the Navy's 6 styles represent the initial awareness of the inner energy, utilizing it to enhance oneself through techniques such as iron block and finger gun, then the essence of the 6 styles is the intense condensation and compression of that energy, unleashed akin to an air cannon. Many within the Navy headquarters and even the world government have mastered the 6 styles, including their combination techniques. However, the number of those capable of executing the essence of the 6 styles is exceedingly rare. Otherwise, Rob Lucci from CP9 would not be hailed as an unparalleled war weapon. A rarity in 8 centuries, Luoyu had sent Zephyr flying thousands of meters away solely through physical prowess. This event is far more astonishing than the so-called domineering techniques. It represents 2 entirely different realms of significance. Suddenly enlightened, I lost control for a moment and sent Commander Zephyr flying. Surely, this minor damage won't be deducted from my salary, will it? Luoyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, took a swig from his gourd after a mouthful of homemade liquor, and lamented. Those present were left utterly bewildered. Did he truly contemplate a salary deduction after sending Zephyr soaring? What time is it now? Haha, don't worry, Luoyu. Zephyr's pension is considerably more abundant than mine. You need not concern yourself with such trivial destruction. Garp chuckled heartily as he patted Luoyu on the shoulder. However, I shall first assess the situation. Should Sengoku pursue this matter, I will need to employ my eloquence to offer you an explanation. As Luoyu's guide, Garp gazed at the shattered Marine headquarters with a heavy heart filled with nostalgia. He harbored complete confidence in Luoyu's potential and future accomplishments. Nonetheless, when it came to leaving a 4-character commendation reflecting the stature of an admiral, he still felt a tinge of worry about persuading Zephyr. The Marine Corps possesses a structured promotion system for Luoyu to ascend from the rank of a new recruit sergeant. The foremost step is to enter the Naval Academy for further enhancement. Only through the endorsement of Zephyr, who serves as the chief instructor, can he rise to higher ranks. Luoyu's exceptional performance undoubtedly alleviated Garp's concerns. Most importantly, as Luoyu's mentor, Garp would certainly seize this splendid opportunity to boast. Since there is nothing else at hand, I shall take my leave. Luoyu took a swig of his drink and made a gesture as if counting money, saying, What about the overtime pay? Haha, you little rascal, truly the most concerned about such matters. I will advance the overtime pay for Zephyr on your behalf. Here is a total of 800,000 berries. Take it. Garp laughed heartily as he handed over a stack of berries before swiftly turning to depart. The new recruits lingering on the playground watched Luoyu intently as he earnestly counted his money. The pervasive stench of copper seemed oddly out of place compared to the earlier display of grandeur. Meanwhile, within the Naval Headquarters office, a gathering of high-ranking officials led by Sengoku was convened. The sudden blaring of alarms, accompanied by a tremendous shockwave, caused the expressions of all present to tighten with apprehension. What on earth is happening? Is there truly a brazen pirate daring to assault our naval headquarters? Sengoku exclaimed, rising abruptly and bellowing with fury. Who possesses such audacity? Could it be that Kaido has come to meet his demise at Marineford? In these vast seas, Marineford had encountered very few attacks, with the most notorious being the execution of Roger, which saw the Golden Lion rampaging through Marineford, leaving half of it in ruins. A more recent incident involved Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, who, in a drunken stupor, engaged in reckless antics that nearly cost him his life. It was only natural that Sengoku's thoughts turned to that madman, Kaido. In that moment, the assembled naval officers felt their nerves tighten, their gazes fixed on the messenger who had burst into the room. Admiral Sengoku, it is Instructor Zephyr. Just moments ago, someone witnessed Instructor Zephyr being struck and sent flying several thousand meters, colliding with the headquarters building, which caused this tremor and led to the misunderstanding of an attack. The messenger hastily clarified. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this? It seems far removed from their conjectures, exclaimed the bewildered warring states, hastily adding. Are you suggesting that Zephyr was launched thousands of meters by a single blow, only to collide with the main building, resulting in the commotion we just witnessed? Surely, you cannot be serious. The messenger wore a pained expression, shaking his head vigorously in disbelief. Here, it is not merely the gathering of 7 or 8 admirals, but the presence of 3 generals and 1 naval marshal. To dare to jest in such a setting is to gamble with one's life. Haha, Sengoku. I had already suspected your disbelief, which is why I felt compelled to come here in person to elucidate the matter. Garp forcefully pushed open the door, striding in with a bag of senbei in hand. Sengoku's expression darkened, his eyes twitching as he remarked, Garp, do not tell me you were the one who sent Zephyr flying? If you are the cause of yet another debacle, I truly wish to see if there is any of your meager retirement funds left to deduct. Today, unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, do not even think about leaving this office. Beside them, Saru could not help but rub her throbbing temples. In their eyes, Zephyr had indeed stepped down from his position as Admiral for a considerable time, the only one capable of sending Zephyr flying several kilometers with a single punch. Apart from the absent Garp, was likely no one else. Haha, Sengoku, I assure you I did not lay a hand on Zephyr. Do not touch my scant retirement funds. I needed to pay that little rascal for overtime. But first, take a look at this. Garp plopped down into a chair, and with a resounding thud, he pulled out a pristine list, slamming it onto the desk. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to it, and as they discerned the contents, many pairs of pupils constricted in shock. Garp, is this the newcomer you recommended? Does he possess the stature of an admiral? Sengoku paused for a moment. Then a startling thought flashed through his mind. He abruptly stood up, slamming his hand down on the file, exclaiming urgently, Garp, you cannot be telling me that he was the one who sent Zephyr flying. A collective intake of breath echoed through the office. Even Akainu's expression shifted. His gaze fixed intently on Garp. The assessment of possessing the stature of an admiral had indeed exceeded their expectations, sowing seeds of doubt in their minds. This speculation has likely shattered their doubts. Sengoku, you were not mistaken. I indeed underestimated that little brat. That punch just now left my internal energy still churning. Had I not promptly employed the armament Haki for defense, relying solely on the 6 styles, I would have already found myself on a stretcher. Outside the glass window, a disheveled figure scaled the wall effortlessly. Under normal circumstances, as the Navy's most disciplined chief instructor, Zephyr would never engage in such antics. Yet, recalling the recent battle, he felt a long-lost surge of combat fervor. Observing Sengoku's incredulous expression, along with the gathering Navy officers, a smile, difficult to conceal, spread across Zephyr's face. Sengoku, I know you find it hard to believe, but if you were to learn that this little rascal has only trained under Garp for a year in martial arts, not only did he nonchalantly withstand a punch from me valued at 4,000 combat power, but he has also mastered the Navy's 6 styles. In the final moments, he even utilized the ultimate technique of the 6 styles to send me flying. You would never think Garp's evaluation was made in jest. That kid truly possesses the demeanor of a general. With a resounding crash, Akainu's teacup shattered in his grip, his gaze fixed on Zephyr in disbelief. No, rather, the faces of everyone present were filled with astonishment. A newcomer, freshly enlisted at Marine headquarters in Marineford, on his very first day, receiving a nomination for the position of Admiral. This was nothing short of sensational. Had these words come from anyone else, they would have been dismissed as a joke. However, the speaker was Zephyr, the chief instructor of the Navy Academy, who had trained 3 admirals and wielded the same nomination authority as the fleet admiral. Only through the nominations of the 2 of them could a candidate's name be submitted to the Gorosei, and upon receiving the world government's approval, ascend to the rank of admiral. It can be said that the newcomer, Luoyu, has leaped from being a mere recruit to a candidate for admiral. Instructor Zephyr, are you jesting? Akainu's molten magma swirled in his hand, melting the shards of the teacup as he spoke with a stern voice. Everyone present was striving for the admiral position. This rank required not only potential but also strength and military merit. Every aspect was indispensable. Instructor Zephyr, your declaration may dishearten many students. Zephyr's expression shifted slightly, the fervor in his mind doused to some extent. Luoyu's display of strength had greatly satisfied him, and his potential certainly matched the title of a general. If one were to draw a comparison, Luoyu could easily be regarded as the second Rob Lucci, a weapon of war. However, the recent remarks made by Akainu are not without merit. The astonishing leap to the rank of admiral nomination by a newcomer, once disseminated, would surely astonish not only the Marine headquarters but also the vast seas beyond, rendering them incredulous. Yet, to allow such a prodigious talent to languish in obscurity is equally unbearable for Zephyr. The atmosphere in the office turned suddenly oppressive. Faced with Akainu's dissatisfaction, Zephyr found himself at a loss for words. Akainu, please remain calm. Sengoku interjected, seizing the resume from Garp's hands. According to Zephyr, this new recruit, named Luffy, possesses a combat power exceeding 4,000 and has mastered the Navy's 6 styles, even reaching a level capable of executing their ultimate techniques. This prowess likely surpasses that of Rob Lucci, once hailed as the most formidable weapon of war in the CP9 for 8 centuries. I believe there is no doubt regarding Lucci's strength among us, is there? The expressions of the naval commanders present, with a few exceptions, shifted dramatically. Under the auspices of the world government, 3 major factions are delineated: the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Aine's lobby, and the impel-down prison. If the most renowned representative of this current Marine headquarters is Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, then the most infamous figure on Aine's lobby is undoubtedly Rob Lucci. At merely 15 years of age, he has single-handedly annihilated hundreds of royal guards to fulfill his mission, and has even decimated multiple pirate crews alone. Within the headquarters of the Navy, he is a figure of dread. Even some rear admirals would acknowledge their inferiority when faced with Rob Lucci. Fleet Admiral Sengoku does not merely gauge a newcomer by Rob Lucci. He employs even loftier standards of assessment. This signifies that Sengoku has already acknowledged Luoyu as possessing the qualifications to ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Do you imply that he is capable of assuming the position of Admiral? Akainu's expression darkens, yet his tone lacks the earlier fury. He seems somewhat persuaded by Sengoku's analogy. However, the prospect of promoting a newcomer directly to the rank of Admiral is one he finds distasteful. The naval commanders present do not voice their objections. Yet they glance towards Sengoku, awaiting clarification. Rest assured, Akainu. I have ascended from the Admiral position to my current rank and fully comprehend your concerns. Sengoku explains in a grave tone. As Zephyr mentioned earlier, this is merely a nomination for Luoyu to be considered for Admiral. It does not equate to an official appointment. This process requires not only the approval of the world government, but also a series of evaluations. Only upon passing these assessments, and thereby gaining the collective approval of all, will he truly be recognized as an admiral. Nonetheless, it is a rare occasion for our Navy headquarters to produce such an exceptional talent. And we must not discourage this newcomer. I intend to exercise the utmost authority of the Fleet Admiral to elevate Luoyu to the rank of Rear Admiral, while retaining his candidacy for Admiral. I trust there will be no objections. Rear Admiral? Several commanders' expressions shift slightly. While Luoyu has not yet stepped into the role of Admiral, a direct promotion to the rank of Rear Admiral from a newcomer would undoubtedly cause a stir across the seas, especially with the mention of the Admiral candidacy in the evaluations proposed by Sengoku. This implies that, should Luoyu successfully complete the assessments, the Navy headquarters would welcome its fourth Admiral. This is a momentous event. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Akainu. As the three admirals, you possess the right to voice your opinions. Feel free to speak, Sengoku stated once more. Such troublesome matters are of no concern to me. I have no objections. Kizaru replied nonchalantly, continuing to lounge idly. Akiji lifted the eye patch from his forehead and lazily remarked, I have no objections either. It's sufficient that Sakazuki is in charge. You are all utterly unreliable. Sengoku glared with a stern expression and said, Akainu, what is your stance? As for him becoming a vice admiral, I harbor no grievances. After all, time will test everything. If he is to occupy this position, should his strength prove inadequate, he will merely bring disgrace upon himself, Akainu replied darkly. However, if he is unfit to hold the rank of admiral, it is not just he who will be embarrassed, but our entire Marine headquarters. Thus, I wish to oversee this assessment. You? Zephyr's expression shifted slightly. He was well aware of Akainu's usual demeanor. Zephyr, do not take it too personally. Every admiral must possess the capability to garner respect. If he can pass Akainu's evaluation, I believe not only will the Marine headquarters benefit, but it will also silence the world government. Sengoku mused before nodding in agreement. Kazan, you have heard. If there are no objections, let Luoyu enter and allow him to undergo Akainu's assessment tomorrow. All gazes swiftly turned to Garp. Observing Garp casually picking his nose, Zephyr was taken aback and exclaimed, Garp, you cannot be telling me that such a critical matter caused that kid to leave early, citing disdain for overtime? Haha, Zephyr, you are quite astute. Today is a rest day, and I have already advanced the overtime pay you promised earlier. You will need to repay me shortly, Garp chuckled heartily. I have long asserted that the kid possesses the demeanor of an admiral. Demeanor of an admiral? That brat is just as unreliable as the rest. Sengoku bellowed angrily. After all this talk, the individual has yet to show up. I feel as though I am speaking into the void. On another note, following the earlier commotion, the training of the new Marine recruits was hastily concluded. Luoyu returned to his temporary quarters and, after retrieving some peanuts, began to enjoy them alongside his homemade liquor. After downing a few cups, he pulled out the 700,000 berries in overtime pay he had received from Garp. According to the system's recent prompt, the clock-in location had upgraded from the 4Cs to the headquarters. At the same time, he was merely 20,000 berries short of the honor of a 1,000,000 berry salary. With the 700,000 berries he had just received, he was poised to ascertain the rewards that accompanied the honor of a 1,000,000 berry salary. System, convert the 700,000 berries into system values for me. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully converting to Bailey. The current system value is 1,600,000. Achieving the prestigious honor of 1,000,000 salary. Ding. Would the host like to immediately deduct the 1,000,000 salary to exchange for the 1,000,000 salary honor reward? This reward can only be exchanged once and is available for a limited time of 24 hours. The prompt echoed continuously. Luoyu raised an eyebrow, glancing toward the silver treasure chest beside him. Initially, he had intended to gather enough Baileys to attempt an exchange for a silver treasure chest, hoping to experience a stroke of fortune. Little did he expect that achieving this honor would lead to the deduction of his hard-earned Baileys. However, upon seeing the countdown timer begin to tick down, Luoyu promptly dismissed the thought of exchanging for the silver treasure chest. This opportunity to redeem the honor reward is a singular occasion, with merely 24 hours remaining for redemption. To miss it would indeed be foolish, wouldn't it? System. I implore you to redeem my honor reward. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully redeeming the honor reward of 1,000,000 in salary. Obtaining the rare Conqueror's Haki, selected from millions. A series of ethereal prompts echoed in his mind. Luoyu raised an eyebrow, utterly astonished. He had initially believed that this honor reward would yield only trivial items, never anticipating such a grand surprise. Not only did he receive the elusive Conqueror's Haki, the rarest among the 3 types of Haki, but it was also a remarkable boon. Rather than lamenting the deduction of 1,000,000, even 10,000,000 would be worth it. System, commence absorption immediately. Luoyu regained his composure. During this period, Luoyu has never relinquished his pursuit of Haki. However, according to Garp, awakening Haki necessitates a certain accumulation of experiences. Only through the honing of one's will can the energy cultivated through the 6 forms be transformed into the dual-colored Haki. It can be said that the 6 forms represent a combat technique distilled from the dual-colored Haki, practiced by numerous martial artists within the Navy headquarters. Following the conventional training method, Garp had previously estimated that Luoyu would awaken Haki in as little as 3 months or, at most, 6 months. Yet, astonishingly, he managed to attain Conqueror's Haki on his very first day reporting to the headquarters. This is truly a blessing bestowed by the system. A warm current swiftly coursed through my body, penetrating to the very essence of each cell. Luoyu could deeply perceive an instinct that seemed innate, etched into his very bones. With merely a thought, the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki, inscribed within his soul, would erupt like a volcanic explosion. The sensation of wielding such power was akin to a sudden moment of enlightenment. The methodology for utilizing this Conqueror's Haki was firmly imprinted in his mind. System. Display the attribute panel. Host, Luoyu strength, 5,200 speed, 5,000 stamina, 6,200 spirit value, 5,400 skills, marine 6 styles, rock-shattering water fist, basic swordsmanship. Conqueror's Haki, advanced. Luoyu cast a glance at the rudimentary panel, unable to suppress a sigh of astonishment. He had initially anticipated mastering the dual-colored Haki, which was commonplace in the New World. Little did he expect that upon entering the Marine headquarters, he would be met with a spectacular revelation. It seemed that when fortune smiled, it could not be thwarted. As for his upcoming duties, perhaps he should consider a reduction in idleness. Luoyu, are you in there? I can't hold them off any longer. KB's voice suddenly echoed. The previously closed gate of the courtyard swung open in response. Soon, a cold-faced Aine strode in with urgency. Luoyu, you are indeed here. I had informed Colonel Aine to let you know first, but ultimately, I could not restrain him. KB hurriedly explained. Luoyu exited his conscious space, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, and smiled. KB, do not worry. This matter does not concern you. Colonel Aine, what brings you here? What brings me here? Aine's face revealed a hint of determination as he gritted his teeth and grasped the short blade at his waist, speaking with urgency. I wish to challenge you once more. Challenge me again. Luoyu regarded the somewhat obstinate Aine with indifference. In that instant, the air within the courtyard seemed to stagnate. A palpable sense of oppression enveloping the space, akin to an invisible hand tightening around one's heart. Standing at the entrance, Aine suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation of being unable to bear the weight of the moment. Under Luoyu's calm gaze, his heart felt as if it were being constricted. This sensation evokes within Aine a haunting recollection of the helplessness experienced on the day of the annihilation of the newborn. No, it would be more accurate to assert that, in this very moment, this feeling is even more suffocating than on that fateful day. It instills in Aine an overwhelming sense of insignificance, as if confronting an insurmountable mountain. What on earth is happening? Did I truly challenge a ferocious beast? Could it be that this newcomer before me is even more terrifying than the merciless killer we once encountered, who slaughtered the fresh recruits? The rapid breaths and the pounding of my heart caused Aine's body to tremble involuntarily. Reflecting on the events that transpired in the square moments ago, Aine was suddenly struck by an inexplicable sensation. The peers before her seemed to have transformed entirely. There existed within them an innate aura of indifference that exerted a palpable pressure. Who is he? Why does he exude such an imposing presence? A flurry of aggressive thoughts flickered through Aine's mind, yet her instincts warned her that any attempt to strike, even employing the powers of her cherished devil fruit, would undoubtedly lead to her defeat. In that fleeting moment, Aine could only manage to utter a challenge before her body became rigid, frozen in place. The beads of sweat on her forehead cascaded down her cheeks, shattering upon the ground. Kobe and the others, witnessing Aine standing there like a statue, were momentarily at a loss for comprehension. This situation diverges significantly from what they had envisioned. Nevertheless, I shall take my leave, as today is my day of rest. And I see you have not prepared any overtime compensation for me. Let us forego this challenge. Luoyu withdrew his gaze, took a sip of the earthy brew, and plopped back onto his chair. If there are no further matters at hand, I shall not escort you. I prefer to avoid disturbances on my day off. Moreover, I presume you do not have a day of rest, do you? You, Aine gasped, her earlier overwhelming sense of pressure dissipating, allowing her to regain her composure. However, feeling the dampness of her back and recalling the soul-chilling terror she had just experienced, Aine's demeanor faltered. She swiftly produced a pristine notice and slammed it onto the table. Luoyu, I will undoubtedly challenge you again in the future. My purpose here today is to deliver a message from Teacher Zephyr. Following Teacher Zephyr's recommendation, you have been directly promoted from a newcomer to the rank of Rear Admiral, and you have also received a nomination for the position of Admiral. Teacher Zephyr instructed me to inform you that you must report to the Navy Headquarters office by 9 o'clock tomorrow. If you can successfully pass the assessment, there is a possibility of your promotion to Admiral. Remember, this is Teacher Zephyr's kindness. I hope you do not forget your gratitude. KB and Balumeb were left utterly stunned. Staring at the notice that had been forcefully placed on the table, they were rendered speechless. They had considered the possibility of Luoyu earning a position within the Navy headquarters based on his assessment results, perhaps as a brigadier general. But they never anticipated that Aine would announce a promotion to Rear Admiral outright. What's more, there was the impending Admiral assessment awaiting Luoyu. Setting aside the nature of this Admiral assessment, KB and Balumeb understood that if Luoyu were to pass the upcoming test, the Navy headquarters would welcome an unprecedented fourth Admiral, and he would likely be the youngest Admiral in history. Luoyu, you are now a Rear Admiral. Why do you not speak? Are you too overjoyed? KB exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. In his eyes, there was nothing more gratifying than witnessing a companion achieve remarkable success. It also became clear to him why Aine was so resolute in her desire to challenge Luoyu again. A newcomer, on their first day reporting. Being promoted to Rear Admiral was a feat that few would find easy to accept, aside from those well acquainted with Luoyu's capabilities. Humph. I suspect you are worried that tomorrow's assessment will be exceedingly difficult, Aine remarked, her teeth clenched in frustration. I advise you not to dwell on it too much. The strongest opposition to your nomination for Admiral comes from Admiral Sakaski, who will also be presiding over the assessment tomorrow. The level of difficulty will undoubtedly be unprecedented. Teacher Zephyr has entrusted me with a message for you, advising you to refrain from overthinking and to let things unfold naturally. As long as your capabilities are sufficient and the timing is right, you may still attain the rank of Admiral. Admiral Akainu? He is notoriously stern. This challenge seems daunting. Balloonbar's complexion turned pale. Before reaching the Navy headquarters, he had already heard of Admiral Sakazuki's fearsome reputation. Upon arrival, discussions about the three admirals predominantly centered around Akainu. If one were to say that Kizaru enjoys leisure and Akiji approaches tasks with a casual demeanor, then Akainu would undoubtedly be characterized as ruthless and unyielding. This very attribute has rendered Akainu the most illustrious figure among the three admirals. To attract his attention may well spell trouble. Akainu, indeed, just as I suspected. After casting a glance at the announcement, Luoyu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and remarked with a smile. However, Kobe, I still wish to know the monthly salary of a vice admiral. I am concerned that I might miscalculate the overtime pay next time and end up with less than I ought to receive. Kobe and Balloonbar, along with the others, suddenly stiffened. The joy and worry that had adorned their faces vanished in an instant. What is the monthly salary of a vice admiral? This is entirely different from the channels they focus on, isn't it? Luoyu, You scoundrel, you've made teacher Zephyr worry for nothing. Your lips incessantly utter the name of Bailey, that general who, like you, is reeking of greed. Aine felt an eruption of frustration, casting a glare before turning to leave. However, after just a few steps, she noticed Binzi still standing there, his face awash with embarrassment. Binzi, why aren't you leaving? Leaving? Binzi hesitated, casting a glance at KB and the others, unable to suppress his thoughts. Just moments ago, KB had mentioned that every time Luoyu demonstrated a new martial technique, he would privately instruct them. I wish to remain and learn. General Luoyu, you wouldn't mind, would you? As a survivor of that past calamity, Binzi had never relinquished his yearning for strength. Now, learning that Luoyu generously shares his martial expertise without reservation was an irresistible temptation. Binzi, the teacher asked us to return together. Since you wish to stay here, I'll wait by your side. Aine's stride abruptly stiffened, and she quickly retreated, hurrying to join Binzi and the others. With a slight blush on her cheeks, she stood her ground. After witnessing the profound martial prowess that sent Zephyr flying, was her pride truly more important than the opportunity to learn? This is truly delightful. Luoyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and took a sip of strong liquor, showing no inclination to refuse. His understanding of physical techniques stemmed entirely from the system. Guidance was as effortless as a casual stroke of the hand. Most importantly, if he could elevate the abilities of Kaibi and others, then idleness would seamlessly become a natural occurrence. A 9-to-5 job is the dream of a corporate drone, but idleness is undoubtedly the coveted lifestyle of such individuals. If only he could empower them slightly, it would spare him the troubles of a mundane office life. The following day, at the Marineford headquarters, the surroundings were already teeming with naval soldiers eager to witness the spectacle. The previous day's incident, in which Zephyr was hurled away, had sparked an alarm and caused quite a stir throughout the headquarters. The subsequent announcement of an exceptional promotion to Vice Admiral, with a nomination for Admiral status, sent shockwaves through the naval base like never before. Since the appointment of the 3 admirals led by Akainu 18 years ago, there had been discussions about a 4th admiral candidate, but never had a newcomer been nominated for such a prestigious position right from their first day. Rumor has it that Admiral Sakazuki vocally expressed his intent to prevent a newcomer from ascending to the rank of admiral, fearing they might overestimate their abilities and tarnish the reputation of the Navy. It is said that Admiral Sakazuki has taken personal charge of the evaluation, hoping the newcomer does not seek unnecessary embarrassment. You must wonder, after nearly an hour has passed, why hasn't the newcomer appeared? Are they concerned about making a fool of themselves and simply choosing not to show up? Surely not. I heard Vice Admiral Garp mention that this newcomer, named Luoyu, possesses qualities befitting an admiral, albeit they seem quite unreliable. The atmosphere in the crowd suddenly intensified. Kaibi and Barumaber, amidst the throng, were equally anxious and perspiring profusely. They understood that this was merely Luoyu's habitual antics. However, facing Admiral Akainu's evaluation, they still harbored worries about Luoyu's potential absence. It was 9 o'clock. They had to see where Luoyu was. Kaibi glanced at his pocket watch, growing frantic as he raised his head to scan the surroundings. When he finally spotted Luoyu sauntering leisurely at the end of the path, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, tightened once more. After all, the true obstacle lay in the upcoming evaluation by Admiral Akainu. What a crowd. The timing was just right. Otherwise, he would have been burdened with yet another explanation. Luoyu glanced at the antique pocket watch before looking up at the office's floor-to-ceiling windows. Soon, he caught sight of Akainu and Sengoku among others. It appeared that the matter of the Admiral's evaluation had not only caused Akainu considerable anxiety, but also engaged Sengoku and the others. Yesterday, Aine mentioned that the salaries of the Vice Admirals were allocated based on seniority and military achievements. Luoyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses once more, took a swig of his drink, and paid little heed to the impending evaluation. Instead, I found myself pondering the yet undetermined salary of a Vice Admiral. According to Aine, he bore no substantial military accolades to warrant his rank as a Rear Admiral, thus his remuneration would commence at the modest sum of 100,000 belly per month. The clocking-in system, having transitioned from the vast oceans to the headquarters, could indeed be perceived as a significant upgrade. The emergence of silver treasure chests, each requiring 1 million belly for redemption, signifies that in order to successfully obtain a silver treasure chest, one must dedicate at least a month's time. It appears that acquiring the silver treasure chest swiftly will demand considerable effort. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully clocked in for the first time as a Vice Admiral and have received the initial insight rune. The initial insight rune? Luoyu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Typically, receiving attribute points for daily clock-ins is already commendable. However, to receive a reward for clocking in as a Vice Admiral for the first time is unprecedented. Haha, Luoyu, you have finally arrived. Garp bellowed with laughter, not forgetting to shove a piece of sunbae into his mouth, before turning to Sengoku. I told you, Liu is my prodigy. His sense of time is impeccable. When he says 9 o'clock, he arrives at 9. Get lost. Sengoku's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as he retaliated with a slap to Garp's head. Leaping down from the balcony, others had already been waiting for an hour. How could he dare to claim punctuality? Luoyu instantly spotted 3 figures following closely behind Sengoku as they descended, indicating that this hour of waiting had been a torturous ordeal for them. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Instructor Zephyr, and Miss Tsuru. Luoyu was the first to speak, rarely offering a military salute. Sengoku's rigid expression softened slightly. As the highest authority in the naval headquarters, his greatest concern was troublesome troops. Luoyu's perceptiveness was a relief to Sengoku. Are you Luoyu? Garp and Zephyr have been incessantly mentioning you to the point where my ears have developed calluses, Sengoku remarked after scrutinizing him. The 3 are the current admirals: Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, Admiral Kazara Borsellino, and Admiral Akiji Kazan. Let us dispense with the pleasantries, Akainu grunted disdainfully, his frosty demeanor unyielding as he approached. This is the first time I have waited for a newcomer, and I waited a full hour. You should already be aware that Instructor Zephyr and Garp have nominated you for the position of Admiral. Initially, I intended to engage you in combat to assess your eligibility for this rank. However, Admiral Sengoku anticipated my intention and insisted I refrain from using force. Thus, I was left to seek alternative methods. As he spoke, Akainu stepped forward, and in an instant, the pitch-black Haki enveloped his entire arm, exuding an unyielding metallic essence. From Garp's words, it was evident that you had yet to master the dual-colored Haki. Now, I shall personally guide you in your mastery of Haki. Only by mastering the dual-colored Haki will you be deemed worthy of ascending to the rank of Admiral, Akainu stated solemnly. Zephyr's expression changed abruptly, and he hastily interjected, Sakazuki. It will take at least 1.5 years for Luoyu to learn the dual-colored Haki. You are exploiting a loophole in the assessment. Sengoku and Crane also changed their expressions, equally surprised that the typically reckless Akainu would devise such a strategy. Humph, Teacher Zephyr. My actions are to prevent him from setting sail under the title of Admiral and tarnishing the reputation of our Navy headquarters, Akainu retorted with a cold snort. Let us not forget, I am doing this for his own good. I do not deny that he is not yet ready to bear the title of Admiral, but he still requires time to mature. As long as he can successfully master the dual-colored Haki, I have no objections to his promotion to Admiral. Of course, if Teacher Zephyr and Admiral Sengoku believe my approach is flawed, they are welcome to reassess him. However, I fear that it may breed discontent among others. The expressions of Zephyr and Sengoku darkened slightly. Akainu's remark struck a harsh note, yet they understood that his approach was the most conservative and prudent. Furthermore, if Akainu were to oversee the process, Luoyu's ascension to Admiral would be the most universally accepted pathway. Should the proposal for reassessment arise now, it might indeed incite dissatisfaction among others. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Luoyu. Chief Instructor Zephyr, Admiral Sengoku, please remain calm. Admiral Sakazuki's actions are also to ensure that I can garner the support of the Navy headquarters. Luoyu, unfazed by the gazes around him, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses. Moreover, Admiral Sakazuki has stated that as long as I can master the dual-colored Haki, I would be able to assume the role of Admiral. This opens a significant pathway for me. Who knows, I might achieve enlightenment tomorrow and ascend immediately. Regarding the dual-colored Haki, Luoyu was no stranger to it. Over the past year, he had repeatedly attempted to awaken and condense Haki under Garp's guidance, yet he had not yet grasped the key. Garp had once remarked that a lack of combat experience required further maturation. Luoyu paid little heed to this. As someone equipped with an external advantage, he firmly believed that consistent effort would lead him to awaken the dual-colored Haki. It was merely a matter of timing. Luoyu suddenly recalled the reward he had just received upon signing in. With a shift in thought, the item information for the Beginner's Insight Talisman instantly opened before him. Item, Beginner's Insight Talisman. Effect, upon use, it grants insight into various martial techniques and secret arts, enabling swift mastery and comprehension. Duration, 30 minutes. Luoyu was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that the reward for this sign-in was from a particularly unique dimensional realm? If applied in this world, could it lead to a swift comprehension of the dual-color Haki? As for Zephyr and Garp's nomination of you for the position of Admiral, I must admit I do not concur. However, witnessing your understanding of when to advance and retreat, I find no further words necessary. I hope you can master the dual-color Haki swiftly. With those words, Akainu turned and departed. Many expressed their regret. Initially, they had gathered here to witness the clash between the new and old admirals, but now it had abruptly come to an end. The disparity was indeed too great. Zephyr and Sengoku fell into silence. As veterans of the Navy headquarters, they naturally yearned for the swift addition of another supreme powerhouse to their ranks. Yet, Akainu's remarks were undeniably valid. In the new world, strength is one matter, but the application of Haki holds equal significance. At this moment, Luoyu's struggle with the dual-color Haki was undeniably irrefutable. Admiral Sakazuki, my apologies, but I believe I shall soon master the dual-color Haki, Luoyu declared as he exited the consciousness space. Commander Zephyr, would you be able to guide me through the dual-color Haki? Guide you through the dual-color Haki? Zephyr paused momentarily, unable to contain himself. Luoyu, do you wish to learn the dual-color Haki with just one demonstration? I believe Garp has already explained to you that mastering this Haki requires extensive experience and refinement for it to awaken. Seeking a quick solution at this stage may prove futile. However, since you are resolute in your intention, I shall take this opportunity to systematically demonstrate it once. Do not harbor overly high expectations. The matter of becoming an admiral is ultimately the same whether it happens sooner or later. You need not place too much weight on it. Thank you, Commander Zephyr. I believe your guidance will compensate for the gaps left by Mr. Garp. Luoyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses in response. Over the past year, Luoyu has indeed sought guidance from Garp regarding the awakening of the dual-color Haki, amassing considerable experience. However, in comparison to Zephyr, who has dedicated decades to the meticulous art of teaching newcomers, Garp's instructional expertise might fall short of Zephyr's systematic approach. In order to avoid a humiliating failure after employing the beginner's insight technique, Luoyu resolved to seek stability in Zephyr's tutelage. Simultaneously, he harbored an eagerness to ascend to the rank of admiral swiftly, as he had no desire to linger. After all, the salary of an admiral starts at a minimum of 5 million berries. Achieving a modest goal of 100 million could be within reach in just over a year. You reckless lad. Garp glared at him, then promptly swallowed a rice cracker, adding, yet, compared to Zephyr, my teaching methods do indeed lack a degree of finesse. Perhaps you may find some inspiration under his guidance. Of course, even if you do awaken Haki in the end, it will be I who laid the foundation for you. Haha. Akainu's expression turned cold, and he retracted his steps, saying, Newcomer, I once thought you to be a clever individual, but it seems I have overestimated you. However, if you seek to make a spectacle of yourself, I shall remain until the end, eager to witness what waves you can stir. His deep voice carried an air of chilling intensity, further enveloping the square in an intangible sense of oppression. All eyes immediately turned to Luoyu, and some seasoned commanders could not help but shake their heads. They, being veterans, were acutely aware of the formidable challenge posed by mastering the dual-color Haki. Luoyu's current aspirations undeniably bore the hallmark of recklessness. With a sigh, Sengoku lamented softly, as the fleet admiral, he wished to shield Luoyu, a promising sapling destined to become an admiral, from undue hardship. Nevertheless, observing Liu's resolute demeanor, he nodded in acknowledgement to Zephyr. Zephyr also sighed and said, Luoyu, be certain of your path. Within each individual lies a vital energy. When one is able to perceive this energy, they can harness and utilize it. The emergence of the marine 6 forms can be seen as a simplification of Haki. Once you master the 6 forms and become attuned to the energy within, you will find it far easier to access the essence of Haki. The observation of the 2-color Haki is a means of releasing one's aura to perceive everything in the surroundings, akin to a form of breathing. Conversely, the armament Haki involves manipulating and entwining this aura to solidify defenses through various techniques. Zephyr's explanations and demonstrations flowed seamlessly, showcasing his mastery as a seasoned instructor with decades of experience, undoubtedly living up to his esteemed title. The thousands of naval soldiers and generals gathered in the square were captivated, hanging on to his every word. Upon hearing this, Luoyu, who had been troubled by a lingering conundrum, experienced a moment of clarity. Compared to Garp's hands-on, vigorous teaching style, Zephyr's theoretical approach served as a perfect complement. However, Luoyu had evidently overestimated his own capabilities. Despite Zephyr's series of progressively deepening explanations, he still felt as if he were lacking that final push. Without any external aid, being an ordinary person felt incredibly arduous. System. Activate the beginner insight charm immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the beginner insight charm. The system's notification echoed in Luoyu's mind. A resounding clarity surged through him, dispelling the previous fog of confusion and granting him an unprecedented sense of lucidity. The elusive understanding that had previously eluded him now felt within reach. As if a barrier had been shattered, everything suddenly appeared so simple and comprehensible. Luoyu, I have completed the basic explanation of the two-color Haki. In truth, you need not be overly concerned. Your exploration of the 6 forms has already reached an advanced level. You merely lack an opportunity, Zephyr remarked, observing Luoyu lost in contemplation. The multitude present gradually returned to their senses, reflecting on Zephyr's exceptional teaching, which seemed to impart wisdom with every hearing. Yet, the notion that one could awaken the two-color Haki after a single explanation seemed implausible, especially among the vast assembly of thousands. Thank you, Commander Zephyr, for your elucidation. But I believe I have already mastered the two-color Haki. Luoyu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, not out of necessity, for he did not suffer from myopia, but rather as a reminder of his identity as a diligent worker committed to earning a living. Over time, this habit had been ingrained in him. The expansive square fell into an eerie silence as everyone stood in stunned disbelief. Just moments ago, they had lamented that no one could awaken the two-color Haki after a mere explanation, and now Luoyu claimed he had achieved it? Is this truly a lesson learned? Or are they merely treating them as fools, jesting in such a serious setting? Luoyu, this is not the time for levity. The absence of awakened dual Haki is, in fact, inconsequential. Zephyr, regaining his composure, hastily attempted to clarify. Teacher Zephyr, there is no need for your explanations. Initially, I merely wished to deter this young brat. However, since he chooses to disregard my goodwill, he must not blame me for taking matters into my own hands and personally testing whether he has genuinely awakened his Haki. Akainu snorted coldly, and beneath his feet erupted a low, rumbling explosion. Boom. A searing wave of heat instantly radiated outward from Akainu's center. The molten magma coursing over him began to assimilate the ground itself. The sudden spectacle caused the expressions of all present to shift dramatically. Zephyr and Garp were the first to react. Luoyu, be careful. Boom. Columns of blazing magma shot forth from the earth beneath Luoyu's feet. The speed was so swift it left one with a sense of being caught unawares. Yet, as the magma surged forth, Luoyu, firmly planted on the ground, seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the unfolding chaos. With merely a slight shift of his form, he effortlessly brushed past the erupting columns of molten fire. This scene, witnessed by the crowd, caused their pupils to constrict in an instant. If the first occurrence could be deemed a mere coincidence, then the subsequent appearances, the second, third, fourth, and indeed dozens more, surely defy the realm of serendipity. Observing Luoyu gracefully meandering through the densely erupting pillars of molten lava, akin to a leisurely stroll amidst chaos, an exceedingly absurd thought rapidly took root in their minds. Could it truly be that he mastered the dual-colored prowess with a single hearing? If this were indeed the case, it would be nothing short of astonishing. Who would dare to believe such a reality without witnessing it firsthand? Boom, boom, boom. The searing pillars of molten lava erupted one after another, unleashing waves of intense heat that sent the surrounding temperature soaring in an instant. The onlookers, unable to contain their trepidation, retreated further and further. Yet, as they beheld the figure nonchalantly traversing through the ascending lava columns, a mix of astonishment and cold sweat gripped them. They genuinely feared that Liu might inadvertently be struck by a molten eruption, instantly turning to ash. As moments ticked by, amidst the hundreds of fire pillars, a figure emerged unscathed. Such a seemingly prophetic method, if it cannot be classified as the observation Haki within the realm of dual-colored power, then what else could it be? Has he truly awakened his observation Haki after just one glance? Zephyr's face was etched with astonishment. Garp, surely you would not conceal any details in your report, would you? The others around him shared the same sentiment. If anyone harbored doubts, they could certainly follow in Luoyu's footsteps for verification. Could it be that he has indeed accumulated profound knowledge, only to reveal it at the right moment? Or has Luoyu been concealing his abilities from the very beginning? Zephyr, you truly believe that I enjoy this dance of indecision like Sengoku? If this lad had mastered Haki long ago, I would have celebrated his prowess without needing to submit a nomination request to you. Garp snapped back to reality, indignantly declaring. However, as soon as he spoke, Sengoku delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. In light of Liyu's sudden awakening of observation Haki and his composed demeanor in the face of Akainu's assault, even Sengoku was taken aback. If Garp's assertions held any truth, then we were indeed in the presence of a prodigy. Kid, whether you genuinely learned it after one glance or have been hiding your talents, you have already mastered it. But relying solely on observation Haki does not grant you the right to be arrogant. Today, I shall see how far you can go. Come at me, and let me test your resolve. Akainu's expression darkened to an extreme as the molten magma within him erupted with tremendous force. He launched himself like a rocket, hurtling towards Luoyu with immense velocity. In a mere few dozen meters, Akainu's sudden outburst closed the gap rapidly. The unexpected scene caused the expressions of all present to shift dramatically. By the time they regained their senses, they were already witnessing Akainu's magma-enshrouded fist descending with great force. This dialogue seemed somewhat familiar. Garp paused and remarked, "Didn't Zephyr say something similar yesterday? Garp, you fool. At such a critical moment. Why aren't you rushing to assist? That kid has indeed mastered the 6 powers and observation Haki. However, compared to Akainu's fruitability, he lacks the strength for a direct confrontation." Sengoku bellowed, charging forward. It was rare for the Navy headquarters to encounter such a remarkable talent. Regardless of whether Luoyu could ascend to the rank of Admiral, Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, was determined not to witness Luoyu's spirit be crushed. Sengoku, wait. We may have underestimated that kid once again. Zephyr suddenly bellowed. Sengoku, having just surged forward a few meters, abruptly halted his steps. He beheld a figure seemingly stunned amid the onslaught. In that fleeting moment, however, it sprang into action. With a powerful stride, the immense force was unleashed as it struck downwards. The solid arena floor shattered beneath the weight. Those members of the Navy who had witnessed Zephyr being hurled away the previous day felt their pupils constrict in shock. Some could scarcely contain their astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "He cannot possibly intend to collide barehanded with magma, can he?" Admiral Sakazuki is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, under elemental transformation. He would likely be unable to even graze him. Youngster, it appears you are still too naive. I am indeed a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Akainu snorted disdainfully, the magma coursing around him poised to retract slightly. He felt a twinge of irritation at the newcomer's arrogance. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that not only Zephyr and Garp, but even Sengoku and others harbored great expectations for this fledgling. He could afford to teach a lesson. But he must not take a life. Yet, as this thought began to crystallize in his mind, a thunderous voice rang out. "Sakazuki, be cautious." Akainu's expression faltered, and his movements momentarily stilled. Why was he being warned instead of the young fool? He was, after all, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Buzz. The air quivered with sudden intensity. An inexplicable sense of danger enveloped him. Gazing at the figure of Luoyu, who was mere inches away and displaying a bizarre stance, Akainu's pupils dilated in alarm. The arcs of black, as dark as ink, coursing through Luoyu's hands left him utterly astounded. Not only had he mastered observation Haki, but he had also achieved a dual-color Haki. Observing the ebony tendrils of armament Haki coiling around Luoyu's hands, Akainu scoffed inwardly at the notion of elemental transformation. Water and rock fragment fist. Boom. Luoyu's feet struck the ground as his fists launched forth like cannonballs, bolstered by the armament Haki. The so-called magma appeared significantly diminished and feeble. The barrage of fists descended like a torrential storm, instantly engulfing Akainu in its wake. Each strike reverberated like the drums of deities, echoing through the heavens. Caught in such a relentless assault, Akainu found himself retreating step by step. Armament Haki, fully unleashed. He roared. After several paces, he barely managed to halt his retreat. Yet, as the Haki spread across his form, he beheld Luoyu's arms swell, resembling solid rock, seemingly doubled in size. Simultaneously, arcs of Haki swirled around his arms like a tempest. This was the external manifestation of armament Haki. The young man had already mastered advanced Haki. In the midst of the tumult of the warring states, the pupils contracted as a voice roared in urgency. "Sakazuki, quickly evade. Do not rashly confront this move. Evade." The Crimson Dog was taken aback for a moment. At that instant, he found himself caught off guard, wishing to retreat from the impending onslaught. Yet, one misstep led to another, and faced with the unexpected assault of falling feather, evasion was evidently futile. Flowing Sakura, exploding rock fist. A resounding boom echoed as falling feather stepped forward once more. In that climactic moment, he unleashed the formidable aura of Haki through the ultimate mastery of the six forms. Everything unfolded seamlessly, culminating in an extraordinary manifestation of advanced armed Haki. Recognized by others as Flowing Sakura, a deep, resonant explosion reverberated like a cannon's detonation. Centered around Sakazuki, the arena within 100 meters shattered and collapsed under the force, as a tempestuous wave of destructive energy swept across the battlefield. The overwhelming pressure, concentrated in Falling Feather's right arm, erupted forth like a volcanic eruption. The ground was instantaneously torn asunder, forming a colossal chasm. As Sakazuki unleashed his entire arsenal of armed Haki, he was propelled backward like a cannonball. Is this a matter of uttering the same words and receiving a more severe blow? A thunderous roar erupted. A colossal shockwave swept through the entire square, reminiscent of a tempest ravaging the land. In that very moment, a third of the massive headquarters building crumbled with a deafening sound. Yet, all present found themselves bereft of time for contemplation, hastily turning their gaze toward the direction in which Akainu was hurled. The overwhelming force of the tidal wave surged forth, carrying an immense momentum as it ultimately collided with a warship anchored at the harbor, poised for repairs. Accompanied by a resounding explosion that pierced through the air, the several dozen-meter-long vessel was evidently unable to withstand the impact, shattering as if it were mere glass. Debris flew into the sky, while torrents of seawater poured down like a torrential rain. The towering waves crashed violently against the shore, leaving many naval soldiers gathered at the port utterly astounded. He was sent flying. Akainu Sakazuki, hailed as the most formidable of all, was unceremoniously hurled aside in a mere encounter. Is this merely an illusion? Who would dare believe that such an incident could befall the esteemed General Sakazuki? Ahem, I apologize for my momentary lapse. This minor disruption should not be attributed to me, as my meager salary is insufficient for any deductions. Luoyu helplessly cleared his throat, dispelling the aura of dominance that had enveloped him. This time, with the aid of the elementary insight symbol, the armed color Haki surged from the rudimentary level to the advanced, reaching the realm of flowing cherry blossoms, far exceeding Luoyu's expectations. However, all of this was made possible by the cultivation of the Marine Six styles and the mutual enhancement of the flowing rock-shattering fist, which seamlessly transformed the armed color Haki. The power unleashed by that recent punch was vastly greater than what Luoyu had estimated. Yet, gazing at the crumbling headquarters building, Luoyu felt a twinge of concern. He had yet to ascend to the rank of Admiral, and that salary would not suffice. All those lost in thought were abruptly roused, their facial muscles twitching involuntarily. How could they still be pondering salaries at such a critical moment? It seemed the rumors of Liu being tainted by the scent of copper were indeed true. You little brat, are you courting death? A thunderous roar erupted. Scalding magma surged from the shattered hull at the harbor entrance, erupting like a volcano and setting the entire sea ablaze. Standing amidst the wreckage, Akainu emerged slowly, his expression dark as night. A faint trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, a reminder of the punch he had carelessly taken. It was evident that he could not entirely disregard the attack. In front of so many witnesses, such a blatant oversight left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Enough, Akainu. The rules were set by you, and you have just witnessed Luoyu mastering the dual-color Haki. He has passed your assessment, and there is no need to continue this fight. Besides, you have already violated the very rules you established. Continuing will only lead to further damage to the Marine headquarters. As an admiral, you should understand this well. Zephyr stepped forward, standing firmly in the center of the plaza, urging him to relent. Kapu and Sengoku, who stood nearby, also stepped forward. Gazing at the collapsed outer wall of the headquarters, they recognized that persisting in such unnecessary combat would merely squander resources. In that moment, all eyes turned to Akainu. They indeed wished to witness the clash between the new and the old admirals. However, they also understood the importance of the greater good. Akainu's expression remained grim as the magma enveloping him gradually subsided, allowing the oppressive heat that had blanketed the plaza to finally diminish. You little brat. The rules were established by me. Regardless of whether you truly held back, you have won this bout. Teacher Zephyr and Marshal Sengoku have nominated you to become the 4th Admiral of the Navy, and I have no objections. However, I must inform you that this ocean is vast, and the number of powerful adversaries is innumerable. You have merely grasped the dual-color Haki. Yet above this lies the rarest of the rare, the Conqueror's Haki, a third form possessed only by those few who stand at the pinnacle. If you seek to earn my complete respect, awaken that Conqueror's Haki as well. Only then will you possess the requisite qualifications to firmly secure this position. A deep, resonant voice still tinged with a sense of indifference. In the face of the astonishing talent displayed by Luoyu, it remains uncertain whether it is a result of newly acquired dual-color prowess or a deliberate concealment of one's true abilities. All of this has become inconsequential. As Akainu withdrew, Zephyr exhaled in relief and remarked, "Sakazuki, it would be best not to trouble Ryue any further. Conqueror's Haki is exceedingly rare upon the seas, with only a scant few fortunate enough to awaken it. Ryue, possessing mastery over the 6 powers of the Navy and enhanced by the dual Haki, has elevated his armament Haki to a superior level, surpassing many. Most importantly, he is merely in his early 20s, still exceptionally young, with ample opportunities to grow stronger ahead of him." Zephyr's words rang true. Sengoku nodded in agreement, adding, "What you need now is to refine and consolidate your strength. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival those of myself and Garp. Of course, should you desire, I can petition the world government for a rare devil fruit to augment your power." The atmosphere became electrified. It is a rarity for someone of Admiral Sengoku's stature to personally request a devil fruit from the world government. Most strikingly, the pure martial arts demonstrated by Ryue, combined with his advanced Haki, had propelled Akainu away with remarkable force. If he were to receive a rare devil fruit, like the current 3 admirals, his strength would likely soar. Zephyr opened his mouth, yet the words hung in the air unspoken. He had always pursued the zenith of martial arts, holding a critical view of Kizuru and Akainu's preference for developing their devil fruit abilities over honing their physical prowess. Ryue's emergence, showcasing an understanding of martial arts at such a young age, provided ample validation for Zephyr's steadfast belief. Thus, he was compelled to advocate for Ryue's appointment as an admiral, disregarding all else. However, in light of Sengoku's proposal, Zephyr genuinely wished to avoid seeing Ryue follow the same path as Akainu and Kizuru. Nonetheless, Zephyr ultimately chose to respect Ryue's autonomy in decision-making. In that moment, confronted with such an enticing prospect, everyone was eager to discern Ryue's choice, including Akainu himself. Yet, just as this urgency arose, an unexpected voice pierced the air, echoing in their ears. "Admiral Sengoku, will this devil fruit come with a salary deduction?" The seemingly trivial question resonated like a spell, reverberating throughout the plaza, lingering in the silence that ensued. Gazing at Ryue, whose expression remained serious, the muscles of everyone's faces twitched once more. The vast plaza fell into utter stillness. Ryue's inquiry had taken everyone by surprise, even causing Sengoku, as an admiral, to risk his dignity by beseeching the world government for a devil fruit. Can such affection and esteem be quantified by mere monetary value? Haha, Luoyu. Your inquiries consistently surprise us. Garp chuckled first. Rest assured, if you genuinely desire a devil fruit, Sengoku would go to great lengths to procure one for you. However, be prepared, as devil fruits are inherently rare. Particularly the ancient, mythical, and natural types are even more elusive. If you seek to leverage a devil fruit to rapidly enhance your power, the path is fraught with challenges. Zephyr's eyes suddenly sparkled. Garp's words, while not entirely reflective of his own thoughts, certainly conveyed part of the truth regarding the merits and drawbacks of the devil fruits. After a considerable struggle to suppress the ire boiling within, Sengoku finally nodded in agreement, stating, "Luoyu, Garp is not wrong. The matter of devil fruits is merely a suggestion, and whether it succeeds ultimately hinges on luck. As the fleet admiral, I too do not wish to see you neglect your training. As for a mere devil fruit, it remains well within the capacity of our Navy's resources, and your salary will not diminish by a single coin." "Humph, Admiral Sengoku, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Akainu grunted dismissively and turned to depart. With the matter of the 4th admiral settled, lingering would serve no purpose. Observing Akainu's retreating figure, the tension among Sengoku and the others eased somewhat. They were genuinely concerned that the 2 newly appointed admirals might clash again over a mere disagreement. "Apologies, Admiral Sakazuki. Please hold." Luoyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and suddenly interjected. The tension that had just relaxed among the group was once again stirred. Seeing Luoyu intervene at such a critical moment was akin to poking a sleeping tiger. It seemed a reckless endeavor. "You brat, I do not oppose your ascension to admiral, but that does not imply my endorsement." Akainu halted abruptly, the magma on his body swirling slowly once more. If you wish for me to stay, be prepared to provide an answer that satisfies me. Otherwise, do not blame me for showing no mercy and resuming our earlier confrontation. At this declaration, both Sengoku and Zephyr grew anxious. The Navy could certainly handle a single devil fruit. But a battle between the two admirals could indeed lead to dire financial repercussions for the Navy. Luoyu, do not act impulsively. Zephyr hastily interjected, positioning himself between the two, clearly worried that a mere disagreement might escalate into a fierce confrontation. Observing this scene, Luoyu remained unfazed, took a swig from his flask, and cheerfully remarked, Chief Instructor Zephyr. Admiral Sengoku, there's no need for concern. My intention in asking Admiral Sakazuki to stay is not to instigate a fight. I merely wish to inquire whether the Conqueror's Haki he mentioned earlier is akin to this current wind. Boom. As the voice fell, the Conqueror's Haki dormant within the body of the falling feather erupted for the first time, akin to the yellow river breaching its banks. The crimson wave surged forth like a hurricane of the highest magnitude, instantly sweeping the vast plaza bare. Under this nearly intangible shockwave, centered around falling feather, the already fractured arena shattered once more. The distant walls of buildings, under the onslaught of the Conqueror's Haki, cracked and splintered as if they were mere glass. In that moment, the thousands of naval soldiers caught in this torrent felt a resounding roar in their minds, as if struck by an invisible hammer directly to their souls, rendering their thoughts void. The next instant, their eyes rolled back, unable to withstand the impact, and they fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, they collapsed in droves. In an instant, where the Conqueror's Haki passed, not a single naval soldier remained unscathed. They all crashed heavily to the ground. The sight was a breathtaking spectacle, evoking an indescribable visual shock. At that moment, the expansive plaza of the Navy headquarters was reduced to a mere 100 souls capable of standing amidst the scattered bodies, standing out like a crane among chickens. Gazing upon this scene of carnage, everyone was left dumbfounded, as if they had encountered a ghost. Even Akainu, who had just boasted about the Conqueror's Haki moments before, was no exception. Just prior, witnessing falling feathers suddenly mastering dual Haki had caused him to suffer a significant public embarrassment. His mention of awakening the Conqueror's Haki was an attempt to salvage some dignity, a deliberate boast. Little did he expect that this bravado would backfire spectacularly. Is this wind not imbued with the might of Conqueror's Haki? Observing the scene swiftly swept away, Akainu found himself at a loss for words. Across this vast sea, those who wield the power of two types of Haki are abundant. However, the possessors of the rare three types of Haki are exceedingly few. Moreover, each individual who awakens the three types of Haki signifies their qualification to become a formidable sovereign. When one gazes across this ocean, the four emperors who dominate the New World, each one embodies this very essence. It can be asserted that, in the face of the unexpected prowess displayed by Luoyu time and again, no matter how discontented Akainu may feel, Luoyu has unequivocally secured his position as the fourth admiral. Ahem, I apologize, for I inadvertently obliterated half of the headquarters with this newfound wind. Is it truly Conqueror's Haki? Luoyu coughed lightly, dissipating the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki, and added, by the way, this 1T affect my salary, will it? Your head will be deducted. Garp instantly appeared behind Luoyu, delivering a resounding slap upon his shoulder. The swiftness of his movement and the agility of his form caused Luoyu's expression to shift slightly. The emergence of the three types of Haki has significantly enhanced Luoyu's strength. Initially, he believed he could contend with the top-tier powerhouses, yet he underestimated these seasoned veterans. It seems that securing this salary in the future is imperative. Haha. You little rascal, indeed you are the one I have set my sights on. You are truly a prodigy. This is the three types of Haki we speak of, a rarity to be found in this ocean. Luoyu, regarding my previous suggestion, have you given it any thought? I happen to be in need of a grandson. How about you call me Grandpa so I may hear it? In the future, should anyone dare to express dissatisfaction towards you, I shall swiftly intervene. For this is my forte. Grandson? Luoyu rolled his eyes, having heard such sentiments countless times during his prolonged stay aboard the ship. It seems this ocean is not merely home to one who delights in adopting sons like Whitebeard, but also to a naval hero like Garp who seeks grandchildren. The three types of Haki, coupled with unparalleled physical prowess, appear to be a divine blessing for our Navy headquarters. Sengoku, still in shock, regained his composure. Gazing upon the corpses on the ground, If such matters had been executed by another, he would undoubtedly have been furious. Yet, strangely, he felt a sense of inexplicable satisfaction. Initially, Sengoku harbored concerns regarding Liyu's acceptance as the fourth admiral, but now, Luoyu has not only demonstrated formidable mastery of the Navy's 6 powers and advanced armament Haki, but has also awakened the rare Conqueror's Haki. This is a demeanor of a sovereign that even the current 3 admirals cannot possess. To command absolute respect should not be a formidable challenge. Akainu, I trust you have no further questions? Sengoku glanced back momentarily. Akainu snorted coldly and remained silent. Observing this, Sengoku secretly sighed in relief and continued, All right, Garp, do not waste my time with idle chatter. I will promptly inform the Gorosei regarding the nomination of Luoyu as admiral. The matter should not pose significant issues. As for your military accomplishments, Luoyu, I happen to have a special task for you. A task? Luoyu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to be assigned a mission before even donning the admiral's coat. It seemed that Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, truly had a knack for pushing people into action. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Sengoku raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. No, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I merely wish to inquire whether this special task comes with a reward. Luoyu regained his composure, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a smile. Garp's casual display of power earlier had made Luoyu realize that not only must one strive to enhance their strength, but they must also seek out opportunities to earn while doing so. Upon hearing this, the facial muscles of those present twitched uncontrollably. In the Navy headquarters, who would care about salary and bonuses when one could attain a rank? To them, military merit was of utmost importance. A special task that could confer prestige. Who wouldn't find it appealing? Must you be so preoccupied with money? Sengoku shot him a frustrated glare, ultimately waving his hand in resignation. Rest assured, this time, the task will grant you a bonus amounting to 1/10 of your monthly salary, a small token from the Navy headquarters to welcome your promotion. As for other matters, do not dwell on them for now. Weren't you just engaged in a rather spirited bout with Akainu? I am still vexed over how to procure funds to repair the headquarters. Otherwise, when you return next time, there may not even be an office for you to sit in. Seeing Sengoku nearly fuming, Luoyu understood the importance of knowing when to be content. A bonus of 1/10 of his monthly salary meant at least 500,000 berries, half a silver treasure chest. A mere inquiry had resulted in such unexpected delight. However, Luoyu had also considered chasing after high-bounty pirates on the seas for rapid capital accumulation. Unfortunately, over the past year, he had discovered that this was a clock-in system, not a pay-to-win scenario. Only the salaries and bonuses earned through official duties would count towards his system points. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to be so meticulous, taking an entire year to achieve the honor of 1 million in salary. Haha, Luoyu, Sengoku is not mistaken. The funds required to repair the headquarters will amount to several 100 million berries, so you might as well be satisfied with what you have. Garp laughed heartily, steering the conversation elsewhere. However, Sengoku, what exactly do you mean by a special task? A multitude of naval commanders found themselves intrigued. What mission could possibly compel the newly appointed admiral to take personal command? Recently, Monkey D. Luffy and his crew had triumphed over one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, in Alabasta. In order to uphold its authority, the world government publicly declared that it was Smoker from Lowtown and Colonel Tina from the headquarters who had jointly subdued him. Sengoku retrieved the meticulously prepared mission documents and spoke in a grave tone. However, I am concerned that there may be attempts to attack the escort vessels along the way. Therefore, I hope you can personally undertake this journey to ensure the safe delivery to Impel Down. Escorting Crocodile? Luoyu was somewhat taken aback. Having anticipated a far more challenging mission, it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Ever since red-haired Shanks became one of the 4 emperors 6 years ago, establishing a balance of power in the New World, large-scale conflicts at sea had become exceedingly rare. Had it not been for Luffy's defeat of Crocodile, the significant events upon this vast ocean are, it seems, nearly non-existent. What troubles you? Admiral Zhangguo inquired, raising an eyebrow. Luoyu, returning to his senses, shook his head and replied, Admiral Zhangguo, I have no concerns. I merely did not anticipate receiving such a straightforward assignment. The bonus I received earlier feels somewhat undeserved. Fear not, young lad, Zhangguo chuckled heartily. This task is merely the beginning. In truth, I have another matter in store for you. Though precise details are yet to be confirmed, you may find yourself venturing into the depths of peril, and you will soon regard that bonus as quite burdensome. Luoyu cast a resigned glance, realizing that the wisdom of age still holds true. As he observed Akainu turning to depart, he recalled an important matter. Admiral Zhonghua. If I remember correctly, the starting salary for a general is 5 million berries, and subsequent salary increases depend on military achievements and strength. Since I just sent a general flying, could my salary be adjusted accordingly? The onlookers were taken aback. Akainu, having walked a mere 7 or 8 meters away, nearly stumbled to the ground. What had initially been a routine trial assessment had now become a personal blemish linked to berries. Sending a general flying is a feat worthy of pride, yet in Luoyu's words, it was reduced to a mere request for a salary increase, diminishing its grandeur. As this realization struck, Akainu's shoulders began to tremble, the molten fury simmering within him erupting once more, as he thundered in rage, "Luoyu, you insolent brat. Do you mean to say that my dignity is worth no more than a handful of berries? Come, name the place. I shall wager my honor in a duel with you." The seething magma surged forth like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Observers truly feared that Luoyu might respond with another inquiry about the potential salary increase should he emerge victorious. An hour had passed since the commencement of work. It was time to unwind. If there are no further matters at hand, I shall take my leave. With that, the farcical scene drew to a close. The extraordinary promotion of the Navy's 4th general swept across the seas like a hurricane, disseminated through various channels. Within the G5 base, Vice Admiral Virgo promptly received the notification of the assignment from headquarters. Upon reviewing the contents, he hastened into a secure chamber and dialed the hidden snail phone. "Virgo, has something remarkable transpired? What compels you to utilize that phone at such a time?" Within the telephone bug, an unexpected voice of Don Quixote da Flamingo emerged. Virgo, as the pawn he had placed within the Navy headquarters, had steadily ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral. Before attaining the status of a warlord of the sea, Doflamingo had gleaned numerous highly confidential operations of the Navy headquarters through Virgo. "Young master, I have just received news that a newcomer, trained by Garp, has suddenly been nominated as the 4th Admiral of the Navy, known as the Gluttonous Fallen Feather." "The 4th Admiral? Gluttonous? What does this signify?" Doflamingo's expression faltered. His grip on the telephone bug tightening slightly. The Navy had historically been able to produce 2 admirals, which was commendable. The current trio of admirals was regarded as the strongest in history. The emergence of a 4th admiral implied an unprecedented strengthening of the Navy headquarters might. "Young master, I am also unsure what gluttonous signifies. I have heard it referred to as an ancient ferocious beast. However, it is rumored that this 4th admiral, Gluttonous Fallen Feather, is excessively fond of wealth and adheres rigidly to a work schedule. In terms of strength, he has mastered the 3 types of Haki and has even defeated the Navy's chief instructor Zephyr and Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, ultimately ascending to the position of 4th Admiral." Virgo relayed the news he had just acquired. "Fond of wealth and strict about work?" Doflamingo paused, then remarked with a hint of amusement. "It seems that every one of these Navy admirals is quite the talent. I had originally intended to assist you in searching for a formidable devil fruit to secure your place among the admirals, but it appears someone has beaten us to it. If Kaido's mythical Zoan-type devil fruit had not been secretly consumed, our Don Quixote family might have been able to dominate both the underworld and the lawful realms." "Young master, I have disappointed you," Virgo said in a solemn tone. As a Rear Admiral within the Navy headquarters, Black Bamboo Virgo was considered a standout among his peers. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as the commander of the G5 base on the front lines of the New World. "Virgo, you need not blame yourself. Attaining the position of Admiral is no simple feat." Doflamingo chuckled lightly. "To firmly secure this position, one must not only accumulate military merit, but also contend with numerous adversaries who covet his head. If this newcomer is merely a product of the Navy headquarters' inflated praise, his life may indeed be in jeopardy. It seems that this vast sea will soon become quite lively. In the New World, within an uncharted expanse of ocean, a pirate ship as massive as a whale surged through the waves." Whitebeard gazed at the photograph in his hand, revealing a look of surprise. "The 4th Admiral of the Navy, Gluttonous Fallen Feather?" Marco raised an eyebrow, equally astonished. "This fellow appears remarkably young, seemingly around Ace's age. To achieve the rank of Admiral at such a tender age, breaking the long-standing tradition of the 3 admirals, he must possess considerable strength. Ah, the little rascal who has caught the attention of the warring states must possess some weighty significance. I've heard he was personally nurtured by Garp." "Let us not forget that Ace also emerged from that very hand," Whitebeard exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "It appears that the Navy headquarters has indeed struck fortunate odds, assembling all 4 admirals. Are they truly planning to confront the four emperors of the sea in equal measure? If that is their intention, it seems they underestimate us old-timers. The gathered captains swiftly seized the photograph from Whitebeard, their expressions filled with astonishment. Old man, can this fellow truly bear the title of Admiral? Ace had already established his might on the seas long before him. Diamond Jozu interjected hastily. If the opportunity arises, perhaps we could arrange a meeting between Ace and him. It might just elevate the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates. You make a valid point, Jozu. It's been a while since Ace departed. I wonder how he fares now. Meanwhile, on Onigashima in the land of Wano, four imposing figures resembling small mountains were seated together. At the forefront sat Kaido, his expression dark and reeking of alcohol. Gazing at the photograph in his hand, he raised an eyebrow and erupted into a derisive laugh. Is the Navy headquarters cornered like a dog? Resorting to recruiting a mere child to fill the role of an admiral? It seems their strength is increasingly becoming second-rate. If that little brat were to cross paths with me, he would surely find despair. You are absolutely right, Captain Kaido. A mere child, barely reaching my thigh. I doubt he could withstand even a single blow from me. I truly wish to encounter him on the seas, so he may learn the true cruelty of piracy. Jack chimed in, his voice deep and resonant. As a legendary figure of the seas, Jack was resolute in following any command issued by Kaido. In contrast, Jin and Queen exchanged glances, a hint of contemplation on their faces. Unlike Jack, whose mind was clouded by drink and muscle, they appeared to ponder more deeply. Surely, a newly appointed admiral must possess some degree of strength, albeit limited due to his youth. Simultaneously, on a deserted island in the Calm Belt, Shanks, one of the newly risen four emperors, received news regarding the Navy's fourth admiral. Observing the photograph and accompanying details, his companion Ben Beckman, cigar in mouth, spoke first. The Navy's fourth admiral, Tontata, is quite the surprise. I hadn't anticipated that Navy hero Garp would harbor such a pawn. He appears to be of similar age to Ace, and attaining the rank of admiral at such a young age suggests he must possess considerable power. Shanks, our wager should be sound, yes? Shanks silently scrutinized the photograph in his grasp before finally responding. Rest assured, Luffy has already begun dismantling the 7 warlords of the sea. We are not far from realizing our grand design. Have you managed to locate Whitebeard? I certainly do not wish for any misfortune to befall that man. Luffy still requires time to grow. Let us not forget the significance of that fruit. Rest assured, Captain, we have just received news regarding Whitebeard and his crew. However, can we truly rely on sending a novice to deliver the message? It is important to remember that Whitebeard has always been one to dismiss others, Locky remarked, taking a bite of the roasted meat in his hand. As one of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, they have dealt with Whitebeard frequently during their rise, and they are well aware of his methods. Ignoring the gazes directed at him, Shanks, the red-haired, seized the hilt of his sword and stood up abruptly. Then let us make the journey ourselves. 5 days later, a warship surged through the waves. On the foredeck, Aine paced back and forth, her complexion ashen, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. Glancing at the report in her hand, she frequently cast anxious looks at the tightly shut cabin door. Were it not for Kobe and Balumeb standing guard at the entrance, she would have kicked the door open without a second thought. Colonel Aine, there are still 3 minutes until 9 o'clock. Just wait a moment. General Luoyu will soon emerge. You need not rush, Kobe said helplessly. Not rush? How can we not be anxious? Tina interjected coldly. Let us not forget that this individual presently represents the Marine headquarters. Why is it that every general seems more unreliable than the last? Kobe and Balumeb wore expressions of resignation. Achoo. Aine, are you speaking ill of me? The cabin door swung open, and Luoyu emerged, rubbing his nose and glancing at the pocket watch in his hand. There are still 2 minutes until work officially begins. Why am I out so early? I wonder if Admiral Sengoku would reward me for my diligence. A reward for diligence? Aine's face was devoid of warmth. Nearly losing her composure. Having encountered shameless individuals before, she never expected anyone could possess such audacity. Yet, recalling the urgent document in her hand, she quickly replied, General Luoyu. We have just received an urgent request for assistance from Colonel Tina, who is responsible for escorting the Sand Crocodile. The personnel from Judicial Island intend to forcibly take over the task of escorting Crocodile. Personnel from Judicial Island attempting to seize the task? Luoyu was taken aback. Judicial Island and the Marine headquarters, along with the underwater prison Impel Down, are the 3 major factions under the world government, traditionally maintaining a non-interference stance. The sudden intrusion into his mission was indeed unexpected. This is indeed his first time. Colonel Aine, we were originally tasked with escorting Crocodile to impel down for handover. Luoyu adjusted his golden glasses with a smile. KB and Barumabur were momentarily taken aback, instantly conjuring up the unspoken second half of Luoyu's sentence. General Luoyu, do you intend to delegate this mission to the personnel at Judicial Island? Aine nearly ground his teeth, gazing at the seemingly indifferent Luoyu, who appeared ready to take advantage of the situation. He gritted his teeth and said, to have defeated a warlord is already a disgrace for us, the Navy. Should the personnel at Judicial Island seize this mission, we would be stripped of even our final veil of dignity, making it exceedingly difficult for our Navy to hold our heads high before the world government. General Luoyu, are you listening to me? Aine shouted in exasperation, watching Luoyu, who was still preoccupied with his pocket watch, as if marking time for work. Most importantly, without Admiral Sengoku's orders. If the Judicial Island personnel usurp the mission, your additional salary bonus will also vanish. No performance bonus? Luoyu raised an eyebrow, realizing this meant the loss of half a silver treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. As a general, you have completed your 5-day attendance for the first time, earning an anomaly card. Anomaly card? Luoyu was somewhat taken aback. 5 days ago, he had been puzzled about why becoming a vice admiral for the first time entitled him to a reward. Now, as a general, it seemed he had received nothing at all until this 5-day attendance milestone was achieved. Is this a cool-down period, or is the general's demeanor a tad too lofty? Nevertheless, regarding the unexpectedly emerged reward mutation card, Luoyu remains quite intrigued. This is not a skill-based item. Rather, it resembles a one-time use artifact akin to an insight token. System. What is the function of this mutation card? Ding dang. Host. This mutation card is a disposable item that, once utilized, enables a designated skill or object to undergo a transformation. The degree of mutation diminishes as the difficulty increases. As the detailed explanation emerged in the realm of consciousness, Luoyu couldn't help but furrow her brow. According to the system, this item is akin to consuming a devil fruit or an aberrant cell. Until a result is achieved, the nature of the mutation remains unknown. It appears that this is indeed a gamble of fortune in the form of a disposable item. General Luoyu, are you even listening to me? Aine trembled slightly with frustration. She began to regret embarking on this voyage. Colonel Aine, we have sighted Colonel Tina's flag. Behind their vessel, there are ships from Judicial Island in pursuit. Should we proceed to assist? A naval soldier at the lookout tower urgently called out. Aine paused for a moment and quickly turned to Luoyu. Her annoyance towards the laid-back general was palpable, to the extent that she wished she could shake some sense into him. However, given Luoyu's esteemed position, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Have they arrived? Then let us proceed to assist. I certainly do not wish to forfeit my performance bonus of 500,000. Luoyu exited the realm of consciousness and took a swig from her flask, savoring the earthy brew beside her, and watched this scene unfold, feeling as though she were turned to stone. Indeed, as Akainu had stated, regardless of the general's nonchalance or the authority of the Navy headquarters, in Luoyu's eyes, they paled in comparison to the allure of a performance bonus worth hundreds of thousands. Performance, indeed, holds greater significance than mere bravado. Beyond the vast sea, a naval vessel slices through the waves with remarkable speed, trailed closely by another ship adorned with the flag of the world government's Judicial Island. The distance between the two is but a few hundred meters, and crucially, this gap is diminishing rapidly. Colonel Tina, we have sighted the flagship for the rendezvous. Yet we are unable to ascertain which admiral is in charge of the reception, a naval soldier reported hastily. Tina cast a glance at the approaching Judicial Island ship, her countenance darkening as she exclaimed, we can no longer afford to linger. If we continue this entanglement, we shall soon be overtaken. Should the personnel from Judicial Island manage to relocate Crocodile, it would be a disgrace to our Navy. Smoker, is your condition still not improved? You must swiftly intercept those unruly individuals, she urged. At the bow of the ship, Smoker, his body swathed in bandages, bore a grim expression as he clenched a cigar between his teeth, holding a newspaper he had recently acquired. He was well aware of the extraordinary promotion of the 4th Admiral, yet after enduring these tumultuous events, his understanding of military rank had only deepened. What is the matter? Are you naval officers not prepared to hand him over to us at CP9? This is a rare opportunity for a significant achievement. Simply entrust Crocodile to my care for transport. In return, I assure you that I shall be duly rewarded with a promotion to the Chief of CP0. A sibilant voice suddenly resonated across the deck. "Ah, I nearly forgot to mention, I am Spandam, the highest official of CP9 and Judicial Island. And my position is equivalent to that of a marshal within your Navy headquarters. Therefore, what I say is in order." A figure, bearing a rather unsavory visage, descended upon the ship's deck, flanked by 3 CP9 agents. The expressions of Tina and Smoker shifted dramatically. The identities of this unexpected group of visitors clearly exceeded their expectations. The surrounding naval soldiers displayed evident trepidation. There were rumors that any prisoner entering Judicial Island was undeniably guilty. No one had ever left without a stain on their conscience. If Spandam merely nodded, it would not be challenging for CP to fabricate a conviction. Indeed, it seemed the Navy was inept, allowing even easily obtainable military achievements to be usurped. Within the cabin, Crocodile, shackled in sea-stone handcuffs, let out a derisive laugh. "Had I not been careless and fallen to that brat, I would never have found myself in your Navy's clutches. Once I am earnest, not even your so-called admirals can subdue me." Tina was momentarily at a loss for words. Beside her, Spandam's grin widened. His father, the former commander of CP9, Spandane, had similarly ascended to CP0 by leveraging the merits gleaned from the Navy's then Vice Admiral, Sakazuki, and Kuzan during the O'Haran incident. Now, encountering the military credit from the defeat of the 7 warlords, any slight association would add to his prestige. "Colonel Tina, the reinforcements from the Navy have arrived." "But it is not a Vice Admiral, it is an Admiral," one of the lookout soldiers suddenly cried out. The countenance of those present shifted dramatically. Even Crocodile, who had just boasted of disregarding the admirals, now bore a look of gravity. As a renowned pirate, he was well aware of the terrifying prowess of the Navy's 3 admirals, having faced them in battle. Initially, he felt slighted by the 2 colonels responsible for his transport, but the arrival of an admiral to oversee the escort provided him with a semblance of equilibrium, compelling him to adopt a more cautious approach. "Commander Spandam, what shall we do?" Gabra, standing behind Spandam, was the first to speak. If it had been anyone else in charge of the escort, they could have recklessly claimed the military credit. However, in the presence of the Navy's most formidable trio, they were compelled to treat the situation with utmost seriousness. Spandam's expression darkened, but in the next moment, his eyes gleamed with interest. "Quickly, find out who the Admiral is. Who is coming?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback. An admiral was an admiral. Was there really a distinction? It appeared to be the newly appointed Admiral, Luoyu. As Nero, a newcomer of CP9, leaped down from the ship's mast, Spandam's smile grew even broader. "I had anticipated an admiral like Akainu or Akiji, but I did not expect the 4th Admiral, Luoyu, who has stirred the seas recently. It appears that we must extend a proper greeting to the 4th Admiral. Are you dismissing our newly appointed Admiral, Leon?" Tina is quite incensed. Her expression turned icy, and she could no longer contain her agitation. They were unfamiliar with the newly promoted Admiral, who had been granted an exceptional rank, yet this matter pertained to the dignity of their Navy headquarters, and Tina was unable to remain composed. "Ah, Colonel Tina, you are being overly dramatic," Spandam chuckled ominously. "Rumor has it that the new Admiral possesses formidable strength, reputed to surpass even our strongest CP9 member, Rob Lucci. We at CP9 are merely curious about the extent of his prowess. Naturally, had it been any other admiral, we would have departed long ago." With this statement, the 3 individuals standing behind Spandam, Gabra and his companions, displayed expressions of keen interest. They have always been competitive regarding rankings of strength within CP9, and finding a semblance of recognition in the presence of the new admiral was undoubtedly enticing. As the warship swiftly approached, Leon adjusted his glasses and gazed at the gradually clarifying figures, somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering the CP9 commander, whose power level was merely 9 and who was rumored to be weaker than an ordinary person. Nonetheless, it finally dawned on him why some would dare to covet even the military achievements of the Navy. "Kobe," Leon inquired, as he took a sip of his earthy brew, "if there were something that could instantly enhance your Conqueror's Haki and martial arts, what would you choose to apply it to?" This matter has occupied Luoyu's thoughts throughout the journey, and he has arrived at an answer, yet he still yearns to hear the perspectives of others. "General Luoyu, what time is it now, and you still pose such inquiries?" Aine exclaimed in frustration. The individuals from Judicial Island were already infringing upon their space, yet they still had the audacity to entertain such peculiar questions. Was this truly acceptable? KB quickly intervened with a wry smile. "Colonel Aine, please remain calm. Though General Luoyu may appear somewhat unreliable, he is a man of his word. General Luoyu, if I could instantly become stronger, I would certainly wish to possess the Conqueror's Haki, the embodiment of a sovereign that cannot be attained through mere cultivation. Conqueror's Haki? Luoyu chuckled, taking another swig of strong liquor that aligns precisely with my thoughts. System, please activate the mutation card for Conqueror's Haki. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. The mutation card has been successfully activated. The Conqueror's Haki is currently undergoing mutation. This process will take 1 minute. Please wait. A series of ethereal prompts resonated. Luoyu felt a warm current infusing his mind. The previously perceptible Conqueror's Haki suddenly became even more vivid, as if it were continuously amplifying and consolidating, simultaneously within his consciousness. A countdown timer of 60 seconds appeared. Under normal circumstances, Luoyu would not have regarded these 60 seconds with any concern. However, recalling the system's description of the mutation card, he felt a twinge of anxiety. If it were to produce an unexpected outcome, the consequences could be dire. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Conqueror's Haki has successfully undergone fission, granting you control over spiritual energy. Control over spiritual energy? Luoyu was momentarily taken aback, feeling unprepared for this outcome. If his memory served him correctly, this seemed to be a passive skill of underground chi practitioners. Yet, before Luoyu could contemplate further, a colossal warship had already converged with the vessels of Tina and her companions. As they gazed upon this newly appointed Admiral of the Navy, the atmosphere over the ocean grew palpably tense. A somber expression settled upon the faces of Tina and Smoker. They were acutely aware that the CP9 members remaining here likely harbored ulterior motives. Indeed, the newly appointed fourth Admiral, the gluttonous Luoyu, bore a striking resemblance to a young lad with golden hair. Spandam suddenly chuckled. As the master of Judicial Island, though his strength was lacking, his status afforded him considerable confidence. Moreover, the arrival of a new admiral emboldened him further. Spandam, what are you insinuating? Tina's face turned ashen as she stepped forward in anger. However, she was swiftly intercepted by Smoker, who cautioned, Tina, since the admiral has arrived, let him handle this matter. Tina hesitated, fully aware of Smoker's intentions. During this period, confronted by the extraordinarily youthful Smoker, who was exceptionally admitted as an admiral and possessed the natural type devil fruit, the individual most likely to be promoted as a candidate for admiral, I felt a twinge of discontent. However, when faced with Spandam, the highest-ranking officer of CP9, it was evident that we lacked the qualifications to contend. Allow me to handle this matter, stated Luoyu, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses as he descended onto the deck alongside Kobe and others. Greetings, I am the newly appointed Admiral Luoyu. I have heard that our Marine Fleet Admiral has yet to issue any orders, yet you intend to intercept my inaugural mission. Are you attempting to usurp my potential reward of 500,000? As Liu boldly stepped forward, Aine looked on with great anticipation, eager to witness how Liu would respond. Little did he expect that such a remark, steeped in the scent of copper, would emerge. A dignified admiral, preoccupied with a mere 500,000 in performance rewards. Is this truly acceptable? A mere 500,000 in performance? Crocodile's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and in the next moment, he bellowed with a twisted expression. You little brat of the Navy, are you intentionally insulting me? I am the illustrious warlord of the sea, Sir Crocodile. To suggest that my worth is merely 500,000 is tantamount to seeking death. Should I manage to escape, I will ensure you witness the very essence of despair. Falling Feather cast a glance at the enraged crocodile, who was on the verge of exploding. Naturally, he coveted the bounty of 80 million berries on Crocodile's head. Alas, this reward surpassed the recognition of the system he was bound to. Simultaneously, he contemplated coercing the Navy headquarters to inflate his remuneration to a staggering 3 to 500 million berries. Unfortunately, as per the system's stipulations, such illegally procured earnings were not acknowledged. Ultimately, Falling Feather had to resign himself to the fate of remaining a cog in the corporate machine. Thus, regarding Crocodile's outburst, he merely observed for a moment before disinterestedly shifting his gaze towards Spandam. Hey, I was inquiring about something earlier. Are you truly intent on seizing my 500,000 in performance? Spandam and his companions were taken aback, equally astonished that Falling Feather would fixate on the paltry sum of 500,000 berries. As a vice admiral, with sufficient power, one could amass fortunes beyond measure in the New World, let alone in the Four Seas in the first half of the Grand Line. Did one really need to anguish over this meager performance? Vice Admiral Falling Feather, are you jesting? Or perhaps you are seeking an excuse to decline our CP9's involvement in this escort mission. Spandam regained his composure, a playful smile gracing his lips. By the way, Vice Admiral Falling Feather, I have heard through the CP's intelligence network that the former fleet admiral once likened you to a figure capable of rivaling or even surpassing Rob Lucci among us CP9. My subordinates here are equally endowed with Lucci's prowess. They are eager to ascertain what distinguishes a vice admiral from Lucci. I trust you wouldn't mind. And let us witness whether you possess the confidence to escort Crocodile to impel down. Gabora, you three go and give the vice admiral a trial. Understood, Commander Spandam. Gabora and his two companions sprang into action. Nearby, Nero exhibited keen interest, having not yet engaged as a newcomer to CP9. Instead, he swiftly positioned himself before Tina and Smoker. Spandam, you have gone too far. Tina intends to inform Fleet Admiral Sengoku of your actions. Tina exclaimed in a flurry. Smoker's expression darkened slightly, equally surprised by Spandam's audacity. Even Aine and Kobe shared similar sentiments. Only Crocodile, seated within the cabin and initially furious, wore a cold smirk, eagerly anticipating how this newly appointed vice admiral would respond to the provocations of CP9. Whoosh! The trio of Gabra appeared before Luoyu like phantoms, emerging with an uncanny swiftness. This brazen provocation marked their complete abandonment of stealthy ambush tactics, opting instead for a direct confrontation. Observing this, Aine and the others resolved to intervene. In the next moment, before they could make a move, an indescribable aura of terror erupted explosively from within Luoyu. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the seas, causing a seismic tremor to ripple across the vast expanse. The ocean's surface trembled, generating colossal waves of undulating crimson. This immense tide surged forth, resembling a shockwave, emanating from Luoyu in a semicircular formation, charging directly towards Gabra and his companions. Did he truly possess the power of Conqueror's Haki? Was this not a means reserved for subjugating the weak? Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, his pupils narrowing abruptly, nearly causing his eyes to bulge in disbelief. The blood-red wave, appearing almost tangible, collided violently with the oncoming assault of Gabra and his allies. A thunderous crash echoed, reminiscent of a divine drumbeat, resonating through the air. The trio felt their attack strike against an invisible barrier, akin to a heavy blow against a solid iron plate. In the next instant, an overwhelming force surged towards them, akin to an unstoppable tide. In an instant, they were propelled backward like cannonballs, their trajectory leaving destruction in their wake. The decks of the warships beneath them seemed unable to withstand the impact of this palpable psychic force, crumbling and shattering inch by inch. Spandam, initially positioned 20 meters away, had intended to leverage CP9's assistance to gauge Luoyu's capabilities and salvage his own reputation. At this moment, he found himself utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that the three individuals he regarded as possessing the demeanor of Lucci would falter under a mere glare from Luoyu. Observing the trio's pupils dilate rapidly, Spandam contemplated fleeing. Alas, it was impossible for him to outpace the shockwave generated by the mastery of psychic power. No, please, I am the highest official of Judicial Island, the commander of CP9, on par with the admiral of your Navy headquarters. You cannot lay a hand on me, for that would be an act of insubordination. His desperate cries echoed across the deck, causing everyone to tense up involuntarily. Spandam was indeed shameless, yet his words left no room for rebuttal. The tension among the onlookers escalated as they instinctively turned their gazes towards Luoyu, eager to witness how he would confront Spandam's audacious threats. However, it was evident that the attendees were overthinking the situation. Luoyu remained steadfast in his position. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki surged forth, unrelenting, colliding directly with Spandam. Boom! The ship's railing shattered upon impact, and Spandam seemed to be struck head-on by a sea king, rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth, before crashing heavily onto the adjacent warship adorned with the flag of Judicial Island. Bang! The tremendous force caused the deck to splinter. For figures, with an unstoppable momentum, tore through the vessel, embedding themselves within its structure, all of them rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth, utterly unresponsive. As the seawater cascaded from the sky, the spectators, as if witnessing a ghost, finally began to comprehend the chaos before them, staring at the warship of Judicial Island, now reduced to mere wreckage. Is this truly the Conqueror's Haki? Crocodile was taken aback. He is a seasoned pirate who has navigated the vast seas. In his youthful ignorance, he once dared to challenge the very existence of Whitebeard. Crocodile is well aware of the oppressive force of Conqueror's Haki. However, the overwhelming pressure he once felt from Whitebeard, which had etched itself into his very bones, pales in comparison to the scene that unfolded moments ago. The might of Whitebeard's Haki now seems almost like a gentle drizzle. Confronted by the united front of the three CP9 agents, Crocodile felt confident in his ability to defeat them. Yet, the sheer audacity of simply staring them down and effortlessly subduing them, as Raindrop had done, was nothing short of astonishing. What manner of creature is the fourth admiral? Tiaoyu Luoyu? I beg your pardon, but as you have heard, this so-called commander publicly proclaimed that those three individuals possess some kind of Lucci demeanor, insisting that I confront them. Little did I anticipate their utter incompetence. In a moment of unrestrained force, I sent them flying. Luoyu, exuding an overwhelming aura, helplessly took a swig of strong liquor and remarked, "Surely this trivial matter won't result in a deduction from my performance bonus of 500,000, will it?" A muscle in Aine's cheek twitched, confirming her initial suspicions. The situation, though seemingly trivial, is most troubling when it comes to performance evaluations. Nevertheless, reflecting on the moment when Luoyu cast a glance, he effortlessly dispatched the CP9, who dared to intercept the transport mission, showing no regard for the Navy headquarters whatsoever. The sensation is undeniably exhilarating. Admiral Luoyu, tasked with escorting the notorious warlord Crocodile, is engaged in one of the Navy headquarters' most clandestine missions. No individual may approach the escorting vessel without the direct command of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Aine regained his composure, saluted with precision, and spoke in a solemn tone. Any unauthorized approach will be deemed an act of aggression, and those responsible for the escort are authorized to respond with utmost force. Admiral Luoyu, your performance bonus of 500,000 will remain intact. His deep voice carried an air of undeniable authority. Kabe and Barumabur stood frozen in place. During this period, Aine's attitude towards Luoyu has been nothing short of hostile. Recently, even CP9 was unceremoniously cast aside after a mere disagreement. It was anticipated that Aine would erupt in fury. However, to everyone's astonishment, she displayed a sense of reluctant acceptance. Yet, when recalling the disdainful remarks from Spandam and the four figures embedded within the wreckage of the shattered warship, the situation takes on a different light. This scene is undeniably exhilarating. Is this the prowess of the newly appointed admiral? Surely, my eyes are not deceiving me. Tina's lovely face is etched with astonishment. Beside her, Smoker, with his cigar clenched between his teeth, has already bitten it cleanly in half. Just a moment ago, he felt discontent regarding the exceptional promotion of Luoyu to admiral. However, what transpired moments ago has utterly shattered that notion. Smoker has always believed that possessing an exceedingly rare Logia-type devil fruit, akin to the three admirals, should place him closest to attaining the rank of admiral. Yet, recalling that brief instant when Luoyu single-handedly annihilated CP9 with sheer Haki power leaves him in a state of disbelief. Such tactics are likely beyond the reach of even the formidable powers wielded by the devil fruit he painstakingly commands. Most importantly, is this truly the Conqueror's Haki as he perceives it? The legendary Conqueror's Haki is said to merely cause a certain degree of mental impact, is it not? Yet, in the hands of Luoyu, it has undergone a complete transformation. Pray tell, on the deck, the remaining CP9 newcomer Nero has turned pale, trembling as he feels the weight of Luoyu's gaze. His legs quiver uncontrollably, almost causing him to falter. What has transpired? Have you forgotten that you are also a member of CP9, endowed with the essence of Lucci? Luoyu casually remarked while sipping his drink. With a thud, Nero collapsed onto the ground, hastily waving his hands in denial. No, I do not possess Lucci's essence. I merely seek the assistance of General Luoyu to save the CP members. That military vessel is on the verge of sinking. Our judicial island, after all, aligns with the Marine headquarters under the world government. I earnestly hope you can show leniency, General Luoyu. In the past, as a promising newcomer within CP, Nero had fervently desired to be addressed as possessing Lucci's essence. Yet, at this moment, it has undeniably morphed into a nightmare. Save them. Luoyu adjusted his glasses, casting a glance at the sinking ship in the distance, before nodding. You are correct. Judicial Island and the Marine headquarters are indeed of one family, and lives must be preserved. However, 3:30 is tea time, and 9:30 is breakfast time. Let us postpone the rescue until I finish my morning tea. With that, Luoyu turned on his heel and returned to his own vessel. The stark contrast between his decisive demeanor and his prior declaration of rescue was jarring. Particularly that remark about being one family. Does it truly hold less weight than a simple breakfast? Tina and Smoker stood frozen in place. They had heard of the new Admiral, the gluttonous Luoyu, being obsessively particular about time. However, they never expected it to manifest in such an extreme manner. When did the Navy adopt the habit of having breakfast at 9:30 and afternoon tea at 3:30? More importantly, what on earth is breakfast and afternoon tea? Yet, witnessing Liu turn away, as an admiral, he could turn a blind eye to the impending doom, a luxury Tina and Smoker could not afford. After exchanging a helpless glance, they swiftly turned to command others to initiate a rescue operation. As for Crocodile, who was imprisoned within the cabin, he cast a wary glance at Liu, his face pale with trepidation, before descending into a brooding silence. Prior to witnessing Liu's true strength, Crocodile had felt little desire for escape. However, having witnessed Liu's prowess firsthand, a sense of helplessness gripped him, igniting an urgent yearning to break free. This sensation led Crocodile to question the very essence of his desires, feeling an unadulterated sense of desperation. Hours later, aboard the two already departed warships, apart from leisurely indulging in afternoon tea, the CP9 members were also transferred to the vessels. Tina and Smoker indeed refrained from shackling them, merely tossing them aside carelessly. However, after witnessing the formidable prowess and tactics of the leisurely individual, Spandam and his companions, once brimming with arrogance, were now utterly deflated, retreating to a corner and becoming mere shadows of their former selves. Commander Spandam, what are we to do? Hawk, unable to contain his anxiety, inquired as he unzipped his mouth. This newly appointed fourth admiral, renowned for rivaling Rob Lucci, was he not merely a step above him? Was Lucci truly that powerful? Why did it feel as though this individual surpassed Lucci by a considerable margin? Gabra and the Lion, too, were expressions of dread, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Upon witnessing their reaction, Spandam nearly ground his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "No, I shall find a way to exact my revenge. This fellow is indeed formidable, but let us not forget that Lucci achieved fame long before him and possesses the powers of a devil fruit user." The previous encounter was too abrupt. Gabra did not even utilize his abilities. Had he done so, victory would have been assuredly easier. Within CP9, Rob Lucci was indeed regarded as the strongest. Nevertheless, Gabra and Kaku had consistently pursued him closely, representing the main combat force of CP9. Spandam's fervent endorsement sparked a glimmer of hope in Gabra's eyes. Yet, Hawk interjected once more, while Gabra did not employ his devil fruit powers. Neither did the opponent utilize his hands. The atmosphere in the corner suddenly turned oppressive. Observing Hawk, who was usually so outspoken, the members of CP9 found themselves at a loss for words. These individuals truly lacked memory, yet that unfortunate fellow resembling a hawk offered a rather astute observation, which Tina found quite amusing. Tina, with a cigarette in her mouth, smiled unexpectedly. Little did she anticipate that the new fourth admiral would be such an eccentric character. Humph. Tina, that you may still find amusement now, do not forget that you are required to prepare a report to promptly inform Admiral Sengoku of the events that transpired. Otherwise, while CP9 may not hold you accountable, poor handling of the situation will lead to our own repercussions. Tina's smile abruptly stiffened, and she massaged her temples, lamenting, "If it involves pirates, I take great pleasure in it. However, writing reports makes my head throb. Smoker, why don't you take on the task of writing this report?" "Me?" Smoker nearly bit through his cigar in disbelief. Had he been adept at writing reports, he would have long since been promoted and relocated to the headquarters, rather than languishing as a mere colonel in Logtown after so many years. Brigadier General Tina and Brigadier General Smoker were taken aback when they learned that General Luoyu had already composed a report, albeit rather succinctly. "You may send it over," they were told. Standing behind them, KB performed a formal military salute before promptly handing over the document. Both Tina and Smoker exchanged astonished glances, as Luoyu's initiative had truly exceeded their expectations. Surely, if a general took it upon himself to draft a report, the responsibility could not possibly fall upon them. However, the moment they opened the report, they were left utterly bewildered. Is this considered a tad simplistic? It should be more aptly described as being succinct. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. During the inaugural clock-in at the General S office, the escort mission has been successfully completed, yielding an additional performance reward of 500,000. The current system points total 1,110,000. The ethereal chime resonated unexpectedly. Luoyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, momentarily pausing the action of enjoying her afternoon tea. With the prospect of achieving the impressive performance bonus of 500,000, Luoyu was resolutely determined to succeed. Little did he anticipate that, shortly after welcoming a new arrival, and with still a considerable distance to the Red Earth continent, the system would abruptly declare the completion of his initial task, crediting him with the entire sum of 500,000 performance points. As he beheld his system points surge to 1,100,000, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Having yet to redeem a single treasure chest since the rewards of the check-in system escalated from the bronze to the silver tier, Liu found himself exhilarated by the prospects. Although his points were barely sufficient to meet the threshold, the surge of adrenaline was palpable. Regrettably, his monthly salary of 5 million berries would not be settled until the end of the month. Otherwise, he would have indulged in a lavish spree. Nevertheless, despite the disappointment, the tantalizing proximity of the redemption standard compelled Liu to embrace spontaneity. System, am I eligible to redeem a silver treasure chest now? Ding. Detecting that the host possesses 1,100,000 points, you meet the redemption criteria. Would you like to proceed with the exchange immediately? Luoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon receiving such confirmation, and his urgency became undeniable. System, redeem it for me at once. Ding. Please hold on a moment. Ding. Congratulations, host. 1 million system points have been successfully deducted, and you have received 1 silver treasure chest. This silver treasure chest has a 70% chance of yielding rewards from this dimension and a 30% chance of yielding rewards from an alternate dimension. The rarity of the rewards increases with difficulty, and we wish the host good fortune in your endeavors. Luoyu's facial muscles twitched slightly as he absorbed the information. The initial part of the announcement stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. However, the system's concluding remarks left him with a curious sense of gratitude, as if he were already anticipating the rewards of his venture. In this particular scheme, Luoyu had encountered numerous instances on Blue Star. However, gazing upon the silver treasure chest materializing in his consciousness, he exhaled a deep breath of resignation and resolved to take a gamble. After all, Luoyu had always held steadfast to the belief that a solitary draw could yield a miracle, a single shot that could seize the soul. Presently, there was indeed only 1 silver treasure chest, yet one could not dismiss the possibility of uncovering something extraordinary. System, promptly open the silver treasure chest for me. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully opening the silver treasure chest. A brilliant burst of golden light illuminated the realm of his consciousness. And as Liu beheld the open chest, the echoing sound of the notification resonated in his ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. This item, the tenfold gravity training room, seems somewhat familiar to Luoyu. He paused, gazing at the object that emerged from the silver treasure chest within his consciousness space, instantly recalling the indispensable training facilities for the strong in the Dragon Essence world. These training rooms serve as a shortcut for the youth aspiring to become formidable warriors. Without having utilized a gravity training room, one might indeed lack the qualifications to be deemed a strong individual in the Dragon Essence realm. However, in comparison to the 100-fold gravity training room depicted in the original narrative, this version is significantly diminished, reduced to a mere 10th, leaving no opportunity for mastery. Truly, one gets what one pays for. With a sigh of resignation, Luoyu took a sip of his drink, but soon shifted his mindset. The silver treasure chest, valued at 1 million berries, had only a 30% chance of yielding items from alternate dimensions. Thus, obtaining a 10-fold training room was already quite commendable. Moreover, in the context of the King of the Sea world, one cannot expect to easily achieve stellar outcomes as one can in the Dragon Essence realm. One could argue that a 10-fold gravity facility is already sufficient within the King of the Sea universe. According to the description of the training room, it is an essential tool for advanced warriors seeking to awaken their powers. Luoyu, can you guide me in mastering Haki? A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Luoyu raised an eyebrow, exiting his consciousness space to find Aine, who usually expressed dissatisfaction towards him, now wearing a stubborn expression. You wish to learn Haki? After spending so much time by Zephyr's side, you should be no stranger to it, he replied. On the deck, all eyes turned towards them. Just half a day ago, they had witnessed Luoyu's extraordinary mastery of Conqueror's Haki. If there was anything they were most sensitive to at that moment, it was undoubtedly the term Haki. Luoyu, teacher Zephyr favors physical training. Benz and I have been with him for a decade. We have already had some exposure to Haki training. Aine clenched her fists, her face reflecting her frustration. However, over the years, Benz and I have been unable to awaken Haki, which has hindered our ability to grasp and practice it. Luoyu, you effortlessly mastered both types of Haki, and your Conqueror's Haki is incredibly powerful. You must have a profound understanding of Haki. I hope you can provide me with some guidance. Aine's urgency was palpable as she spoke, her words tinged with an inexplicable desperation. 2 years had passed since the crisis they faced during the rookie assessment. She had always believed that if she worked hard enough, she could quickly harness power, avenge her fallen comrades, and vindicate her teacher, Zephyr. Yet, after witnessing Luoyu's overwhelming strength firsthand, Aine understood that some individuals cannot be surpassed merely through effort. Rather than engaging in futile bravado, it would be wiser to humbly seek guidance. Dual Haki, you say? Luoyu adjusted his glasses, took a sip of the earthy brew, and fell into a brief silence before ultimately shaking his head and saying, Colonel Aine, it is not that I am unwilling to guide you, but rather that the mastery of the 3 forms of Haki is innate. Old Man Zephyr, as the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, should be the most qualified to teach the intricacies of Haki. If you seek a systematic approach to learning, I fear my theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to that of Old Man Zephyr. Seeking my guidance may lead to your disappointment. The notion that the mastery of the 3 Haki forms is innate? Upon hearing these words, the muscles in the faces of those present involuntarily twitched. Had such statements come from another's lips, they would have been met with a torrent of scornful remarks. Yet, having witnessed Luoyu's extraordinary mastery of Conqueror's Haki, they found themselves unable to refute his assertion. Such perversions are not innate. Rather, they are learned behaviors, are they not? They surely do not believe that. Moreover, it is only through such means that they can momentarily quell the discord within their hearts. Is it truly so difficult for Crocodile, the captain, to wield Haki with authority? Always remaining in the ship as cabin alongside Crocodile, when MR2 intervened to rescue them, MR1, who had maintained his indifference, could no longer restrain himself and spoke up for the first time. After enduring numerous failures, he too craved power desperately. In the New World, Haki is one of the most vital means for the weak to become strong. However, not everyone across the vast seas can awaken Haki. The difficulty is so great that even I have hesitated. Otherwise, that straw hat brat would not have found the opportunity to defeat me, Crocodile scoffed disdainfully. Nevertheless, this new Marine Admiral possesses a degree of self-awareness. The Navy is unlike us pirates, having already established a comprehensive training system. And that Old Man Zephyr has served for decades as the chief instructor. Few at sea could rival him in guiding newcomers. If this brat boasts that he can mentor this marine girl for the sake of pride, I would find him somewhat contemptible. His words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly on the silent deck. Nearby, Spandam, harboring a bellyful of frustration, nodded in agreement, finding this rare opportunity to regain a modicum of face. He would certainly not let it slip away. Is that so? Admiral Luoyu, do you not understand the systematic training process? Aine muttered dejectedly, then forced a smile as he continued, Admiral Luoyu, please do not take offense. I do not mean to belittle you. I simply wish to grow stronger swiftly, to possess the strength to protect those who need safeguarding. Although I cannot find a method to learn from you, I am still grateful, Admiral Luoyu. I will strive to master Haki in the days to come. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest for a while. After uttering these words, Aine turned and departed in despondency. Tina and Smoker fell into silence. How could they not be tempted by Haki? When Aine inquired, they too were filled with eagerness, hoping to find a breakthrough through Admiral Luoyu. Unfortunately, the answer they received was as anticipated. After all, under the guidance of the seasoned Zephyr, they were unable to grasp Haki, let alone from Admiral Luoyu. Watching Aine's retreating figure, Luoyu took a sip of his earthy brew, furrowing his brow as thoughts of the gravity training room, which he had just acquired, surfaced in his mind. If memory serves, there was a detailed description inscribed upon it, claiming it to be an essential item for awakening one's power. If the system had not exploited the literal interpretation, perhaps it would also be effective for the dual-color Haki. Upon this realization, Luoyu promptly summoned the system interface and discovered a detailed explanation of the tenfold gravity training chamber. As he perused the ensuing details, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Indeed, when it comes to systems, excellence is assured. Colonel Aine, do you wish to traverse the path of domineering shortcuts? Domineering shortcuts? Aine's strides faltered, his face a portrait of astonishment as he turned back. The The collective nerves of those nearby were instantaneously electrified. Had Luoyu remained silent, it would have been one thing. However, after witnessing Luoyu's extraordinary Conqueror's Haki firsthand, the sudden emergence of such a statement ignited an absurd thought in their minds. Could it be that he truly possesses a method, a shortcut to awaken Haki? Luoyu, are you jesting? Aine clenched his fists, his expression brimming with urgency. All eyes were now fervently fixed on Luoyu. Adjusting his glasses, Luoyu replied with a smile. Do I strike you as one who jests? However, I cannot guarantee the efficacy of this method. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. I can only offer you a chance to gamble. Gamble? Aine was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for Luoyu to propose such a notion, which stood in stark contrast to Zephyr's grounded philosophy. Yet, the thought of Luoyu, barely older than himself, having ascended to the rank of Admiral at such a young age, lingered in his mind. Isn't this a gamble in itself? The ordinary individual treads steadily and ascends the ranks methodically. Yet it is likely that they may never attain such heights in their lifetime. Observing Aine, who had fallen into silence, Luoyu refrained from pressing him further. He had already engaged in communication with the system, and within the training room's manifestation, he could seamlessly integrate with his own cabin. Simultaneously, Luoyu discovered a method to explain the shifts in gravity, allowing him to sidestep scrutiny regarding the secrets he harbored. As for his decision to assist Aine in taking a shortcut, the primary reason lay in Luoyu's aspirations as a diligent worker. He naturally desired to have capable subordinates, so that he could avoid the burdens of handling crises personally and instead effortlessly receive his wages. Was it not exhilarating? The vast deck of the ship suddenly descended into an eerie silence. All eyes fixated on Aine, their anticipation palpable as they yearned to discern her decision. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Aine's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an unseen hand. Confronted with the nonchalant demeanor of Luoyu, a flicker of resolve ignited upon Aine's countenance. Rather than live a lifetime bereft of vengeance, she aspired to grow stronger. General Luoyu, I am willing to take a gamble. Please allow me to traverse the audacious shortcut, even if it leads to my demise. Aine declared through clenched teeth. The assembly was taken aback, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment, utterly unprepared for Aine's affirmative response. Could it be that the awakening of one's prowess truly possessed a shortcut? General Luoyu, I too wish to pursue a shortcut. KB boldly stepped forward, simultaneously tugging at Balumeb's sleeve. Caught off guard, Balumeb found himself the focus of Luoyu's gaze. As a coward, he dared not wager his life. Yet, now he was drawn out by KB, and retreating at this juncture would be a blow to his pride. Most importantly, he had always regarded KB as a rival on the path to strength, and the thought of KB surpassing him was unbearable. General Luoyu, I too wish to take a chance. Smoker and Tina exchanged grim looks, their cigarettes and cigars clenched tightly, as they confronted the reality of being overshadowed by their juniors on this deck, despite their seniority. This visage, I fear, is truly a source of embarrassment. The esteemed General Luoyu, Tina yearns to take a gamble as well. I, too, wish to partake. Smoker and Tina stepped forward, leading the crowd. Within the confines of the cabin, in a secluded corner, the expressions of the inconspicuous crocodile and Spandam suddenly froze. If in the previous moment, Luoyu's solitary declaration merely elicited a sense of absurd conjecture, the sudden emergence of so many voices orchestrating this grand wager undeniably struck a chord within them. Were it not for their allegiances, a seductive whisper of temptation would have ensnared their minds, urging them to gamble as well. However, as this thought began to take root in their consciousness, it was swiftly quelled. Spandam could not contain himself, sneering softly to himself. Heh, this newly appointed general is still far too naive. If there were indeed shortcuts to awakening Haki, my CP9 would have long since ascended to CP0, instead of remaining on Judicial Island. Just watch, this foolish and naive fourth general will ultimately become a source of ridicule. Crocodile, is awakening Haki truly so arduous? MR1 could not help but glance at him. Crocodile, still maintaining an expression of indifference, nodded and replied, That fellow is indeed inexperienced, yet he speaks some truth. Just observe. But do not harbor excessive hopes. Consider it merely a spectacle. The hushed conversation, of course, did not escape the ears of others. Tina and the others momentarily paused, preparing to retort, but were halted by Luoyu's gesture. Enough, the hour grows late, and I shall soon take my midday respite. I do not wish to squander time. Henceforth, your task is quite simple. Those willing to gamble may enter my cabin. To mitigate any unnecessary repercussions, I shall confine the use of Conqueror's Haki to a specific range, gradually applying pressure to compel the awakening of your Haki. Of course, should any among you lack the potential for Haki, then death shall be your fate. Guiding through the impact of Haki, the minds of those present erupted in realization. They finally understood why Luoyu had warned them of imminent danger upon speaking. After witnessing Luoyu's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, it became clear that withstanding such an onslaught could indeed cost them their lives. Aine clenched his fist repeatedly, ultimately striding decisively toward the ship's cabin where Luoyu stood. Kobe hastily followed suit, his legs trembling like twisted dough, while the regretful Barumabur hurried after them with a sorrowful expression. As for Tina and Smoker, they had already taken their first step when the decision was made, leaving them no room for retreat. Through the open door, as they observed the five converge within the cabin, Crocodile and Spandam felt an intense tension, their faces betraying a sense of urgency. They were eager to witness Luoyu's moment of failure. General Luoyu, we are prepared. Your earlier display of Conqueror's Haki was merely a glimpse. I am eager to experience it firsthand and see how long I can endure, Smoker declared, cigar in mouth. Tina quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, I too wish to partake. Please, General Luoyu, show no mercy. We are ready. Ready, are you? Luoyu adjusted his golden glasses. Standing several meters away from the cabin, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since you are prepared, allow me to inform you of one thing. Smoking is prohibited indoors. With that, Luoyu's smile widened, and the dormant Conqueror's Haki within him erupted like a tidal wave. As the floor beneath him cracked, the force surged toward Smoker and Tina. Simultaneously, the gravity training room, integrated with the cabin, displayed a crimson screen that abruptly switched to 3. The moment they engaged, the gravity intensified to threefold, a sensation akin to an immense burden pressing down upon them. Most importantly, through the system's explanation, Luoyu realized that this gravity training room functioned almost as if it were modified by magic, capable of absorbing his Conqueror's Haki and applying it comprehensively throughout the cabin. Thus, combined with the gravity, the impact of the Conqueror's Haki enveloped everyone within the cabin, creating an overwhelming sensation akin to being crushed beneath a mountain. Their bodies buckled under the immense pressure, crashing heavily to the ground. As the colossal force erupted, the specially designed thick deck of the warship began to crack, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across its surface. The 5 individuals who had stepped into the cabin appeared to be squeezed by an invisible force, firmly pinned against the deck. The cigars and cigarettes held by Smoker and Tina were already bitten through. Had their reflexes not been quick, they too would have been caught in the fallout. Feeling the tremendous pressure weighing down upon them, it was clear that not even Kobe and the others could withstand it. Even Smoker and Tina found it challenging to turn over and utter a word, overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of domineering pressure that assaulted their minds. In the words of Luoyu, it felt akin to being crushed beneath a mountain, with the echoes of a monk's chant resonating in their ears. Their bodies and spirits alike were enduring relentless torment. Simultaneously, the crimson digits on the gravity display surged upward, intensifying the oppressive sensation that seemed as if it could obliterate them. The heavy floor gradually bore the imprint of a human form, as if the very bones were unable to withstand the burden, emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds that reverberated eerily across the desolate deck. The atmosphere left Crocodile, Gabra, and the others in a state of sheer numbness. Is this truly a shortcut to awakening one's dominance? It feels entirely like a grand sight of ambush. Intuition suggests that all it takes is for Luoyu to exert a little more effort. The desperate Navy personnel would surely be crushed to a pulp, wouldn't they? No. I cannot endure any longer. Spandam's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, his body weakening. Had it not been for Gabra and the others, who promptly rushed to support him, he would have likely succumbed, foaming at the mouth, and fallen to the ground. Indeed, the warship they occupied had distanced itself from the likes of Luoyu and his companions in advance. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, under precise control, was predominantly concentrated within the confines of the ship, with only a mere fraction seeping outward. Otherwise, the Navy soldiers transferred to another vessel would have already succumbed to the floor. Nonetheless, as they felt the pervasive invisible pressure enveloping the entire expanse, everyone present experienced a sensation of suffocation, as if their hearts were ensnared by an unseen hand. Yet, in that moment, whether it was CP9 or Crocodile and his associates, they all bore the discomfort and fixated their gazes intently upon Luoyu. They were eager to ascertain how he would react when faced with subordinates seemingly on the brink of being shattered. If the shortcut to harnessing Haki remained unattainable, what would Ryu do? Most importantly, was this truly the Conqueror's Haki as they understood it? How could it manifest in such a monstrous manner? Is it still not sufficient? Ryu raised an eyebrow, took a sip of the earthy brew, and smiled. It seemed that death was still just a step away. I hope you can survive this. The people present felt a sudden chill run down their spines. Is this the path to destruction? In the current situation, is it not already dire enough? The air trembled violently. An invisible force of oppression surged once more. In the gravity training chamber, the originally triple gravity instantaneously escalated to quintuple. The 5 individuals within the confines of the ship's cabin found themselves crushing the deck beneath them. The moment 5 agonized screams erupted in unison. Crocodile and his companions felt their pupils constrict sharply, their eyes nearly bursting with shock. The shortcut to harnessing Haki, which they had long speculated about, had indeed been realized. Waves of superficial armed Haki surged forth from within the 5, flooding their bodies and enveloping their surfaces in an instant. The domineering aura, seemingly as fragile as smoke, at this moment augmented their body's resilience to pressure. Upon witnessing this, Luoyu secretly sighed in relief while swiftly dissipating the quintuple gravity and the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki that permeated the training room. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. The products of the system are undoubtedly of superior quality. Death can indeed enhance the probability of Haki awakening. However, Luoyu firmly believed that without the auxiliary effects of this gravity training room, even subjecting someone to relentless pressure 10 times over would yield no results. According to the system, this is an indispensable artifact for the awakening of a powerful force, suddenly released from the mental strain and the quintuple gravity bearing down upon them. Aine and the others jolted awake, momentarily disoriented. They paid no heed to the fatigue and soreness that enveloped their bodies, nor to their drenched garments. Observing the weak Haki instinctively coiling around their forms for self-protection after grappling with life and death, Aine was utterly bewildered. Did I succeed? I distinctly recall being pressed against the deck, nearly crushed, and then it felt as if my brain had exploded, releasing a surge of power within me. A sensation akin to silken smoothness. So this is Haki? Aine murmured to himself. Smoker and the others shared his bewilderment, gazing at the weak armament Haki wrapping around their bodies. Their memories were but fleeting fragments, culminating in a recollection of being pinned to the floor, screaming in silence. And then the Haki had leaked out. The entire process evoked an inexplicable sense of exhilaration as they recalled it. They had never anticipated that the awakening of Haki would be as smooth as silk. Lord Crocodile, did you not say that awakening Haki is exceedingly difficult? MR1 could no longer contain his impatience, his gaze fixated on Smoker and the others, unable to refrain from expressing, if possible. I too would wish to be pressed against the deck, allowing my Haki to awaken as seamlessly as silk. Crocodile and the members of CP9 wore expressions of deep discontent. This statement indeed sounds somewhat peculiar. However, witnessing the transformation within a mere 2 to 3 minutes, one can awaken the long-cherished and diligently honed charisma with an elegance as smooth as silk. Such a result. Who would not wish to be pressed against the deck and rubbed? If Luoyu were to speak now, who among us would dare to take a chance? Even Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, would likely find himself unable to resist nodding in agreement. However, witnessing the awakening of the meticulously honed Haki into a smooth and seamless flow in merely 2 or 3 minutes is indeed remarkable. Such a result. Who would not desire to be pressed against the deck and ground down? If Luoyu were to speak now, who among them would dare to try? Even Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, would likely find himself nodding in agreement. In an instant, the vast deck fell into a profound silence. Observing that merely 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed, 5 individuals had awakened their Haki. The earlier scene, where they nearly faced obliteration, now seemed trivial in comparison. General Luoyu, is this truly Haki? Aine, momentarily regaining his senses, still found it hard to believe. The others, including Kobe and Smoker, were no exception. They had indeed meandered perilously close to the gates of death. However, to awaken the Haki they had diligently trained for after just 2 or 3 minutes was nothing short of astonishing. The result is simply surreal. Although it may be somewhat lacking in strength, it can still be regarded as imposing, and indeed, it is a piece of good news. Luoyu adjusted his glasses and remarked, however, having heard the good news, there is now a piece of bad news I must share with you. Bad news. Aine paused briefly, then hurriedly replied, General Luoyu, Our swift awakening of the imposing presence this time is entirely due to your assistance. I had originally intended to apply for a transfer from this vessel upon our return, relinquishing my duties as a navigator. Yet, in gratitude for your remarkable support, I am willing to remain aboard this warship and dedicate myself entirely to you. Entirely? Luoyu raised an eyebrow, a warm smile gracing his features. Aine, I find your words most pleasing. You just expressed your willingness to give everything. Do you truly mean it? Absolutely no regrets? Aine, filled with fervor, suddenly felt a sense of apprehension. Especially under the scrutiny of Luoyu's gaze, an utterly absurd thought surfaced in his mind. Indeed, it seems I spoke too boldly. Would this lead her to engage in certain antics reminiscent of the comic books? However, if I were to speak out now, it would likely be ill-advised, wouldn't it? Luoyu, the Grand General, I am indeed willing to sacrifice everything, but that does not encompass such matters. Aine gritted his teeth, stammering as he attempted to articulate his thoughts. Yet, as his words fell, Luoyu's fingers had already playfully flicked against his forehead. Women, indeed, possess a more colorful nature than men. Nevertheless, fear not. I harbor no interest in you whatsoever. Did you not just profess a willingness to give everything? Surely, your companions wish to repay me as well. Earlier, when I inadvertently exerted too much force while awakening your domineering spirit, I shattered the warship. Therefore, for the sake of my performance and salary, the matter of compensation shall be your responsibility. Thanks. With that parting remark, Luoyu turned without a backward glance, waving her hand as she vanished into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already on the deck of the warship belonging to Crocodile and the others. Observing her retreating figure, Aine was left in a daze, instinctively glancing down at his own reasonably well-endowed physique. Could it be that her peaks are deemed more enticing than my accomplishments? I nearly risked everything. You dare tell me it is still the berries that reign supreme? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe, for I am, after all, the belle of the headquarters. Yet, in Luoyu's eyes, even 500,000 berries seemed trivial. Be careful, the ship is going to break, KB suddenly exclaimed. On the vast deck, only the 5 of them remained, as the others had long been relocated. Once Luoyu departed, the deck, already riddled with cracks, finally succumbed to the strain and collapsed with a resounding crash. Witnessing this scene, KB and the others had no time to ponder, hastily fleeing the wreckage. By the time they boarded another warship, the battered vessel had been largely engulfed by the sea, leaving only a skeletal frame behind. What a terrifying display of Conqueror's Haki, capable of shattering a specially crafted warship. Surviving this ordeal truly feels like a second chance at life, and Tina felt immensely fortunate. Tina retrieved a cigarette, intending to take a deep drag to calm her nerves. However, recalling how Luoyu had pressed her down on the deck, forbidding her from smoking, she instinctively tucked it away. After confirming that Luoyu was nowhere to be found, presumably off indulging in leisure, Tina suddenly remembered something significant and urgently inquired. By the way, do you know how much it costs to construct a warship? Tina felt as though she had unknowingly fallen into a deep pit. Smog and others were momentarily taken aback. Both he and Tina were capable naval elites, each possessing their own warships. However, they were not inclined to destroy a ship over a disagreement. They were fully aware of the value of a naval vessel. Instinctively, they turned their gazes towards the exceptional talents nurtured by Zephyr. Feeling the scrutiny from those around her, Aine was also momentarily stunned. In that instant, she comprehended why she felt unremarkable. This warship was a special class equipped for admirals, capable of traversing the doldrums. According to Zephyr's words, it should be valued at 300 million berries. If we were to combine our salaries, we would be facing a deduction equivalent to 20 months' worth of pay. A 20-month salary deduction? Kobe and the others nearly choked on their disbelief. Their wages were already meager, and now they faced the prospect of such a significant reduction. This is nothing short of a relentless push to the brink of poverty for them once more. At this moment, they finally grasped why Luoyu had set this trap for them. Smoker and the others exchanged helpless glances, and Tina, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "Admiral Luoyu. According to naval regulations, as an admiral you possess certain exemptions. As long as you report truthfully to Admiral Sengoku, I am certain that the damages to this warship can be reimbursed." Reimburse Sengoku? Luoyu stepped out from the shadows, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses, and replied, "Let us consider that. Not long ago, I shattered the naval headquarters. I was hoping for another performance evaluation and do not wish for Sengoku to find an excuse to deny me. I prefer tangible results. This time, it is indeed a burden on you all. By the way, remember to report in a manner that prioritizes good news over bad. Who knows, if Sengoku is pleased, he might reduce the salary deductions. Tina and the others were momentarily petrified. They glanced at the yawning and stretching figure of the esteemed Admiral. They truly could not comprehend how a warship worth hundreds of millions was not more enticing than a mere performance evaluation of 500,000. Of course, if one were to follow Luoyu's reasoning, tangible results indeed hold more allure than unattainable berries. Nonetheless, they merely grumbled a little, reflecting on how effortlessly the overwhelming aura had awakened in just a couple of minutes. Everything is evidently worth it. At the naval headquarters in Marineford, thousands are fervently engaged in the renovation of the main building. With overnight efforts, the repairs have achieved a remarkable 50 to 60% completion within a week. Such efficiency could only be attributed to sheer financial prowess, perhaps. Haha, Sengoku, do not wear such a morose expression. It is merely a few hundred million berries for the renovation costs. If this year's military budget falls short, you can always dip into your retirement funds to cover it. Garp chuckled, playfully nudging Sengoku's shoulder. Be quiet, Sengoku retorted, casting a glare back at him. Do you even have the audacity to mention my retirement funds? Over the years, the amount you have borrowed from me could easily surpass my entire retirement savings. If anyone is to cover the costs, it should be you first. Both of them were in the same predicament, and lately, Sengoku had been experiencing an unsettling sense of foreboding. He mused that he had never felt such an omen even when confronting the Golden Lion. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he surveyed the surroundings, yet found no clues. However, as time progressed, a heavy feeling weighed upon his heart. Haha, Garp, no wonder you have been trying to get close to me lately. It seems you cannot borrow any funds from Sengoku. It appears I was wise not to lend you any money. Zephyr laughed as he approached from a distance. As high-ranking officers of the Navy, the three were old comrades who had faced life and death together, and they no longer cared about their salaries. Nevertheless, both Sengoku and Zephyr often supplemented the naval headquarters and the rookie academy with their own earnings, living lives that were far from affluent. Thus, they paid little mind to Garp's antics of seeking financial advantage. Garp, if you truly find yourself short on funds, a stroll through the new world might yield some fortune. Just take down a few careless adversaries, and you will have enough to cover your expenses, Zephyr suggested with a grin. Garp shot him a look of disdain. Let us not entertain such ideas. If that reaches the ears of those old geezers in the world government, they might think I'm trying to fleece them. What if they send me off with a mere banner as a token of gratitude? That little brat, Luffy, said it well. Do only as much work as the pay warrants. It is honorable to benefit from others, but shameful to be taken advantage of. I would rather borrow from Tsuru instead. Zephyr and Sengoku exchanged incredulous glances. Honoring the notion of benefiting from others while being exploited themselves? How perplexing. What a peculiar motto this is. Observing Garp, who was already a slothful figure, now further ensnared by Luoyu's toxic platitudes, to send him into the wild. One might as well be attempting to ascend to the heavens. Never mind, do not mention that little brat. What was initially a short-term escort mission has tragically morphed into a prolonged endeavor, and it remains uncertain whether he has even encountered the individual responsible for the escort. Sengoku rubbed his throbbing temples. Prior to Luoyu's arrival, the slothful champion Kizaru and the drowsy young Chinjo had already been a headache. Now, with the addition of yet another lethargic admiral, Sengoku felt as though he had sprouted several more gray hairs. Huh, Sengoku, why fret so? This is merely the nature of the strong. Garp laughed heartily. Do not forget, you once bore the nickname Old Lamb yourself, now that you've become a marshal. Do you think no one remembers? Moreover, regardless of Luoyu's unreliability, he is still a vice admiral of the Navy, as long as he performs adequately. The task will surely be accomplished. Do you not comprehend the principle of revealing a person's strengths rather than their weaknesses? Sengoku shot a glare, clearly unwilling to dwell on this topic, quickly shifting the conversation. Fine, I shall take a moment to make a call and inquire. Just mentioning that fellow makes my eyelids twitch. Sengoku, you ought to relax, if you cannot trust that little brat. Do you not also have faith in the troops I personally trained? Zephyr consoled with a smile. Aine was indeed one of the finest newcomers back in the day. After that incident, her demeanor has become considerably more composed. With her present, I am confident that the escort mission will proceed smoothly. Look, my din mushy is ringing. It seems Aine is providing her scheduled update on the mission progress. This certainly instills a sense of reliability. As he spoke, Zephyr cheerfully retrieved the din mushy. Sengoku, standing nearby, immediately perked up. Upon seeing the den mushi and the facts it produced, his expression faltered. What is this? A repair assessment? 2 warships have been destroyed. The repair costs amount to 600 million berries. Did that little brat greet the 4 emperors upon setting sail? How could 2 warships be destroyed? Were they attacked by the 4 emperors? These pirates are truly brazen. Sengoku's expression darkened, and he erupted in fury. He often criticized Luoyu's lethargic demeanor. Yet one must acknowledge that Liu was still a vice admiral of the navy and wielded the formidable 3-color Haki. His strength should not be underestimated. Were it not for an encounter with the 4 emperors, there were few who could threaten an admiral upon the vast seas. Sengoku, do not act impulsively. There is still more from the den mushi. Zephyr's expression also turned serious, as he clenched the den mushi tightly, speaking coldly. If those ruffians truly possess such arrogance, I shall forsake the title of not killing admirals and ensure their annihilation. I intend to make them understand that the Navy is not a soft persimmon to be easily squished. As a former admiral of the Navy, Zephyr is renowned for his moniker, the one who does not kill. Regrettably, with the tragic loss of his family and the massacre of his students, this principle has taken on an ironic hue. Were it not for the enduring justice of the Navy, Zephyr would still harbor great expectations. Alas, the phrase not killing has, in reality, transformed into sheer slaughter. Falling Feather, whom he personally recommended for the position of the 4th Admiral of the Navy, is thus considered a protege of sorts. However, should he encounter misfortune on his inaugural solo command at sea, it would be a devastating turn of fate. This surge of wrath was something Zephyr could scarcely swallow. Garp's expression was equally grim as he swiftly tore off the 2nd telegram from the den mushi he had just received. I too wish to discern which of the emperors dares to target my protege. Do they truly believe I have grown feeble? His words resonated with an air of sternness, laced with an icy undertone. Garp could hardly contain his curiosity as he lowered his gaze to the den mushi's message. Yet his demeanor faltered momentarily. Garp, why do you remain silent? Is it Whitebeard? Or perhaps Charlotte and Kaido? Could it possibly be that red-haired fellow? Just because he is the youngest of the 4 emperors, does he presume to brazenly assault our newly appointed admiral? Sengoku bellowed with fury. Are they attempting to shatter our naval livelihood? It seems we, at the Navy headquarters, have not taken action for so long that they have forgotten the capabilities of us old-timers. His words were laden with a palpable sense of menace, mirrored in Zephyr's equally fierce countenance. Observing the resolute expressions of his erstwhile comrades, Garp cleared his throat and forced an awkward yet dignified smile. In truth, should that young lad witness your concern, I believe he would be quite pleased. However, I bear tidings of good fortune. It is not the 4 emperors who have threatened our livelihood, but rather, can I assert that it was that young rascal who has caused the upheaval? That young scoundrel has wreaked havoc upon our resources? This is utter nonsense. To venture out to sea and destroy 2 warships, does he truly consider my retirement benefits to be lavish enough to warrant compensation? Or is it inscribed upon my forehead that I am a greedy fool, deserving of his reparations? Sengoku raged, exasperated. He had already resolved to confront the situation head-on, only to discover that the threat to their sustenance had come from within their ranks. What distinguishes this from disrobing and informing me of the handle? It is utterly vexing. Garp, hasten to examine how these 2 warships were destroyed. Did that brat not claim that salaries and duties were well in order? If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation, I shall ensure his wages are entirely withheld. Zephyr, too, was taken aback. This outcome defied logic. He swiftly followed the transmission in Garp's hand. One vessel belonged to Judicial Island, while the other was a standard battleship for admirals. Garp perused the document, which indicated that Tina and Smoker encountered CP-9 at Judicial Island, intending to intercept a transport mission. Upon the arrival of Luoyu, he inadvertently sank the warship. The other vessel met a similar fate as Luoyu. In an effort to assist Aine and others in awakening their Haki, accidentally caused its destruction. That brat, indeed, is a splendid prodigy cultivated by me, displaying such care for his companions. Care for his companions? Sengoku seized the transmission from Garp's grasp, exclaiming in exasperation. Aine is trained under Zephyr for so long, and even Zephyr could not guarantee her awakening Haki. You tell me that this brat destroyed his own warship to assist someone in awakening Haki. Is this not sheer folly? Zephyr, as the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, did you not inform that brat that not everyone is as extraordinary as he is? Or does he believe that such extraordinary abilities are contagious? You must provide an explanation. Zephyr had not anticipated that the destruction of the warship would be tied to Aine. Yet, before he could speak, he glanced at the reverse side of the transmission in Sengoku's hand, his pupils dilating in shock as he snatched the document away, urgently proclaiming, "Sengoku, Garp, you must look at what is written on the back of this transmission." Sengoku, filled with righteous indignation, had just begun to speak when he abruptly swallowed his words, his expression morphing into one of disbelief. 5. It stated that Luoyu had assisted Aine and her 4 companions in awakening their armament Haki within a mere 2 to 3 minutes, during which he inadvertently shattered the warship. Simultaneously, Aine and her companions expressed their willingness to forego their salaries to compensate for the warship's loss. Zephyr clenched the transmission tightly, hastily reading aloud its contents. As the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, Zephyr was acutely aware of the arduous nature of awakening Haki, particularly with Aine, who had been by his side for years. Zephyr had made numerous attempts to aid her in awakening her Haki, all resulting in disappointment. Yet now, he was being told that Luoyu accomplished this feat in a mere 2 to 3 minutes. Were it not for his knowledge that Aine would never jest about such matters, Zephyr would surely find this unbelievable. The years he had invested paled in comparison to the mere moments of another. The disparity is indeed staggering. Most importantly, Zephyr remains oblivious to how Luoyu managed it. In merely 2 or 3 minutes, 5 individuals awakened their Haki and inadvertently shattered a warship? Sengoku's expression stiffened as he snatched the facts and turned to leave hastily. Garp, witnessing this, exclaimed in urgency, "Sengoku, what are you doing? It's merely the destruction of a warship. If Luoyu truly facilitated the awakening of Aine and the others' Haki, that is an extraordinary achievement." Zephyr nodded in agreement. In his eyes, the warship indeed required substantial manpower and resources to construct. However, when weighed against the awakening of Haki, the two are worlds apart. Where can I go? This little brat is utterly ridiculous. Why didn't he mention the method to awaken Haki sooner? I shall inspect the dock to see how many idle warships remain that he could shatter. A mere 100 or so warships, I can still afford to compensate, Sengoku declared with grandiosity. Observing Sengoku, who just a moment prior seemed ready to confront Luoyu, now transformed entirely, both Garp and Zephyr stared in astonishment. Indeed, when it comes to changing one's demeanor, leaders excel. However, before they could fully process this transformation, the re-emergence of the transponder snail's facts left them utterly dumbfounded. Gazing at the contents, the 3 appeared as though they had seen a ghost. 2 warships had been shattered by General Luoyu utilizing the Conqueror's Haki. This succinct statement imprinted an indelible mark upon their minds. After exchanging incredulous glances, their expressions mirrored disbelief. Sengoku, who had intended to confront, promptly returned and snatched the facts again, confirming it thrice before stating, "Did that little brat conceal his Conqueror's Haki back then? Or has his Conqueror's Haki strengthened during this period? To shatter 2 warships solely with Conqueror's Haki. If this is true, he may surpass even that red-haired fellow, wouldn't you agree? No, I should say, he brings that individual to mind." Sengoku, are you suggesting that Luoyu's Conqueror's Haki could rival Rock's? Zephyr could no longer contain himself. Sengoku nodded gravely, indeed. To wield Conqueror's Haki to such an extent. In this vast sea, it is likely only he possesses such capability. It seems our Navy headquarters has truly struck gold this time. I must head to the dock and expedite the dispatch of a new ship for that little brat. This time, I shall ensure he is accompanied by several aides. Compared to the awakening of Haki, shattering 10 or 8 warships is trivial. Zephyr urged, "Hurry and find out where they are." Observing the once desperate and impoverished state of the battlefield now in a frenzy, Zephyr was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly perused the recently received facts and remarked, according to Aine, they were about to arrive at the Gate of Justice on the Red Soul continent. Once they traversed this gate, they could harness the ocean currents to hasten their journey to the great prison of Advanced City. As long as the handover was completed, the mission would reach a successful conclusion. The Red Soul continent? The Gate of Justice? The expression on Zhangguo's face faltered as he suddenly recalled an important matter, his visage turning ashen. Damn it, how could I have forgotten such a thing? Now I understand why I have been so restless lately. Given that little rascal's unconventional methods, one could only hope to avoid any troublesome encounters, lest they find themselves in a precarious predicament. Meanwhile, several nautical miles away from the Gate of Justice on the Red Soul continent, a battle-scarred warship surged through the waves with haste. On the bow deck, Luoyu was savoring a drink while flipping skewers of barbecue. occasionally sprinkling homemade cumin powder that instantly intensified the aroma, filling the entire deck. The sight left everyone present in a daze, unable to resist the urge to swallow. Faced with Luoyu's deft gestures and the tantalizing skewers, if one had not witnessed his strength and prowess firsthand, they might have mistaken him for a renowned chef. A skewer of barbecue paired with a drink. Indeed, there is no greater delight than idling at work. Luoyu took a hearty bite of the lamb skewer, followed by a gulp of homemade liquor, and began to reflect contentedly. In that moment, the air was thick with anticipation, causing the stomachs of Kobe and his companions, who were diligently honing their mastery of Haki, to rumble audibly. Having recently endured a series of taxing events, coupled with the severe depletion of their stamina following the awakening of their Haki, the five of them found themselves at a disadvantage before the sumptuous spread laid out before them. Lieutenant General Luoyu, I wish to consult you on a matter. A voice unexpectedly resonated. Luoyu raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Gabra, who stood a few meters behind him, taken aback by his sudden interjection. Gabra, what are you doing? Even if we are famished, we shall not partake in this meager offering, Spandam interjected, hastily wiping away the drool at the corner of his mouth. We shall soon arrive at the gates of justice, and once we reach the Red Continent, I can fulfill any desires you may have. Do not forget, we are the strongest CP9 in the history of Judicial Island. As the highest commander of Judicial Island, Spandam had never anticipated being attacked twice in a single day, and by the same individual at that. The disparity in strength was indeed monumental. However, that did not imply he would swallow his pride. Commander Spandam, you are mistaken. You cannot fulfill our needs. Gabra replied earnestly, his expression grave. Can you assist us in awakening our Haki? If you can, we certainly would not need to beg. Lieutenant General Luoyu, if you are willing, we could shoulder the maintenance costs of 300 million without requiring you to spend a single cent. Interjected the nearby head eagle and lion, their faces reflecting urgency. The competition for supremacy within CP9 had never truly waned. They were indeed adept in the Navy's 6 styles and had delved into fusion techniques and the profundities of the 6 styles. However, should they awaken the dual-color Haki, their power would undoubtedly surge, possibly allowing them to surpass their rivals. Witnessing the seamless awakening of Haki by Aine and the others, they were unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. Aine and his companions were equally astonished. The proud CP9 had resorted to such humility, a development that exceeded their expectations. Yet, they too were eager to discern Luoyu's response. This is certainly not an issue, Luoyu replied, taking a sip of his earthy brew with a smile. No issue. Gabra's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his gaze. Lieutenant General Luoyu, do you truly wish to aid us in awakening our Haki? When shall we commence? Or rather, we are already prepared and can begin at any moment. The assembly fell silent, taken aback. In their eyes, the awakening of dual-color Haki was an unattainable feat, let alone receiving assistance from a revered general. Yet, the moment CP9 expressed their desire, Liu had readily acquiesced. Is this act born out of genuine goodwill or compelled by the formidable authority of CP? Spandam momentarily faltered, only to soon break into a disdainful laugh. It is indeed surprising that such a distinguished Vice Admiral of the Navy would acquiesce so readily. Is he attempting to atone for the earlier affront he committed against me, the highest authority of Judicial Island? If that is the case, I may be magnanimous enough to forgive you. Forgive me? Luoyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and replied, why would I need to forgive you? Once we disembark, do not forget to settle the fare for the favorable winds. As for your desire for my assistance in awakening your Haki, that is certainly not an issue. Here is an application form. Kindly fill in your personal information and then approach our Navy Department to seek approval from the Marshal, Chief of Staff, Chief Instructor, and other leaders at various levels. Once you obtain their endorsements and stamps, you shall wait 7 working days, after which I will consider the feasibility and provide you with a response. Oh. And do not forget to submit requests for meal allowances, overtime pay, and performance bonuses. I do not wish to work for free. I trust you have understood my words clearly. If not, I have no intention of repeating myself. The atmosphere grew tense, with expressions frozen across the faces of those present. Not only the members of CP9, such as Spandam, but even those like Aine were equally taken aback. As the application forms fluttered down to the deck in the sea breeze, everyone found themselves at a loss for words. Application approvals, a wait of 7 working days, meal allowances, overtime pay, and performance bonuses with commissions. Is this a joke? This is their first encounter with such a procedural approach. However, upon reflecting on the recent conduct of Luoyu, Aine and the others couldn't help but exchange wry smiles, each harboring the same thought in their minds. Such a method is truly audacious. The mere thought that Luoyu had not been successfully taken advantage of by the arrogant CP9 filled their hearts with unspoken delight. "You insolent wretch, how dare you mock me? Do not forget that I am the highest authority of Judicial Island." Spandam roared in fury. "I have never heard of such extensive processes in the operations of your marine headquarters. Are you rejecting our goodwill? Rejecting your goodwill?" Luoyu replied with a smirk. "I apologize. It is I who intended to express my goodwill. The thought of dealing with the client has often crossed my mind. Unfortunately, the old man Sengoku is still covering my repair costs, and I cannot bear to strike. Since you stand on equal footing with the fleet admiral, I shall accommodate you as the client." Boom. The Conqueror's Haki, dormant within Luoyu, erupted under his precise mental control. A crimson shockwave surged forth, piercing through the void like a streak of silk. In the blink of an eye, it rushed towards Spandam. As he beheld the rapidly enlarging attack in his vision, Spandam was momentarily dazed, nearly unable to refrain from slapping himself. The fellow dared to strike his superior. Unfortunately, faced with such a close-range assault, Spandam was evidently caught off guard. Once again, he was sent flying away. A resounding boom echoed through the air. The invisible force propelled Spandam hundreds of meters away, causing him to crash headlong into the colossal gates of justice that were about to open. The immense impact reverberated, shaking the great door violently and startling those waiting for passage. Luoyu observed as Spandam tumbled onto the platform, a frown creasing his brow. He had not anticipated encountering two familiar flags in this place. The tremendous force caused the tightly shut gates of justice to shudder ominously. This is the world government, established among three major institutions, serving as a crucial facility for altering ocean currents. Once one passes through the gate of justice, one can harness the correct sea current, swiftly reaching their destination. Simultaneously, this gate allows for traversal across the red line, significantly reducing the time required to reach the new world. According to records from the Navy headquarters, utilizing the gate of justice to access the new world is exponentially faster than the arduous journey across the deep sea, which would typically take several days. General Luffy, behind the gate of justice, stands at the threshold of the red line. However, it seems somewhat inappropriate to have sent CP9's highest officer flying so effortlessly, mused Kobe with a wry smile. His current responsibility closely resembles that of Bogart aboard Captain Garp's ship, primarily ensuring that Luffy does not inadvertently create a catastrophe. Yet, with a mere glare, he had dispatched Spandam with ease. Kobe found himself pondering whether Spandam was simply too weak or if his own capabilities were inadequate to intervene in time. "Did you see me strike? I have not laid a hand on him," Luffy remarked, adjusting his golden-rimmed spectacles and surveying the deck. Wherever his gaze fell, all present hastily turned away. The fate of Spandam was evident, and they wished to avoid being sent flying upon making eye contact. Who dares to instill fear in Lord Charlos? A cacophony akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from the ship's dock, awaiting the opening of the gate of justice. Kobe and the others instantly changed their expressions, hurriedly following the sound. It was the flag of the Celestial Dragons. How could they be here? Tina felt a surge of anxiety. From the very first day she joined the Navy, a dedicated lesson in the Naval Academy had detailed the existence of these world nobles. The Celestial Dragons. 8 centuries ago, a world government was established, comprised of 20 monarchs, with 19 of them claiming descent from the Creator, thus enjoying immense privileges. Should they ever be affronted, admirals and even CP0 must mobilize to safeguard them. It can be said that for an ordinary person to encounter a celestial dragon would be akin to a nightmare. Just moments ago, Luoyu had sent Spandam flying, and at such a critical juncture, it was likely that he had provoked the celestial dragons. As Spandam crashed down onto the platform, his body aching, a look of sheer ecstasy spread across his face. Initially, he had been contemplating how to regain his standing. However, the appearance of the celestial dragon was nothing short of fortuitous for him. "Someone, bind Spandam," he commanded. "Let him deal with the consequences of his disrespect towards the celestial dragons on his own." Luoyu dusted himself off and stood up, leaving everyone present momentarily bewildered, Spandam included. After all, he was the victim. He had been planning to turn the situation to his advantage, completely unprepared for Luoyu's sudden proclamation. Most importantly, after witnessing Luoyu's prowess firsthand, even Gabra and the others from CP9 dared not utter a sound at such a critical moment. They could only watch in stunned silence. Are you the newly appointed 4th Admiral of the Navy? A muffled voice suddenly broke the tension. Soon, the crowd on the platform parted to reveal a celestial dragon, adorned with a helmet reminiscent of an aquarium, dragging a trail of mucus behind him. If Luoyu's memory served him correctly, this individual was none other than the celestial dragon Charlos, who had previously been educated by Monkey D. Luffy in the original narrative. He had not anticipated encountering him here. This indeed represents the greatest trouble in the world. The esteemed Lord Charles Rousant, undeniably the 4th Admiral of the Navy, has become the subject of considerable speculation across the seas, known as the gluttonous Tiaoyu, a figure clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with a mask and possessing a somewhat diminutive stature, emerged behind Charles Rousant. Observing this attire, Tiaoyu felt yet another wave of astonishment. Indeed, even amidst these gluttons, there exists an even greater one. It was unexpected to discover that the celestial dragon's travels included the presence of CP0. Spandam, why do you not hasten over here? CP0 cast a sharp glare back. As an organization that surpasses CP9, reputed to be the most formidable intelligence agency, directly answering to the elders, even Spandam, the highest commander of CP9, found himself overshadowed. Spandam's complexion paled, entirely unprepared to encounter the enigmatic CP0 here. However, upon remembering that his father, Spandane, was also among them, he could not afford to dwell on it too long, forcing himself to rise despite the pain, and hurried to CP0's side. My lord, I apologize. It is this 4th Admiral who is utterly contemptuous, not only destroying our warships at Judicial Island, but has also repeatedly assaulted me. You must seek justice, Spandam said, his voice low and his face a mask of indignation. CP0 silently regarded Tiaoyu, letting out a cold snort. Spandam, you are indeed devoid of learning. Not only have you disgraced yourself, but you have also tarnished the reputation of CP. However, this 4th Admiral is as arrogant as the legends suggest, acting solely at his own discretion. Had Lord Charles Rousant not been present, I would have found it difficult to confront him. With the celestial dragon here, he likely cannot evade scrutiny. Spandam's expression faltered, momentarily unable to discern CP0's true intentions. Nevertheless, as CP0 swiftly approached Lord Charles Rousant and whispered, Spandam's face lit up with elation. Admiral Tiaoyu, do you suppose CP0 harbors any sinister intentions? Aine remarked with a grim expression. I cannot shake the feeling of impending malice. Upon hearing this, Tina and the others nodded in agreement, their countenances grave. The celestial dragons are beings they strive to avoid at all costs. Being so evidently targeted by ill intentions instilled in them a sense of walking on thin ice. It was not merely a feeling of unkind intentions. It was blatantly etched upon their foreheads. Tiaoyu took a sip of the earthy brew, responding nonchalantly, Nevertheless, fear not. We shall face whatever comes our way. Let us first disembark and replenish ourselves. Falling Feather gracefully descended onto the platform, where numerous merchant vessels awaited after paying their tolls. However, upon encountering the rare sight of the celestial dragons, they prudently chose to keep their distance, unwilling to risk attracting their attention, even at the cost of missing their departure time. The audacity of someone boldly stepping onto the island before the celestial dragons left them utterly astonished. Ding. Congratulations, host. There are 10 minutes remaining until the end of your shift. After a week of diligent 9-to-5 labor, the host was now on the brink of their first weekend as a general. To commend their exemplary work ethic, a silver treasure chest was awarded. Upon opening this chest, there was a 70% chance of acquiring rewards from this dimension and a 30% chance of obtaining rewards from an alternate dimension. The ethereal voice of the system echoed unexpectedly in their mind. Falling Feather raised an eyebrow in surprise. They had been contemplating whether to wait a month for their first salary as a general to exchange for some silver treasure chests. To have such a delightful surprise at this moment was beyond their expectations. Gazing at the silver treasure chest that had suddenly appeared in their consciousness, curiosity stirred within them regarding what treasures it might hold. As a general, Falling Feather was acutely aware that escorting the 7 warlords, Crocodile, was merely the beginning. With Monkey D. Luffy's ensuing chaos leading to the collapse of the old era, they knew that troublesome events would undoubtedly follow one after another. Falling Feather understood that the only way to avoid overtime was to enhance their strength, ensuring that all tasks were completed within their working hours, thus eliminating the possibility of needing to stay late. System, please open the silver treasure chest immediately. Ding. Please hold on, host. The silver treasure chest is being opened. Ding. Congratulations, host. The silver treasure chest has been successfully opened, and you have received the whirlwind iron fist. A warm current surged rapidly into Falling Feather's mind. Everything regarding the whirlwind iron fist was imprinted indelibly upon their consciousness. It felt as if it were an innate ability, allowing Falling Feather to execute the technique with a mere thought and a wave of their hands. What surprised Falling Feather most was the profound connection they felt with the surrounding breeze, as if everything was within their grasp once they mastered this martial art. If memory served correctly, the whirlwind iron fist was likely one of the most formidable physical techniques from the world of One Punch Man. After experiencing the wind's caress once more, I couldn't help but murmur to myself, Bangu, a paragon among humanity and a member of the Hero Association, does not necessarily embody the epitome of strength. He has a brother, the venerable Bongpu, whose prowess in martial arts is equally formidable. According to Bangu, the flowing rock-crushing fist serves primarily as a defensive technique, whereas the whirlwind iron fist stands as an offensive counterpart. Renowned for its sharpness and power, yet retaining remarkable agility, it slices through adversaries like a tempest. When unleashed, it can obliterate foes in an instant, its potency far surpassing that of the flowing rock-crushing fist. Thus, one could assert that the flowing rock-crushing fist and the whirlwind iron fist are perfectly complementary, akin to the harmony of a spear and shield. This is undoubtedly a timely blessing for the unproductive Luoyu. General Luoyu, your arrival is most fortuitous. Just moments ago, Lord Charles Rosenthal was disturbed by a band of pirates. Initially, Lord Rosenthal intended to pursue the matter thoroughly, but upon seeing your presence, he now seeks leniency, hoping that you could intervene and invite the captain of that pirate ship to join him for a fine drink. CP0 interjected suddenly, smilingly stating, I believe with General Luoyu's prowess, this should be quite feasible. CP0, you have a splendid idea. I must see that woman regardless. She must drink with me. Or how could I boast to others upon my return? Charles Rosenthal sniffled, his face brimming with elation as he chimed in. Aine and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Having anticipated CP0's malicious intentions, they never expected the scheme to unfold so swiftly. At the threshold of Justice's Gate, only the Shichibukai could traverse from the Red Land to the New World. The Shichibukai, who could capture the interest of the Celestial Dragons, is likely to be none other than this particular group. That vessel belongs to the Kuja Pirates, led by Hancock, one of the Shichibukai, and they too await the opening of Justice's Gate. Aine swiftly scanned the entrance to the sea, quickly identifying the target. As the only pirate ship in the port, the surrounding merchant vessels had long since retreated, giving the Kuja Pirates an air of prominence. I never anticipated that the haughty woman would appear here. Crocodile, shackled, followed behind Luoyu, his expression one of surprise. On one side are the Celestial Dragons, and on the other, the current Shichibukai. I am quite curious how your general will handle this, for it is indeed a hot potato. Crocodile, silence yourself. Aine admonished sharply, quickly glancing towards the Kuja pirate ship. The earlier commotion had already alerted the female warriors of the Kuja, who, faced with the Celestial Dragons, naturally kept their distance. However, they never imagined that this fire would spread to their doorstep, with the Celestial Dragon explicitly requesting their empress to accompany him for a drink. In their eyes, this matter is nothing short of a monumental disgrace, utterly inconceivable. How dare these scoundrels forget that our esteemed sister is recognized by the world government as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a pirate endowed with privileges. To show her disrespect is tantamount to courting death. A towering figure, rough in appearance, emerged from the pirate ship, wielding a massive naginata, and bellowed with fury. If Luoyu's memory serves him well, this must be the sister of the Empress Hancock, Boa Marigold. The other, with a head of vibrant blue hair and slightly smaller stature, is Boa Sandersonia. All 3 are former slaves who escaped from the Holy Land of Mariawa, harboring deep-seated fear and resentment towards the Celestial Dragons. Now, not only have they encountered them, but they have also been explicitly summoned to serve as companions for the warlords. For them, it must be an immense disgrace. However, Luoyu, undeterred by such matters, is primarily concerned with the timely conclusion of his workday. It seems he requires a more prudent approach. General Luoyu, you must have heard, these pirates are indeed excessively arrogant, daring to show such contempt for the esteemed Lord St. Charles. Such insolence cannot be tolerated. CP0 chuckled with amusement. In order to ensure that the denizens of this world comprehend the significance of the celestial nobility, and to uphold the dignity of Lord St. Charles, General Luoyu, I trust that prior to your ascension to the rank of Admiral, you were well aware of your paramount responsibilities. Once the honor of the celestial nobility is affronted, it is imperative for an admiral to act unconditionally in its defense. Lord Luoyu, the moment to demonstrate your resolve has arrived. A grim expression overtook Aine and the others. They had not anticipated that CP0 would rigidly adhere to this regulation, actively placing Luoyu in a precarious position. According to his assertion, only two paths lay before Luoyu. First, to abide by the Celestial Dragon's precedents and extend an invitation to the Empress Hancock for a drink. Second, to defy the Admiral's code and reject CP0's coercion. The vast platform was suddenly enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. All eyes were fixed upon Luoyu, filled with urgency. They were eager to discern how he would respond to the unyielding edict set forth by CP0. General Luoyu, if you could hold on for a moment. I shall promptly contact Teacher Zephyr and request that he enlist Admiral Sengoku to address this matter, unhurriedly interjected. During this period, following closely behind Luoyu's vessel and serving as a navigator, Aine found himself quite vexed by Luoyu's unconventional approach to matters. However, reflecting on the recent display of formidable prowess, Aine felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Luoyu. Confronted with CP0's attempts to exploit the celestial dragons to vex Luoyu, Aine remained resolute. This action left Aine unable to swallow his indignation. Meanwhile, Tina and the others had already signaled their subordinates to retrieve the communication device. They were acutely aware that at such a critical juncture, even the slightest delay could lead to catastrophic consequences. No need for that. It's too cumbersome. Luoyu remarked as he took a sip of the earthy brew, glancing down at the pocket watch in his hand. There are only 3 minutes left until the end of my shift, and this troublesome matter seems endless. Next time I encounter the old lord of the warring states, I must insist on preparing a labor contract that stipulates this as performance-based, otherwise it loses all its allure. As he spoke, Luoyu handed the gourd to Kabi and said, "Please hold on to this for me." With just 3 minutes remaining, persuading Hancock to join for a drink might be out of the question. I suppose I shall have to resort to more forceful measures. I will handle the specters over there. You are responsible for protecting the fish tank. Otherwise, if we inadvertently harm the tank, it would be unfortunate. Are you confident? If not, we might as well forget it. Specters? Fish tank? CP0 was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Luoyu to bestow such nicknames upon them. Even the celestial dragons, the aristocrats of the world, were not exempt. As a direct subordinate of the five elders, when had he ever been so belittled? Yet, the thought of being able to overpower a formidable admiral of the navy and make him publicly suffer was enough to allow him to swallow his pride. Haha. Admiral Luoyu, please feel free to take action. Our CP0 strength is rather mediocre, but safeguarding Lord Charles is something we can manage with ease. CP0 replied with a forced chuckle. Thus, Admiral Luoyu, do not hesitate. I am eager to witness the extent of the new admiral's prowess. Admiral Luoyu, are you truly going to take action against the 7 warlords? If you could just wait a moment, you would be able to contact Teacher Zephyr, Aine exclaimed, suddenly anxious. Luoyu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, casting not a single glance at the two behind him, and said, "KB, step back a bit. I am eager to finish my shift." Eager to finish your shift? The expression of those present froze. In such a critical moment, to still contemplate the end of the workday, surely there was no one else like him. Moreover, it was not even 5 o'clock yet, and the Navy was already off duty. This has truly shattered their perceptions. Colonel Aine, it would be prudent for you to withdraw for now. I have faith in General Luoyu. His actions must be guided by his own considerations. Let us not hinder him, urged KB anxiously. Observing the retreat of the others, Crocodile couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. What could he possibly do? I thought this little brat possessed something extraordinary, yet when faced with the celestial dragons, he ultimately resembles a dog, obediently wagging its tail and complying. I am rather intrigued by how he intends to justify his actions to the current warlords of the sea and gain their respect. Silence, Crocodile, Tina exclaimed with indignation, fully disagreeing with his sentiments. However, at such a crucial moment, she too hoped that Luoyu would not act as Crocodile predicted. Yet, when confronted with the esteemed celestial dragons, could Luoyu truly refuse? Vile Navy, how dare you harbor such ambitions towards me? I am so beautiful that whatever I do shall be forgiven, even if it means sinking all of you. A tall figure strode purposefully out of the cabin, with long black hair cascading to her waist and a radiant visage imbued with an air of haughtiness. adorned in a high-slit gown that accentuated her alluring figure. The world's most beautiful woman was epitomized in that very moment. Especially striking was her unprecedented entrance, bending at a perfect 90 degrees, which instantaneously elevated the atmosphere and heightened the hormones in the room. Is this truly the Empress Hancock? Good heavens, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Truly deserving of the title of the world's most beautiful woman. No, I feel as though my heart might leap from my chest. What is happening? Lady Hancock, I am deeply enamored with you. Lady Hancock, you are absolutely right. This band of barbarians dares to harbor such thoughts towards you. At your command, we will disregard everything and strike without hesitation. The atmosphere erupted. Hancock's presence instantly ignited the passions of all present, regardless of gender. Even the Navy soldiers stationed at the Gate of Justice and Charles of the Holy Light, standing behind Luoyu, were no exception. Witnessing the sudden shift, as if subdued by an irresistible charm, Tina, Smoker, and others wore expressions of grave concern. It was not surprising that the ordinary Navy soldiers were affected at that moment. However, even the high-ranking officers felt an inexplicable fluttering in their hearts, a sensation they found intolerable. Damn it. This Empress Hancock truly possesses the lethal allure the rumors spoke of. I have heard that even some admirals are ensnared by her charm. It seems my training is still insufficient. Smoker clenched his fists, his expression darkened. He was uncertain if General Luoyu could withstand it. The strength of Luoyu is indeed rather limited, yet his age is evident. In the presence of the enchanting Empress Hancock, who resembles a calamity, it remains uncertain whether he can remain entirely immune. Even the CP0 agents and the members of the 9 Snake Pirates found their gazes drawn to Luoyu. However, the moment their eyes fell upon him, they were momentarily taken aback. Luoyu glanced at the pocket watch in his hand and, as he closed it, remarked, "My apologies. But I do not wish to work overtime unnecessarily. There are still 2 minutes until the end of my shift. Have you said everything you needed to say? Then let us conclude." Boom. The Conqueror's Haki that lay dormant within Luoyu erupted with a thunderous force. A violent crimson tide surged forth, sweeping across the entire platform like a hurricane of the highest degree. Following the blast of air, a tangible wave of spiritual energy followed, tearing the ground apart in all directions from Luoyu's epicenter. The heavy rock floor beneath him was unable to withstand the force and shattered in response. This sudden upheaval jolted everyone, who had been captivated, back to reality. Witnessing Luoyu, who had acted impulsively out of a desire to end his shift, they quickly grasped an important truth. Being beautiful pales in comparison to the importance of clocking out. He truly dared to act for the sake of leaving work. However, what followed was even more astonishing, a scene so incredible it left everyone feeling as if they were witnessing a ghostly apparition. Boom. The ferocious Conqueror's Haki rolled back with an unstoppable momentum. Those present felt a suffocating weight upon their hearts, their minds ringing with the tumultuous energy. Even Hancock, standing aboard the 9 Snake Pirates ship, was not exempt from this overwhelming sensation. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea and a user of the sweet fruit, Hancock had always been the center of attention wherever she went. Not to mention ordinary individuals, even the higher-ups of the Navy would be moved upon encountering her, unable to fully resist the allure that emanated from her very being. Yet here was someone who dared to strike without hesitation, seemingly unaffected by her charm. "You audacious fool. I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea. How dare you lay a hand on me? Your mere Conqueror's Haki is nothing compared to my strength," Hancock exclaimed, her face a mask of frost as she shouted in anger. The Conqueror's Haki that resided within her was instantly ignited. A pale golden aura, like a tempest, collided head-on with Luoyu's crimson Haki. Boom. A multitude of electric arcs erupted with a crackling sound. "Luoyu, have you lost your mind? To unleash Conqueror's Haki in such a setting? Do you think Lord Charlos is non-existent?" The roar of CP0 suddenly reverberated through the air. The ensuing scene was entirely beyond his expectations. Charles L. Saint, already clutching his head in dizziness, fled for dozens of meters before he could no longer contain his panic and began to roar. However, no sooner had he spoken than Spandam, who had escaped several hundred meters away while enduring discomfort, cried out in alarm, "CP0, hurry, flee. This fellow's Conqueror's Haki is peculiar." Peculiar? Hancock and CP0 were momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, Hancock's expression shifted dramatically. With a thunderous sound, what should have been an intangible aura of Conqueror's Haki shattered like paper upon colliding with the crimson aura of the fallen feather, unable to withstand even half a breath. This bizarre scene ignited an absurd thought in Hancock's mind. The Conqueror's Haki emitted by the 4th Admiral of the Navy was fundamentally different from her own. The sensation it imparted was akin to a substantial shockwave, especially when observing the land being torn apart in its wake. If this was merely a form of Conqueror's Haki, then what was hers truly? CP0 was momentarily taken aback as well. In that instant, he finally understood why Luoyu had repeatedly emphasized the need to protect Charles L. Saint, who was of the celestial dragon lineage. From the very beginning, it seemed Luoyu's intent had never been to exclude them. "Luoyu, how dare you?" CP0 roared, his expression twisted with fury. Setting aside Charles L. Saint, who was already dizzy from the impact of the Conqueror's Haki, even if he maintained his composure, he would likely be terrified by the overwhelming onslaught, akin to a tsunami. As he beheld the torrent of Conqueror's Haki crashing towards them, his only option was to step forward and shield Charles L. Saint, attempting to absorb the shock. Full-body armament Haki. Armament Haki, fragrant feet. Hancock, equally astonished, acted without a moment's hesitation. The pitch-black armament Haki enveloped her long legs, resembling a dark spear as it met the oncoming wave of Haki. Boom. The ferocious blast of the explosion surged outward like a tempest. Two figures were propelled away like cannonballs. In that moment, both Hancock and CP0 felt as if they had collided head-on with a colossal mountain of steel. Accompanied by a deafening roar, CP0 and Charles, a celestial dragon, crashed against the gate of justice. Hancock was instantly hurled from the pirate ship, plunging straight into the depths of the sea. Under normal circumstances, they would never find themselves in such a disheveled state. Unfortunately, the Conqueror's Haki unleashed by Luoyu utterly shattered their perceptions, catching them completely off guard. "Sister, be careful of the sea," Boa Marigold urgently warned as she steadied herself on the pirate ship that had just been launched into the air. Beside her, Boa Santasanria, disregarding everything else, hastily leaped to rescue them. However, they had evidently overlooked the fact that all three were devil fruit users, rendered as helpless as landlubbers in the vast ocean. Typically, the other warriors on the ship would have rushed to their aid. But the earlier clash of Haki had struck them like a sudden thunderclap, leaving the majority unconscious on the ground. Only a scant few managed to cling to consciousness, and they could only watch helplessly as the three plummeted toward the water's surface. A colossal shadow surged forth, shaking its head as it approached. With its massive jaws agape, it lunged toward the three. Witnessing this enormous sea creature, equally affected by the Haki, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Luoyu frowned, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Glancing once more at the pocket watch in his hand, he sighed softly. "Oh, this sea beast has truly unfortunate luck. Just 20 seconds until I clock out, and it has to swim right into the line of fire." Well, to avoid any further nagging from old Sengoku with a swift stride, Luoyu vanished like a specter. In mere moments, he reappeared, having arrived before the sea creature. Gazing at the immense beast, which spanned several dozen meters, Luoyu slowly raised his right hand. A low hum resonated in the air. The sea breeze surged, akin to the relentless tides. The colossal sea creature emitted a piercing, anguished cry. In the next instant, gory streaks rapidly spread across its massive form. Its lengthy body, measuring several dozen meters, was abruptly severed into myriad pieces, crashing thunderously onto the ocean's surface. A torrent of crimson blood spattered forth, irrevocably staining the sea red. The fallen Hancock and her companions landed heavily atop the carcass of the Sea King, momentarily disregarding the deluge of seawater cascading over them. They swiftly regained their footing, their faces etched with astonishment as they fixed their gaze upon Luoyu. If the previous display of Conqueror's Haki had overturned their understanding, the recent spectacle of effortlessly dispatching the formidable Sea King left them with a sense of disbelief. Even the distant figures of Kobe and others were no exception. In that fleeting moment, they witnessed Luoyu merely raising a hand, unable to discern the nature of the attack. The colossal sea creature, measuring several dozen meters in length, was mercilessly dismembered and shredded. Such methods, if not witnessed firsthand, would be deemed utterly unbelievable. Yet, this astonishment was but fleeting, for the cries of CP0 had once again echoed forth. "You audacious wretch! How dare you lay a hand on Lord Charlos?" The profound silence in the arena was abruptly shattered. The earlier clash of wills had left the majority of the crowd within a radius of several kilometers, 90% of whom had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Those who remained were either individuals of considerable strength or those fortunate enough to have been revived in time. In that moment, an insatiable curiosity compelled everyone to gaze towards CP0. Even Hancock and the Sisters of Mary Geos were not exempt from this intrigue. The sudden eruption had indeed left them momentarily bewildered. However, seizing upon this brief respite, they were struck by the realization that that singular blow had not only sent Hancock, a warlord of the sea, hurtling away, but had also ensnared CP0 and the celestial dragon, Charlos, in its perilous wake. This is indeed a formidable presence, a paragon of the world's nobility, capable of instilling fear in the hearts of many. Who would have imagined that, one day, it could be so effortlessly cast aside? Yet at this very moment, it unfolds before their eyes. This event undoubtedly stands as a monumental turning point in history. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to CP0, who was supporting the unconscious Charles Rochant, his face swollen and bloodied, a shattered fishbowl atop his head. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers. Some could not restrain themselves from rubbing their eyes, desperate to ascertain whether this surreal scene was merely a figment of their imagination. Alas, despite their efforts to soothe their reddened eyes, the reality loomed over them like a haunting nightmare. A profoundly absurd thought began to take root in their minds. What consequences would arise from a Marine admiral striking a celestial dragon? How audacious of the Navy to dare assault the esteemed Charles Rochant. Even if one were an admiral, there would be no escaping the repercussions. Moreover, within the Navy headquarters, one is not the sole admiral present. CP0 bellowed furiously, reaching for the din mushy and pressing it without hesitation. This is to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. Every departure from the holy land of Marihua necessitates the presence of a communication snail. Once this snail is activated, any nearby Navy personnel, even admirals, must promptly rush to provide assistance. It seems this incident may escalate significantly. Tina's complexion paled as she anxiously inquired, Aine, have you managed to contact Teacher Zephyr? Aine, equally distressed, responded, I am still trying to reach Teacher Zephyr. It should be resolved shortly. He clenched his fists, unable to contain his agitation as he observed the emergency communication snail activated by CP0. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the snail. Moses, this is Kizaru. May I inquire what the matter is? In this moment, CP0 was instantly filled with ecstatic joy. Among the three admirals, Kizaru is known for his penchant for leisure. Yet he is undeniably renowned for his remarkable speed. The location was inherently close to the naval headquarters. As soon as Admiral Kizaru decided to come, he would undoubtedly arrive swiftly. Observing this, Luoyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and sighed. It is currently off-duty hours, Admiral Paulicelino. If you are here, you might as well show yourself. Hiding and idling is rather unbecoming. Has he arrived? The expressions of those present momentarily froze, prompting them to glance around anxiously. In the next instant, a flurry of golden light rapidly coalesced beside Luoyu, forming the figure of Kizaru. Upon witnessing the disarray of the surroundings, Kizaru smirked, his mouth curling in a somewhat lewd manner as he feigned shock. Admiral Luoyu, you continue to surprise me as always. Had I known this matter was connected to you, I would have refrained from coming and sent Sakazuki to clean up your mess instead. Let him clean up my mess? Luoyu shot him a sidelong glance. Let's avoid such trifles. I am more concerned about whether my own backside might catch fire. However, since you are here, Admiral Paulicelino, shall we engage in a sparring match to fulfill your obligation? I have long wished to challenge you, and it seems I have found my opportunity. The attendees were momentarily bewildered. Wasn't the focus supposed to be on the assault on the celestial dragons? How had the conversation shifted in Luoyu's mouth to become a casual exchange? And no, Admiral Luoyu, please do not strike me. I concede. Kizaru quickly raised both hands in surrender. After all, it's merely an internal affair. Let old man Sengoku handle it. I do not wish to ruin my appetite for dinner later. Nonetheless, Admiral Luoyu, I truly envy you for being permitted to clock in and out at regular hours. Such a lifestyle is a dream come true for me. Well then, I must return for a meeting. Admiral Luoyu, do you have any messages for me to relay to the old man? Perhaps something concerning those unfortunate world nobles? The muscles in the cheeks of those present twitched involuntarily. Initially, they had worried that the assault on the celestial dragons would provoke a serious confrontation between the two admirals. However, witnessing the exchanges between Liu and Kizaru, each trading light-hearted banter, was starkly at odds with their expectations of the situation's escalation. Does this imply that the celestial dragons were merely a facade? In truth, it is of little consequence. Just moments ago, that specter requested I invite the 7 warlords for a drink. As I was hurrying to finish my work, he encouraged me to act freely, assuring me he would safeguard that fishbowl. Who could have predicted that CP0's prowess was rather mediocre, incapable of withstanding even this minor assault? Upon reclaiming the gourd from Kobe's grasp, Luoyu took a swig of the local brew. I suspect he harbors some grudge against that fishbowl, deliberately digging a pit for its misfortune. By the way, this is the enforcement snail I prepared. It has documented everything that transpired. Take it back and report accordingly. Oh. Admiral Luoyu, your attention to detail is truly commendable. It has spared me considerable effort. Kizaru accepted the snail, his face illuminated with unexpected amusement. As for the CP0 agents, please escort the individual back. I shall report this matter. Next time, if your own abilities are rather lackluster and you cannot protect someone, it would be wise to refrain from making grand declarations. Farewell. With those parting words, Kizaru shimmered with light once more. Observing the scene unfold in a mere minute or two, without uttering any further threats, Kizaru prepared to depart, leaving CP0 bewildered. Had he known this outcome from the outset, he would not have bothered with the snail at all. Does this imply that Charles Rosenth, a member of the world's elite, has been utterly bested? Earlier, in an effort to provoke Luoyu into action, he indeed downplayed his own strength. However, that was merely a display of modesty. He never anticipated that Luoyu's approach would completely defy convention. Most importantly, who would have imagined that such an absurdly powerful conqueror's Haki could manifest in this world? Caught off guard, he truly found himself reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, the thought of Charles Rosenth, unconscious and bloodied, destined to become a global laughingstock, filled CP0 with dread. They understood that if they allowed Kizaru to depart unchallenged, they would inevitably face dire consequences. After all, it was a matter of protecting the celestial dragons, a commitment he had made with his own words. Admiral Palliasolino, you cannot simply leave. My self-assessment of being average was merely a humble expression. To safeguard Lord Charles Rosenth is more than sufficient. The reason for my delayed reaction must be that this arrogant individual has been targeting me from the very outset, leading to my oversight. I will make it clear that CP0's capabilities are anything but ordinary. This arrogant fool has malicious intent against the world's nobility. With a furious roar, CP0 unleashed the sixth style, Skywalk. As he stomped down forcefully, the platform within a 10-meter radius trembled violently. He propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, each appearance doubling his speed. By the third appearance, his velocity had reached its zenith. He transformed into an elusive afterimage, traversing dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, now standing before Luoyu. The sudden spectacle caused the expressions of all onlookers to shift dramatically. In the distance, Spandam, having been rescued by Gabra and others, had fully regained consciousness. Witnessing CP0's assault, he was filled with astonishment. Having suffered considerable setbacks at Luoyu's hands, he was eager for the unfolding drama. As long as he could witness this arrogant individual experience even a modicum of defeat, it would suffice. Little brat, prepare to experience the might of CP0. CP0 bellowed, his right hand clenching into a fist, muscles rippling like stone as he charged forward like an unstoppable boulder. Sixth style, Cannon Fist. Ah, did I not say I was off duty? Luoyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, gazing at the oncoming CP0 with a resigned sigh. With a deliberate motion, he brought his hands together, slowly raising them before the watchful eyes of the crowd. This scene stands in stark contrast to the swift movements of CP0, creating an exquisite dichotomy. Such a languid response raises doubts. Can it truly withstand the onslaught of CP0? Even Kizaru, observing from the sidelines, could not hide his astonishment at this leisurely demeanor, which starkly deviates from the usual disposition of Luoyu. Yet, as this thought began to take root in his mind, an inexplicable sense of peril engulfed Kizaru entirely. The air swirling around him seemed, at that moment, to be stirred by an invisible hand. No, it would be more apt to say that Kizaru suddenly felt as though he were ensnared in a meat grinder. Whirlwind Iron Fist. A resonant hum erupted as the intangible tempest was unleashed. With Luoyu's initiation, an unseen hurricane of blades formed an absolute circle of annihilation. If the flowing rock-shattering fist epitomizes an impenetrable martial art, the Whirlwind Iron Fist elevates the speed of combat to its utmost pinnacle. What appears as a slow strike conceals dozens, if not hundreds, of overlapping afterimages, creating a visual disarray. The gusts of wind generated by the punch resemble countless overlapping blades, coalescing into a whirlwind of destruction. It can be asserted that the moment Luoyu strikes, a vacuum of lethal intent engulfs an area of several meters around him. Boom! The slicing gusts descended upon CP0 like a torrential downpour. In this instant, every hair on his body stood on end, as an invisible specter of death loomed over him, compelling him to retreat in a frenzy. Thud, 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 thud. A series of shocking slashing marks erupted across his body, evoking a sense of horror. It felt as if he had been cleaved hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. The white robe enveloping him was rent asunder in response to the onslaught. At the epicenter of Luoyu's assault, the sturdy floor within a radius of several meters cracked and crumbled, as though an unseen beast had unleashed its claws, tearing the ground into a myriad of chasms. Originally airborne, CP0's mask shattered upon impact, revealing an ugly visage, his mouth agape in disbelief as he coughed up blood. His entire form plummeted like a cannonball, crashing into the ruins several dozen meters away. Bang! Debris flew in all directions, and blood gushed from his body, instantly staining the shattered remnants around him. Simultaneously, standing beside Luoyu, Kizaru was marked by numerous traces of the slicing winds. His body shattered into countless fragments, tumbling to the ground, with even his head rolling aside. All present gasped in astonishment, their eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. Is it true that when one becomes ruthless, they may even strike down their own? The sheer might of a single blow is indeed terrifying, far too shocking for the world to comprehend. Most astonishingly, in that fleeting moment, they merely witnessed Luoyu initiate a movement. Following that, there was not a trace of superfluous action. The ground, spanning several meters around Luoyu, along with CP0 and Kizaru, was instantaneously severed. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare believe such a reality? KB pondered. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Is General Luoyu truly capable? Aine could no longer contain his curiosity. Beside him, Smoker and Tina wore expressions of urgency, eager to grasp the entirety of the situation unfolding before them. We are uncertain. General Luoyu evidently does not possess a devil fruit. However, General Luoyu, might you have been a tad excessive in your actions? Even Kizaru has been struck down. This could prove problematic. KB suddenly came to his senses, stammering his words. Rest assured, Kizaru, do not feign death. This mere technique will not claim your life, Luoyu remarked as he retrieved a flask of liquor, taking a swig before gazing at the bloodied CP0 lying amidst the rubble. Indeed, CP0 is rather mediocre. Let us hope they refrain from compelling me to act in the future. General Luoyu, your martial prowess truly evokes a sense of dread. Kizaru's head rolled slightly before he smirked, his expression lewd. However, it seems that the strength of CP0 is indeed quite ordinary. If they cannot protect themselves, how can they claim to protect others? Since he has exemplified this, it affirms the truth of your statements, General Luoyu. Consequently, I shall diligently report this to Admiral Sengoku. Unless there are other matters at hand, I shall take my leave. With that, Kizaru's dismembered body emitted a brilliant array of golden light as he soared into the heavens. Witnessing Kizaru's disintegration, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, instantaneously grasping the terrifying nature of the Logia-type devil fruit. In stark contrast, the so-called strongest of CP0, faced a humiliating fate, highlighting a significant disparity between the two. General Luoyu, what shall we do about the world nobles over there? Tina snapped back to reality, urgency lacing her voice as she rushed forward to inquire. She glanced at Charles, who lay unconscious and drenched in blood. Had she not seen it firsthand, Tina would never have believed that someone could assault a celestial dragon and remain unscathed. His misfortune is unfortunate indeed. He can only blame his encounter with a rather lackluster CP0. Now, at 5:01, I have officially clocked out. Let CP9 handle the aftermath. I've unwittingly extended my workday by a minute, and I wonder if Admiral Sengoku will compensate me for overtime. Thinking about it gives me a headache. Luoyu rubbed his throbbing temples, casting a glance at Hancock nearby. Stop staring at me. I have no desire to endure unpaid overtime. It would be best to change your attire first. Attire? The three sisters of Hancock suddenly underwent a dramatic change in expression. They bore the weight of a heavy secret, and if it were to be uncovered in such a public setting, the consequences would be dire. This is far more tragic than killing them. Upon hearing this, Hancock swiftly lowered her head, disregarding everything else. However, just as she did, the flag of the warship anchored nearby suddenly snapped without warning, enveloping Hancock within its grasp. The sudden turn of events left the Mary and Catherine sisters momentarily stunned. Is this merely a coincidence? Observing the retreating figure, a flicker of uncertainty arose within. Troubles, indeed, abound. Perhaps I shall consider it a form of atonement for the earlier altercation. Luoyu took a swig of the earthy brew and strode directly towards the gate of justice. Tina and the others were left in a state of bewilderment. After stealing another glance at the wounded celestial dragon, still sprawled on the ground, uncertain of their fate, they felt as though their hearts were convulsing. In such dire circumstances, it seemed that only Liu could remain indifferent to the life and death of the world's nobility. Meanwhile, within the naval headquarters, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, as all eyes fixated intently on the documents laid out upon the table. The current situation was, undoubtedly, the most grave since 6 years prior, when red-haired Shanks shattered the equilibrium of the New World and became the youngest of the 4 emperors. What time is it now? And why has Borsalino not yet arrived? As a vice admiral, revered as the Navy's greatest force, how could he prove so unreliable? Sengoku's face darkened, and he slammed his hand down onto the table, his voice rising in fury. One Luoyu is already a headache. Must Borsalino add to my troubles? Is he still unaware of the severity of the situation in the New World? The resounding roar echoed throughout the office, causing the attending naval officers to instinctively lower their heads. These matters pertain to the upper echelons. They would not dare to approach and face the brunt of reprimand. Calm down, Warring States, spoke Tsurugi, who occupied the foremost seat on the right. Just now, Borsalino received an urgent plea for assistance from the world nobles, which is why he hastened to their aid at such a critical juncture. Under the veil of this nameless fury, only a handful of individuals dared to interject. Among them was Crane, the chief of staff of the Navy. Has something happened to the celestial dragons? Sengoku inquired, momentarily taken aback. Who lacks the foresight to lay hands on a celestial dragon? Such incidents have been exceedingly rare of late. The last occurrence was 6 years ago when Garp inadvertently delivered a kick, which required considerable diplomatic finesse to resolve, Crane elaborated. They're nothing but a bunch of trash. A kick is merely a kick, yet it cost me 3 months' salary to eat dirt. Garp chuckled heartily. Trash? The majority of the naval commanders present could not suppress the twitching of their facial muscles. Engaging with the privileged celestial dragons was tantamount to courting the gravest of troubles. Who among ordinary folk would dare to lay a finger on them? Only an unconventional individual like Garp could possibly manage such a feat. Garp, silence yourself, Sengoku admonished sharply. Merely recalling this matter gives me a headache. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Crane, where exactly did the attack on the celestial dragons occur? Kizaru has gone to assist. Yet I find myself inexplicably anxious. Inexplicably anxious? It seems to have transpired at the entrance of the Gate of Justice on Red Line, Crane remarked, his brow furrowing as a sudden realization struck him. Not long ago, Tina sent me a location coordinate. They too appeared to be at the entrance of the Gate of Justice on Red Line. Do you think that reckless young man has acted foolishly? Sengoku nearly spewed his tea upon hearing this sudden revelation. The fleeting sense of unease he had felt was instantly magnified. Gripping the den mushy tightly, he urged, quickly, contact that young man and advise him to avoid any confrontation. Even if a celestial dragon has been assaulted, we must find a way to smooth things over. Smooth things over? The expressions of the naval commanders in attendance rapidly unraveled. In such dire circumstances, could they truly gloss over the matter? Well, Admiral Sengoku. It appears you have already surmised the situation. It seems I have returned just a moment too late. I intended to surprise you all. A radiant golden light coalesced rapidly at Kizaru's position, reconstructing his form instantaneously. At the sudden appearance of Kizaru, Sengoku struggled to restrain his fury, gritting his teeth as he pressed for answers. A surprise? This is nothing but a fright. Kizaru, tell me what on earth is happening. Why did Luffy lay hands on a celestial dragon? Does he not realize that dealing with that individual is far more troublesome than confronting Zephyr? Beside him, Zephyr's facial muscles twitched. Had it not been for the circumstances, he would have unleashed a flurry of punches upon Sengoku. However, in light of the incident involving Luoyu, Zephyr too was eager to uncover the underlying cause. Rest assured, Commander Sengoku, that rascal Luoyu is quite astute. He has already documented everything using the snail phone, remarked Kizaru as he produced the device and handed it over. It was said that CP0 had deliberately set a trap using the celestial dragons, intending to provoke Luoyu into clashing with the warlord Hancock. Ultimately, CP0 agreed to protect the celestial dragons, only to find themselves ensnared in a predicament. On the way back, I reviewed the footage. That young lad's Conqueror's Haki is nothing short of monstrous, capable of generating a tangible shockwave that instantaneously propelled CP0 and the warlords away. In such circumstances, CP0 was unable to react, and thus could not safeguard the celestial dragons, leading to a chaotic scene where Luoyu effortlessly dispatched them. Articulating this sequence of events is no simple feat. I implore you to see for yourselves. A shockwave of Haki? He annihilated CP0 while standing still? The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by Kizaru's explanation. To them, such occurrences seemed utterly implausible. Not long prior, both Sengoku and Zephyr had received reports of CP9 being sent flying, yet those were mere hearsay, lacking the credibility of the snail phone's recordings. In an instant, the entire office fell into a profound silence. Upon reviewing the recorded events, astonishment etched on every face, disbelief palpable in the air. In that moment, they comprehended that Kizaru was not merely spinning fanciful tales. The accounts of shockwaves and the instantaneous defeat of CP0 were indeed factual. Garp, did that young lad conceal his true capabilities during the assessment? Sengoku exclaimed, gripping Garp's collar with urgency. Why does he possess so many hidden techniques? Haha, Sengoku, I have long asserted that this boy possesses the potential of a marine admiral. Do you believe me now? Garp chuckled heartily. As for that young lad, I merely guided him. How far he goes is entirely his own journey. However, having brought him into the Navy, I have exerted my utmost effort. Will you stand idly by like last time, allowing Luoyu to be driven away by a mere trash? Just like before? The naval commanders present were momentarily taken aback, their expressions betraying a profound sense of confusion. Only a few senior and seasoned admirals, along with he and others, exhibited a sudden shift in their demeanor, clearly aware of the implications of the statement, which alluded to a troubling past. Sengoku's countenance darkened as he tightened his grip on the den mushi several times before coldly retorting, Humph, what nonsense are you spouting? Garp, you have all witnessed the footage from the den mushi just moments ago. This incident was instigated by CP0 and has nothing to do with Luoyu. Luoyu did not initiate any attacks against the celestial dragons. It was merely that CP0's capabilities were inadequate, failing to provide adequate protection for the celestial dragons. If there is blame to be assigned, it must be directed towards the lackluster strength of CP0. The naval commanders exchanged glances, taken aback by the stark contrast in Sengoku's reaction. Does this imply that the celestial dragons have truly been struck down? Haha, Sengoku. I knew you would react this way. Those despicable celestial dragons, having been beaten, so what? It is no great matter. I shall convey this delightful news to Luoyu. Garp chuckled heartily, patting Sengoku on the shoulder. Delightful news? Sengoku brusquely swatted Garp's hand away, glaring with intensity. I genuinely suspect that Luoyu has become unreliable since encountering you. The incident involving the celestial dragons is my responsibility to address. For the time being, let Luoyu stay away from the red line until the situation calms down. There happens to be a task at hand, so let that young lad take a trip. As for the mission to escort Crocodile, you shall take over that duty. Garp, I warn you, at this critical juncture, do not falter. Hurry along now. Letting Luoyu undertake that mission? Garp was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of the topic they had just discussed. After a 6-year hiatus, the red-haired Shanks has ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors, amidst the most dire circumstances upon the seas. Even the Vice Admiral, initially tasked with this matter, found himself unable to cope. Ultimately, the situation was escalated to the Navy headquarters, requesting a general to take decisive action and ascertain the facts at hand. However, Garp could never have anticipated that this hot potato would land in the lap of the fledgling Admiral, Tiaoyu. What is the matter with you, Garp? Do you believe that my decisions lack compassion? Sengoku bellowed, glaring at Garp, who remained rooted to the spot. Ahem, Sengoku, I have no objections, Garp coughed lightly, but you are aware of that young one's approach to matters. Given the formidable nature of this task, it would be quite challenging to persuade him without some form of merit. Merit? Sengoku's composure shattered completely, his right hand crushing the armrest of his chair as he erupted in a fit of rage. That scoundrel attacked a celestial dragon and still demands merit? Get moving. A day later, the events surrounding the gates of justice reverberated across the red line and throughout the seas. The privileges held by the celestial dragons were widely known, their unconditional protection from admirals and CP0 serving as a fearsome talisman. Yet, they had been ruthlessly assaulted on the red line, perpetrated by none other than the Navy's newly appointed Admiral, Tiaoyu. Had it not been for the horrific headlines splashed across the newspapers, few would have been inclined to believe it. Sister, what are you pondering? Shouldn't we be protesting at the Navy headquarters? Admiral Tiaoyu has dared to strike against us. The 7 warlords, in plain view. Such an act blatantly contravenes the treaty established with the world government. We cannot let this affront go unchallenged. Mary Goldrew exclaimed, her naginata slamming against the deck in anger. Beside her, Sandasonia fell into silence, hesitating before responding. Why do I feel as if we have misunderstood the situation? Misunderstood? Mary Goldrew shot her a glare. Sister Sandasonia, how can there be a misunderstanding? He clearly attacked us. If it weren't for your exceptional strength, we might have had to share a drink with those filthy celestial dragons. Have you forgotten the indignities we have suffered over the years? Sandasonia found herself at a loss for words, the events of the previous day still vivid in her mind. Yet, as she gazed at the front page of the newspaper, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. You foolish girl, after following grandmother for so long, you still fail to comprehend such matters. A frail voice suddenly interjected. A wooden cane came crashing down towards Mary Goldrew's head. Rubbing the back of her head where the cane had struck, Mary Goldrew exclaimed urgently, Grandmother, what are you talking about? That Admiral attacked us without provocation. We cannot simply swallow this insult. Behold, dear sister, you have remained in a sullen mood all day long, uttering not a single word. With a sudden leap, Granny Zhao struck Mary Goldrew upon the head and glared. Are you intent on destroying the rare tranquility of our Nine-Snake Island? Let us not forget, had that young man not intervened yesterday, it would have been you making headlines for attacking the celestial dragons. At that point, not only would you lose the title of Warlord of the Sea, but the Navy would likely besiege Nine-Snake Island as well. If we were to delve deeper, that boy could be considered our savior, having sent the celestial dragons flying. Who among you would dare to act so recklessly? In our time, such a debt would demand a life in return. A life in return? Mary Goldrew was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, even Sandasonia and the other warrior maidens aboard the ship were equally stunned, as they recalled the events of the previous day. Clarity dawned upon them. Particularly, they gazed at the newspaper in hand, which featured a headline dominating the entire front page. For an ordinary person, who would dare to lay a finger on the celestial dragons? And yet, to have transformed a celestial dragon into a grotesque visage, surely, such audacity was unparalleled. Most crucially, they comprehended why Granny Zhao had once fled the Great Sea, forsaking even the throne of the Nine-Snake Kingdom. Surely, she too had endured a similar experience. In truth, I believe that if he had not come to our aid, he would not have dared to confront the celestial dragons in such a manner, Sandasonia declared through gritted teeth. While the reasons behind his actions eluded her, his audacity to strike a celestial dragon was a kindness I shall never forget. Granny Zhao was correct. Sister, let us refrain from lodging complaints against that individual. With the celestial dragons under attack, it has taken the front page of the World Economic Journal. Those aristocrats of the world will undoubtedly pursue complaints against him with fervor. If we pursue matters further, it would be akin to repaying kindness with enmity. The assembled warrior maidens fell into a contemplative silence. Gazing at the newspaper in Sandasonia's hand, they were left speechless. Silence. What you speak of is of no concern to me. I am the most beautiful woman in the world, and I shall not be blamed for any actions I take. Hancock, who had remained silent until now, scoffed, her voice dripping with pride as she lifted her chin defiantly. I shall ensure that he provides me with a satisfactory answer, or I shall not depart. Sandasonia opened her mouth to speak, her words prepared, yet they eluded her. The other 9 snake warrior maidens on the deck fell into a similar silence. Only Granny Zhao, after striking the deck with her cane multiple times, exclaimed exasperatedly, Hancock, you remain as headstrong as ever, completely oblivious to the greater picture. Do not forget that our 9 snakes embody ultimate loyalty. If you wish to cause him trouble, that is your affair. We have our own choices and shall never act as foolishly as you do. Throw her out, Hancock declared abruptly, raising her gaze without warning. Those present had long grown accustomed to her unique way of asserting authority. Sandasonia, intending to steer the conversation in another direction, expressed surprise, saying, Sister, look quickly. Is that not the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters? It was he who had pursued us not long ago. Vice Admiral? Hancock frowned, turning to gaze toward the entrance of the sea. The first sight to catch her eye was none other than Vice Admiral Momotaro standing at the bow of the ship, closely followed by the lecherous visage of another Vice Admiral, Chaho. The appearance of these two, renowned as formidable adversaries just beneath the admirals themselves, left Sandasonia and the others utterly astonished. Sister, these 2 vice admirals have always been active on the front lines, tasked with monitoring the movements of the 4 emperors. Why have they suddenly returned? Could it be that something significant has occurred at sea? Sandasonia could not contain her curiosity. Or perhaps the emergence of the fourth admiral compelled them to rush back to oppose us. This may not bode well. The expressions of the 9 snake warriors also shifted noticeably, with the celestial dragons being pummeled into a state of disarray and splashed across the front pages of newspapers. The reactions of the world government and Navy headquarters remained uncertain. The potential arrival of 2 vice admirals to vehemently oppose them could hardly be considered advantageous. Humph. Those 2 worthless fools were never a match for me in the past, and they are even less so now, Hancock scoffed disdainfully. If they were to become admirals, that would indeed be a farce. I shall prepare to disembark. I demand an explanation from the Navy headquarters. The expressions of Sandasonia and the others turned grave as they observed Hancock, who remained resolutely focused on the gate of justice, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, aboard the distant warship, Momotaro and Chaho had also noticed the solitary pirate vessel within the bay. An aide rushed forward, bowing his head urgently. Commander Guion, the pirate ship ahead belongs to the warlord of the sea, Empress Hancock's 9 snake pirates. We are now within a perilous distance. Should we evacuate immediately? Perilous distance? Some bewildered recruits aboard the ship paused in shock, instinctively glancing toward the 9 snake pirates' vessel. In that instant, a single glance ensnared the new recruits, captivating them utterly. As their eyes transformed into crimson hearts, they erupted into a cacophony of exclamations. In a fleeting moment, half of the several hundred souls aboard the vessel succumbed to this enchantment. This scene instantly turned the expression of the T-Pig grim, as he gazed at Hancock in the distance and coldly remarked, that audacious pirate, daring to act so brazenly within the territory of our navy. Were it not for her title as one of the 7 warlords, I would not let her off so easily. Rest assured, General Guion, in my eyes, the so-called pirate empress pales in comparison to your exquisite beauty. Would you do me the honor of accepting my proposal? Observing the T-Pig's intention to kneel, the seasoned aides and veterans, who had long grown accustomed to such antics, could not help but chuckle softly. This is likely the 999th failed proposal. Ha! Admiral T-Pig, you remain as amusing as ever. Hancock is now one of the 7 warlords, and we must not provoke her. Guion chuckled softly as she averted her gaze. However, I heard that she was directly sent flying by our newly appointed admiral yesterday. Such occurrences are quite rare. Her reluctance to depart from here likely indicates her intention to cause trouble for the new admiral. For now, it would be prudent to avoid entanglement with her. Let us first attend to our important matters. Relay the orders to steer clear of the pirate crew of 9 Snake, and instruct those lacking resolve not to look in their direction. Should anyone fall under their spell, incapacitate them promptly to prevent them from being petrified. Engaging in negotiations with that haughty woman due to such a predicament would be far from advisable. A flurry of commands swiftly ensued. The majority of the sailors aboard, seasoned veterans who had once followed Peach Rabbit in pursuit of the Empress Hancock, were well acquainted with the necessary countermeasures. They suppressed their curiosity while swiftly incapacitating the mesmerized new recruits one by one. Indeed, the underlings are somewhat sinister. However, it is their sole means of confronting the madness. Observing the indifference of the rabbit spirit to his marriage proposal, the T-Pig showed no signs of concern. After tucking the flowers back into his pocket, he disdainfully remarked, "Humph, the Vice Admiral of Guion." The front page of this morning's World Economic News featured a gruesome portrayal of the celestial dragons. As a Navy Admiral, he ought to protect the world as aristocrats, yet he has turned against the celestial dragons. It is nothing short of a farce. Does he truly believe that the world government and Fleet Admiral Sengoku will not hold him accountable? I suspect his position as Admiral will soon become precarious, barely having warmed his seat. Furthermore, I find it utterly implausible that he could effortlessly dispatch the 7 warlords or annihilate CP0 with a mere gesture, let alone shred Admiral Kazuru to pieces. What could a mere youth in his 20s possibly be capable of? I suspect this is merely a fabrication spread by Admiral Tsuru, intended to mitigate the young one's culpability and preserve the Navy's esteemed reputation. I suspect that the young lad is merely arrogant, harboring discontent towards the celestial dragons, and acted out of sheer impulse. His mutterings echoed across the deck. The seasoned veterans and officers present nodded in agreement. After all, in their eyes, their 2 superiors, having served as vice admirals for so long, had only attained the title of admiral in waiting, only to be usurped by a parachuted newcomer who snatched the position of the 4th admiral. This breath, of course, could not be swallowed. However, as the warships approached the gate of justice, the sight before them, A once magnificent dock now reduced to a shattered ruin, rendered their expressions momentarily frozen. The desolation surrounding the gate of justice caused their pupils to constrict sharply, revealing an incredulous countenance. This indeed marks the entrance to the gates of justice on the Red Soil continent. As a vital hub connecting the first half of the Grand Line with the New World, it undoubtedly stands as a paramount stronghold under the aegis of the world government. They never anticipated that this place would one day be reduced to such a state. Just moments ago, they were fully aware that the banter from the T-Pig was merely a reflection of discontent regarding the selection of the Admiral. In their eyes, the celestial dragons were merely struck down. However, they never envisioned that the scene of the incident would be so utterly disfigured. One might fear that even if the celestial dragons were pressed to the ground and mercilessly ground into the dirt, it would not reach such a level of degradation. Had it not been for the newspaper reporting yesterday's events, they might genuinely have suspected that this place had suffered an assault from one of the four emperors. An eerie silence fell over the vast deck of the warship, with all eyes darting between one another. Observing the T-Pig's face, a tapestry of bruises, one could not help but acknowledge the truth in the adage. Those who utter the harshest words often bear the brunt of the harshest consequences. Sister Gun, it has been far too long. What brings you back to the Red Soil continent so suddenly? You wouldn't be planning to trouble General Luoyu, would you? Tina will be quite concerned. Tina, is it? Gun turned toward the voice, her face breaking into a smile. I heard that you and Smoker joined forces to defeat the warlord Crocodile. It seems you have finally awakened your Haki. With this, you should at least be promoted by 2 ranks. As a candidate for the Admiral position, Gun held a modicum of knowledge regarding the strength of the warlords. Facing a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, without Haki, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. Tina's smile faltered, and even Smoker, who was beside her with a cigar in his mouth, mirrored her reaction. The adage of not striking a smiling face is well understood by all. Yet, being reminded of their shortcomings upon speaking, despite the ignorance being excusable, left both Smoker and Tina feeling somewhat embarrassed. Tina, what seems to be the matter? Did I say something wrong? Gun's expression faltered as she gracefully descended onto the dock. Meanwhile, the T-Pig hastened to follow suit, offering a hollow laugh. Smoker, it has been quite a while. I recall overseeing your new recruit assessment back in the day. Seeing you reach this point fills me with pride. I truly understand your sentiments. After all the effort you have invested, even defeating a warlord, only to have your achievements overshadowed by a newly appointed recruit. I empathize with that feeling of frustration. However, true gold fears no fire. Your victory over a warlord will soon shine forth in the vastness of the sea. The expressions on Smoker and Tina's faces grew increasingly grim. Under normal circumstances, receiving praise from a vice admiral would undoubtedly bring them joy. However, each mention of the sand crocodile felt like a dagger to their hearts. Particularly in the presence of the admiring Chihiro, they found themselves at a loss for words. The Navy headquarters truly amuses me. They seem oblivious to the fact that they have salvaged a tarnished reputation, yet they still dare to boast so brazenly. If given the choice, I would gladly relinquish the disgrace of defeat to that little brat. He is terrifyingly formidable. Suddenly, Crocodile's derisive laughter echoed through the air. Chihiro quickly turned towards the sound, and upon spotting Crocodile seated in the corner, guarded by Aine and others, his expression darkened. So, the defeated general has not yet been sent to the great prison of Impel Down to suffer the fate of a criminal. No wonder he can utter such grandiose claims. As a vanquished foe, he surely prefers to have lost to that little brat, as it spares him from greater humiliation. Humiliation? Crocodile scoffed. It seems you have yet to grasp the true depth of that new admiral's prowess. If given a choice, I would rather face 10 of you than encounter him even once. That little brat is exceptionally ruthless. 10 can't compare to 1. Chihiro's expression turned icy as he prepared to respond, but Gion swiftly intervened, placing a hand on him. Chihiro, do not forget the importance of our mission. Why engage in a futile argument with a pirate? It would only serve as a source of ridicule. Tina, it has been a year since we last met. What was it you wished to convey? Is there something unspeakable troubling you? Tina forced a bitter smile and replied, Sister Gion, Crocodile is not entirely mistaken. He was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates, and the world government allowed us to take credit for that victory to conceal the truth. Compared to Admiral Rui, we are indeed the ones who have deceived the world. If possible, I would prefer to forfeit this honor. During this time, Tina had indeed awakened her Haki, but it was solely due to Admiral Rui's influence, who had helped her achieve this in mere minutes, a feat she never dared to imagine. Furthermore, Admiral Rui was not as lacking as the rumors suggested. He was genuinely strong, and neither Tina nor Smoker had witnessed him fight seriously. If possible, I urge you, Sister Guion, to consider this matter wisely before deciding to confront Admiral Rui. Wasn't it you who claimed to have defeated a warlord of the sea? Chihiro paused, momentarily taken aback. Had all his previous compliments been for naught? Noticing Smoker silently puffing on his cigar, wearing an expression of agreement, Chihiro quickly interjected, Tina, we shouldn't delve too deeply into who defeated the warlords. However, when it comes to the awakening of Haki, I consider myself a seasoned authority. Even Teacher Zephyr would not dare to claim that one could awaken Haki in mere minutes. Your assertion regarding that fellow's ability to facilitate such a transformation within moments raises my skepticism. Cheyenne remained silent, fully aware of the challenges associated with Haki's awakening as someone who has experienced it firsthand. Tina, who had been by her side for many years, ultimately chose to depart due to her prolonged inability to awaken Haki, rendering her incapable of meeting the increasing demands of their tasks. Now, to suggest that what took years of effort could be accomplished in mere minutes is a staggering discrepancy that even Cheyenne finds hard to believe. Sister Cheyenne, Tina understands that this matter is difficult to accept, but if one cannot do it, surely 5 can. Aside from myself, Smoker and the others also awakened Haki simultaneously with me. Tina forced a smile as she stepped forward, leaving the group behind. Naturally, Smoker, Aine, and the others were unwilling to lag behind. The moment the feeble observation Haki enveloped their arms, both Cheyenne and Chibuta felt a jolt in their hearts, their expressions reflecting a mix of disbelief and astonishment. The pitch-black Haki cloaked the arms of the 5 individuals. This layer of arrogance, though seemingly fragile at first glance, unmistakably reveals that they are indeed novices in the realm of dominance. If one were to suggest that Tina harbored selfish intentions, it could be conceivable that she might lie for the sake of Luoyu. However, with 5 individuals now testifying, the matter takes on a different gravity. Surely, this can no longer be deemed a mere fabrication. Within mere minutes, 5 individuals were awakened to their formidable prowess. Such matters are indeed unheard of to them. Perhaps reluctant to accept, I myself have witnessed this event. The prowess of that young one is far beyond what you esteemed candidates can comprehend. Crocodile declared with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing such rare praise, the expressions of Tina and her companions shifted noticeably. It was evident, to anyone with a modicum of sense, that the remarks were laced with provocation. Crocodile, silence yourself, Tina exclaimed sharply. Vice Admiral Shahutin, please do not take offense. Crocodile's words are solely intended to sow discord among us, instigating conflict within our navy. General Luoyu harbors no ulterior motives. During this period of time spent together, Tina has undoubtedly discerned Luoyu's modus operandi. If one were to define Luoyu's life goals, it would likely be the fabled 9-to-5 routine, complemented by weekends off. Such high-level antics. And yet one still insists on having ambitions. It seems rather like a desperate struggle. Tina, rest assured, I harbor no objections. I have already fallen for the tricks of the pirates. Chafon, with his hands clasped behind his back, snapped back to reality and chuckled awkwardly. However, since your Haki was awakened with the personal assistance of General Luoyu, the one responsible for escorting the warlords of the sea should indeed be General Luoyu, correct? Yet, the sun is now at its zenith. Why have you not yet departed? Are you awaiting the resolution from the celestial dragons? If that is the case, I would advise you to remind this new Marine general that rather than anxiously awaiting punishment here, it would be far more prudent to complete the escort mission post-haste, in hopes of redeeming oneself and perhaps receiving a lighter sentence. The subordinate following closely behind Chafong nodded in agreement. After all, their superior had lost considerable face. It was rare to regain even a fraction of dignity, and they could not help but support him. Tina and the others felt an involuntary stiffness in their expressions as they glanced towards the tightly shut door of the villa not far away. Surely, they could not reveal that they were merely anxiously enduring the wait. Today is a weekend. One should sleep until one naturally awakens. Sensing the change in Tina's demeanor, Guion raised an eyebrow and remarked, Tina, on my way back, I also heard some tales regarding the new general. It is said that he, like Admirals Kizaru and Akiji, possesses peculiar habits. I have heard he is quite particular about working hours, seemingly insisting on a 9-to-5 schedule with weekends off. If such is the case, today must be a day of rest. You cannot possibly tell me the new general is still in bed, can you? Still in bed? Chaffing's expression turned rigid once more. He truly began to suspect that perhaps he had overindulged in garlic the previous night. as every time he spoke, his tongue seemed to trip over itself. For an ordinary person, having assaulted the celestial dragons should lead to a time of anxious torment. Who could possibly sleep soundly, casting aside escort duties? Tina and her companions could not help but chuckle bitterly. Having such a superior indeed added several strands of gray to their hair. The incident involving the celestial dragons had become a sensational uproar. After an entire night of worry, they had racked their brains without arriving at a solution. It seemed that only Luoyu could find a way to sleep peacefully. Their sole hope now was that upon awakening, Luoyu would devise a solution. With a sudden clang, the tightly shut gates of the courtyard swung open. Luoyu, with a meat sandwich in his mouth and a swig of homemade brew, swallowed down the food while observing the lively square with evident surprise, mumbling indistinctly, "Apologies, it's already 12. You must have all had breakfast by now, right? I only prepared for myself. I hope you don't mind. Today is a day of rest, and if there are no other matters, I intend to take a stroll." With those words cast aside, Luoyu turned and strode down the street, savoring his meat sandwich. Colleagues, missions, and the assault on the celestial dragons were clearly left far behind. Jiyuan and Chatten stood momentarily frozen in place. Hearing about it was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. A 9-to-5 routine with weekends. This was indeed an unprecedented occurrence at the Navy headquarters. Little did they anticipate that upon their next encounter, it would have already been realized by someone. A soft chime resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the first weekend clock-in task for the Admiral. You have enjoyed a restful sleep until naturally awakened, and as a reward, you receive a silver treasure chest." The ethereal voice echoed suddenly in his mind. Luoyu raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of surprise. Indeed, following Garp to the Navy headquarters proved to be the wisest decision. The higher one's position, the more substantial the rewards one reaps. It seems that if one is to be a slacker, one ought to be a high-ranking slacker. Even a slacker, if fortunate enough, will bask in unexpected delights. Initially, when attaining the Admiral position, Luoyu had calculated that it would take a full month of clocking in to earn 500,000 berries, thereby redeeming 5 silver treasure chests for a chance at splendid fortune. He never envisioned that within merely a week of clocking in, so many surprises would materialize. At this pace, Luoyu was confident that within a year, rather than 3, his power would undergo a staggering transformation. Gazing at the silver treasure chests arranged in his consciousness, Luoyu certainly did not harbor the habit of leaving treasure chests overnight. Having just delivered a sound thrashing to the celestial dragon, Luoyu was unaware of what would unfold next. Thus, every bit of enhanced strength was invaluable. "System, promptly assist me in opening the silver treasure chest." A chime followed. "Please wait, host." Another chime resounded. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the silver treasure chest and obtained the talent of the celestial clan." A warm current swiftly surged into Luoyu's mind. Everything pertaining to the talent of the celestial clan was inscribed into his soul like an indelible mark. At that moment, Luoyu suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. It felt as though not only the power circulating within him, but also the forces of nature around him became somewhat palpable. It seemed that with merely a thought, he could summon the wandering energies surrounding him. Most importantly, the detailed explanation of the talent of the celestial clan left Luoyu utterly astonished. Indeed, the system's offerings were of exceptional quality. Is this what it means to be the new Admiral of the Navy? As rumors suggested, he operates unconventionally. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, I would hardly believe that the 4th Admiral, admitted as an exception, could be so youthful. The veteran trailing behind her momentarily faltered, entirely taken aback that Ji Yuan, who was expected to voice dissent, instead offered praise. Chata couldn't help but smile, remarking, "Ji Yuan, you are indeed correct. The 4th Admiral is significantly younger than the first 3. However, the question of strength remains uncertain. Both you and I have occupied the position of Admiral candidates for 3 to 5 years. Yet we lack the qualifications for the Navy headquarters to admit us as the 4th Admiral. Now, suddenly being surpassed by a newcomer has, to be frank, left me somewhat displeased. However, I firmly believe that the esteemed generals of the warring states have made their decision with great deliberation, and I shall prioritize the greater good." Observing the beaming face of Admiral Chatten, those present were somewhat taken aback. Initially, it was presumed that Chatten's return to the Red Earth continent was as a candidate for the position of Naval Admiral. There was a sense of dissatisfaction regarding the meteoric rise of the promising newcomer, Luoyu, to the rank of Admiral. It was entirely unexpected that this situation would be brushed aside with a smile. Admiral Chatten, I am grateful for your understanding. I am confident that it will not be long before Admiral Luoyu's reputation reverberates across the seas, and he will undoubtedly uphold the honor of the Navy headquarters. Aine took a deep breath and, gritting his teeth, stepped forward to speak. During this period, Luoyu's unconventional approach to matters has been a source of considerable frustration for Aine, who has been accustomed to Zephy's rigid teachings. Nevertheless, in light of Luoyu's kindness, Aine is acutely aware that he cannot reciprocate through strength. The only means available to express his gratitude is through words. Meanwhile, Tina and Smog, upon hearing this, intend to step forward and utter a few words to ease the tension. However, just as they take their first step, the previously cheerful Chaban suddenly loses his smile, his leg muscles tensing as he propels himself forward like a cannonball. His speed is such that only a chilling echo of words remains in the air. The decision made by the Marshal of the Warring States indeed prioritizes the greater good, yet regarding the matter of Vice Admiral Guillaume, I must assist her in regaining her breath. To securely occupy the position of Admiral, one must possess a level of strength that commands respect. Buzz. The air ripples with intensity, and the distance of several meters is traversed in the blink of an eye due to Chaban's explosive charge. Before anyone can react, Chaban is already a mere 3 to 4 meters from Luoyu. Chaban, do not act recklessly. Guillaume's expression shifts, taken aback by Chaban's reasoning for his assault. Guillaume, rest assured. I will exercise discretion. If one cannot withstand such a trivial trick, what right do they have to be an admiral? Without turning back, Chaban envelopes his hands in a dark, ink-like Haki. His fingers clench tightly as he strikes out towards Luoyu's back with a thunderous blow. Tina, Aine, and others suddenly awaken from their stupor, urgently warning, Luoyu, be careful, be careful. Luoyu raises an eyebrow, withdrawing into his consciousness as he turns to glance back. The first sight that meets his gaze is Chaban charging towards him. In mere moments, the distance of 3 to 4 meters collapses, leaving no time for a breath. A fist, enveloped in Haki and slicing through the air, descends with tremendous force. The tension among the onlookers reaches its zenith, observing Luoyu standing still, seemingly stunned and unresponsive. Guillaume can no longer contain himself, shouting, Luoyu, dodge quickly. Yet, even as the words leave his mouth, Luoyu remains rooted in place, unflinching in the face of the approaching fist. Even Chaban is taken aback. Unfortunately, there is no possibility of retracting the punch at this moment. Could it be that he truly cannot react? Bang! The fist connects, producing a thunderous collision that reverberates across the square. As ripples surge, a fierce wind sweeps through the gathering. However, the onlookers' pupils constrict in disbelief. What appeared to be a lightning-fast punch halts abruptly mere inches from Luoyu. No, it should be said that it is forcibly stopped by a layer of translucent golden light. Let me think. You must be Chaban, the one who has failed at proposals 100 times. I advise you to retreat quickly, lest Guanin's wrath befall you, and I cannot shield you. Falling Feather took a bite of the meat sandwich in hand and spoke in a mumble. The nonsensical utterance caused T-Pig to freeze for a moment. Before he coldly retorted, is this the power of a devil fruit? If you think that with such trivial means you can impede me without lifting a finger, you greatly underestimate me, T-Pig. Just now, I exerted merely a quarter of my strength, and I wonder how long you can endure beneath this turtle shell. A low hum resonated through the air as T-Pig clenched his fists once more, the armed color of his Haki surging forth, stirring the very air around him. With Falling Feather merely inches away, he prepared to strike again. Yet, in an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted, emanating a sense of divine illumination. As T-Pig's vision blurred, he hastily shook his head to regain clarity, only to find himself feeling as though he had turned to stone. A colossal 7 to 8 meter tall Avalokiteshvara blossomed forth from Falling Feather, and beneath the swirling golden radiance, thousands of outstretched hands descended upon him like a torrential downpour. Is it truly the case that Guanin seeks to strike down a person? In an instant, an overwhelming sense of peril engulfed Chatten's entire being. Cloaked in the formidable armor of Haki, he erupted with urgency. The pitch-black aura enveloped him swiftly. Once he completed this, a cascade of golden hand strikes descended from the heavens, akin to the Yellow River breaching its banks. Thunderous. The dull reverberation sounded as though the gods themselves were drumming. With 10 strikes, Chatten, ensconced in his Haki, was forcibly pushed back several meters. After 50 strikes, he was driven back by 20 to 30 meters. As 100 furious blows rained down, the myriad hand strikes resembled a colossal wave, crashing with tremendous force, evoking the sensation of a golden tsunami. Thunderous. A figure was propelled backward like a cannonball, the explosive aftermath sweeping across the entire square like a tempest. The ground where Chatten had once stood crumbled and collapsed within a radius of several dozen meters. Ji Yuan quickly reacted, intending to intervene. Alas, by the time she grasped the situation, Chatten had already whizzed past her like a projectile, crashing heavily upon her warship. Boom. The immense impact caused the entire vessel to lurch violently, and the sturdy deck shattered with a resounding crack. The surging waves surged skyward, reaching towards the clouds. In a fleeting moment, debris flew through the air, and the icy seawater, akin to torrential rain, enveloped a significant portion of the square in the wake of the shockwave. The scene left all onlookers utterly astounded. Thunderous. The deluge cascaded down like a torrential storm. The frigid seawater sent shivers through everyone present, jolting them back to reality from their stupor. They beheld the warship, now battered and holed, with a disheveled figure barely discernible amidst the ruins. The spectators remained in a state of bewilderment, unable to regain their composure. The memory of that fleeting moment was so surreal that it left their minds reeling. It seemed beyond belief. According to their understanding, Chatten had purportedly aimed to avenge Ji Yuan, but instead, he had unleashed an assault upon the general, Luoyu, who had been inexplicably obstructed. Just as he prepared to muster his strength for a genuine offensive, the general, Luoyu, merely took a bite of his meat sandwich before radiating a divine aura, summoning Guanin's 1,000 hands to strike down upon him, forcibly sending the substitute general, Chatten, flying. The process appears rather convoluted, yet, when one considers the passage of time, it amounts to merely a handful of breaths. The sensation that unfolds before the eyes is that of the T-Pig, suddenly launching an ambush, only to be effortlessly dispatched by the poised figure of Liu. One could assert that, had it not been witnessed firsthand, the attendees would undoubtedly find it hard to believe that the recent events were indeed real. If given the choice, many would wish for someone to deliver a few slaps to their face at this moment, to ascertain whether they were merely ensnared in a dream. This little devil indeed concealed his true capabilities. One might have thought that what was observed yesterday represented the entirety of his prowess, yet today, the techniques unveiled surpassed even those of the previous day. Crocodile, equally astounded, could not help but voice his astonishment. Beside him, Mr. with a grave expression, remarked, "Yesterday, he exhibited some preliminary movements that hinted at his intentions. Today, he merely took a bite of bread and sent a vice admiral flying." Such methods transcend the realm of human expectation. Should one ever be compelled to confront such a monster, even the slightest movement of a finger would necessitate utmost vigilance. Although Mr. 1's crude characterization was somewhat difficult for Crocodile to accept, he could not help but resonate with the sentiment. Merely taking a bite of bread had resulted in sending someone soaring. Such a feat is something even Crocodile could not accomplish. Simultaneously, having traversed the vast seas and witnessed numerous displays of prowess, this strike from Luoyu can only be described as extraordinarily impressive. To send a vice admiral flying without lifting a finger, how splendid is that? It is likely that even the 4 emperors would find such a feat beyond their reach. As torrents of seawater cascaded down, the expansive plaza was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated on Liu, leaving even Ji Yuan in a state of disbelief. Being a fellow vice admiral and a longtime ally, Ji Yuan was acutely aware of Chao Huan's true capabilities. It was precisely for this reason that he had hastily intervened when Chao Huan made a sudden probing attack. After all, they had been entrusted with the responsibility of monitoring the movements of the 4 emperors. If their strength were not acknowledged, who would be deemed fit for such perilous duties? Feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, Luoyu resignedly consumed the remaining meat sandwich in his hand, letting out a sigh. "I warned you to dodge quickly. This Guanin is going to strike, and I cannot shield you from it." The plaza had already been devastated once, and now it was nearly breached again, leaving a naval vessel in dire straits. "Ji Yuan, you have seen it. The one who provokes first is at a disadvantage, and I certainly will not reimburse for the warship." "The one who provokes first is at a disadvantage? I will not reimburse for the warship?" The expressions of those present stiffened as they gazed at the visibly pained Luoyu. The shock and grandeur that had initially filled the atmosphere crumbled away. Is this still the newly appointed general who, while standing, devoured a morsel of bread and sent the candidate general flying? At such a critical juncture, there remains a lingering concern regarding the compensation for the warships. This is perhaps not merely a matter of falling into the depths of contempt. It signifies a disdain for the esteemed candidate of the general. "Lord Luoyu, do you belittle me?" An irate voice reverberated amidst the ruins of the warship. A formidable aura surged forth, shattering the fractured deck into pieces. As everyone beheld the disheveled figure of Chachuan, who emerged from the fray looking rather disconcerted, their nerves tightened once more. The brief encounter had already been exceedingly intense. Should Chachuan choose to fight with abandon, it could indeed lead to significant consequences. Luoyu, feeling a sense of helplessness, regarded what was meant to be his first delightful day of leisure after assuming the role of general, never anticipating such an interruption. However, reflecting on the unexpected might unleashed by the previously mentioned prodigy of the Celestial clan truly surpassed Luoyu's expectations. According to the system's description, this celestial talent hailed from the realm of Firex, serving as a trump card among the 12 guardians of the blade, capable of communicating with the chakra of nature to unleash formidable techniques akin to those of sage arts. This bears a resemblance to the natural chakra utilized in the curse mark on Chongwu. The former represents release, while the latter acts upon oneself. Nonetheless, both share a commonality, the ability to unleash power exponentially, sometimes even tenfold. Simultaneously, this prodigy of the immortal race has undergone a transformation through the system, which classifies it into two distinct modes. The earlier manifestation of the 1,000-kill Guanyin form is a passive defensive stance. As long as the divine power of the immortal race is stored within Luoyu, this Guanyin form will automatically activate in the face of danger for protection and counterattack. Naturally, the offensive capability of this form, while formidable, pales in comparison to the proactive fury of the Vajra form. Initially, according to the system's description, Luoyu presumed that the Guanyin form could merely intimidate. He never anticipated that Guanyin could also deliver a striking blow, showcasing an extraordinary ferocity that rivals that of any warrior. If he were to switch to the Vajra form, it would likely yield even more astonishing surprises. However, the thought that today is a rare day of respite swiftly extinguished Luoyu's excitement. The recent strike indeed caught him off guard. Yet, if one thinks to dismiss me so easily, they underestimate my resolve. I shall confront you in battle. The T-Pig leapt once more onto the shattered plaza. The earlier blow had not inflicted significant harm. He merely spat out several dozen milliliters of blood. More importantly, it was not merely a matter of losing face before others, but also the promise made to avenge the goddess that weighed heavily on him, especially after being struck down in her presence. The breath caught in the throat of the T-Dolphin was one he could not swallow. Observing the unwavering figure of Luoyu, who stood still without any extraneous movements, he was increasingly intrigued to discern whether this young general truly embodied the prowess that Crocodile had described, one who could rival 10 of his kind. Yet, just as this thought flickered through his mind, the words that fell upon his ears rendered him utterly bewildered. A decisive battle is permissible, but let us first adhere to the proper procedures. The assembly was momentarily stunned into silence, gazing at Luoyu's serious countenance. One could not help but wonder if he was jesting in earnest. Who had ever encountered such a stipulation before? General Luoyu, are you belittling me? To make light of such matters in public like this is quite disconcerting, especially when it places me in a difficult position amongst so many onlookers. The T-Dolphin spoke with a smile, though it was evident to all that an undercurrent of defiance lay beneath his words. As the T-Dolphin strode purposefully towards Luoyu, the tension among the spectators reached a palpable peak. Sister Ji Yuan, please, urge Vice Admiral T-Dolphin to reconsider. Tina implored urgently. T-Dolphin, do not act impulsively. Ji Yuan quickly interjected, followed by a wry smile. General Luoyu, if you truly wish to decline T-Dolphin's challenge, it would be simpler to state your intentions directly rather than resorting to such excuses. Excuses? Luoyu took a sip of his earthy brew, shaking his head with a smile. Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, this is no mere pretext. My sudden rise to this position is certain to breed discontent among many, and challenges are inevitable. I welcome them. Nevertheless, while accepting challenges is one thing, I cannot entertain every single one. If a general is to engage in practice battles, there ought to be some incentive. Don't you think? Thus, I have prepared a few application forms. Whoever wishes to challenge me must first submit a request, complete with the necessary approvals from the higher-ups, such as Admiral Sengoku, to ensure I receive an increase in salary, some performance bonuses, and incentives. With a larger number of challengers, we could also consider a project-based commission. Serving as a general's training partner could be regarded as a significant project, whereby your skills are enhanced while I earn a percentage of the remuneration. However, I must emphasize that I do not work before 9 in the morning or after 5 in the afternoon, nor on weekends. Just like today, which happens to be my day off, I advise against any futile attempts to seek me out then. Remember, if you wish to find me, please do so during working days. As he spoke, Luoyu handed the meticulously prepared application forms to Ji Yuan, who gazed at the detailed procedural outline and the various benefit applications in astonishment, leaving all present momentarily dumbfounded. Such matters had never crossed their minds. Salaries, performance bonuses, project commissions. The majority present were seasoned veterans, having served as naval officers for many years, yet they had never heard of such benefits associated with military service. Were they merely pretenders to the title of soldier? Ji Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss, gazing at the application form in his hands. Following the prescribed procedures would likely require at least 7 or 8 working days before the decisive battle could commence. Considering the intervening rest days, would it not take nearly half a month to take action? Surely, they would be rendered obsolete by then. Chachuan's face darkened, the application form trembling slightly in his clenched fist. Unable to contain himself any longer, he turned to Luoyu, who was casually sipping wine and enjoying a meat sandwich nearby. Very well, General Luoyu, are you mocking me? I have never heard of such a process to apply for a decisive battle. Today, I must witness what transpires if you are forced to take action. A roar erupted from Chachuan, resembling that of a ferocious beast. His seemingly frail form, under the scrutiny of all present, swiftly expanded like a rock. In an instant, he transformed into a towering figure, 5 meters tall, his body adorned with golden fur. Resembling a fearsome giant ape, an aura of ferocity emanated from him. This was the ancient power of the golden ape, a manifestation of Chachuan's abilities, indicating that a fierce confrontation was imminent. Smog instinctively tightened his grip on the cigar in his mouth, a solemn expression etched across his face. Such a confrontation, second only to that of a general, once it truly unfolds, could lead to an unpredictable escalation. Sister Guion, do your utmost to restrain Major Chadu, while I immediately contact Marshal Sengoku. This internal strife is something that Tina believes Marshal Sengoku would never permit. Tina hastily spoke again. Guion smiled wryly and shook her head, saying, at such a time, if I intervene, it could easily devolve into a 3-way melee. I have already dispatched someone to notify Marshal Sengoku. Now, I hope General Luoyu can hold on until they arrive. Haha, General Luoyu, you heard that, right? No one can stop me now. You should engage me in battle. Major Chatu, transformed into a mighty ape, let out a booming laugh that echoed like thunder across the square. Luoyu furrowed his brow, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, and calmly replied, Major Chadu, the fury of the working class stems from being forced into overtime. What you are doing is dangerously testing the limits of mortality. Are you certain you do not wish for someone to restrain you? The fury of the working class? Someone to restrain me? Chadu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, saying, General Luoyu, are you attempting to utter such words to buy time? If there truly is the fury of the working class, I would be keen to witness it. General Luoyu, feel free to unleash it. I, Chadu, shall accept whatever wrath comes my way. Is that so? Then I must apologize. For it is now time for overtime. Luoyu looked up. Boom. A colossal force, akin to a tempest, erupted within. The resplendent golden figure of Avalokiteshvara blossomed in an instant behind the falling feathers. A crimson hue rapidly enveloped Avalokiteshvara's entire being. The originally benevolent, thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara instantly transformed into a fierce figure radiating golden light. With 3 glaring eyes, an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth, and at that moment, it seemed as though the wild energy, propelled by the urgency of the falling feathers, had broken free like a stallion galloping towards the heavens. If one were to compare, in the previous moment, the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara stood at a height of 3 to 4 meters, roughly equivalent to the golden ape transformed from the T-pig. Now, however, the furious golden figure appeared as towering as a mountain, reaching several meters in height. In contrast to the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, the furious golden figure's myriad arms seemed to dissolve into the void. The explosive aura radiated like the weight of Mount Tai, sweeping across the entire plaza. Those present felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped their hearts. Even breathing became a struggle, fraught with an inexplicable suffocation. Gazing upon the immense figure of the furious golden deity, no one dared to stir a finger, particularly for the T-pig, ensnared under the shadow of the colossal figure. A sense of insignificance surged within. Every cell in his body seemed to emit a frantic signal of danger. Confronted with the 1,000 arms fading into nothingness, he felt as if gripped by countless mighty hands. It seemed that any movement on his part would provoke an overwhelming torrent of attacks. Moreover, this oppressive sensation of danger was far more ferocious than that experienced moments prior with the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. It rendered his nerves and muscles taut as stone. An absurd feeling blossomed in his mind. The immense pressure loomed over the plaza like Mount Tai, instilling a sense of suffocation within all. It felt as if the vanished 1,000 arms were firmly constricting their throats. Across the expanse, not even the ordinary naval soldiers or the admirals of the Navy, such as those from the Guion, dared to make the slightest movement. Is this the fury of those who toil beyond their hours? At such a critical juncture, their only recourse is to roll their eyes, anxiously shifting their gaze towards the formidable figure of the T-Pig. They are acutely aware that, at this moment, only if someone dares to make a move can this seemingly insurmountable deadlock be broken. Surrounded by countless scrutinizing gazes, the T-Pig, ensnared in an invisible web of pressure, finds its absurd thoughts magnified to an alarming degree. If given the choice, he fervently wishes for someone to intervene at this moment. A mere gesture of support would suffice, and he would gladly retreat. Alas, faced with the overwhelming and unexpected weight of this pressure, even he hesitates to stir. Much less would the others dare to act. Ha, T-Pig, I have long known of your grievances regarding this boy's ascension to the rank of Admiral. But I never imagined you would force his hand during the weekend. The day I compelled him to work overtime, it came at a great cost. A hearty laugh echoed from afar. Garp leaped down from above the gate of justice, landing steadily several hundred meters away. Feeling the pervasive aura of lethal intent enveloping the arena, a flicker of astonishment crossed Garp's eyes. In the past, he had certainly sparred with the fallen feather aboard the ship. Garp was well aware of the remarkable prowess of this combatant. Yet, during this time, the myriad of techniques and increasingly monstrous advancements exhibited by the fallen feather left Garp feeling perplexed. His instincts warned him that, given time, this once feeble youth would burgeon into an overwhelmingly formidable force. In light of these changes, Garp felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had insisted on bringing the fallen feather aboard the ship and escorting him to the naval headquarters. Not long ago, he had also stood firmly alongside Sengoku to protect the celestial dragons. Otherwise, faced with the rapid and uncanny evolution of the fallen feather, Garp would harbor an inexplicable sense of crisis within. Mr. Garp, your arrival is fortuitous. Please intervene and stop Vice Admiral T-Pig from making a move, Tina implored urgently. The tension among those present was once again stirred, and the overwhelming atmosphere in the arena softened slightly at that moment. The T-Pig, ensnared in the oppressive aura, desperately turned his gaze towards Garp. In that instant, he fervently hoped that Garp would act to restrain him. If only someone would tug at his sleeve, he would undoubtedly retreat without hesitation. Sensing the invisible pressure surrounding him, he instinctively recognized that the aura radiating from the fallen feather was far more ferocious than his own. Haha, Tina, what nonsense are you spouting? The T-Pig has already coerced the fallen feather into overtime. Why would I intervene? Garp laughed heartily, pulling out a senbei and carelessly stuffing it into his mouth, speaking with a mouthful. However, rest assured, with me here, there will be no unforeseen incidents. T-Pig, why do you hesitate? How long do you intend to keep me waiting? Garp's gaze shifted, landing squarely upon T-Pig. Confronted by the furious glare emanating from behind Falling Feather, Garp was taken aback yet intrigued, wishing to gauge Falling Feather's true capabilities through the hands of T-Pig. T-Pig was left in a state of bewilderment. Observing Garp's earnest demeanor, he realized that the situation had far exceeded his expectations. He had merely hoped for someone to tug at his sleeve, offering a token gesture of persuasion, but never anticipated that Garp would not only refrain from discouragement but instead stoke the flames of confrontation. Is this akin to driving a duck onto the shelf? How could the narrative deviate so drastically from the script? Sensing the shift in the atmosphere around him, T-Pig felt his nerves beginning to ease under Garp's assurances. Yet, a sense of being caught in a burning predicament overwhelmed him. Retreat was now out of the question. The only option left was to muster his resolve and strike, attempting to dispel the oppressive pressure before him. Perhaps someone might intervene once more. Chaotic thoughts flashed through T-Pig's mind as he suddenly turned his gaze toward the motionless figure of Luoyu, standing with closed eyes. The colossal golden ape, manifested from T-Pig, finally unleashed a thunderous roar. The booming sound shattered the suffocating aura that enveloped the arena, tightening everyone's nerves anew. As T-Pig's muscles tensed in preparation for action, Luoyu abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant, the crimson hue enveloping his pupils carried an air of indifference. The towering figure of the enraged golden ape, along with thousands of iron fists concealed within the void, materialized in an instant. The sky was filled with a torrent of blood-red fists, converging upon T-Pig like an overwhelming sea of crimson. Their might akin to a raging thunderstorm that reverberated throughout the fortress. Upon witnessing the rapidly expanding onslaught within his vision, T-Pig could only utter a single exclamation. Holy cow! Had he known this was the magnitude of the situation, he would have retreated even without persuasion. Garp's pupils also dilated in shock, having sensed the latent danger that brewed in the atmosphere. However, he never anticipated that Luoyu would unleash such a cataclysmic force upon his arrival. Confronted with the deluge of descending fists, Garp shouted urgently, T-Pig, did you compel him to work overtime without a request? You're jesting with your life here. Luoyu, show some mercy. I will submit a request afterward. His desperate cries echoed across the square, but unfortunately, it was evidently too late for such appeals. As the impenetrable black armor of Haki enveloped T-Pig, the torrent of fists struck him with cataclysmic force. The ground beneath erupted in a cacophony of destruction as the square was reduced to ruins, transformed into a colossal ape. T-Pig was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, the invisible shockwave sweeping through the arena with the ferocity of a Category 12 hurricane. The speed and power of his ejection tore the square apart, leaving a massive chasm in its wake, accompanied by an ear-splitting explosion. As the giant ape collided with the monumental Justice Gate, the overwhelming impact shattered the heavy doors, which were forcefully blown open. The resulting shockwave surged forth like a hurricane sweeping across the ocean, creating waves that crashed against the doors behind them. In that fleeting moment, everyone caught in the onslaught of the air current found themselves engulfed in its tumultuous embrace. As I struggled to maintain my composure, I found myself utterly astonished, gazing at the scene before me as if I were witnessing a ghost. They had long grown accustomed to the notion of overtime, however. Witnessing individuals being driven to the brink by such demands was an unprecedented sight. A thunderous crash echoed throughout the fortress, reverberating like a clap of thunder. The tumultuous waves cascaded down, akin to a torrential downpour, awakening all those who had been precariously standing amid the storm. As they beheld the Justice Gate, forcibly breached by human might, their eyes widened in disbelief. They had encountered various methods of opening doors, yet this particular approach was utterly novel to them. Observing the figure of Luoyu, who remained steadfast and unyielding, having effortlessly shattered the entrance with a single blow, left them in awe. Many seasoned naval veterans who had followed Cheyenne and Chibuta had their doubts about the capabilities of the newly appointed Admiral swiftly dispelled. How could one's strength be underestimated when they had not even truly lifted a finger in battle? Particularly striking was the sight of Chibuta, the Admiral candidate, who had been sent crashing into the Justice Gate, creating a gaping hole in the fortress structure, yet remained embedded in the ruins, unwavering. The onlookers instinctively turned their gazes towards Luoyu, their curiosity piqued, eager to discern what would transpire next. However, upon casting that glance, the overwhelming sense of pressure that permeated the air dissipated like a tempest. Luoyu retrieved the breakfast meat sandwich he had prepared earlier and casually tossed one to Garp, grinning as he took a swig of his drink. Old man Garp, was what you said earlier true? I've made a note of it. So don't forget to apply for some performance bonuses for me. I've been running low lately. Moreover, I just conceived a grand project that should align with Admiral Zephyr's Naval Academy. I've even settled on a name, the Admiral Training Program, led personally by the Admiral for hands-on training. In just 100 days, participants could earn their certification and surely rise to greatness. This project is substantial yet affordable. If just one person enrolls, I'll see a raise in my salary. Should it yield results, a performance bonus would be in order, and if everyone passes the assessment, we could arrange for a share of the project as profits. What do you think, old man Garp? Will Sengoku invest in this? Garp suddenly found himself at a loss, realizing that the meat sandwich in his hand had grown rather hot. What is this bizarre large-scale project? It feels reminiscent of encountering a pyramid scheme leader. At this point in time, even the formidable T-Pig has been sent sprawling with a single punch, his fate hanging in the balance. Who would dare seek you out as a sparring partner? By the way, does anyone wish to participate? Luoyu took a bite of his meat sandwich, surveying those present. Proposing such a grand venture to attract investment was a reluctant move on Luoyu's part. He had just been compelled to work overtime, instantly thrusting him into a state of heightened productivity. with his frustration reaching its zenith. If, during regular working hours, Luoyu could exert 100% of his capabilities, then being coerced into overtime catapulted him into the realm of the overworked, where his strength surged to an astonishing 200%, effectively doubling his power. According to the system, as the duration of overtime increased, so too would the intensity of his outburst. The upper limit was dictated by the wages and performance bonuses accumulated within Luoyu's system. As stated, a minute of exertion would cost 1,000,000 berries. Luoyu suddenly realized he was somewhat impoverished. After a month of diligent work, he found himself unable to withstand 5 minutes of overtime. For a man, regardless of the circumstances, a brief duration is an original sin. The sole silver lining for Liu was that this bout of forced overtime was a complimentary initiation into the realm of the weary worker. Otherwise, given his current assets, he would likely be drained dry by the system before even mounting a charge. However, the thought of his strength surging due to being pushed into overtime certainly tempted Liu to seize the opportunity. The grand project he had proposed was precisely aimed at this very point. Yet, as his gaze swept across the crowd, everyone appeared utterly bewildered, hastily retreating. Even the T-Pig, who had tapped into the ancient power of the Diamond Ape, was sent flying by a single punch, reduced to a makeshift battering ram. Embedded into the fortress, his life uncertain. Who would risk their life for a jest? Moreover, their earlier eagerness stemmed from a desire to witness how Liu would handle the obstinate T-Pig. They had not anticipated that Luoyu would immediately launch into a grand project upon speaking. "Mr. Garp, what brings you here? I thought Admiral Kazara would arrive first." Ji Yuan stepped forward, breaking the oppressive silence that had enveloped the scene. Nevertheless, it was evident that the T-Pig had been excessively reckless this time. Had he not been so insistent on challenging Admiral Luoyu, this farcical spectacle would likely never have transpired, leaving outsiders to chuckle at their expense. "Haha, Ji Yuan. You need not mock. This lad did not ascend to the rank of Admiral through conventional means, so it is only natural for others to regard him with skepticism." Garp chuckled heartily, seizing the opportunity to divert the topic. As for that fellow, the T-Pig, he had been stewing with pent-up frustration, but after this bout, he should be all right. The ancient Zoan-type devil fruit is renowned for its tough skin and robust physique, and his diamond ape form possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities, meaning that punch would not inflict significant harm. Do not forget, he is a candidate for the general. If he cannot withstand this, what face will he have left? The sound of hearty laughter echoed throughout the square. Tina and the others, who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They certainly did not wish for Luoyu to face any repercussions. Within the gates of justice, on the fortress building, the T-Pig, embedded within, felt his facial muscles twitch. A sharp pain coursed through his entire being, making even the slightest movement of his fingers a struggle. That punch had directly shattered 3 of his ribs. Were it not for the extraordinary regenerative abilities of the ancient species and the unique formidable defense of the Diamond Ape, the T-Pig believed that punch would have left him severely injured. How could Cap speak of it so lightly, as if it were nothing? Reflecting on the 2 instances he was sent flying, Luoyu's displays of prowess had consistently surpassed his expectations. Standing in place, he had not even raised a hand. Such methods and strength are certainly on par with the other 3 generals, are they not? Furthermore, this peculiar style of combat imbues the atmosphere with an enigmatic depth that leaves Luoyu utterly perplexed. Bang! Chatten, gritting his teeth against the pain, leaped onto the platform behind the grand gate, the powers of the devil fruit gradually dissipating. Aside from appearing somewhat disheveled and dusty, he bore no significant disgrace. After catching his breath, Chatten bounded several times before returning to the side of Garp, saluting Liu with military decorum and saying, "General Liu, I must confess that this battle has truly won my respect. I acted rashly earlier, and I hope you will not hold it against me. If blame must be assigned, I will accept it." He then turned to Mr. Garp. "You must speak kindly of me, so that General Luoyu does not harbor any resentment." "Haha, Chatten. You underestimate this lad's shrewdness. Aside from his strong fixation on punctuality, he harbors no ill will." Garp chuckled heartily, patting Chatten's shoulder several times. "However, since you show such intent, I can save some energy. I did promise this lad that I would assist him in requesting additional overtime from Sengoku following your challenge. There is also a significant project to consider. See if Sengoku is inclined to invest. If he does, this lad might even treat you to a meat sandwich." Requesting performance-based overtime? Seeking investment for a major project? What on earth is this? Such a challenge, under ordinary circumstances, would not conclude merely by completing a match, acknowledging a few errors, and offering some casual compliments, would it? Why now must we also seek assistance for applying for overtime pay and securing significant project investments? Had I known earlier about these additional processes, I would not have acted impulsively. Vice Admiral Chatton, you must find this amusing. We in the Navy are like family. With your support in promoting this project, I am confident the outcome will be remarkable. I shall entrust you with the matters of performance applications and project investments. Luoyu smiled as he handed over a meat sandwich. Continuing, Vice Admiral Chatton, you have been in the Navy for quite some time, haven't you? The atmosphere in the room momentarily stilled. Faced with this rather perplexing inquiry, Chatton's aide, standing behind him, visibly grew anxious and hurriedly responded, General Luoyu. Vice Admiral Chatton has served as a Vice Admiral for 10 years and has been a candidate for Admiral for 3 years. I believe that given Vice Admiral Chatton's capabilities, ascending to the rank of Admiral is merely a matter of time. I wonder what you mean by asking such a question. The tension among those present subtly heightened. The recent encounter had indeed altered their perception of Luoyu's prowess, instilling in them a profound respect. However, if General Luoyu were to be unyielding and persist in this line of questioning, it could prove problematic. 10 years as a Vice Admiral? Luoyu raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. Ah, Vice Admiral Chatton, with that assertion, I am reassured. Having served for a decade, I imagine you have accumulated quite a bit of personal savings and a nest egg. This challenge was also largely initiated by you. So the cost for the destroyed plaza and the shattered gates of justice shall fall upon you. You are aware that I have just taken office and have yet to receive my first month's salary. I trust you do not wish to drain a junior officer completely. Do you? Moreover, today is a day of rest, so if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. The attendees were left in a state of bewilderment as they watched Luoyu laugh, turn, wave, and depart without another word. The elegance displayed is truly mesmerizing. What were they anticipating moments ago? Did they overthink the situation? Or has this formidable general genuinely succumbed to the allure of wealth? Otherwise, how could his thought process be so incongruous with theirs? One might have expected Luoyu to seize the opportunity for a bit of jest, yet to everyone's astonishment, he immediately uttered the name of Bellamy. This approach indeed aligns with the rumors. It seems that in the future, one must consider the fullness of their wallet before seeking trouble with the fourth general. General Luoyu, this meat sandwich is rather hot. May I decline it? T-Pig's expression stiffened, and the meat sandwich in his hand felt precarious. He turned to gaze at the square, now reduced to ruins. Is this intended to attribute yesterday's destruction to him as well? A rough estimate suggests that fully restoring the square and the gate of justice would require at least 8 to 10 billion in funding, wouldn't you agree? Isn't he risking his wife's dowry as well? General Luoyu, with your formidable strength, you could certainly venture into the new world, where numerous bounties await. As a general, you possess the authority to claim 100% of the rewards, which surely eclipses the allure of mere performance bonuses and salary. Shiryan couldn't help but interject. The bounties issued by the world government are merely a means of external propaganda. For the Navy, the primary focus lies in accruing military merit to facilitate rank advancement. Naturally, these merits can be converted into bounty rewards. However, the bounties placed upon pirates are intended to attract the attention of external forces, thereby curtailing the pirates' growth. Should a pirate with a bounty fall to the Navy, the reward obtained would be converted into 10 to 50% of the bounty, depending on one's rank. The remainder would be forcibly counted as military merit. Yet, as a naval admiral, one enjoys the privilege of full exemption, allowing for complete redemption of bounties. Nevertheless, those who ascend to the rank of admiral are evidently more inclined towards the acquisition of military merit. Furthermore, to uphold a positive image for the Navy headquarters, the most one could hope for is likely a ceremonial banner and a certificate, along with some symbolic rewards in belly. Otherwise, if even admirals were to lead the charge in hunting pirates for bounties, the integrity of the entire Navy would surely be compromised. It is indeed the first time they encountered an admiral like Luoyu, who fixates on monetary gain and is meticulous about performance and military achievements. Hunting pirates for bounties? Luoyu took a sip of his drink. Naturally, he yearned for such rapid accumulation of capital. Alas, the system is overly idiosyncratic, only recognizing rewards tied to salary. Otherwise, Luoyu would have already taken up arms to scour the seas. Faced with such a peculiar system, Luoyu could only let out a deep sigh and lament. I apologize. But a gentleman values wealth acquired through righteous means, A diligent worker does not seek side profits. Moreover, isn't it delightful to receive a salary without having to lift a finger? The performance metrics from Marshal Sengoku will be entrusted to you, Vice Admiral Chibuta. The people present were utterly dumbfounded. What does a gentleman value wealth acquired through righteous means? A worker does not seek side profits? To forego the abundant bounties of the sea in favor of lingering over salary and performance metrics? Is it truly a case of money slipping through the cracks? Most importantly, the monotony of a 9-to-5 job, coupled with the frustration of overtime, can be utterly overwhelming. Is this truly the embodiment of a worker as they perceive it? It evokes an impression of two disparate worlds. Initially, I intended to articulate something more, yet the atmosphere turned bitter in an instant. I exchanged a glance with Chahan and found myself at a loss for words. In that moment, they finally comprehended why they would never ascend to the rank of Admiral. This seems to be characterized by a lack of a formidable leader, an unreliable trait. Indeed, it appears that these modest goals of several hundred million cannot be escaped. Luoyu, my friend, you have surpassed me in the art of being a diligent worker. Garp was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Luoyu's comprehension of slacking off had far surpassed his own. Under normal circumstances, he would have refrained from saying much. But recalling the words of Sengoku from the previous day, Garp hastily interjected. However, you, young lad, do not leave just yet. Sengoku has a mission for you. He mentioned that those dragon people are nothing but trash, and it is acceptable to deal with them. Nevertheless, you must ensure that they are thoroughly dealt with. Sengoku has assigned you a different task, instructing you to lay low away from the Navy headquarters for a while. I have brought you the letters of assignment. Take them and set sail immediately. As for the matters concerning the dragon people, Sengoku will shield you from the repercussions. Return once the storm has passed. His resounding voice echoed throughout the square, lingering in the air. Having witnessed Luoyu's unreliability, the once unreliable Garp had paradoxically become somewhat dependable. Yet, before they could revel in this newfound reliability, the term dragon people trash echoed once more. This leaves the world's nobility in a state of profound dismay. What expressions should those present don to adequately respond? Observing the indifferent visage of Mr. Garp, both Gion and Chashu could only manage a bitter smile. Yet an exceedingly absurd thought suddenly flashed through their minds. Mr. Garp, could it be that the task we are currently entrusted with is to be handed over to General Ryue? Gion's expression faltered. As a vice admiral dispatched from the Navy headquarters, his primary duty was to be stationed at the frontline base closest to the territories of the four emperors. Individuals like Gion and Chashu, who stand as candidates between the ranks of vice admiral and admiral, were entrusted with the critical task of tracking the movements of the four emperors. The task of monitoring the movements of the four emperors stationed at the Navy headquarters teeters precariously on the brink of demise. Only a vice admiral possesses the qualifications to oversee such formidable individuals. However, this is merely a standard arrangement. The current monumental events unfolding in the New World have proven to be quite daunting, even for those who hold the rank of vice admiral. Otherwise, there would be no need to traverse great distances back to the Navy headquarters in search of assistance. In their eyes, stabilizing the situation necessitates the prowess of an admiral. The strength displayed by Ryue moments ago indeed reshaped their perceptions. Yet, entrusting him with this matter still leaves them feeling uncertain. Haha, Gion. Your intellect shines as brightly as ever compared to Crane. It seems that when Crane's mind falters with age, you will be poised to take her place. Garp chuckled heartily, snatching the meat bun from the hands of the tea pig and stuffing it into his mouth. However, just as he did so, a slap landed on the back of his head. Garp, it is you who lacks discernment. Your actions remain as unreliable as ever. Sengoku entrusted you with matters concerning the celestial dragons, and yet you speak of them with such disdain, all under the watchful eyes of many. Are you not concerned that you might drive Sengoku to his wit's end? Furthermore, allowing Ryue and the tea pig to bicker, if it weren't for the fact that your wages have already been overdrawn until next year, I would be inclined to report you again. A hoarse voice resonated from behind Garp. Gion's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly approached, saying, Crane, what brings you here? As one of the outstanding young talents of the Navy headquarters, Gion had indeed ascended to the rank of vice admiral. However, he held deep respect for Crane, who had been instrumental in his promotion. Ah, Gion, it seems that you have grown considerably stronger in my absence. The rank of admiral is surely within your grasp. Crane remarked with a dry chuckle. Yet, upon catching sight of Ryue, who was leisurely sipping a drink not far away, her words faltered. Gion, Noticing the shift in Crane's demeanor, offered a wry smile to ease the tension, saying, "Crane, your praise would have delighted me had I not encountered Admiral Luoyu first. However, let us set that aside for now. I am curious to know if Admiral Sengoku has truly assigned our task to Admiral Luoyu. According to eyewitness accounts from 3 days ago, this significant event may involve more than one of the 4 emperors. To unravel the intricacies, it might require the experience of the 3 senior admirals to navigate it with greater assurance." Tina and Smoker exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. If escorting the warlords was akin to a mere stroll, then this task concerning the 4 emperors could very well be a treacherous ordeal. Guillaume's earlier remarks, though seemingly blunt, reflected the reality. The new admiral, while promising, lacked the seasoned reliability of his predecessors. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room shifted subtly. "Admiral Luoyu, Guillaume is merely prioritizing the greater good." His impatience led him to utter such words. "Please do not take it to heart," someone interjected, attempting to mend the situation. The Crane cast a glance at Shigeyama and hurriedly offered an explanation. "General Luoyu," he chuckled awkwardly, "you jest. General Shigeyama's assertions are not without merit. In truth, it would be most prudent for the more seasoned of the 3 great generals to confront the monsters of the bygone era. I find myself in agreement with General Shigeyama's proposal." The assembly was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Ryu's candid acknowledgement of the disparity between the new and old generals, much to the surprise of both Shigeyama and Chihiro. After all, in a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest, who among equals would concede inferiority? Perhaps even the 4 emperors would hesitate. "General Luoyu, I did not anticipate your willingness to prioritize the greater good in such a manner. Since you are inclined to undertake this mission, let us promptly report it to Marshal Sengoku for his decision." Chihiro interjected with urgency. Shigeyama nodded in agreement. The Crane fell into silence, somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, he eventually sighed softly and remarked, "General Luoyu, had the incident involving the celestial dragons not transpired, your reluctance to accept this task would pose no significant issue. However, now that Sengoku has assigned you this responsibility, it is evidently to extricate you from the headquarters and evade scrutiny. Changing personnel at this critical juncture would likely prove exceedingly challenging. Convincing Sengoku to reconsider may be even more daunting. Is there truly no alternative, General Kaku?" Shigeyama inquired. His urgency palpable. "Do not fret, General Luoyu. If General Kaku alone cannot sway Marshal Sengoku's decision, Chihiro and I shall seek an audience with him to advocate for a change in personnel. We must act immediately." With that, Shigeyama turned in haste, prepared to depart. Yet, the next words that reached her ears caused her steps to freeze abruptly. "Change personnel? General Shigeyama, you are overthinking this. This is merely Marshal Sengoku's goodwill. As his subordinate, I cannot afford to squander such kindness." Ryu adjusted his glasses with a smile. "Nevertheless, you are correct, General Shigeyama. Confronting the 4 emperors is a task befitting only the 3 great generals. Now, with Marshal Sengoku hastily assigning me this responsibility, it seems to be an overreach of authority, both professionally and personally. Given the considerable risks, I believe it is not unreasonable to discuss performance incentives. Would you not agree? I trust that the esteemed Sengoku would have no objections." The atmosphere in the room descended into an oppressive silence. The previously anxious expression on Shigeyama's face suddenly turned rigid. Is this overarching focus merely a prelude to enhancing performance? Reflecting on the recent dialogues and the urgency in the actions taken, what was she truly anticipating? A desire for someone ensnared in the clutches of financial turmoil to emerge from the abyss of despair. This is perhaps truly an instance of overthinking. Gazing at the cheerful and relaxed Luoyu, sipping wine and indulging in meat sandwiches, Ji Yuan felt an urge to retreat into silence. The deeply wrinkled visage of he could not help but twitch as he observed Luoyu, who was earnestly spouting nonsense. Unable to contain himself, he glared and exclaimed, "Luoyu, my dear, I advise you to refrain from mentioning performance metrics. Your recent destruction of the fortress building and now the Justice Gate has caused quite the commotion. The celestial dragons are still lying in bed, wailing to their parents, while Sengoku is on the verge of losing his trousers. If you dare to ask him for performance metrics, I dare say he would be the first to chase you across the vast sea. Furthermore, take a glance at the dock. The members of the 9 Snake Pirates are lingering longer than expected. They may very well seek Sengoku for an account of yesterday's events. It seems your luck is rather unfortunate, as those individuals are making their way here." The mention of the 9 snake pirates caused a palpable tension among the gathered crowd, who instinctively turned their gaze toward the dock. The first sight to catch their eyes was the formidable female warriors of the 9 snake pirates leaping from their ship, led by the likes of Sandersonia and Marigold. The convergence of over 100 individuals instantly cast a shadow over the atmosphere in the square. The vivid recollections of the previous day's incident involving the Empress Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, being unceremoniously hurled away were still fresh in their minds. This is likely an ominous arrival, isn't it? General Luoyu, it seems you must temper your remarks regarding performance. These women of the 9 serpents are not easily dismissed. Crane's expression darkened as she stepped forward through the crowd. Without the title of Warlord of the Sea, one might have been able to take action against women, driving them away entirely. However, such an approach is now untenable. Until the meeting between the former Emperor, Whitebeard, and the new Emperor, Red-Haired Shanks, is clearly anticipated. The role of the Warlords of the Sea remains significant, with one corner of the Warlords already crumbling. The 5 Elder Stars would certainly wish to prevent the collapse of a second. For the time being, you must refrain from speaking or acting, regardless of what transpires. Leave everything to me. Crane, with measured steps, moved past Luoyu, positioning herself at the forefront. On that day, when they set sail for the first time, the mission to pursue the 9 serpent pirates was entrusted to me. Hancock's selection as a warlord of the sea was also decreed by me. In retrospect, I find myself somewhat indebted to the 9 serpent pirates. If I intercede, perhaps I could leverage some influence to suppress the events of yesterday. The aged words were laced with a nostalgic tone, evoking excitement among many of the new recruits regarding these past tales. Within the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane symbolized the illustrious era of the old Navy. To hear Crane, the Chief of Staff, recount the glorious achievements of yesteryears is a remarkable experience. This can undoubtedly be regarded as a capital for boasting after a hearty meal. Saru, I share a certain camaraderie with them. Should things go awry, consider me involved. Shiwen could not help but speak up. The prospect of replacing the Admiral had become a distant fantasy. Now, the only hope was to ensure the mission's successful completion. Hee. Shiwen, fret not. I am indeed aging, and my mind is not as sharp as it once was. However, this weathered face still possesses some utility. Moreover, there lies an old acquaintance among us. It shouldn't be too difficult for her to do me a favor. Saru chuckled dryly, glancing toward the approaching female warrior of the 9 serpents. GOLD. Roger, I never anticipated encountering you again. Back then, you were by the side of the Dark King. Rayleigh, I still vividly remember those moments. Although we remain on opposing sides, we have known each other for decades and share a bond of old friendship. Given the events of yesterday, could you grant me the courtesy of not pursuing the matter? Rayleigh, the Dark King who served as the right hand of the Pirate King. Roger? She has ties to Rayleigh? Shiwen's expression shifted dramatically. During Roger's era, she was merely an intern aboard the ship. Yet, she had certainly heard tales of the Dark King's notorious reputation. However, she could never have fathomed that this bark-like old woman would be connected to Rayleigh. The revelation of this identity instantly elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Hee, Commander Crane, rather than attempting to forge connections, the simplest course of action would be to release me, allowing me to reclaim the position of 7 warlords of the sea for the Kuja. At that point, you need not concern yourselves with these troublesome individuals any longer, Crocodile remarked with a sudden smile. Rest assured this time, I shall cooperate splendidly with the Navy. All along, Crocodile had believed that if he desired to escape, it would be a trivial matter. However, as he spent more time with Falling Feather, he found himself devoid of confidence. If this opportunity allowed him to extricate himself, he was no longer particular about the nature of the deal. Silence, Crocodile. Granny Zhao stepped forth from the crowd, her cane striking the ground with a resounding thud. As a defeated general, you still dare to exploit such a loophole? I must say, I underestimated you. A newcomer challenging Whitebeard. Furthermore, our Kuja pirates are not like you ambitious individuals, utterly devoid of a sense of honor. Commander Crane, to see you again after so many years is indeed a stroke of fortune. However, this time, your influence holds no sway. Do not forget, our Kuja warriors value gratitude above all, and we are equally capable of harboring grudges. This breach of protocol does not stem solely from my actions, but also from the fervent requests of the Kuja warriors present. At this point, Granny Zhao had reached the forefront of the assembly, her grip on the cane tightening as she spoke earnestly. In our time, we believe that even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, and a life-saving grace must be met with devotion. This time, General Falling Feather, your actions in sending the celestial dragon flying have alleviated the plight of our Kuja pirates. A monumental act of kindness. Therefore, I, along with the other Kuja warriors, am willing to offer our lives in gratitude. General Falling Feather, choose whomever you desire. Yes, General Falling Feather, please feel free to choose. The chorus of Kuja female warriors echoed in unison. The resounding waves of their voices reverberated throughout the square, lingering long after. Observing the 100-strong brigade of determined Kuja female warriors, the onlookers were left in a daze. The scene before them unfolded in a manner completely divergent from the anticipated narrative. They had expected the Kuja pirates to come seeking retribution, yet they had collectively arrived to declare their affections instead. This left the single individuals present in a state of profound discomfort. Standing at the forefront, he, who had just moments ago declared the intention to employ emotional appeals, lost control of his expression in an instant. In the midst of this fervent collective declaration, she finally comprehended the futility of her pride. After exchanging a fleeting glance with Guillaume, the two turned stiffly and hastily retreated into the crowd. Lord Luoyu, this sentiment is beyond our joint endurance. Pride holds no sway here. The female warriors of the 9 serpents are commendable. You should select one for yourself. In an instant, amidst the throng, her figure, sipping wine and indulging in meat-filled buns, became the center of attention. Luoyu nearly choked on a mouthful of blood in exasperation. What is this madness? Is it a grand palace selection for brides? Setting aside the robust and muscular female warriors of the 9-snake tribe, among them are indeed some remarkable individuals worthy of devotion. As the sisters of Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold may appear somewhat intimidating, they are at least still youthful. However, what of the ancient Lola Osa? Does she truly consider herself a youthful maiden? How could she include herself in such a category? Is she under the impression that aging like ginger keeps one youthful? Luoyu mused, for she certainly does not share such peculiar inclinations. What is this? Are you all in rebellion? A haughty voice echoed from the rear of the crowd. The assembled 9-snake warriors momentarily froze, swiftly parting to create a pathway. As the tall and graceful Empress Hancock strode forward, many in the crowd found their breaths quickening. Those of weaker resolve were instantaneously entranced. The expressions of Garp and Tsuru turned grave in an instant. Among the 7 warlords, aside from the formidable Mihawk, the Empress Hancock undoubtedly stands as the second most formidable presence. Merely from her initial expedition, she was rewarded with a bounty of 80 million berries, garnering immense respect even from the Admiral Sengoku, who promptly extended an invitation to join the ranks of the 7 warlords. This vividly illustrates the terrifying nature of the Empress Hancock. Tina, immediately instruct those lacking in resolve to step back. If there are individuals who cannot be roused, incapacitate them directly. Otherwise, they may be petrified, and we would find ourselves in a most precarious position, Crane urgently commanded. Tina and the others quickly regained their composure, casting one last glance at Hancock before swiftly dispersing. As a woman herself, Hancock undeniably embodies the essence of a pirate. However, the sheer magnitude of her intimidating power far exceeds anyone's expectations. Confronted by the sudden appearance of the Empress Hancock, the remaining individuals felt their nerves tauten instantly. They were eager to ascertain how this fearsome empress would react to the events that transpired yesterday. General Luoyu, this woman is as formidable as a tiger or wolf. She is not easily subdued. The transaction I mentioned earlier still stands, as long as you allow me to leave and take her place. You need not worry about further troubles. Crocodile, seated in a corner and shackled, chuckled dryly before speaking again, though a hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. In the vast sea, the only woman who instills fear in him, aside from the Empress Big Mom, is the one before him, Empress Hancock. How could a woman endowed with Conqueror's Haki possibly be weak? Silence, Crocodile, Granny hurriedly chastised, then quickly added, Hancock, why are you here? We merely seek to repay General Liu's kindness. It is not an act of rebellion. All of this is for the sake of our 9-snake tribe. Hancock, what Giroliosa said is not without merit. The events of yesterday saw General Liu assist your 9-snake pirates, sparing you from the celestial dragon's entanglements. If you pursue this matter further, it may be deemed unprincipled, Crane stated solemnly. On that day, it was I who personally delivered your warlord summons. Hence, we share a bond. Why not grant me a favor and let this matter rest? Grant you a favor? Hancock halted abruptly, her long, graceful legs planted firmly. With a proud lift of her chin, she declared from a distance of 3 to 4 meters, "With my beauty, I shall never be blamed for my actions. Why should I grant you a favor? However, Granny is right. We of the Nine Snake Tribe owe no debts of gratitude. If you are speaking of the matters just mentioned, then count me among them. Come, let me see how you will choose." As she concluded, Hancock elevated her gaze defiantly, her resonant voice echoing across the square, rendering the atmosphere taut with tension. The entire square fell into an eerie silence, with hearts constricting and eyes widening in disbelief. "Hancock, did you just call me Granny? No, did you just say to count you in? You also wish to offer yourself in gratitude?" Granny's words became incoherent in her astonishment. No, it should be said that the crowd erupted in chaos. This is the legendary Empress Hancock, revered as the epitome of beauty across the world. To the majority, she seems utterly unattainable and distant. However, this extraordinary goddess, upon speaking, directly proclaims her willingness to bestow herself upon one of them. Is this a jest? If so, it is a rather grand one, indeed. Crocodile's expression turned rigid. His eyes filled with disbelief as he beheld the woman he regarded as formidable now yielding to a newly appointed general. If not for the handcuffs, he would have slapped himself twice to ascertain whether he was dreaming. Meanwhile, Admiral Tsuru, with her weathered visage akin to tree bark, could not suppress a twitch as she turned abruptly, her face ashen, yielding her position to Hancock. "Admiral Luoyu, this old woman, shall no longer flaunt my pride before you. My face has been thoroughly bruised by the day's events. This is no longer my concern. You shall manage it yourself. However, the opportunity to have the Empress Hancock devote herself to you is one you surely cannot afford to overlook. You should accept it without hesitation." The atmosphere shifted palpably, and even those present with immense composure began to feel a twinge of envy. Even the women, such as T-Pig and Tina, were not exempt from this sentiment. They were indeed women, yet confronted with Hancock, a paragon of beauty, such an unabashed declaration stirred something within them. Sensing the change in the ambience, Hancock's haughty demeanor intensified as she proclaimed, "Admiral Luoyu, rest assured, the allure of my affection is irresistible. To adore me and to accept me are temptations that cannot be declined. Whether man or woman, none can withstand my charm, not even you. Thus, speak your choice aloud without fear of ridicule." Her proud voice was laced with persuasive undertones. The old soldiers, who had kept their distance hundreds of meters away, found their steadfast resolve shattered in an instant, their eyes transforming into hearts as they succumbed to enchantment. "Lady Hancock, choose me. I am willing to be your servant. Lady Hancock, I would gladly be your dog. Lady Hancock, I wish to be your caterpillar." The square erupted in chaos. The veteran sailors from all directions cried out frantically. Garp and Tsuru exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, with Tsuru urgently interjecting, "Hancock, control your devil fruit powers. Do not sway the hearts of our Navy personnel with such manipulative tactics. They will not become your slaves." Tsuru was acutely aware of Hancock's strength and methods. This marks the inaugural expedition, driven by the desire to seize the golden treasures of the heavens. With sheer determination, he laid siege to a small nation, transforming tens of thousands into mere stone statues. The crane harbors confidence in Luoyu's prowess. However, to the crane, Luoyu appears somewhat youthful. Faced with the alluring and perilous temptations of the enchanting Hancock, a mere misstep could lead to dire consequences. Was this Empress Hancock testing General Luoyu by offering herself? Smoker, with a cigar in mouth, displayed a slightly unnatural demeanor, clearly needing to summon his focus to withstand the formidable aura exuded by Hancock. In the original narrative, even seasoned Vice Admiral Weasel had to resort to self-harm to resist her psychological allure, underscoring Hancock's extraordinary capabilities. "Brigadier Smoker, I can't shake the feeling that General Luoyu is contemplating something entirely different," Aine remarked, unable to suppress her urge to glance at her own considerable assets. Indeed, compared to Empress Hancock, there exists a distinct disparity. Yet, recalling Luoyu's modus operandi sparked an absurd thought in Aine's mind. Can a woman truly eclipse performance? "Hancock, why must you wield such power?" The elderly woman sighed softly, fully aware that Hancock's actions were merely to validate her earlier rebuttal. In the face of unparalleled beauty, genuine affection is but an illusion in this world. In that moment, all eyes converged upon Luoyu, eager to discover how he would respond to the proposition of the world's most beautiful woman, Empress Hancock. "Kid, everyone is waiting for your answer. If you fancy it, just agree, and I shall promptly arrange the marriage." Garp bellowed with laughter, unable to contain his enthusiasm. The crane shot a glare at Garp, admonishing General Luoyu. Do not heed Garp's nonsense. If you are unwilling, feel free to decline. Decline? Luoyu snapped back to reality, taking a sip of the earthy brew, and smiled. Commodore Crane, as a man, how could I publicly refuse such an earnest proposal? However, I am a Navy officer, and Hancock is a pirate. Should we wed? It would likely constitute a military-political alliance. In such a context, it would reinforce our cooperative alliance and establish a formidable coalition, thus marking a significant achievement. Might I then request a political marriage bonus for performance? Surely, that merits a reward in the realm of billions. If that is the case, I am indeed willing. The vast square was suddenly engulfed in an eerie silence. Even the haughty Hancock wore an expression of rigidity. As Luoyu articulated the first half of their statement, everyone was instantly convinced of the age-old adage that heroes often falter in the presence of beauty. Originally, he had intended to interject once more. However, the subsequent remarks utterly shattered their resolve, leaving them utterly defeated. What an absurd notion of a military-political alliance to enhance performance. This is indeed the world's most beautiful woman offering herself in devotion, while the ordinary person is preoccupied with the thought of winning the heart of such a beauty, who would still concern themselves with performance metrics or rewards amounting to billions. Is this truly a case of the world's most beautiful woman being treated as merely a laying hen? If it were someone else, who would utter such words? Colonel Aine, were you alluding to this matter just now? The cigar in Smoker's mouth had long been bitten off. Beside him, Aine, with a wry smile, nodded and remarked. This focus indeed reflects Admiral Luoyu's character. Prioritizing performance over the allure of the world's most beautiful woman is quintessentially his style. However, I find myself beginning to appreciate Admiral Luoyu's approach. You find it appealing? Smoker replied, momentarily taken aback. Aine's cheeks flushed crimson as he quickly shook his head in clarification. No. I merely meant that I admire Admiral Luoyu's manner of handling such matters. Being able to find an excuse to decline in the face of such beauty, resisting the temptation. Isn't that something to be revered among us in the Navy? Indeed, it is rather unexpected that Admiral Luoyu would employ such a method of refusal. It truly defies anticipation. It is clear that those who can ascend to the rank of Admiral are not to be underestimated. Smoker nodded in agreement. Admiral Luoyu, observing the two as they analyzed the situation with great conviction, felt a sense of resignation. Who does not appreciate beauty? Yet, if one could secure a substantial performance bonus of tens of millions, it would significantly lessen the years of struggle required. Isn't it delightful? There exists the potential to unlock 800 or even 1,000 silver treasure chests, regardless of how low the drop rate may be. Luoyu firmly believes that sheer frequency will ultimately yield results, right? If he fails to uncover even a single jackpot, he might genuinely question whether he has been cursed. In this moment, you, my boy, are still preoccupied with achieving billions in performance metrics? Sengoku would undoubtedly deliver a swift kick to your backside. Garp shot him a stern glance, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, however, you truly are a remarkable prospect, one that I have taken a keen interest in. And this is indeed a testament to your prowess. Such an arrangement to enhance performance has never occurred within the Navy headquarters. Do not dwell on it too much. I recognize that you are subtly refusing Hancock, yet it is better to address such matters openly. Hancock, you have heard him. Let us dismiss the notion of pledging oneself. Of course, should Liu genuinely harbor feelings for you, as your elder, I would certainly take the initiative to propose. Luoyu, do hasten and say a few words to put these trivial matters to rest. The individuals present were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene, which surpassed their wildest expectations. Were it not for their own eyes bearing witness, who would dare believe that the illustrious Empress Hancock could ever face rejection? Even the matrons were left aghast. Garp, when did you become my grandfather? I have never consented to such a thing. This is akin to the mischievous humor of Whitebeard. Luoyu shot him a reproachful glance before making his way out. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to the old man regarding the celestial dragons. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly find myself in a heap of trouble. Today's weather is splendid, an ideal day for a seaside retreat. Kobe, do prepare yourself promptly. Hancock, regarding your pledge of devotion, I shall seek you out when I have achieved commendable performance. Today has indeed been rife with complications. I yearn for a moment of tranquility at sea. With that, Luoyu took a sip of his drink and turned to leave. Those stationed outside, including Kobe and the others, suddenly snapped back to reality, disregarding everything else as they hurried to catch up. Before departing, they couldn't resist stealing another glance at the world-renowned beauty, Empress Hancock. Eager to witness her reaction to being publicly rebuffed, would she erupt in fury? "Hancock, are you all right?" General Liu's actions were in the best interest of all. "Please do not take offense," the matron hastily interjected. However, no sooner had she spoken than Hancock's ears flushed crimson, her haughty demeanor evaporating as she covered her cheeks with her hands and shyly remarked, "Did you all hear that? I never imagined there could be someone unmoved by my beauty." He stated that if the opportunity were to arise, he would certainly overcome numerous challenges to propose to me. Should I begin to refer to Vice Admiral Garp as grandfather? Luoyu stumbled, nearly losing her balance and falling to the ground. She turned to glance at Hancock, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. Is this what they call a love-stricken mind? Everything that passes through her ears seems to transform into sweet nothings. "Did you hear that? Just moments ago, he affectionately referred to me as Little Jingjing." Hancock's voice resounded once more, leaving Luoyu feeling exasperated. Suddenly, a classic line came to mind. In the past, when we would gaze at the moon together, I was endearingly called Little Sweetie, but now, the new has triumphed over the old, and I have been dubbed Lady Cow. How did I find myself entangled with a Little Jingjing? This is utterly absurd. The onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless. Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, could not suppress the urge to rub his eyes, muttering to himself, "This must be a fabrication, just like before, a deliberate ploy by Empress Hancock to test Admiral Ryua." The crowd, in unison, nodded in silent agreement. For them, Empress Hancock had always epitomized a pirate, yet she was also the embodiment of the world's most unattainable beauty. If given the choice, they would much prefer to believe that this was merely Hancock's ruse rather than accept that the goddess had succumbed. Meanwhile, the Elder Nyan and the other Snake Princess warriors stood agape, witnessing their once proud empress reduced to the demeanor of a neighborly girl, hastily assisting Hancock away. For them, whether Hancock's actions were still a test of Admiral Ryua mattered little. The mere prospect of reconciling the relationship between the Kuja pirates and the Navy was already a monumental achievement. "Kid, do not forget the new task Sengoku assigned to you. Leave the escorting of the warlords to me," Garp hurriedly reminded, observing Ryua as he turned to depart. This time, Sengoku's arrangement was indeed intended to allow Liu to avoid the limelight. However, if possible, Garp also hoped that Liu could effortlessly complete the task. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate for him to become the subject of others' criticisms. "Old man, it has been a while since you undertook a mission. I feel somewhat guilty for making you run around just to cover for me," Luoyu said, turning back with a warm smile. Yet, this smile, seen by Garp and Crane, caused their facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. Crane hastily interjected, "Luoyu, you're not thinking of bringing up the performance bonus again, are you? We just discussed the matter of you shattering the gates of justice. If Sengoku were to learn of this, he would likely be infuriated. This time is merely an ordinary surveillance mission, aimed at ensuring whether a conflict may arise between Whitebeard and Red-Haired. It would be excessive for you to mention performance again." Having witnessed Liyu's ways, they had become accustomed to the implications behind his smiles. Observing the bustling square, it seemed that the ordinary were already anxious about potential repercussions. Perhaps only Liu could muster the audacity to make demands. "Commodore Crane, you are truly dampening my enthusiasm for work," Luoyu replied with a helpless roll of his eyes. After taking a sip of the earthy brew, he continued, "However, if I could ascertain the reasons behind the meeting between Red-Haired and Whitebeard, this intelligence should warrant a mention of performance, right? You believe you could uncover the reasons for their encounter?" Crane's expression faltered, her face filled with astonishment. All along, the Navy headquarters had spared no effort in monitoring the territories and movements of the four emperors. Yet, regardless of the numerous vice admirals, or even the prospective admirals Shiyuan and Chahua, and the three admirals who personally took action, the task proved to be daunting. Such intelligence reconnaissance and surveillance are confined to monitoring movements from a distance. When it comes to understanding what is transpiring, it is akin to being blindfolded. Now, Luoyu has suddenly informed them that it is possible to discern the reasons behind the meeting of the four emperors. This reckless action ignited an utterly absurd notion in their minds. If performance metrics were met, could it be possible for Luoyu to challenge even the four emperors? "Youngster, this is not a time for jest. One Whitebeard has already given Sengoku a headache. Now you wish to involve the newly ascended red-haired shanks? You must exercise caution. For if trouble arises, I cannot assist you," Garp remarked gravely. "Admiral," he echoed his sentiments. "Luoyu, Garp speaks the truth. while your performance is commendable, we do not wish for you to place yourself in peril because of it. You are still young, with immense potential and room for growth. Such actions are not worth the risk. Smoker and the others fell silent. Facing any one of the four emperors, the Navy headquarters must remain on high alert. The prospect of a meeting between two emperors posed a formidable threat, one that even the Navy found exceptionally challenging. Otherwise, there would be no need for an admiral to personally oversee the situation. Luoyu's proposal undeniably struck them as reckless. Aware of the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him, Luoyu was determined not to squander this opportunity to strategize for his performance metrics. Adjusting his glasses, he declared, "Rest assured, Admiral He. I would never be foolish enough to gamble with my life. If I can ascertain the details of the four emperors' meeting while ensuring my own safety, would it not be reasonable to claim a performance metric of 10 million? 10 million? Admiral He paused, a wry smile crossing his face. Admiral Luoyu, there are countless bountied pirates in the New World. Would it not be more prudent to hunt a few of them rather than risk everything for performance metrics? Venturing into such dangers for 10 million is hardly justified. During this period, he, as the chief of staff, has already grasped the essence of Luoyu's modus operandi. The boy, who appeared to value wealth above all else in the eyes of Bailey, inexplicably disregarded the most straightforward paths to fortune. Instead, he fixated on the meager performance metrics and wages, undoubtedly causing headaches for he, the chief strategist. General, he recognized that while the bounties on pirates were indeed substantial, such was the creed of laborers. If one does not hold these in esteem, how can one uphold the principles of naval justice? Luoyu smiled as he took a sip of the earthy brew, internally lamenting the situation. For pirates in the New World, bounties often exceeding 100 million were undeniably enticing. Unfortunately, the system did not acknowledge this. Even if Luoyu were to eradicate every pirate in the New World, it would likely be in vain. Rather than squander time adrift at sea, Luoyu preferred to strategize regarding wages and performance. As for the proposal of a 10 million performance metric, Luoyu had thoroughly examined the naval salary regulations to reach that conclusion. Apart from hunting pirates or achieving significant feats, the remuneration for completed tasks would not exceed double the base pay. The remainder would be converted into military merit. This approach is also aimed at ensuring that the naval headquarters maintains sufficient liquid capital amidst the frequent skirmishes. Otherwise, converting all the bounties on pirates into belly might prove detrimental to the development of the Navy. Observing the earnest expression on Luoyu's face, those present wore bitter smiles. The mention of a performance reward amounting to tens of millions of belly instantly clarified their understanding. As a vice admiral, Luoyu had likely already grasped the intricacies of the Navy's compensation system and had been coveting such a substantial reward for quite some time. You, young man, have indeed earned your rank as a vice admiral, possessing qualities that ordinary individuals lack. I finally comprehend why you refer to yourself as a glutton. This peculiar greed is beyond the reach of the commonplace, sighed Admiral He. However, this upcoming mission to monitor the four emperors will be exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could result in conflict with them. Thus, apart from you, I will assign Guion and Chahuan to accompany you. Regarding the performance reward you proposed, I will mention it to Sengoku. If you can indeed uncover the reasons behind the meeting between Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, securing that reward should not be insurmountable. Nevertheless, let me reiterate, your safety must be the priority. Neither Garp, Sengoku, nor I wish to see such a promising talent face any issues. Rest assured, Admiral He, should I be granted an exception to receive the maximum performance reward, I will certainly return alive, Luoyu replied with a smile. After enduring for so long, he finally had the chance to secure such a significant reward. It would be a shame to let this opportunity slip away at such a critical juncture. Otherwise, his past experiences as a worker would be in vain. With the performance reward already negotiated, Luoyu was well aware of the discussions between Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. Now, the only task before him was to convince Sengoku and the naval headquarters of the truth in his words. He certainly could not simply state that the meeting between red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard was related to the pursuit of Blackbeard by Fire Fist Ace. Even if this matter is spoken of, without absolute persuasiveness, it is likely to be met with skepticism. Perhaps achieving this performance of 10 million berries is beyond reach. It seems the only option left is to take a risk. Luoyu took a sip of the earthy brew, a bold thought flashing through her mind. And she smiled as she spoke. Thank you for your support, General Crane. Today was supposed to be a day of rest, which should ideally be spent in relaxation. However, The weather is delightful, and a holiday by the sea sounds appealing. Please convey to Lord Sengoku that I expect the performance bonus to be prepared. I will soon relay the news back to him, and he should not try to evade his obligations. After delivering this statement, Luoyu turned and departed. Witnessing her nonchalant demeanor, those present were left momentarily speechless. Once Luoyu's figure vanished from view, Crane let out a resigned sigh and remarked with a wry smile. Kapu, I can't shake the feeling that we boarded a pirate ship. This kid always refers to himself as a worker. Yet his almost obsessive determination makes me truly doubt that, should the performance bonus be secured, he would not hesitate to confront the four emperors. If Sengoku were to learn of this matter, he would undoubtedly be furious. I can imagine how enraged Sengoku would be. However, I know this. If the performance is not met, that little rascal would value his life more than anyone else when it comes to facing the four emperors. Kapu shot him a glance. So, you need not worry about the 10 million performance. That kid would surely seek to confront the four emperors recklessly. If we want him to risk his life in that confrontation, we might need to offer him more money. You should not concern yourself with his safety, rather. We must focus on how to communicate the situation here to Sengoku. I shall leave this matter in your hands while I escort Crocodile to impel down. Crane was momentarily speechless, gazing at the ruins of Justice Square, and suddenly realized that, in comparison to Luoyu, the former Kapu seemed to have been a bit easier to handle. Meanwhile, on the Red Line, within the Supreme Palace of Mariehua, 5 figures stood atop a high platform, their expressions cold as they gazed down at Sengoku. On the table lay reports regarding the recent activities of the Navy's 4th Admiral, the gluttonous Luoyu. Sengoku, I did not expect you to make the rare trip here. Typically, it is difficult to summon you. Yet now, for the sake of a newcomer, you've come all this way. It seems you have high hopes for this young lad, began one of the 5 elders, dressed in a sharp suit, slightly short and stout, sporting a handlebar mustache, leaning on a cane. However, you should be well aware that the celestial dragons represent the face of the world government. That young lad may not have directly acted against us, yet he has indirectly tarnished the reputation of our world government. Do you truly expect us to simply erase this matter? According to CP's intelligence, since his arrival at Navy headquarters in Marineford, he has not only defied authority but has also challenged the might of the admirals, even causing significant damage to the Navy headquarters building. During the execution of the escort mission, a fierce confrontation erupted between CP9 and the commanding officer, Spandam, resulting in severe injuries to them. Upon reaching the gates of justice, not only did they clash with the Empress Hancock of the 7 warlords of the sea, but they also dealt a significant blow to CP0 and the Celestial Dragons. In a mere 5 days since ascending to the position of Admiral, he had already caused such considerable chaos. It seems that his ability to instigate trouble is quite formidable. Merely holding the title of Admiral hardly seems sufficient to ensure his protection, does it? Moreover, we, the 5 elders, have yet to formally acknowledge his nomination as Admiral. Have we not? At this juncture, the 5 elders tightened their grips on their canes and cast a cold gaze towards Sengoku. I am curious to know on what grounds you seek to negotiate with us. The resounding words echoed throughout the hall, creating an enduring sense of gravity. Sengoku, standing below, felt his composure waver slightly. Listening to the litany of calamities laid bare before him caused the muscles in his cheeks to twitch involuntarily. Nonetheless, as he recalled Garp's earlier remarks, Sengoku took a deep breath and spoke in a solemn tone. You do not wish to witness a second dragon, do you? The privileges of the celestial dragons have long since decayed. Excessive favoritism will only breed more parasites. While it may seem that Liu has overstepped, it is, in fact, your CP0 that has proven too feeble to safeguard even their own. Of course, one could argue that Luoyu is exceptionally strong, which is precisely why, as the fleet admiral, I must ensure his protection. If you believe that mere words cannot secure this young lad's safety, then my position as fleet admiral should suffice, should it not, dragon? The countenance of the 5 elders shifted slightly, their eyes flashing with a hint of cold severity. They were acutely aware of this matter, long buried for over a decade, and it remained one of their greatest regrets. They lamented not having utilized their full power to extinguish this unprecedented crisis in its infancy. Now, Sengoku had drawn a comparison between Liu and a second dragon. Is this a form of sarcasm? Sengoku, are you mocking our 5 elders' ignorance? Do not forget that your Navy headquarters merely serves as a FAAD for our world government. What difference does it make if another dragon emerges? Do you truly believe that a mere child could shake the foundations of an entity that has dominated the seas for 8 centuries? Yamamoto, clad in a kimono and wielding a katana, spoke with an icy demeanor. You underestimate the power behind the world government. Sengoku, I genuinely question your worthiness to remain in this position. The vast palace instantaneously filled with a stifling tension. Confronted by Yamamoto's aggressive stance, Sengoku's expression grew stern. With a cold snort, he retorted, then let the position of marshal be yours. I shall take my leave. With that, Sengoku abruptly turned and strode away. As the Navy's strategic mastermind, Sengoku was the only one throughout history to possess both wisdom and valor, mastering the three forms of Haki. And having endured the darkest eras of the sea, should Sengoku resign from the position of Admiral, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the maritime world. Finding a suitable successor at such a moment would prove exceedingly difficult, even for the current three admirals. Sengoku, you have rebelled. Yamamoto bellowed in fury. However, he was swiftly restrained by Ish, who said, Yamamoto, enough. I had thought that after so many years as marshal, you would have tempered your fervor. It seems we underestimated you. The actions of that boy are indeed unprecedented. Yet, you also underestimate the weight of the position of Fleet Admiral. Since you wish to protect him, let us turn the page on these matters. But only this once. Sengoku took a step back, secretly relieved. It appears that, at times, emulating Garp's craftiness is indeed a wise choice. However, the true significance lies in the weight of his title as marshal, dispelling the chaotic thoughts. Sengoku intended to take his leave once more. At that moment, Zephyr unexpectedly entered the room. Sengoku, this is a message from Crane. We cannot communicate via transponder snail here. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Observing Zephyr's urgent demeanor, as though he were fleeing, Sengoku felt a sudden pang of unease and quickly glanced at the report in his hand. Upon comprehending its contents, his eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. Just moments ago, Sengoku had been lamenting the sufficiency of his position as marshal. Now, gazing at the report, he questioned whether he could indeed maintain that position. Sengoku, what is it? You have no objections, do you? This is our greatest concession. Ish spoke once more, coming back to reality. Sengoku tucked the document away and forced a strained smile. Ish, what was the last thing you said? Ish, taken aback momentarily, inquired, only this once? No. It was the preceding statement that was accurate. Sengoku reiterated. Ish furrowed her brow, momentarily unable to decipher Sengoku's intentions, yet she resolutely stated, do not underestimate the significance of the Fleet Admiral. Since you wish to protect him, let us turn a new leaf on these matters. Indeed, that was the very phrase. Sengoku laughed heartily and swiftly tossed the documents aside, exclaiming, a short while ago, Justice Square was also destroyed. These matters can indeed be put to rest. I must express my gratitude on behalf of that young lad to the 5 esteemed dignitaries. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Those two restless fellows, Shanks and Whitebeard, may cross paths at any moment. I must return to keep an eye on them. As Sengoku departed with these words, leaving the area in haste, Ish soon comprehended that she had been outwitted. After her facial muscles twitched in irritation, she roared in anger, Sengoku, you scoundrel, have the courage to return. I shall not rest until I unseat you from your position as Admiral. Her thunderous roars echoed throughout the grand hall, lingering long after his disappearance. Yet, once Sengoku had vanished entirely, Ish's fury quickly dissipated, her expression returning to its former state. After casting another glance at the scattered documents on the floor, she remarked, well, Sengoku has been sent on his way. Shall we proceed with the young lad's issue as we originally planned? Upon this declaration, the other 4 elders fell into a brief silence. Hachi, tall and sporting a long white beard, was the first to speak. Sengoku's exaggeration regarding Dragon was indeed somewhat excessive. However, it is not prudent to allow unstable factors to gain strength at present. Let us convey a message to Shanks. He has reaped numerous benefits from us and ascended to the position of one of the 4 emperors. It is high time he pays a price. Otherwise, the world will believe that we, the elders, have grown feeble due to our prolonged inaction. With this statement, do you all concur? Upon hearing these words, Ish and Yamamoto nodded in agreement first. The other 2 previously silent elders also nodded in affirmation, resulting in unanimous approval. 2 days later, in the New World, a warship surged swiftly through the waves, disturbing the marine creatures along its path. With gaping jaws, they prepared to attack, but before they could launch their assault, they were met with a swift, slicing strike, severing them in 2. Blood splattered, staining the ocean crimson. As the bodies plunged heavily into the sea, Jiyuan landed once more on the deck, sheathing his golden sword at his waist. He turned to glance at the still-closed cabin doors behind him, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. "Chatten, it seems we have overestimated the enthusiasm of our new admiral. We thought that with General Crane's promised performance, he would take his duties seriously, but little did we anticipate that he had truly embarked on a leisurely cruise. We had lost track of the red-haired pirate cruise ship. Although we were aware of the general area, locating our target in the vast ocean felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If this situation continued to unfold, not only would we fail to complete our surveillance mission, but we might also remain oblivious to whether Whitebeard and Red-Haired had even met. Once we lose the advantage of intelligence, the naval headquarters would find itself in a precarious position. As for the nature of the encounter between Whitebeard and Red-Haired, we dared not hope to glean any insights. Nonetheless, we at least needed to ascertain whether the two emperors met in camaraderie or engaged in fierce conflict. This would allow us to gauge the likelihood of an alliance between them. The presence of one emperor already required the naval headquarters to be on high alert. Should the two emperors truly unite, the sea may very well revert to an era of terror. "Ah, good morning. The weather is splendid today. It seems fitting for a day at work. General Luoyu, you have finally emerged," Jiuan remarked with a wry smile as the cabin door creaked open. Originally, when Chatten and I returned to the Red Soil continent, we had already lost track of the red-haired pirate cruise vessel. If we continued to delay, finding them before the meeting between Red-Haired and Whitebeard would be increasingly difficult. Chatten had just contacted an intelligence officer at headquarters. However, this region belonged to the Whitebeard pirates, and our naval intelligence network could not penetrate it. Finding them in a short time frame seemed nearly impossible. Yet, I worried that the longer we delayed, the more we would miss the opportunity for the Emperor's meeting. If we could not deduce whether their encounter was related to an alliance, the naval headquarters would inevitably find itself in a vulnerable position. For the naval headquarters, if Whitebeard and Red-Haired were to engage in battle, it would be fortuitous. However, if they were to form an alliance, and the Navy could not prepare for immediate defense, it would catch the four emperors off guard. The naval headquarters would likely suffer severe repercussions, making it exceedingly difficult to continue its role in maintaining peace on the seas and deterring the emperors. Such matters are not only of concern to the likes of the warring states, but even the esteemed Guion would prefer to avert his gaze. Fear not. The allegiance of the four emperors is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I have received a rare commitment from Admiral K to grant me a bounty of 10 million berries for my performance. I cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. Raising his glasses slightly, Rakuha smiled and continued, "I have devised a means to locate Whitebeard. Finding them should pose no significant challenge." "Admiral Rakuha, do you truly possess a plan?" Guion exclaimed in surprise, his voice tinged with urgency. "This is Whitebeard's territory we are in. To ascertain his whereabouts within these waters is a feat even our intelligence network cannot accomplish. Are you genuinely confident in your approach?" During this period of interaction, Shiwan's understanding of Luoyu became increasingly clear. He was acutely aware of Luoyu's almost pathological obsession with the demands of a 9-to-5 work schedule along with weekends off. To expect him to uncover the whereabouts of the elusive Whitebeard and the red-haired individual during the weekend, which even they could not locate, seemed utterly implausible. Rest assured, just because we, the Navy, cannot find them does not mean others will be equally unsuccessful, Luoyu remarked, taking a sip of his drink while gazing at the rapidly approaching island in the distance. "Let us proceed. We have arrived at our destination." Arrived at our destination? Both Shiwan and Chatten were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening as the island grew clearer before them, a palpable sense of surprise washing over them. They had no inkling of when Luoyu had altered the course of their warship. Hastily, they retrieved the nautical charts and, after a meticulous comparison, their faces were soon painted with astonishment. If their memories served them correctly, this was an island notorious for being a stronghold of pirates. Now, Luoyu was suddenly intent on venturing to such a place. Was he planning to extract information about the pirates from the pirates themselves? Yet, could this truly be feasible? As the warship swiftly approached the shore, various pirate vessels docked at the rudimentary pier gradually came into view. The pirates, initially taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the Navy ship, soon erupted into raucous laughter. Does this Navy lack perception? Are they unaware that this is a pirate haven? Daring to approach the island so recklessly? This is tantamount to courting death. A burly pirate, wielding a massive axe, guffawed menacingly. Let us not forget, we have powerful allies backing us. Even if Whitebeard's men arrive, we shall not falter. Long live Captain Yuri. Long live Lord Puster of the West Sea. The atmosphere quickly became electrified, with thousands of voices converging, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a tidal wave. In times past, they would have never dared to taunt the Navy so boldly. They would have scattered in fear. However, emboldened by their newfound support, they felt empowered to challenge this seemingly oblivious Navy. Luoyu leaped onto the dock, surveying the assembly of pirates before him, a smile creeping across his face. Initially, he had contemplated whether he could gather useful information in one fell swoop, but upon hearing their banter, it seemed that the prospects were indeed promising. Pardon my intrusion, but I am curious to know who among you is in charge here, Luoyu said, adjusting his glasses as he scanned the crowd, striving to recall whether any of these faces had appeared on the wanted posters. Indeed, this expanse of ocean belongs to the domain of the Whitebeard, a forbidden territory for the Navy. However, for the multitude of pirates, it poses no significant threat. Rather than confronting the Navy directly, it would be more advantageous to seek a breakthrough through the ranks of pirates. Yet, these insignificant minions before us may not suffice. Captain Yuri, this fellow seems somewhat familiar. A gaunt pirate paused, momentarily taken aback, though he could not quite place him. Familiar? The burly man tightened his grip on the axe, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. Is he not one of the newcomers from the frontline base? Regardless of his origins, before that esteemed individual, he is merely a trifling wretch. Not only has he foolishly trespassed onto our Olay Island, but he also dares to proclaim his intent to seek out Lord Puster of the West Sea. This is perfect. We shall remove your head as a greeting gift for Lord Puster. Men, seize him. In Yuri's eyes, it mattered little whether this Navy officer hailed from the elite ranks of the headquarters. What strength could a mere lad in his 20s possess? Most importantly, the desperate rogues gathered here, sought to seize the opportunity to join a Yonko pirate crew. While joining the Whitebeard pirates may be out of reach, aligning with the Beast pirates would suffice. Now, an unsuspecting Navy officer emerges, serving as a convenient stepping stone for their ambitions. He certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. Kill. Hundreds of pirates seized their weapons, grinning malevolently as they charged forward, intent on overpowering the naval youth who dared to set foot on their shore alone. Their calculations were clear. They aimed to capture him before the warship could make landfall, using him as a bargaining chip to render the Navy powerless. Are you cavemen? Has your village not yet connected to the internet? If someone could just pay the internet fee, there would be no need to waste lives. Luoyu sighed softly, adjusting his glasses, as his right hand slowly lifted. His strange gesture and inexplicable words, complemented by his rare golden-rimmed spectacles, caused the gaunt pirate standing beside Yuri to momentarily freeze in shock. Terror then washed over his face as he exclaimed, "Captain Yuri, you mustn't touch him. He is the newly appointed 4th Admiral, Luoyu." The mention of the 4th Admiral caused Yuri to falter, nearly dropping his axe, a chill coursing down his spine. At that moment, a fleeting memory surfaced. He had recently seen the front-page news featuring a prominent figure in the West Sea. That image, occupying the entirety of the cover, was unmistakably Luoyu, the 4th Admiral, as the mental picture of the front page became increasingly vivid in his mind. Yuri's heart sank further when he recognized the calm and composed face behind the golden spectacles. "Retreat quickly," Yuri shouted in alarm. However, as his words fell, an invisible breeze swept through the scene. The 100 pirates charging toward Luoyu suddenly halted within mere meters of him, as if bound by an unseen force. The bizarre spectacle left the remaining pirates frozen in place, their previous bloodthirst replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. "Rock, why have you stopped? This is no time for jokes." One pirate could no longer contain his anxiety and prodded the rigid figure ahead. In the next instant, every pair of eyes widened in horror, pupils constricting as they beheld a cascade of crimson arrows erupting from the bodies of the 100 pirates. Blood splattered forth, creating striking, fiery patterns across their flesh. As the scorching blood rained down, the pirates charging toward Luoyu seemed to encounter an invisible onslaught, their anguished cries echoing as they shattered apart. In an instant, severed limbs and remnants littered the ground, while the fallen bodies plunged into pools of blood. The sea breeze swept across the dock, carrying the metallic scent of blood, tightening the spirits of all present as they gazed upon the slender figure standing amidst the sea of corpses, as if witnessing a ghost. They had contemplated the possibility of the 4th Admiral intervening, yet they could never have anticipated that a mere lift of his hand would lead to the instantaneous annihilation of over 100 pirates. Such matters, when viewed against the vastness of the sea, might appear feasible to many. However, to execute them with the subtlety of falling feathers, leaving hundreds unaware of their demise, Seems exceedingly audacious. In an instant, the expansive dock fell into an eerie silence. Even the expressions of Gion and Chahog, aboard the warship, shifted subtly. They had witnessed the capabilities of Falling Feathers firsthand, yet it was only on the battlefield that the true horror of his prowess became evident. To annihilate hundreds with but a mere stance. For the adversary, it was not solely the physical obliteration that struck terror, but also an insidious dread that gnawed at their very souls. Could the general, Falling Feathers, truly extract intelligence from their lips? Gion leaped to Falling Feathers' side, unable to suppress his inquiries. As a seasoned naval officer, Gion had just surveyed the dock. Aside from identifying the notorious pirate, the Axuri, with a bounty of 89 million, the rest seemed insignificant, mere ripples in the New World. It would be a formidable challenge to glean the whereabouts of Whitebeard from them. Wouldn't it? Rest assured, Gion. I initially thought I would need to traverse several locations to uncover useful leads. I never anticipated a fortuitous surprise here. Indeed. A new week brings with it a refreshing change, Falling Feathers remarked with a sip of his earthy brew, surveying the surroundings with a smile. There should be no need for further explanation from me now. Those lurking in the shadows, having watched the spectacle for so long, ought to reveal themselves, no? Lurkers in the shadows? Gion and Chaog momentarily froze, hastily unleashing their observation Haki. The events that had just transpired had utterly surpassed their expectations. Confronted with Falling Feathers' abrupt approach, they struggled to respond. Upon hearing his words, they activated their Haki, revealing dozens of figures concealed behind the rocks. Could these individuals represent the hope of Falling Feathers to swiftly locate the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates? I never anticipated encountering the illustrious 4th Admiral of the Navy. The formidable Falling Feathers, here, a light chuckle resonated from behind the rocks. A towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height with black, pointed horns, emerged from behind the boulders. Around his waist was a belt adorned with the emblem of the beast pirates, instantly altering the atmosphere. This was one of the 4 Emperors of the Sea. The cadre of the beast pirates, known as Head CYPS, with a bounty of 180 million berries. How did he come to be here? Gion's expression involuntarily transformed. This territory belongs to Whitebeard. Although the 4 Emperors may not engage in significant confrontations, minor skirmishes still occur from time to time. Should the members of the Whitebeard pirates discover that their domain has been invaded by the beast pirates, a bloody clash would be inevitable. The sudden appearance of the beast pirates here is indeed rather peculiar. Lord Sipshead, your return is most timely. The Navy's 4th Admiral has declared his intention to find you. And our men were swiftly slain after only a brief attempt to hinder him. Yuri spoke urgently, still shaken by the earlier scene. At this moment, Sipshead, bearing the title of the beast pirates, was akin to a lifeline. In their eyes, the title of a 4 Emperors served as a formidable talisman. Under ordinary circumstances, even a direct encounter between the Navy headquarters and the 4 Emperors would warrant mutual restraint. Yuri, do not be overly anxious. I believe this new admiral is unaware that you are my subordinate, which is why he acted so recklessly. Sipshead said with a menacing grin as he stepped forward through the crowd. As a member of the beast pirates and a trusted subordinate of the formidable Captain Jack, he had inherited Jack's arrogant demeanor. Most crucially, Sipshead was keenly aware that he stood backed by a captain who was fiercely protective and had even dared to confront the Navy headquarters. This captain was none other than Kaido, the beast, acclaimed as the most formidable creature on land, sea, and air. Thus, even after discovering the true identity of the young admiral, he continued to stand here with an air of arrogance, gazing at the exceedingly youthful 4th Admiral. Sipshead's smile broadened as he spoke again. You are the Navy's newly appointed 4th Admiral, Tasty Liu, are you not? Your presence here is surely to inquire about Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks? The beast pirates and your Navy have always maintained a respectful distance. I would advise you to leave promptly, lest our Captain Kaido learns of your presence, for the Navy may find itself in grave peril. You scoundrel! How dare you speak to Admiral Luoyu in such a manner? Barumabur shouted furiously. Within the Navy headquarters, admirals represent the pinnacle of combat strength and embody the honor and dignity of the organization. To be so openly disrespected by a 4 Emperor officer with a bounty of 180 million was, indeed, an affront beyond measure. This scene, witnessed by the other naval soldiers, immediately cast a pall over their expressions. Beside them, Gion and Shahiro's faces darkened slightly, yet they refrained from uttering much. Instead, they reached out to restrain Barumabur. Do not act impulsively. These are the subordinates of the 4 Emperors and require special treatment. The countenance of the naval personnel shifted to one of discomfort. If the words spoken by Sip's head earlier had been difficult for them to accept, Guillaume's remarks now left them feeling frustrated with nowhere to channel their indignation. Ah, this must be the candidate for Admiral, Guillaume the Peach Rabbit. Indeed, a person of keen intellect, Sip's head remarked with a forced chuckle. Since you are aware of the Four Emperor's significance and that your naval headquarters requires special consideration, you should also understand that this is the territory of the Beast Pirates. I advise you to depart swiftly. Otherwise, if our affairs are delayed, you may invoke the wrath of our captain, Kaido. Sip's head was evidently pleased with the reaction from the naval officers. In his view, the individual before him was indeed the newly appointed admiral. However, as long as the naval headquarters did not dare to sever ties with his beast pirates and engage in a deadly conflict, he, though merely a subordinate, felt emboldened to challenge them. You should leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite and informing Captain Kaido. I have no time to entertain you. Farewell. With these words, Sip's head turned and strode away. Such a display of overwhelming dominance undoubtedly caught the attention of the other pirates, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Among the notorious Four Emperors, the Beast Pirates are reputed for their unparalleled ruthlessness. If they were merely facing an ordinary naval officer, such a challenge might go unnoticed. However, standing before them is none other than the newly appointed Admiral of the Navy. The audacity of a mere subordinate of a Four Emperor to openly confront him is remarkable. In the future, should they align themselves with the Four Emperors, even if they lack the standing to challenge an admiral, they could still hold their ground against other naval officers, couldn't they? This is certainly preferable to their usual encounters with the Navy, where they spend their days lurking in shadows. One could say that Sip's head's actions have instilled a newfound resolve in them. Observing the departing figure of Sip's head, the expressions of the Navy personnel turned ashen, their teeth nearly clenching in frustration. Many instinctively turned their gaze towards the slender silhouette ahead. Did I permit you to leave? Luoyu adjusted his glasses and spoke with a calm demeanor. Since you have acknowledged them as your people, someone must bear the blame for the recent attack on the Admiral. If you think you can simply walk away from this, you are sorely mistaken. Admiral Luoyu. Shiwan's face paled suddenly, and an absurd thought took root in his mind. Luoyu could not possibly intend to employ the strategies of one emperor against another. He must seek out the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates from the Beast Pirates. However, before Shiwan could articulate more, an indescribable, terrifying aura erupted within Luoyu like a tempest. The formidable Conqueror's Haki surged outward, pulsating through the surroundings. The remaining pirates in the vicinity were instantly overwhelmed, as if struck by a mighty force, sent sprawling to the ground. Sip's head, who had only taken a few steps away, hurriedly turned to glance back. Upon witnessing the colossal wave of energy approaching, his expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that this newly appointed admiral would resort to violence over a mere disagreement. The resolute demeanor exhibited was so striking that it rendered the beast's pirates and Master Kaido, who lingered on his lips, mere jesters. You audacious fool! Dare you underestimate the beast's pirates? I shall witness the true capabilities of the newly appointed Marine Admiral, roared Sip's head in a fit of hysteria. Great ram horn! In an instant, Sip's head's hands transformed into colossal ram horns, enveloped in a pitch-black hue of Haki, as he charged headlong into the impending force. With a thunderous crash, the immense sound of their collision echoed like a thunderclap. As the overwhelming impact surged forth, Sip's head's pupils dilated in disbelief, his arms bending in response. An invisible wave of force engulfed him entirely. With a violent sputter, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling like a cannonball. Crashing into a rocky mountain 100 meters away, the colossal rock formation, unable to withstand the ferocity of the blow, crumbled and fractured. From Sip's head's epicenter, spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread outward. Clouds of dust swirled as countless fragments erupted, embedding him within the debris. The shockwave unleashed a torrent that crashed against the cliffside, creating a sensation akin to an earth-shattering quake. In an instant, the throngs of pirates gathered at the dock were swept away, plunging the vast area into chaos. As the dust settled, thousands of pirates lay sprawled in disarray. Most of the weaker pirates had succumbed to the onslaught, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness. Only a fortunate few, hiding at a distance, managed to rise, albeit in a state of utter disarray, including those who had followed Sip's head. With faces smeared in blood and dust, they gazed at the fallen figure with a mix of terror and disbelief. They had indeed heard tales of the new Marine Admiral's renown, but the sheer terror of that singular strike had obliterated them in an instant. Most alarmingly, Even the protective charm of the beast's pirates had proven as ineffectual as a paper tiger, with Cyphus head himself unable to withstand a single blow. Is this the formidable power of the fourth general, renowned for his lethal prowess even while standing? Just moments ago, gazing at the genteel visage of the golden-eyed gentleman, one might have assumed him to be a man of refined manners. Little did I expect that beneath those spectacles lay a cultured rogue, quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. General Luoyu, your actions are rather impulsive. After all, they are members of the Beast Pirates. And protocol dictates that we must consult Admiral Sengoku before taking action. Upon regaining his composure, Gun surveyed the chaotic dock and bitterly remarked. Beside him, Chatten could hardly utter a word, rendered speechless by the unfolding events. In that moment, he finally comprehended why he could never ascend to the rank of Admiral. Was it merely a lack of reliability, or did he also lack the ruthless determination to engage in combat at the drop of a hat? Is it truly necessary to file a request before one can strike? As Liu dissipated the last remnants of his Conqueror's Haki, his increased mastery over this power became evident through his recent exertions. He believed that given time, he could refine his control to an extraordinary level, potentially unveiling novel applications for his Conqueror's Haki. However, witnessing Gun's despondent expression, Luoyu took a swig of his local brew and smiled, saying, "You all saw it. It was his men who attacked me first. They initiated the conflict." The crowd fell into a state of bewilderment, wholly unprepared for the shamelessness displayed by a high-ranking general, who could so effortlessly lower the bar of human decency. In a mere heartbeat, he had cast aspersions upon the Beast Pirates. Yet, in the face of such claims, neither the Navy nor the pirates could mount a rebuttal. The previously aggrieved Navy soldiers brightened, eagerly chiming in, "Yes, we witnessed it. The pirates struck first." Throughout, General Luoyu never laid a hand upon them. If we are not mistaken, the pirates made the first move. But their strength was so inadequate that they couldn't even touch a single hair of General Luoyu before being sent flying. Indeed, this was a case of self-inflicted doom. Their insufficient power led to their demise, a classic instance of risking life for futile endeavors. The scene erupted into chaos, with Navy soldiers clamoring in excitement. The pirates, standing nearby, turned ashen with fury. As marauders, they were acutely aware of their own shamelessness, yet they had not anticipated that the Navy could be even more brazen. The sight of their comrades, members of the Beast Pirates, being violently hurled away, shattered their confidence. They were left pinned against the rock wall, their fates uncertain. The earlier bravado had long since evaporated. In such a dire moment, they wished to become invisible, desperate to escape the scrutiny of their adversaries. If circumstances permitted, she would eagerly seize the opportunity to slip away unobtrusively. General Arha's expression was one of deep bitterness as he observed the overwhelming defeat of the Navy soldiers, his spirit deflating like a punctured balloon. Upon their arrival, Admiral Tsuru had arranged for her and Chihiro to accompany Arha on this maritime surveillance mission, intending for them to curtail Arha's actions. The promise of a 10 million berry performance bonus was a potent motivator for reckless behavior. However, they could never have anticipated that, before they could locate Whitebeard and Shanks, Arha would decisively obliterate the Beast Pirates with a single strike. The efficiency of provoking a hornet's nest is indeed astonishing. Fear not, commander of the Gion, for according to the rules of the sea, one must first tease the contemptible. Luoyu chuckled as he took a swig of the earthy brew, declaring, as the newly appointed Admiral of the Navy, being looked down upon is of little consequence. However, they have already struck, and if I do not retaliate, I may well bring shame upon the naval headquarters. The blame lies solely with their weakness, since they have engaged. Let us proceed with our business. Cypress Hade, I am aware you are not truly deceased. Your feigned death is a desperate attempt to escape. Should Kaido learn of this, you might receive a thunderous reprimand. The earlier burst of Haki had indeed been magnified under the control of his will. Yet, from the very beginning, Luoyu had only exerted half of his strength, all for the sake of securing a legitimate opportunity for inquiry. Otherwise, had he unleashed his full power, it is likely that no pirate would remain standing here. You arrogant fool. I, Cypress Hade, am the right hand of Lord Jack and would never feign death. If you seek to claim my head as a trophy, then come forth with all your might. Cypress Hade emerged from the deep pit, his face smeared with blood, though the convulsions of his muscles betrayed the truth of his condition, clearly indicating that Liu had anticipated his intentions. Particularly, the peculiar twitching and odd contortions of his hanging hands drew the gaze of all present. The previous strike had been executed with such ferocity that the extent of its destructive force had yet to be fully comprehended by those in attendance. However, the scene now unfolding before their eyes elicited a collective gasp, as a cadre of the four emperors with a bounty of 180 million berries. Cypress Hade's punch not only failed to harm his opponent, but resulted in self-inflicted damage, rendering his hands utterly incapacitated. Is this truly the fourth admiral of the Navy? A mere shadow of rumored glory? Kill you? Luoyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, a smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. Rest assured, I harbor no intention of taking your life. As a member of the Beast's pirates, I presume your venture into Whitebeard's territory is not merely a leisurely excursion, is it? I seek to uncover the whereabouts of the Moby Dick. Provide me with this information, and we shall depart post-haste. The mention of the Moby Dick caused a noticeable shift in Sip's head's demeanor. He had not anticipated Luoyu would dare to confront the four emperors over such matters. Yet, as Luoyu pointed out, their infiltration into Whitebeard's domain aimed to ascertain whether an alliance between Whitebeard and Shanks was afoot. Within the New World, the four emperors exist in a delicate equilibrium, each unable to topple the others alone. However, should any two join forces, this precarious balance would be irrevocably shattered. At that juncture, even Kaido, who relishes in peril and often speaks of self-destruction, would likely falter against the trials posed by a united front of the four emperors. To avert being caught off guard, not only the Beast's pirates, but even the Big Mom pirates have infiltrated Whitebeard's stronghold. As Luoyu approached with measured steps, Sip's head's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "No, we too are unaware of the location of Whitebeard's Moby Dick. If you doubt my words, feel free to end my life." In Sip's head's eyes, Luoyu was indeed one to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Yet, he remained unscathed, which emboldened Sip's head to gamble on Luoyu's reluctance to truly sever ties with the four emperors. "Are you not aware?" Luoyu raised an eyebrow, letting out a resigned sigh. Initially, he had intended to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, given your lack of knowledge regarding the Moby Dick's whereabouts, I cannot forfeit a bounty of 10 million berries. Thus, I shall bind you and contact Kaido for a ransom to see if your life holds any value beyond mere information. Kidnapping? Extorting Kaido for ransom? Is this madness? At the very least, on that vast dock, everyone was momentarily taken aback. They could not fathom that Luoyu had come to ascertain the whereabouts of the Moby Dick. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Luoyu would audaciously resort to extortion, directly calling the formidable Kaido of the Beasts. If this is not insanity, then what is? Most importantly, the 10 million berries that Luoyu had mentioned just moments ago as a reward. Could it be that, in comparison to 10 million, the bounty of Cypress Head was less enticing? After all, it was worth a staggering 180 million. Could it be that even the reward pales in comparison? In an instant, the remaining pirates and Navy personnel on the dock found their gazes converging on Luoyu. Even Gion and the others were no exception. They were eager to understand whether Luoyu was jesting. "What an audacious individual! I cannot believe you would dare to act in such a manner." Cypress Head's expression turned ashen, and with a furious roar, the tightly coiled muscles erupted with tremendous force, propelling him to flee like a cheetah. With a single leap, he covered several meters. Yet, just as he took 2 or 3 steps, an unexpected figure had already barred his path. As he beheld Luoyu, who had arrived ahead of him, Cypress Head was momentarily stunned. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from Luoyu. In an instant, a colossal Avalokiteshvara, towering 3 to 5 meters, materialized. The massive hand descended with overwhelming force. Cypress Head's countenance shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that from the very beginning until now. This newly appointed Marine Admiral had yet to truly unleash his power. This unexpected mode of combat, does it signify his weakness, rendering him unworthy even to compel the Feather to act? Clad in a full armor of Conqueror's Haki, Sipsis howled in a fit of fury. As the inky black Haki enveloped him completely, he surged forward once more. Boom. The pirate ship moored at the dock was violently shattered, creating a massive gaping hole in a single clash. Observing the figure, blood gushing from his mouth, once again embedded within the ruins, all present had come to a stark realization. The title of Emperor, in the presence of this newly appointed Admiral, appeared woefully insufficient. However, beyond this revelation, they were still fervently curious whether the words uttered by the Feather moments ago were merely a jest. Is this the transponder snail that connects you to the Beast's pirates? As luck would have it, there's no need for a search. Adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses, the Feather gazed at the fallen transponder snail amidst the debris, a warm smile gracing his lips. As he leisurely approached the snail and picked it up, a collective tension gripped everyone present. Surely, he wouldn't dare to extort the emperors for a bounty of 10 million, would he? Meanwhile, within Onigashima and Wano country, three colossal figures had gathered. As the apex forces of the beast's pirates, their convergence signified the occurrence of a significant event. Has Kaido not yet returned? The matters concerning Whitebeard and Red-Haired cannot be delayed any longer. If they have truly formed an alliance, the beast's pirates are likely to be the first to suffer the consequences, Quinn stated, puffing on his cigar. Yet, in the midst of this discourse, it was evident that Quinn had outright neglected Jack's presence. Among the three prominent figures, Jack, as the ship's king, had an unexpectedly substantial role. Yet in the eyes of Quinn and Jin, he remained a mere junior. Typically, during encounters, they would not engage in discussions but merely listen and execute orders. Kaido should have returned some time ago. He ought to be arriving shortly, Jin remarked, before promptly lifting his gaze to the sky. He asked back. Quinn and Jack's expression shifted, and they hurriedly followed his line of sight. A colossal shadow, with an imposing presence, thundered down from the heavens. Bang! The resounding impact reverberated like thunder, causing the ground to tremble violently. The massive gust of sand and dust, in its sweeping moment, sent the surrounding pirates, seasoned as they were, flying. Once the swirling dust settled, a towering figure emerged from the immense crater, his face darkened with a brooding expression. Jin, you urge me to return in haste. What is the matter? You must understand that I have been preoccupied with courting death. It has been long since I experienced the sensation of dying, and such an absence hinders my ability to break through and grow stronger. If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, do not blame me for my mace's lack of courtesy. The resounding echoes reverberate across the ruins. In the distance, the pirate, struggling to rise, became utterly rigid at the thought of Kaido's terrifying penchant for wielding his thunderous club. They were reluctant to make even the slightest movement, fearing it would capture Kaido's attention. Kaido, there are two matters that necessitate your return, spoke Jin, the vice-captain of the beast's pirates and a sagacious presence, imbued with sufficient confidence. Two matters? Kaido inquired, lifting his gourd and taking a hearty swig, his brow furrowing in discontent. Why had the situation become more complicated? What had transpired that even you all could not resolve? I initially believed that this endeavor would surely succeed. Speak swiftly. I am in haste to depart. Observing Kaido's urgency, Jin, accustomed to the routine, produced a newspaper and forcefully placed it on the table. Kaido, the first matter is the emergence of a new admiral, known as the Gourmet TU, within the Navy headquarters. Rumor has it he is an eccentric individual, obsessively devoted to punctuality. His prowess has been acknowledged in a confrontation with Admiral Akainu, earning him the title of the Admiral who kills while standing. The sudden introduction of a fourth admiral disrupts the balance of the Navy's top three powers, raising concerns about potential repercussions for our beast pirates. Thus, I deemed it necessary to inform you. A fourth admiral? A peculiar one? Kaido raised an eyebrow, snatching the newspaper to scrutinize the front page. Upon glimpsing the photograph, he scoffed dismissively. Humph. Merely a boy who has yet to sprout his first hair. What merit does he possess? Should he encounter me, not only would he refrain from striking, but he would likely be paralyzed with fear. Such trivialities need not be brought to my attention. Hasten to the second matter. With that, he casually tossed the newspaper aside. As one of the four emperors of the New World, representing the pinnacle of maritime strength, he regarded even the current three admirals with disdain, let alone a novice. Indeed, Jin, Kaido is correct. A boy without even a semblance of maturity is hardly worthy of such solemnity, Quinn remarked, fiddling with his mechanical arm, cigar in mouth. As he seized the transponder snail from Jack, let me address the second matter. Kaido, recently, news has surfaced regarding a meeting between red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard. We have a general idea of their coordinates. However, to elucidate this matter further, let Jack's subordinate report the details. It suffices to connect with this transponder snail. As Quinn spoke, he casually pressed the transponder snail. The attention of Kaido, Jean, and the others was immediately captivated. However, just as their gazes fell upon it, an unexpected voice emanated from the transponder snail. Hello, hello, is this Kaido? Do you desire people or wealth? The faint voice echoed from the other end. The entire Onigashima Plaza was suddenly engulfed in a profound silence. Even the cigar that Quinn held was abruptly bitten through. Isn't this the loyal confidant of Jack? The telephonic insect of Ship's Head? How could an unfamiliar voice emerge? Most importantly, it opened with a direct demand. Do you seek a person or money? Does this mean that the illustrious Emperor of the Sea has been publicly kidnapped and extorted? You insolent wretch, who on earth are you to speak such nonsense? Where on earth is Cypress Head? I am Kaido. Kaido's expression darkened as he thundered angrily, snatching the transponder snail with fervor. Were it not for his burning curiosity to ascertain the identity of the caller on the other end, he might have crushed the transponder snail in his trembling grip. Fueled by rage. Beside him, the trio of Jeans stared intently at the device, their minds racing with countless faces. Yet none seemed to match the voice they had just heard. In their eyes, it was improbable that anyone so young would dare entertain the notion of robbing one of the four emperors. However, as this thought flickered through their minds, they simultaneously glanced at the newspaper carelessly discarded on the ground. An absurd notion began to take root rapidly. Could it be that peculiar individual, still in their youth, whom they deemed unworthy of consideration? Ah, it seems I am indeed able to get in touch with you, which saves me considerable effort in my search. Luoyu smiled with unexpected delight. Truly, the beginning of the week has brought me good fortune. Not only did I find the pirates of the four emperors upon landing on the island, but I also had the esteemed emperor himself seeking me out. Isn't this delightful? By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the newly appointed Admiral, Falling Feather. Just moments ago, members of your beast pirates launched a sudden attack on me, and I had no choice but to retaliate. Coincidentally, I am also in search of Whitebeard's whereabouts, and you happen to call, with you being Kaido. Let us resolve this matter then, shall we? Kaido, whether you desire men or gold is irrelevant. What you truly seek is information. If you divulge the location of Whitebeard, I shall release your men. The fourth Admiral of the Navy? Are they truly speaking of those young naval recruits who have yet to grow their first hairs? Quinn and Jin's expression stiffened, utterly unprepared for the swift encounter with the fourth Admiral, whom they had so recently scorned. However, does such an abundance of coincidences truly exist in this world? They must be foolish to believe so. Kaido clenched the transponder snail tightly, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he struggled to maintain his composure, fearing he might inadvertently crush the device. Listening to that calm and indifferent voice, Kaido could hardly recall the last time someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. You dare threaten me, you little brat? You are courting death. Tell me where you are. I shall kill you. His thunderous roar echoed like a crack of lightning, causing the surrounding pirates' eardrums to ache with pain. Falling Feather casually cleared his ears and replied, Fear not. You may come to kill me at any time. The only condition is that you first inform me of Whitebeard's location. Consider this an exchange of information. However, I must warn you. You have 1 minute to contemplate this matter. Otherwise, I shall not be available when breakfast time arrives. The pirates present were left in a state of bewilderment. They were openly threatening one of the four emperors. What kind of intelligence exchange is this? It is blatantly nothing more than coercion. And what nonsense is this about giving the four emperors a time limit for consideration, along with the morning tea schedule? Is this yet another reckless challenge to the very brink of death? You little imp, I shall eliminate you. Kaido's grip on the transponder snail tightened, producing a cracking sound. His wide eyes seeming to pierce through the device, pinpointing the location of the elusive Ryu. Yet, in stark contrast to his fearsome reputation, the other end of the transponder remained eerily silent. As time ticked away, Kaido's visage contorted with rage, and Jin, standing nearby, swiftly grasped Kaido's intent and spoke up. Whitebeard is 30 nautical miles off the coast of Sicily. Where are you, and where are our men? Yes, little imp, tell me your location at once. Kaido bellowed once more. 30 nautical miles off the coast of Sicily, you say? Ryu arched an eyebrow and replied with a chuckle, Thank you for the intel, Kaido. It seems my first performance bonus of 10 million is assured. If you seek me, you must come to the Sicilian waters. Farewell. With a resounding crash, Kaido crushed the transponder snail in his fist. As blood and flesh splattered, Jin hesitated, swallowing back the words that dangled on the tip of his tongue. Still grappling with Ryu's final statement. As the strategist of the beast pirates, he found it hard to fathom. The newly appointed naval admiral, Tiao Luoyu, audaciously dares to mock Kaido, one of the four emperors, all for the sake of a mere 10 million in performance bonuses. Is this perhaps the obsession of a laborer? In pursuit of performance, would one dare to commit acts of such audacity? That insolent wretch dares to underestimate me, the Admiral. Jean, I know you will find a way to locate him. Kaido's furious roars caused the surrounding pirates to instinctively retract their necks, seeking any opportunity to flee. Anyone familiar with Kaido's methods understands that one misstep could lead to becoming mere fodder. Boss Kaido, had you not crushed the transponder snail moments ago, we could have tracked him using the mother transponder. However, that is no longer feasible, Jean remarked coldly. Nevertheless, since that naval brat has appeared on Whitebeard's territory, I suspect he is being used by the Navy to gather intelligence on red-haired Shanks. To find him, we must head to the Sicilian waters. However, with Whitebeard and red-haired meeting, the situation remains unclear. Boss Kaido, you must not act recklessly, or you may fall victim to an ambush by red-haired and Whitebeard. The newly appointed Admiral is indeed rumored to possess some strength, yet he remains too young. Let Jack handle this matter personally. It will suffice. Furthermore, this is Whitebeard's domain. Should Whitebeard learn that the Navy is brazenly causing a ruckus in his territory, he will undoubtedly deliver a lesson. When that time comes, I believe Jack's intervention will mark the new Admiral's career with a significant blemish. Upon hearing this, Jack's eyes sparkled with excitement. After being a mere tool in the corner for so long, he finally had the chance to assert his presence. Rest assured, Boss Kaido, no matter who that guy is, I possess the strongest absolute defense and will ensure he pays dearly for his earlier contempt. As the call with the transponder snail concluded, an icy chill enveloped both pirates and Navy personnel amidst the ruins. The sight of this young naval admiral evoked an almost ghostly feeling. For the sake of a mere 10 million berries in performance, not only had he torn the FAAD with the Yonko group, but he had also directly contacted Kaido for extortion. This is not a quest for death, is it? Well, fortune favors us. We have easily uncovered the whereabouts of Whitebeard. I recall that this place is not far from Sicily, perhaps only half a day's journey. Luoyu put away the phone bug and adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and set off. If we delay, and they manage to escape, we may have to contact Kaido once more. Contact him again? The members of Gion suddenly snapped back to reality, their faces etched with bitterness. They truly believed that if Whitebeard remained elusive, Luoyu would undoubtedly reach out to Kaido again. Is it truly worth it, Commander Luoyu, to go to such lengths for this 10 million bounty? Gion could not help but chuckle wryly. The others instinctively turned their gaze towards Luoyu. Luoyu took a sip of the local brew and smiled. Perhaps it may not be worth it for you. But as a diligent worker, one must strive to achieve performance metrics. That is the principle. All right, it is now 9:30. Time for morning tea. I shall leave the aftermath here to you. As Luoyu turned to board the ship, his nonchalant demeanor caused the muscles in the faces of those present to twitch involuntarily. In their eyes, it seemed that only when matters related to remuneration were at stake did Luoyu's expression shift. Commander Luoyu, how should we handle this? KB suddenly inquired. All eyes instantly fell upon the figure embedded within the wreckage of the ship. Him? Luoyu halted and stated, as an admiral of the Navy. I must indeed act on my words. Kaido did not provide me with this information, yet I do not intend to intervene. Hidden among the rubble, the figure of Siphus Hades slightly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of elation. Having endured 2 successive blows that shattered both his hands and ribs, he had initially thought he was doomed, never expecting to glimpse hope at this critical juncture. However, I have only promised myself not to intervene. I place no restrictions on your actions. This is a pirate with a bounty of 180 million berries, a considerable military achievement. Whoever wishes to take him down, please remember to treat me to a drink afterward. The light-hearted banter caused Siphus Hades to stiffen momentarily before he erupted in rage. You insolent Navy, do you dare mock our beast pirates? Kaido will not let you off easily. Seeing Siphus Hades, who was painfully enduring his injuries and preparing to flee, Chado felt a bitter expression cross his face. Deputy Gion, given the circumstances, we should bring him back. Even a small contribution may mitigate some blame. Perhaps it will spare us some scolding from Admiral Sengoku. Gion helplessly nodded, watching as Liu swiftly descended onto the warship, yet a twinge of inexplicable unease stirred within him. He could not help but express, Chatten. I recall that General Liu must uncover the true reason behind the meeting of Whitebeard and Red-Haired in order to achieve his goal of 1 million berries. If we were to truly scrutinize this task, it appears nearly impossible to accomplish. I feel rather uneasy about this performance. Will General Luoyu resort to some reckless act for that sum? Chatten, who had just taken a step forward, suddenly froze in place, a heavy weight settling in his heart as he grimaced in response. Let us first report this matter to Admiral Sengoku. It seems prudent to minimize our share of the blame. Meanwhile, in the waters of Sicily, a pirate ship as colossal as a whale lay quietly anchored upon the sea. Upon the enormous open deck, Whitebeard sat robustly in a specially designed chair, his body adorned with numerous foretubes, raising a drink to his lips. Marco, what is the matter? Has that red-haired fellow not arrived yet? If he hadn't insisted on visiting in person, I wouldn't be waiting here for an inexperienced youngling. As the foremost of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard was a figure capable of standing toe-to-toe with the pirate king, Roger, in the previous era. In Whitebeard's eyes, no matter how formidable Regrettably might be, he remained merely a novice who once trained aboard Roger's ship. Had it not been for Roger's legacy, Whitebeard would never have consented to this visit. Standing beside him, Marco glanced at the nearby Den Den Mushi and reported, "Father, they are still 70 nautical miles away. They should arrive in about half a day." However, intelligence from various seas indicates that not only have the Baiji Moem pirates and the Beast pirates made an appearance, but the Navy has also sent a ship, apparently carrying the newly appointed 4th Admiral, Luoyu. "Shall we send them away?" Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, then snorted disdainfully. "It seems this meeting between Red-Haired and myself has stirred the seas. However, if Sengoku intends to send just a fledgling to ascertain the purpose of our meeting, he underestimates my crew or has grown senile. Since they have come, Marco, dispatch someone to intercept the Baijimoem pirates and the Beast pirates and notify the patrolling Artesmo. Should we encounter the Navy's new admiral, drive him away with force if necessary, making it clear that certain places are indeed off-limits to the Navy." In a somber tone, tinged with undeniable flavor, Marco did not offer a rebuttal upon hearing those words. He promptly signaled to his subordinates to relay the orders directly. In their eyes, this territory undeniably belonged to the Whitebeard pirates. It mattered not if a newly appointed Marine Admiral stood before them. Even the revered Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself would have to abide by their rules. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of the formidable Whitebeard pirates, a force of 100,000 strong rising against them. As the orders were efficiently disseminated, Marco glanced at the nearby newspaper, the World Economic Times. A broad headline graced the front page, announcing the appointment of the Marine's 4th Admiral, Tasty Feather. With a smile, he remarked, "Old man, this new Marine Admiral appears to be of a similar age to Ace. If Ace were here, it might have been better for him to take action. At least it would demonstrate to the seas that among the younger generation, the mightiest supernova still belongs to our Whitebeard pirates." In comparison to Ace, Whitebeard took a sip of his drink, revealing a gentle smile before bursting into laughter. "Haha, Marco, Ace has been on the scene far longer than this marine brat. The emergence of this youngling is akin to bamboo shoots springing up overnight. If we were to scrutinize further, one might speculate that Sengoku orchestrated this to bolster the Marine headquarters, attempting to mitigate the fallout from the collapse of the warlords of the sea. Should they encounter one another, it is likely that neither Ace nor Bartolomeo would need to intervene. Merely the sight of our Jolly Roger would likely send him fleeing in terror. Haha, the old man speaks the truth. This suddenly appearing Marine Admiral boasts not a single achievement, merely a paper tiger, hardly worthy of concern. Let us not forget that Captain Ace has engaged in fierce battles with one of the warlords of the sea, Jinbe, for several days, ultimately resulting in a stalemate. I recall that Captain Ace even declined an invitation from the warlords, a testament to his absolute strength, rendering this new Marine Admiral utterly incomparable. The atmosphere grew lively, and Marco couldn't help but share in the laughter. This profound sense of absolute trust is precisely the aspiration that their father has relentlessly pursued. Had it not been for the treachery of Blackbeard, such splendid harmony would undoubtedly have remained unbroken. Yet, the thought of Blackbeard, who has spent decades aboard the ship and still contentedly remains an ordinary member, stirs a faint unease within Marco's heart. With the unexpected visit from Shanks, he can only hope that no significant troubles will arise. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Navy, Sengoku gazes gloomily at the thick stack of repair bills on his desk, feeling as if his heart is being tightly clenched. Upon receiving the report regarding the destruction of Justice Square in Mariehua, Sengoku had prepared himself psychologically. However, upon seeing the long line of zeros on the repair list, he realizes how frail his mental preparation truly was. After the incident, both Guillaume and Saru, the candidates for Admiral, indeed expressed their willingness to cover the repair costs, yet Sengoku's heart bleeds at the thought. Initially, he had planned to deplete his subordinates' modest treasury with a few banners should funds be lacking. Now, it appears that the contingency plan for reserves has completely evaporated. The memory of having risked his own dignity to protect Luffy before the elders, only to now have to clean up after him, ignites a fury within Sengoku. He swiftly delivers a slap to the back of Garp's head as he approaches. "Garp, you finally returned. How much longer did you intend to keep us waiting? Is this position of Fleet Admiral yours or mine? Just looking at this stack of repair bills gives me a headache, and you arrive 2 minutes late. As though I do not exist." His thunderous roar reverberates through the office, lingering in the air. The assembled naval officers instinctively retract their necks. They are well aware that even if Garp were to arrive 20 minutes late, Sengoku would typically ignore it. Yet, to be reprimanded for a mere 2 minutes is akin to courting disaster. Haha, Sengoku, your slap still packs quite a punch, Garp chuckles, shaking his head as if unfazed. He then plops down into a chair, bites into a sunbae, and continues, rest assured, I know you are troubled by these repair expenses. However, I bring good news. That little rascal Luffy has set sail towards Whitebeard's territory for an external mission. No matter how much havoc he wreaks out there, you won't need to clean up after him. This is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Sengoku, you ought to be a bit more cheerful. To prevent any further destruction of world government facilities, just send him on missions upon his return. This way, I can enjoy a peaceful respite. He has gone on a mission? Sengoku is momentarily taken aback, and a flicker of inexplicable anxiety begins to stir within him. He departed without making any requests to undertake a mission? I cannot shake the feeling that this diverges somewhat from his typical modus operandi. Isn't he primarily concerned with salary increases and performance bonuses? As a naval marshal, he is often regarded as a strategic mastermind. In the face of this overwhelming list of maintenance tasks, the warring states have long since disowned the operational style of Luoyu. He is a pathological worker, obsessively devoted to the 9-to-5 grind and weekends off. Yet now he appears to accept an overseas assignment with such ease. Is this truly possible? In response to Sengoku's probing inquiry, the assembled naval commanders momentarily paused, their instincts drawing their gazes toward Garp. Garp, absent-mindedly digging in his nostrils, soon seized a rice cracker and, after a few gratifying crunches, remarked, Sengoku, you truly deserve your reputation as the intellect of our navy, swiftly arriving at such a conclusion. Having that young lad undertake an external mission required quite a bit of persuasion from Tsuru. Ultimately, the young rascal insisted that if he could uncover the reason behind the meeting between Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, he would demand a performance bonus of 10 million berries. To which Tsuru readily acquiesced. 10 million berries as a performance bonus? Sengoku sank heavily into his chair. If an ordinary individual had proposed such a sum, he might not have given it much thought. However, once this colossal amount became associated with that reckless youth, Sengoku felt a sharp pang in his chest and could not help but exclaim, Garp, have you all lost your minds? That lad would obliterate buildings and plazas for mere overtime pay and performance bonuses. Now, to simply agree to a 10 million berry bonus at his behest, are you not concerned that he might tear the very heavens apart for such a sum? Bang! The tightly shut door was thrust open with force. In stark contrast to Sengoku's earlier anxious mumbling, Zephyr entered in a frenzy, especially upon witnessing Zephyr's unusually tense countenance. A wave of foreboding swept through the room, causing all to fall silent. Sengoku clenched his fists repeatedly, his facial muscles calming after several attempts, and gritted his teeth, saying, Zephyr, your sudden and urgent arrival here, do not tell me it concerns that young rascal. Rest assured, I have prepared myself mentally. Regardless of what transpires, I shall remain composed. Speak freely. Sengoku, is this truly the case? Zephyr's previously rigid expression softened considerably, and he awkwardly smiled as he laid a transponder snail on the desk. Not long ago, Aine reached out to me. That young lad, in his quest to track down Whitebeard's whereabouts, inadvertently clashed with the beast pirates, and coincidentally, Kaido called him. Thus, by a stroke of fate, he extorted Kaido and ultimately discovered Whitebeard's location. Sengoku, how can there be so many coincidences in this world? As Zephyr concluded, a hint of embarrassment crept onto his cheeks, culminating in a bitter smile. The once bustling office now fell into an oppressive silence. The thoughts of everyone present laid bare upon their faces. Even the notorious Yonko had found himself on the receiving end of extortion. Is this mere coincidence? Or is it the result of a meticulous plot? In this moment, they finally comprehend why Sengoku asserted that a performance of 10 million could indeed shatter the heavens when it falls upon Luoyu. Zephyr, hasten to establish contact with that brat and instruct him to return immediately. This mission no longer requires his involvement. Sengoku nearly crushed the armrest of his chair as he bellowed. Before even locating Whitebeard, he was already extorting Kaido. Should he encounter both Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks? I genuinely fear that the three great pirate crews might simultaneously declare war on our Navy headquarters. Kizaru, increase your speed and proceed to monitor Luoyu. Ensure he does not cross paths with Kaido. A flurry of commands ensued, and upon hearing the final conjecture, everyone tensed with apprehension. After witnessing Luoyu's modus operandi firsthand, it is likely that Sengoku's foreboding may indeed hold true. The mere thought of the three great pirate crews setting aside their grievances to simultaneously declare war on our Navy headquarters is chilling. Such matters send a chill down one's spine upon reflection. Meanwhile, in the Sicilian waters, a warship forges ahead through the waves. Standing at the bow, Luoyu gazes into the distance, occasionally sipping a mouthful of earth-baked liquor, his eyes narrowed as he savors the sea breeze that rushes towards him. General Luoyu. We are still 30 nautical miles from Sicily, and we have yet to encounter any trace of the Whitebeard's Moby Dick. They have likely departed from this area. Aine reported after scrutinizing the horizon with his telescope from the lookout atop the mast. Didn't he spot anything? Upon hearing this, Gun felt a sense of relief wash over him. Turning to glance behind, he observed the vessel belonging solely to the four emperors, the beast pirates, being towed behind the warship, tightly bound. Gun genuinely feared that if Liu were to discover the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates' Moby Dick, it could lead to significant complications. General Luoyu, if Whitebeard has indeed vacated the Sicilian waters, there is no need for an ardent pursuit. T-Pig and I can return and perhaps persuade you with a few well-chosen words, which might secure you a performance bonus of 10 million. Gun suppressed his thoughts and couldn't help but speak up. Having witnessed Liu extorting Kaido of the beast pirates firsthand, Gun harbored doubts about what lengths Luoyu might go to in order to ascertain the details of Whitebeard's meeting with Shanks for the sake of that 10 million berry. Rather than live in dread, Gun secretly hoped that Luoyu would be unable to locate Whitebeard's whereabouts. That simply won't do, Gun. As a diligent worker, it is imperative to see the project through to completion. Otherwise, how can one ever raise the prospect of bonuses in the future? Luoyu remarked, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses, a playful arch of his brow accompanying his smile. However, I must admit, you are indeed my good luck charm, as if summoned by mere mention. It appears we are drawing near to the location of Whitebeard's Moby Dick. Chow chow? Gun paused, unsure of the reference Luoyu made. Yet, as he discerned the silhouette of a ship emerging at the horizon's edge, accompanied by the sight of a pirate flag billowing in the wind, he could only exclaim, damn. The very situation he had feared the most had, ironically, come to pass. The mascot, Gun, would rather relinquish its role. The thought of resorting to extortion for the whereabouts of Whitebeard, even daring to confront the formidable Kaido, leaves Gun in a state of disbelief about what may transpire next. Lord Liu, perhaps we should take our leave. This is the territory of Whitebeard, and I fear unforeseen troubles may arise, Gun urged once more, unable to contain his concern. With a smile, Luoyu adjusted his glasses and replied, at this juncture, leaving is no longer an option. The behemoth on the opposing ship has already noticed our presence. However, rest assured, when it comes to conversing with Whitebeard, I possess more confidence than in dealing with Kaido, whose mind is solely occupied with brawn. Conversing? Gun's expression faltered, and an utterly absurd thought began to form in his mind. For the sake of 1 million berries and performance bonuses, Luoyu couldn't possibly intend to inquire about Whitebeard's intentions, could he? This is truly more exhilarating than the notorious Kaido. Meanwhile, aboard the whale pirate ship, which is significantly smaller than the flagship, yet steadfastly advancing, stands the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as the Buffalo, Adhering. His extraordinary stature, coupled with the 2 large blades he carries and the rudimentary armor adorning his frame, exudes an inexplicable aura of intimidation. Not to mention, he bears the title of the foremost among the 4 emperors, representing the formidable Whitebeard pirates. Merely by anchoring in the New World, he commands undeniable respect as a grand pirate. Captain Adhering, a naval warship has appeared ahead, reported one of his confidants urgently. It seems to be the vessel of the newly appointed 4th Admiral from the Navy headquarters, as informed by Captain Marco just a few hours ago. Adhering raised an eyebrow, his voice grave. A warship from the Navy's 4th Admiral, you say? I had anticipated encountering the beast pirates first, hoping to reclaim some of the losses we suffered in the Usus waters. Yet, it appears this newly appointed admiral has chosen to confront us directly. According to Marco and his crew, this new admiral was merely a paper tiger, a FA propagated by the Navy, and ultimately, it would serve as a stepping stone for Ace to achieve his legendary status across the seas. Originally, if time had permitted, Adhering intended to gauge the capabilities of this new admiral on behalf of Ace. However, with their father preparing to meet with that red-haired brat, he decided to abandon that notion for the sake of ensuring a smooth encounter. Hail, those individuals have arrived. Spread the word. This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. and they must leave immediately. Otherwise, they shall not escape my wrath, and I will take them to see our father. Rest assured, Captain Adhering, I shall convey the message forthwith, replied Hale, his smile unwavering. The other captains concur. This new admiral is nothing but a paper tiger. I doubt we will even need to shout our warning. Upon seeing our pirate flag, he will likely flee in terror. Hale promptly turned to ascend the lookout tower to deliver the message. Suddenly, an unexpected voice carried over the sea breeze. Hey, you there. Take me to see Whitebeard. I have matters to discuss with him directly. Let us set sail now. Time is of the essence, and I would rather not work overtime after my shift. That small voice echoed across the waters as the two colossal ships drew closer together. Whether they were pirates on the deck or Navy personnel, all were left in stunned silence, witnessing each other in disbelief. In that fleeting moment of their meeting, they had anticipated a myriad of scenarios. Yet none could have foreseen such a wildly audacious opening line from the speaker. This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. They are indeed the Navy. The two factions have always been at odds with one another. Upon opening his mouth, Luoyu demanded an audience with Whitebeard. Is this not akin to sending sheep into the mouth of a tiger? General Luoyu, in pursuit of a 10 million performance bonus, may have acted rather imprudently. Ji Yuan felt a surge of urgency. Initially, he pondered whether the notion that had just crossed his mind was utterly absurd. It is only now that he realizes the most ludicrous scenarios, when intertwined with Luoyu, are entirely plausible. Beside him, T-Pig felt a tightening of his nerves. Abandoning his role as an unnoticed bystander, he hurriedly stepped forward. Adhering, it has been a while since we last met. This is our Navy's newly appointed general. His presence in the Sicilian waters is merely for routine patrol and monitoring, devoid of any ulterior motives. What was just said was merely a jest by General Luoyu. Please do not take it to heart. As candidates for the position of Navy Admiral, both T-Pig and Ji Yuan bore the responsibility of monitoring the movements of the four emperors. Naturally, conflicts and frictions with the formidable subordinates of the four emperors were inevitable. In other waters, they would certainly not shy away from confrontation. However, this is the territory of Whitebeard, which carries a vastly different significance. Should they encounter the Whitebeard pirates en masse? Even the other four emperors might find it challenging to withstand such an onslaught. T-Pig, you shall be silent, whether newly appointed or formerly established. Any who dare to belittle our Whitebeard pirates and call out to old man must pay a steep price, roared Water Buffalo Adhering, his expression a tempest of fury. I shall make your new admiral understand that the majesty of the four emperors is not to be trifled with. With a thunderous stomp, Water Buffalo Adhering propelled himself forward, his colossal frame unleashing an astonishing force that shook the deck beneath him. Leveraging this momentum, he surged towards Luoyu like a cannonball. With a swift motion, he brandished two gleaming swords, slicing downwards with the might of a tempest. His imposing physique augmented his explosive power, and despite his size, his speed and precision were unimpeded. The distance of several dozen meters was traversed in the blink of an eye, and the unfolding scene jolted the nerves of all present. Both Navy and pirates alike turned their gazes towards the two figures. Simultaneously, the pirates loyal to Adhering fixated their eyes on the two admiral candidates standing behind Luoyu, their grips on their weapons tightening instinctively. With their captain Adhering personally engaging, they harbored no concerns regarding this young admiral, perceived as a mere paper tiger. Yet, facing two admiral candidates simultaneously was a daunting prospect. Regardless of their confidence in Adhering's prowess, the thought of withstanding the combined force of three was daunting indeed. However, just as this notion took root in their minds, the scene before them shattered their preconceptions. Everyone, step back quickly. Do not inadvertently be sent flying by General Luoyu. With a swift exclamation, the T-Pig hurriedly retreated alongside Guillaume. They had contemplated taking action, yet the thought of Luoyu's unwavering stance, remaining passive throughout, made them question the efficacy of their intervention. Observing the deck that had been nearly emptied in an instant, Adhering was momentarily taken aback. Entirely unprepared for such a reaction akin to evading a plague from Guillaume and the others. However, the situation had escalated to a point where he had no choice but to act. Confronted with Luoyu, who stood motionless as if in a daze, Adhering roared, his muscles bulging like granite, as he unleashed a formidable strike with his blade. You may be an admiral, but if you perish, it will be due to your own inadequacy, unable even to evade. With a thunderous clash, the dual blades descended, their collision resonating across the vast ocean. The force of the impact generated a tempestuous wave, akin to a hurricane. As they beheld Luoyu, still rooted in place. Unmoving, the eyes of the pirates widened in shock, nearly bursting from their sockets. They braced themselves for the inevitable. The formidable and forceful strike was effortlessly intercepted by the radiant and resplendent thousand-armed guanine. Even the expression of Artesmo shifted dramatically. The previous blow, though imbued with the spirit of testing, had not been executed with full might. However, it possessed enough power to effortlessly cleave a colossal sea creature, towering several meters in height, in twain. Yet, it was met by an individual standing resolutely in place, who did not even lift a finger, casually absorbing the blow. The disparity is indeed quite striking, especially when gazing upon the serene visage of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, radiating an aura that starkly contrasts with the arrogance of the individual before me. Could this be the power of a devil fruit? No wonder you appear so fearless. It turns out you are an ability user. Artesmo's expression darkened as he spoke in a commanding tone. However, on these vast seas, you are not the sole wielder of such powers. Allow me to demonstrate the might of Whitebeard's commander. With a thunderous roar, the water buffalo Artesmo unleashed a fierce bellow, causing the armor on his upper body to burst apart. His hair, dark as steel wire, surged forth, transforming him into a bull-headed humanoid with horns sprouting from his head. It is no small feat to rise to the rank of captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, earning the esteemed title of Water Buffalo. All of this emanates from the formidable power of the Zuzunomi in its water buffalo form. In this moment, the already extraordinary and colossal physique swells even further. The enormous blade gripped firmly in both hands slices through the air with a resounding whoosh. As it arcs once more toward the descending feather, the resounding blast echoed like a series of firecrackers. Ah, little imp, allow me to shatter you, the paper tiger. Is that so? Luoyu chuckled, adjusting his golden-rimmed spectacles. It appears that a peaceful negotiation to meet Whitebeard is out of the question. Thus, let me demonstrate that even a paper tiger can bite when cornered. Boom. The dormant Conqueror's Haki within me erupted with a thunderous force. This ferocious power, under the command of my will, surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing towards the water buffalo, Atismo sensing this terrifying aura. The members of the Yonko pirate crew were acutely aware of its significance. However, what perplexed them was the notion that the release of Conqueror's Haki was typically meant for psychological impact, not to counter their captain's fierce strike with such a tactic. Has the newly appointed general lost his wits? Even the formidable Artesmo was momentarily taken aback. The overwhelming aura surged forth like a tsunami crashing upon the shore. As Artesmo descended from the sky, he initially froze in astonishment, only to scoff derisively and utter, "You little brat, do you truly not understand what the Conqueror's Haki is? Such ignorance is both foolish and naive." Boom. No sooner had he spoken than Artesmo felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall of steel. His twin blades had yet to strike, but the colossal force of the Conqueror's Haki surged towards him, bearing down with the weight of 1,000 mountains. Accompanied by this immense power, Artesmo was seemingly swept away by an unseen hand. In the eyes of all present, he was instantaneously propelled backward, his speed rivaling that of a cannonball. On a pirate ship 100 meters away, the crew on deck wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Is this truly the manifestation of their perceived Conqueror's Haki? Alas, before they could even attempt to extend a hand for salvation, the entire pirate ship was violently overturned by this overwhelming force. Once they regained their footing and returned to their senses, they discovered that Artesmo had been forcefully slammed into the distant ocean by this sudden and unforeseen surge. Had this occurred on solid ground, such an impact would hardly pose a challenge to Artesmo, the captain of the 13th Division. However, this was the vast sea, a daunting realm for one unaccustomed to its depths. This is nothing short of a nightmare. Witnessing the formidable Adhering crash into the ocean, the nerves of all the pirates were taut to an extreme. Beside them, Hyle's expression tightened, urgently commanding, "Hurry, you must rescue Captain Adhering. I will confront this Admiral." On the deck, hundreds of pirates were abruptly jolted awake. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, it had all occurred within a mere minute or two. In their minds, they had perceived this Admiral, whom they regarded as a mere paper tiger, to be mercilessly vanquished by Adhering's strike. They had never anticipated that the outcome would completely overturn their understanding. Their esteemed captain had been sent flying with a single blow. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have believed such a thing? Most importantly, the shockwave that could inflict tangible damage truly embodied the essence of the Conqueror's Haki they had only heard about. Is this still what they refer to as a paper tiger? You would do well not to stare at me. Hasten to rescue those in peril. Should someone drown, who will escort me to meet Whitebeard? Luoyu, exuding an overwhelming presence, took a swig of his drink. The assembled pirates were momentarily taken aback. Initially, they believed Luoyu was merely jesting, never anticipating that his earlier request was genuine. Isn't this akin to courting death? However, faced with the situation of the inexperienced Atesmo, they dared not dwell on such thoughts. Luoyu refrained from pursuing the advantage, allowing them the opportunity to rescue others. Accompanied by a multitude of individuals, they plunged into the sea for a search and rescue operation. After a minute or two, Atesmo, who had already regained his composure, was hoisted onto the deck. Drenched from head to toe, he disregarded the dignity befitting the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, collapsing onto the deck in a state of near exhaustion, gasping for breath. The recollection of being adrift in the ocean, experiencing that debilitating sensation, was nothing short of a nightmare. Observing Luoyu, who remained nonchalantly sipping his drink at the bow of the ship, having never truly engaged in combat, Atesmo's expression shifted as he gritted his teeth and spoke. What a remarkable new admiral of the Navy. This time, I, having heeded the rumors, underestimated your prowess, resulting in my unfortunate downfall into the sea. I, Atesmo, bear the illustrious legacy of Whitebeard. I do not fathom your insistence on meeting my father. Nonetheless, since you have triumphed, I shall make an exception and escort you. However, I must remind you that I am merely responsible for your passage. Your life and death lie solely in your hands. Should my father wish to take you down, I will not hesitate to act. The warship behind you may only remain a nautical mile away. You still have the option to depart. Otherwise, should you encounter my father and commit an affront to the dignity of the Yonko, it would surely lead to your demise. Gion and Chachuan grew anxious. Alas, before they could voice their concerns, Luoyu smiled and adjusted his glasses, saying, Rest assured, since I wish to meet Whitebeard, I am fully prepared mentally. As for insulting the Yonko, this is not my first encounter. I possess some experience in such matters. Not your first time offending the Yonko. Atesmo was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, his confidant hire could not help but jab Atesmo in the side, stammering a warning. Captain Atesmo, you should take a look quickly. It seems there's a smaller pirate ship circling behind the warship, and the pirate flag that has been lowered resembles that of the beast pirates. This new admiral of the Navy couldn't he possibly have stirred the hornet's nest of the Yonko on his very first outing, could he? Atesmo swiftly followed his gaze, and upon seeing the bound-up Cyphus hide on the deck, his pupils constricted. In that moment, he finally comprehended why Luoyu had so brazenly demanded to be taken to meet the Yonko, Whitebeard. It turned out that from the very beginning, Luoyu had even captured men belonging to the Yonko, not to mention meeting the Yonko himself. Reflecting on all that had transpired, an absurd thought took root in Atesmo's mind. If he refused, would he too be bound? Gazing at the seemingly innocuous smile of Luoyu, Atesmo could not help but shudder. The hour was growing late, and with the pressing need to conclude his workday, he decided to take your vessel across. Chiyuan, you may remain at a distance in the same sea. Should any misfortune arise, you would be able to escape swiftly. Luoyu chuckled as he took a swig of his drink, then leaped gracefully down, landing steadily not far from Atesmo amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. This action instantly heightened the tension among all the pirates and Navy personnel to an extreme degree. However, observing Luoyu leisurely sipping his drink without any intention of making a move, their apprehension gradually dissipated. Truly worthy of respect, this Navy admiral displayed a remarkable fortitude. Atesmo regained his composure, a flicker of reverence appearing on his face amidst the brutal reality of the ocean. In this realm of the survival of the fittest, respect for the strong was not given lightly. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, Atesmo could not restrain himself from inquiring, Yet, I am still curious as to why you disregard your own safety to seek an audience with Whitebeard. Is this a mission of paramount importance for the Navy? In Atesmo's eyes, the Navy and pirates were indeed adversaries from contrasting factions, yet each bore their own distinct honor. Thus, Luoyu's willingness to risk his life for the chance to meet Whitebeard commanded respect. No, this is not merely a task. I cannot squander time on trivialities. Everything is for the sake of a 10 million bounty. For a mere 10 million? The expressions of Atesmo and the other pirates stiffened instantly. Any nascent respect they had harbored for the strong evaporated in an instant. To venture into the lion's den for a mere 10 million? Were not the bounties of the myriad pirates across the seas far more enticing? Moreover, had they seized the opportunity to take the head of Atesmo, The captain of the 13th Division, it would have been worth several hundred million at the very least. How could that possibly pale in comparison to a bounty of 10 million? However, Artesmo quickly reined in his thoughts, since he had already been bested in direct confrontation. Owing Luoyu a life, his sole obligation was to guide Luoyu to find Whitebeard. Ultimately, whether he lived or died would depend on Luoyu's fate. All right, my comrades, let us set forth at once. Otherwise, we shall be remiss in respecting the time of our father, and that would be most unfortunate. Artesmo regained his composure and issued a commanding order. The band of pirates gazed at Luoyu on the deck, decidedly ill at ease. However, given that they were on their own turf, they harbored little concern that Luoyu could stir up any significant trouble. Following the command, hundreds of pirates swiftly sprang into action. Observing the pirate ship setting sail, Jiyuan and Chachuan wore expressions of profound bitterness. They could certainly surmise the psychological turmoil reflected in the faces of Artesmo and his companions. Faced with Luoyu's morbid obsession regarding remuneration and performance, they felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet, as Luoyu insisted on meeting Whitebeard, they exchanged glances and resolved to follow him, albeit reluctantly. 20 nautical miles away, the enormous Moby Dick lay anchored upon the boundless sea, accompanied by a pirate ship of considerably smaller stature, swiftly approaching. As it docked beside the Moby Dick, the stark contrast between the vessel and the colossal ship was akin to that of an infant beside a robust man. If, at that very moment, anyone else existed upon this vast expanse of ocean, the sight of the flag fluttering atop the visiting pirate ship would undoubtedly send shivers through their very souls. This is indeed a gathering of the four emperors, a unique meeting between the old and the new. Once word of this spreads, it will undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the New World. Stand aside, young ones. This formidable individual possesses a conqueror's haki that reigns supreme over the seas. Those of lesser strength should retreat to a safe distance. In the presence of fellow emperors, such caution is not a sign of shame. Marco stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the figure slowly ascending the deck of the Moby Dick, behind whom some skeptical newcomers collapsed under the overwhelming pressure of his presence. Observing the silhouette bearing a colossal barrel of sake as it approached Whitebeard, the hundreds of pirates aboard, unable to flee, found themselves caught in the ensuing turmoil. Even the decks of nearby ships seemed unable to withstand this oppressive aura, cracking like fragile spider webs. Humph, that red-haired brat still delights in showcasing his little tricks, Whitebeard remarked, seated firmly in his chair with a disdainful snort. For the sake of our past with Roger, speak plainly and do not waste my time. Your theatrics have allowed that scoundrel, Teach, along with his insufferable subordinates, to infiltrate my territory, even drawing the Marines into the fray. I am not in the mood for nostalgia, especially since you are not in a position to reminisce with me. In Whitebeard's eyes, he was indeed aging and burdened by injuries, while red-haired Shanks had risen to the status of a new emperor. However, as the strongest man of the bygone era, Whitebeard considered himself equal only to his contemporary, Roger. As for the so-called new emperor, Shanks, he remained nothing more than a mere apprentice under Roger's command in days gone by. Whitebeard, your demeanor remains as abrasive as ever. Yet, I have come here for a matter of great significance, Shanks replied with a forced chuckle, gesturing to the scar at the corner of his eye, a rare solemnity crossing his features. I have but one request. Blackbeard's power is far greater than you can imagine. This scar was inflicted by him, and even now I feel a lingering pain. If you do not urgently summon Ace back, I fear he may be defeated by Blackbeard. Such an outcome would undoubtedly alter the balance of this sea. Is Ace truly inferior to that traitor? Marco and the others' expressions shifted subtly. They had long been aware of Whitebeard's intention to groom Ace as a successor. The betrayal by Blackbeard had become a thorn in their hearts. Allowing Ace to pursue him alone was also a testament to their confidence in his abilities. Yet, Shanks' sudden revelation that Ace might not be a match for a mere traitor was startling. Is this a challenge to the discernment of the entire Whitebeard pirates? In an instant, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped the deck. Observing the two opposing emperors, the tension among the onlookers reached a breaking point. They were eager to discover whether these two formidable figures would allow a mere disagreement to escalate into a fierce confrontation. This outcome is one that no one wishes to witness. I apologize for interjecting. I am fully aware that interrupting the conversation of the four emperors is a perilous endeavor, and one should refrain from doing so. Nevertheless, I believe Shanks makes a valid point. Ace truly pales in comparison to Blackbeard Teach. The words emerged unexpectedly. their calm tone starkly contrasting with the tension that had gripped everyone, nearly snapping their taut nerves. This is a conversation exclusive to the four emperors. Ordinary individuals dare not even breathe, fearing the ire of the four emperors. Yet, suddenly, someone has audaciously interjected. This is not merely a revelry upon a grave. What could it possibly be? In an instant, all eyes turned in unison towards the source of the sound. Upon discerning the figure that had ascended to the deck, their pupils constricted in shock. The Navy? What could possibly bring the Navy to this location? Diamond Jaw's expression was one of sheer astonishment. To them, this was their own territory, bolstered by the presence of two of the four emperors. Any ordinary outsider would have long since fled from such an imposing spectacle. Who would dare to approach? Moreover, given the intentions conveyed by the red-haired, everyone was eager to ascertain whether a disagreement could erupt into outright conflict. They were utterly unprepared for the appearance of an adversarial Navy member at such a critical juncture aboard the Moby Dick. This young lad appeared somewhat familiar. He was the newly appointed 4th Admiral, Taiyui, who had recently graced the pages of the newspapers. Vista was the first to break the silence. Just recently, was this individual discovered in the peripheral seas, prompting the dispatch of Artismo to expel him? How did he end up here? Was he captured by Artismo? The deck erupted in chaos. The pirates present instantly transformed, their spirits soaring with excitement. This is indeed the newly appointed Admiral of the Navy, recently heralded by the naval headquarters. Should he truly become a vanquished subordinate of Artismo, there would be no need to deploy even Ace, as he would simply be captured by Whitebeard's pirate crew. Such an event would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the reputation of Whitebeard's crew. In no time, the applause and acclaim for Artismo rang out incessantly from all directions. Just a short distance behind Luoyu, Artismo's facial muscles twitched irregularly, and the words he wished to utter remained lodged in his throat. Listening to the overwhelming accolades from his allies, Artismo was filled with regret, lamenting his failure to keep a close watch on Luoyu, who had slipped right before him, leaving him no opportunity to explain. Meanwhile, aboard the warship anchored a mile away, Gion and the others on deck were expressions of bitter dismay. They had heard tales of the four emperors countless times, yet encountering not one, but two of them from such proximity, merely a mile apart, imbued everyone present with a sensation akin to the fraying of taut nerves. This signifies the pinnacle of maritime might. The average person would instinctively withdraw in its presence. Moreover, they belong to rival factions, the Navy and the pirates. Unless one's mind is clouded by folly, it is likely that only a fanatic like Luoyu, obsessed with performance bonuses, would dare to board a ship alone. The mere thought that Luoyu's ascent onto the Moby Dick is to ascertain the reason behind the meeting of red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard sends ripples of anxiety through their hearts. As members of the Navy, they cannot simply inquire, "Hey, you over there, why did you meet? Please provide us with a statement." Should such words escape their lips, they are certain that before long, a flag of human skin will be hoisted upon the seas. Moses, this is Crane. Gion, please respond immediately. The call of the snail shattered the profound silence on the deck. Everyone, who had been fixated on the immense Moby Dick in the distance, was abruptly jolted back to reality. Throughout their journey, they deliberated on how to report the unfolding events to Admiral Sengoku. Regrettably, the thought of Luoyu's reckless actions left even Shiwan and Chatten hesitant to convey the matter. They hoped that once the situation concluded, a swift report would suffice. After all, enduring prolonged suffering was less desirable than a quick resolution. They never anticipated that, at such a critical moment, the telephone snail from the Navy headquarters would ring. Instantly, all eyes turned to Shiwan. He froze momentarily, staring at the vibrating telephone snail, his heart filled with reluctance, yet he gritted his teeth and answered, "Admiral, this is Shiwan. General Luoyu, what about him?" "Shiwan, you and Chatten promised to keep an eye on Luoyu and prevent him from causing chaos. This fellow dares to blackmail even Kaido of the Beasts. Hurry and stop him from interfering with this mission. I'm worried he might tear the heavens apart for a mere 10 million berries." Sengoku shouted, seizing the telephone snail and erupting in a fit of rage. The assembled naval commanders in the conference hall instinctively shrank back, eager to avoid becoming targets for Sengoku's ire, and thus faded into the background. Only Garp, standing nearby, chuckled and said, "Sengoku, you promised me that even if that brat abandoned the mission, he would still receive a 10 million berry bonus. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to gain his trust in the future. Garp, shut your mouth. If you think you can manage this, then you take the position of Admiral." Sengoku shot back with a fierce glare, tightening his grip on the telephone snail and bellowing, Shiwan, get that brat on the line. It's already past 3:30 for afternoon tea, and we're not yet at 5 o'clock when work ends. What I say is an order. His frantic voice echoed through the telephone snail. Realizing for the first time that the telephone snail could indeed be a hot potato, Shiwan glanced at Chatten, who had already retreated several meters away. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly spoke. Admiral Sengoku, this call came a bit too late. We were unable to stop General Luoyu. He recently defeated the captain of the Whitebeard's 13th Division, Bullseye Attissimo, and has boarded the Moby Dick with him. We are now merely 1 nautical mile away from the meeting point of Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. Admiral Sengoku, we cannot stop him. With a crash, the telephone snail slipped from Sengoku's grasp and fell onto the table, his heart constricting with pain. The vast conference hall plunged into an eerie silence, every individual displaying expressions of shock. Just moments ago, they had speculated on the lengths to which Luoyu might go for a 10 million berry bonus. Yet, they had never imagined he would be audacious enough to seek out Whitebeard for confirmation. This is undoubtedly for performance. Is it not akin to sacrificing oneself in vain? Garp, equally perplexed, noticed Sengoku's murderous gaze and quickly cleared his throat, saying, Ahem, Sengoku, look at Liu daring to face 2 emperors alone. This truly showcases the demeanor of a great general. I just remembered that the soup in my dormitory is still boiling. I must take my leave. With that, Garp swiftly turned and fled. Sengoku's frantic roar, accompanied by a massive shockwave, echoed behind him. Garp, you fool of a general. On the other end of the transponder snail, Gion and Cha fell silent, exchanging glances before realizing that following the ship would first require them to toughen their nerves. In the midst of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard stirred. From the crow's nest, unheld a telescope, vigilantly observing everything that transpired a mile away aboard the Moby Dick. Faced with the newly boarded Luoyu, the crew of pirates finally regained their senses. Seated in a chair, adorned with 4 drips, Whitebeard shifted his gaze to Luoyu, laughing heartily. Haha, not long ago, I regarded you as a stepping stone to becoming a formidable ruler of the seas, yet here you are, pathetically captured by a Tasmo. It seems the so-called tactical genius Sengoku has truly lost his wits. You, young one, dared to criticize Ace's affairs, yet you lack the awareness of a captive. His booming laughter resonated across the deck. What could be more splendid than capturing a Navy admiral during a meeting of the emperors? Hey, Captain Atasmo, does your old man call you a captive? Luoyu took a swig of the earthy brew and glanced back at the visibly awkward Atasmo. Whitebeard's jovial expression abruptly morphed into one of constipation. A muted sound echoed across the vast deck. Marco and the others, who had just been grinning broadly, suddenly froze in stark rigidity. The previously cheerful atmosphere plummeted into an inexplicable, oppressive silence. All eyes turned to Atasmo. Even Shanks and the red-haired crew displayed faces of astonishment. In such a gathering of the emperors, the capture of a Navy admiral is not a significant event. It merely reflects a lack of skill. However, it is undeniable that the confrontation was forced. Is this not a march towards death? What else could it be? Most importantly, at such a critical juncture. To divulge this matter, if it is indeed true, does it not equate to extending one's neck for the Reaper to sever? Arthasmo, do enlighten me about this predicament. Whitebeard's expression darkened, and he erupted in fury. Arthasmo, by nature kind-hearted, for the first time experienced the sensation of being in the limelight, feeling as though he were treading on thin ice. However, at this crucial moment, he could not dwell on his concerns and mustered his courage to speak. Father, I was outmatched and, in a moment of overconfidence, fell prey to his 2 strikes and plunged into the depths of the sea. You often speak of benevolence. It was you who saved my life, and in gratitude for your kindness, I felt compelled to bring him here. Nonetheless, I have already informed him that he must bear the consequences of life and death himself. Defeated in 2 strikes? The faces of those present could not help but change. Indeed, Arthasmo was inherently good-natured, appearing somewhat simple-minded. Yet it was precisely this trait that rendered them incapable of doubting his sincerity. As the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, to be vanquished in a direct confrontation and reduced to a captive in need of rescue was unfathomable. Were it not for hearing it with their own ears, they would never believe such an astonishing tale to be true. Is this truly the paper tiger that they just underestimated? You have allowed someone to rescue Artismo? Whitebeard's expression darkened to an extreme, as the dormant Conqueror's Haki within him erupted with a thunderous force. Boom! The fierce aura swept through the arena like a tempest. In an instant, it rushed over to Luoyu. The pirates, who had distanced themselves 100 meters away to evade the red-haired's Haki, were instantly knocked unconscious. Only a few seasoned pirates with formidable strength managed to remain conscious, standing their ground, gazing at Whitebeard, who sat majestically in his chair, exuding an overwhelming presence. A sense of pride emerged on the faces of the pirates present. Truly, he is the old man. This Conqueror's Haki, while slightly inferior to the destructive power of the red-haired, was potent enough to instill fear in numerous petty individuals, making them comprehend what true authority represents. Vista, the floral sword master, could no longer contain himself. In light of Artismo's defeat, as a captain under Whitebeard, he was determined not to miss any opportunity to reclaim lost honor. Observing Luoyu, who appeared dazed amidst the swirling aura, Vista could not help but sneer once more. Kid, you aren't stunned, are you? Rumor has it you possess a rare Conqueror's Haki. Yet, between kings, there remains an insurmountable chasm. Do not let it overwhelm you. On these seas, aside from the red-haired, no one dares to flaunt their skills before the old man. An insurmountable chasm? Flaunting skills? Luoyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and nodded. Vista, you are not mistaken. I have indeed encountered many ordinary Conqueror's Haki. However, mine might be considered somewhat extraordinary. Boom. As his words fell, the dormant Conqueror's Haki within Luoyu erupted with tremendous force. The immense aura surged forth like a volcanic eruption. As it burst forth, it collided with Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki like a violent clash of currents. Under the precise control of his mental prowess, if Whitebeard's mastery of Conqueror's Haki was rated a 5, Luoyu's control at that moment soared to a perfect 10. Perhaps in terms of sheer quantity of Haki, Luoyu still lagged behind Whitebeard's extensive training. However, with the right application of his mental prowess, the Haki Luoyu unleashed surged forth like a tidal wave, forcefully tearing through Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki. Bang, 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 centered around the falling feathers. A moment of overwhelming power unfurled. The heavy deck, unable to withstand this tremendous force, shattered inch by inch before the gazes of all present. Wherever it passed, it seemed as though an invisible hand ruthlessly tore the ship's deck, creating vast chasms that surged relentlessly towards the distant figure of Whitebeard. In this bizarre spectacle, an immense and suffocating aura wrought tangible devastation, causing everyone's pupils to constrict sharply, their eyes nearly bursting with astonishment. This has utterly overturned their understanding of the Conqueror's Haki. Just a moment ago, the braggart Vista, who was boasting incessantly, now wished he could slap himself in the face. What a foolish display of arrogance, now that it has backfired. Observing the Haki tearing through the deck and swiftly advancing towards Whitebeard, Artismo could hardly contain his urgency as he exclaimed, "Old man, be cautious. This fellow's Conqueror's Haki can inflict tangible impacts akin to shockwaves. It was my underestimation of this aspect that led to my downfall." Tangible impacts? Marco and the others were momentarily taken aback, having just discerned the truth. And with the reminder, they instantly comprehended the exceptional nature of the Conqueror's Haki before them. Just a moment ago, Vista had boasted that, aside from Shanks, everyone else's Haki before Whitebeard was merely child's play. However, now that Luoyu has unleashed his Haki, which possesses real destructive power, it undoubtedly surpasses even Shanks in its potency. Reflecting on his earlier sycophantic remarks, he felt a pang of regret. At this moment, the red-haired figure appeared somewhat awkward, wielding a peculiar Conqueror's Haki that bore a tangible impact. Whitebeard, seated with an imposing presence, revealed a glimmer of astonishment in his wide, round eyes. This technique, he recalled, had only manifested in the presence of one individual before. He had never anticipated witnessing it a second time in his lifetime. Observing the steadfast stance of Luoyu, Whitebeard's interest peaked for the first time as his muscles rippled. In a swift motion, he grasped a Naginata position nearby and scoffed, "You little brat. Let me see what audacity you possess to board my Moby Dick and speak to me." With a thunderous clap, Whitebeard abruptly rose, his massive frame pulling away from the multitude of syringes embedded in him, snapping them off with ease. He took a giant stride forward, wielding the colossal Naginata, and charged toward Luoyu, who stood several dozen meters away, preparing to strike with overwhelming force. In this moment, Edward Newgate, known among the four emperors as the mightiest man, took the initiative. With a powerful step, he surged forth, his cape billowing dramatically behind him. The gigantic Naginata, imbued with an aura of immense power, cleaved through the air to meet the approaching wave of Conqueror's Haki with a resounding slash. The impact reverberated like thunder as the blade struck an invisible barrier, unleashing an explosive sound akin to celestial drums. A dazzling display of electrical arcs erupted, reminiscent of fireworks. In the next instant, the intangible barrier of Haki shattered like fragile glass, splintering under the force. The ensuing shockwave sent onlookers reeling backward in retreat. Faced with the strongest man of the bygone era, Luoyu understood that merely relying on Haki would be futile against Whitebeard's onslaught. As the assault rapidly magnified in his vision, Luoyu exhaled deeply, lifting his gaze resolutely. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. It had been a long time since anyone had maintained such composure in the face of one of the four emperors of the sea. Yet, they observed that Luoyu still had no intention of making a move. Were they truly astonished? Yet, just as this thought flickered through their minds, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted from Luoyu, coalescing into a colossal figure of Avalokiteshvara, standing 8 meters tall. In the face of the incoming Naginata, the thousand-handed Guanyin took the initiative. The golden hands, formed from countless radiant palms, surged forward to intercept the blade. The dramatic turn of events left everyone in awe. The previous display of overwhelming power had already opened their eyes. They had anticipated that this Marine Admiral would finally be compelled to act. Little did they expect that Luoyu would still stand firm amidst this spectacle. Mere parlor tricks. Whitebeard scoffed, his muscular arms tensing as the power behind his Naginata surged explosively. The golden hands, at that moment, felt as fragile as paper, shattering upon impact. The cold gleam of the blade, as it swept through the air, evoked a sense of unstoppable force, bearing down on the golden Guanyin. Fury. Luoyu's lips parted slightly, and as he uttered the word, the golden Guanyin was instantly enveloped in a crimson hue, transforming into a wrathful deity. Gazing at the Naginata poised just 3 to 5 meters away, an onslaught of fists rained down like a tempest upon it. The sudden shift in events gripped the hearts of all present, many exhibiting expressions of sheer disbelief. As the foremost of the four emperors, hailed as the strongest man upon the seas, Whitebeard's personal intervention was a mark of unparalleled glory for any rising star. Most would have been fraught with anxiety and rushed to respond. Yet, Luoyu remained composed, steadfastly rooted in place, a rarity indeed. Most crucially, the ceaseless array of tactics displayed by Luoyu continually reshaped their understanding of the battle. Boom. The flurry of fists was met with the clash of the Naginata. And as the explosive shockwaves reverberated, Luoyu had never intended to rely on these extravagant maneuvers to thwart Whitebeard. The elaborate setup served only to create the perfect opportunity for his own strike. Moreover, Luoyu had no desire for a direct confrontation with Whitebeard. Were it not for the enticing reward of 10 million, he would have long avoided such turbulent waters. Little brat, your methods are indeed numerous. But to think you could withstand me with these paltry tricks underestimates Whitebeard's strength. He bellowed with laughter. The Naginata in his grasp tore through the endless sea of bloodlight. Yet, just as the tempest of crimson light parted, Luoyu, who had remained inactive until this point, seized the initiative. If the whirlwind slash represented the apex of offense, then the flowing stone-crushing fist was the ultimate defense. With a fluid grace, he formed a barrier capable of withstanding the most formidable of assaults. The water flow formation. As the feathered plume of the right hand unleashed its armed color, the fingers transformed into lethal claws in an instant. The swirling winds around him converged with the flowing cherry blossoms entwined upon his hand. In that fleeting moment, a spectacle unfolded that profoundly stirred the heart. The dark river of flowing cherry blossoms met the formidable blade of Whitebeard's Naginata with an undeniable clash. The resounding boom echoed. Two immense forces of Conqueror's Haki collided with tremendous impact, unleashing a tempest that surged towards the heavens. The deck beneath their feet, unable to withstand the ferocity of this brutal confrontation, shattered like a spider's web. The surrounding pirates, under the suffocating pressure of the recoil, staggered backward in retreat. As all regained their footing amidst the whirlwind, they hurriedly turned their gaze towards the center of the deck, eager to witness the long-awaited moment of Whitebeard's return to action, and to see the new Admiral of the Navy falter in the face of his might. As the thought began to take root in their minds, the scene before them nearly caused their eyes to bulge with disbelief. The old man's strike was effortlessly caught by the young boy with a single hand. No. They must quickly observe. The clash of two formidable wills was so intense that even the heavens seemed unable to bear it. What on earth was happening? That young boy's technique should have been utterly vanquished by the old man's might. How could he possibly intercept the old man's blade with but one hand? The atmosphere erupted in astonishment. Even those who were a sea away, like Guion and others, peering through their snail-like devices, were left in sheer shock. The ferocity of Whitebeard's attack, a force capable of obliterating all in its path, made their hearts feel as if they would burst. The spectacle unfolding before their eyes completely shattered their understanding. Guion and Shibutten had indeed never witnessed Luoyu's prowess firsthand, yet they had never anticipated that upon making his move, he would unleash such terror. To catch Whitebeard's blade with his bare hands, such tactics are likely beyond the capabilities of most individuals. This young man is indeed remarkable. Not only does he possess exceptional skill and intellect, but his perceptive abilities are almost otherworldly. Beckman, with a cigar in hand, revealed a hint of astonishment and gravity. He had long suspected that Whitebeard would not exert his full strength, employing various methods from the outset to gradually weaken Whitebeard's onslaught, ultimately reaching a point where he could confront a blade unarmed. To achieve this against the most formidable man of the bygone era is no small feat. A mere lapse or moment of panic could have rendered that arm utterly useless. The spectators were engulfed in shock. Before Beckman provided his explanation, they had already sensed the extraordinary nature of the achievement. Upon hearing his elaboration, they suddenly realized that the magnitude of this prowess surpassed their wildest imaginings. Were any of them in that arena, it would have been a daunting task to replicate such a feat. This notion led many to instinctively glance at the empty left arm of the red-haired figure. In their eyes, it served as a cautionary tale of failure in unarmed confrontation with a blade. Otherwise, how could one inexplicably lose an arm? As he sensed the gazes directed towards him, the red-haired individual, initially filled with pride, suddenly grew rigid, instinctively lowering his eyes to his severed limb, instantly recalling something profound. Is this truly a case of being caught in the crossfire while reclining? Nevertheless, gazing upon the youth of Luoyu, who bears a resemblance in age to Luffy, I am reminded of the remarks made not long ago upon learning of the new Admiral's promotion. Indeed, Luffy has shattered a fragment of the Seven Warlords, shaking the foundations of the old era. However, this pales in comparison to Luoyu facing the blade unarmed. Is there not a considerable disparity? Could it be that a grave miscalculation has led to the loss of even an arm? Yet, the mere thought of the secrets concealed within that devil fruit compelled Red-Haired to suppress such notions. Perhaps, in this moment, Luffy may not rival the likes of Fallen Feather. Red-Haired firmly believes that given time, once Luffy awakens the powers of the Nika fruit, the significance shall transform entirely. Young one, I did not foresee that you were deceiving us from the very beginning. No wonder you remained so unfazed. Whitebeard's eyes widened, fixated intently upon that slender figure. The formidable force of this strike has been utterly depleted. Should Whitebeard wish to vanquish Luoyu, he must gather strength anew. Otherwise, relying on the now dissipated might of his earlier slash renders the prospect of overwhelming Luoyu exceedingly unlikely. Of course, this scenario presumes that Whitebeard refrains from employing the powers of Haki and the Tremor fruit. Had he unleashed those abilities, Luoyu would not have dared to meet the blade unarmed. Should he tread the same perilous path as red-haired Shanks, he might find himself wagering his very hands. In the future, there may even arise a rivalry for the title of the legendary hero. Sensing the shifting atmosphere around him, Luoyu's once mighty golden visage has diminished to the size of a human, compressing his fierce form to bolster his defenses, akin to donning a suit of armor. Simultaneously, aside from his Haki-clad right hand, a multitude of radiant golden appendages emerges, facilitating his unarmed parry against the blade. This support enables Luoyu to successfully deflect the Naginata. Otherwise, he would not dare to exhibit such audacity. However, this pressure has compelled Luoyu to abandon his pretense. During this period, with the aid of the system, Luoyu's abilities have indeed progressed by leaps and bounds. However, when it comes to a reckoning, there remains a considerable gap compared to the status of the four emperors. It is likely that facing the likes of the Emperor's vice would still prove somewhat challenging. Were it not for the somewhat ostentatious techniques, Luoyu might not have reached this point. Come on, little brat. Take another move from me and let me see what the newly appointed fourth Admiral of the Navy is truly capable of. Whitebeard bellowed, abruptly pulling back the Naginata in his hand. Just as he moved, the nearby Adhering hurriedly interjected, Dad, I owe this little brat a life debt. Let him finish what he has to say first. Luoyu was somewhat taken aback. He had been contemplating how to break the deadlock, and unexpectedly, this dim-witted giant's debt of gratitude turned out to be quite useful. Without the clash of energy waves, Luoyu felt a lightness in his body, seizing the opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief as he glanced back at the distant figure of red-haired Shanks. Sorry, I just finished playing your part, Shanks admitted sheepishly. However, it's now your turn to graciously offer a line, Let us discuss some serious matters afterward. The crowd momentarily stood in stunned silence. Faced with a series of profound statements, their minds struggled to catch up, but they quickly came to a realization. Had Luoyu not suddenly interjected at that moment, it would likely have been red-haired Shanks, another of the four emperors, who would have clashed with Whitebeard. "Captain, it seems this guy has just delivered your lines," Riki murmured, taking a bite of the roasted meat in his hand. Shanks' previously jovial expression instantly turned awkward. He had intended to deny it, but it appeared the truth was now evident. Sensing the gazes directed at him, Shanks let out a resigned sigh and said, "All right, Adhering is right. This newly appointed admiral has risked his life to come here to meet you. I too am quite curious about his true intentions. Whitebeard, how about you give me a favor and let us hear what he has to say? Consider it a way to repay Adhering's debt." "A favor for you?" Whitebeard's expression darkened, and with a disdainful snort, he withdrew his naginata and stomped heavily on the deck, his voice cold as ice. "Red-haired brat, to me, you are no different from this Navy brat. You have no right to expect any favor from me. However, for Adhering's sake, I will allow you to state your purpose for being here." On a distant warship, Guion clenched the transponder snail tightly, drenched in sweat, watching the torn sky. Her face had already turned pale. "Guion, quickly tell me what is happening with Liu on Whitebeard's ship. Have him return immediately, and I will reward him." Within the confines of the telephone insect, the anguished roars of the warring states echoed with a fervor that was almost palpable. A brief silence enveloped the atmosphere, accompanied by the deafening sound of explosive gas, which made the heart of the warring states feel as though it were lodged in his throat, yearning to break free and witness the unfolding chaos. In that moment, the vast assembly hall was ensnared in a haunting stillness, where even the act of breathing seemed to resonate clearly. The intent was to ensure that, when the reports came, nothing would be missed. The first strike had been made. Whitebeard had taken the initiative, cleaving through the defenses of the falling feather general, forcing him to retaliate in a spectacular display of unarmed combat as he caught Whitebeard's blade with nothing but his hands. The clash of Conqueror's Haki was so fierce that it seemed to cleave the very heavens above the sea in twain. "The falling feather general has countered Whitebeard's attack," Guion reported urgently. Standing nearby, Aine had turned as pale as a ghost. As the tension in his body finally relaxed, his legs gave way beneath him, causing him to collapse onto the deck, gasping for breath, his entire being drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, it was not just Aine who faltered. Even the other Navy officers were left in a state of disarray. As mere spectators, they felt as though their very vitality had been drained away. One could only imagine the sheer intensity experienced by the falling feather general, who faced Whitebeard head-on. Throughout their time together, they had cultivated a profound respect for the prowess of the falling feather. However, this reverence had merely skimmed the surface. After witnessing this battle, it had transformed into a visceral understanding that penetrated to the very core of their souls. The vivid scenes of combat lingered in their minds, refusing to dissipate. Unarmed and facing a blade, that young warrior had caught Whitebeard's strike barehanded. Sengoku sank heavily into his chair, staring incredulously at the telephone insect in his hand. Even Garp, standing nearby, was taken aback. Yet before Garp could utter a word, Sengoku regained his composure and shot him a glare, his voice laced with ire. "Garp, silence yourself. Spare me your talk of admiralial dignity. For a mere 10 million in performance bonuses, we are gambling the very heartbeats of our entire naval headquarters." The expansive assembly hall fell into an oppressive silence, with expressions of bitter resignation etched across every face. After so long in the Navy, it was their first encounter with such exhilarating peril. It was far more nerve-wracking than prowling for adversaries in the dead of night. Who, in their right mind, would willingly seek out Whitebeard, all for the sake of a trivial 10 million berries in performance bonuses? Is it worth it? Coughing, Sengoku remarked, "Indeed, Garp. You are like a worm in my belly, knowing precisely what I intend to say." Garp, feeling a tad embarrassed, retorted, "Stuff your nonsense back in." Sengoku shot him a glare. If looks could kill, Garp would have perished 1,000 times over. However, upon reflecting on Luoyu's precarious situation, Sengoku quickly retracted his murderous gaze. Gripping the din mushy tightly and gritting his teeth, "That little brat has truly gone mad for the sake of a 10 million bounty. Yet, he is still our newly appointed admiral. We cannot idly watch as he falls prey to Whitebeard and Shanks. Kizaru, you must immediately make your way to the Sicilian waters to assist Luoyu. Gun, I've had my fair share of connections with Whitebeard. Do whatever it takes to deliver the din mushy to him. I shall risk my reputation today to ensure that little brat's safety." His deep voice carried a resolute tone. Luoyu's approach was undoubtedly reckless, yet as long as he bore the title of Admiral, they would not easily give up. The naval officers present felt a surge of spirit. They understood the principle of mutual reliance. If Sengoku chose to abandon Luoyu this time, they too might be forsaken in the future. Sengoku's determination to protect Luoyu served as a much-needed morale booster. Admiral Sengoku, it seems you may not require your influence any longer. Luoyu has backed down, and Whitebeard has sheathed his blade. Jiyuan's hurried voice resonated once more through the den mushi. The sudden cessation of hostilities from the two formidable figures was indeed beyond their expectations. Garp's expression froze momentarily, as a different thought flashed through his mind. On the Moby Dick, every gaze was fixed upon Luoyu. The uninvited guest, from an entirely opposing faction, had recklessly put himself in danger, inciting curiosity among those present. What could possibly compel Luoyu to act so recklessly? The next challenge was how to leave the ship alive. Little brat, can we speak now? No need to beat around the bush. Be cautious, or I might just cut you again, Whitebeard stated. Still standing with his naginata resting against the deck, his voice low yet commanding. If I recall correctly, you just suggested that Shanks was right, implying that Ace is inferior to that traitor? Marco and the others felt their expressions change drastically. Over the years, Whitebeard's health has deteriorated significantly, plagued by numerous ailments, and he has increasingly relied on medication to sustain his physical condition. Regrettably, among the entire Whitebeard pirates, aside from Whitebeard himself, even Marco, renowned as the most formidable healer, lacks the rare and exceptional Conqueror's Haki. This has resulted in a conspicuous absence of a core force capable of shouldering the mantle within the Whitebeard pirates. The emergence of Ace undoubtedly shattered the stalemate, offering everyone a glimmer of hope for succession. However, some now claim that their hopes have been squandered, suggesting that even a traitor surpasses them. Have the years of cultivation been for naught? Luoyu did not respond immediately, amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. He took a swig from his gourd and remarked, "Indeed, Ace pales in comparison to Blackbeard." Boom. The previously subdued Conqueror's Haki erupted within Whitebeard once more, sweeping across the ocean like a tempest. Everyone's hearts tightened with trepidation, fearing Whitebeard might once again lash out. Immersed in the aura of Haki, Luoyu observed the scene with a detached demeanor. Adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses, he said, "What troubles you? Is my statement unsatisfactory to your ears? Deep down, you too harbor uncertainties about Ace's chances. Otherwise, there would be no need for such fervent indignation. As the captain of the ship, I believe you understand better than anyone the secrets concealed within Blackbeard. A man who has endured for decades has likely honed his physical prowess to a staggering degree. To unleash the power of that rare dark fruit, sending Ace alone is, to put it charitably, an act of loyalty. Less charitably, it is recklessness, and in harsher terms, it is tantamount to delivering a death sentence. Let us not forget, Blackbeard has bided his time, and his decision to strike now is certainly a calculated one. Moreover, he has gathered a considerable number of subordinates. If this is not a fool's errand, I trust you realize that you are merely aging, not losing your wits. This is the reason for my presence here. I have spoken my piece. If there is nothing further, I must leave before 5:30. Marco and the others were left in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the torrent of wild assessments that flowed from Luoyu's lips. Most notably, his final critique of Whitebeard was particularly striking. Under ordinary circumstances, even the formidable Shanks, one of the four emperors, would likely weigh his words carefully before expressing such sentiments. Watching Luoyu turn abruptly to leave without any intention to linger, Marco's shock quickly morphed into a heightened sense of alert. Beside him, Shanks clenched the hilt of his sword, preparing himself. It was time to awaken fully. No one had anticipated that this newly appointed admiral would come forth regarding the matter of Fire Fist Ace, while Luoyu's words held undeniable wisdom. To utter them in this moment was to dance perilously close to the edge of recklessness. If there was a time for me to assert my dignity, it was now. Bachman and others also came to a halt. Confronted by the furious Whitebeard, it was indeed enough to make them brace themselves. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere around him, Luoyu displayed not a shred of concern. From the very beginning, he was aware of the reason behind the encounter between Shanks and Whitebeard. His purpose for being here was solely to convince Sengoku and the others of the authenticity of his forthcoming report. Successfully acquiring a bounty of 10 million would allow him to indulge in a lavish 10 consecutive pulls. As for mentioning Ace, it was merely to avoid complications, fearing that Whitebeard might become entangled in the matter. Otherwise, Inadvertently dragging this official business past working hours could force him into overtime, depleting his resources. Such an outcome was something Luoyu fervently wished to avoid. Kid, do you mean to say that you went through all this trouble to come to my territory just to utter a few disparaging words about Ace? Whitebeard tightened his grip on his naginata and spoke in a low voice. I am quite curious as to why you feel the need to involve yourself in such matters. Have you overstepped your bounds? The atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. Everyone's eyes were fixed intently on Luoyu. They understood all too well that if Luoyu failed to provide a reasonable explanation, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to leave unscathed. However, even with their best efforts, they could hardly conceive a justification that would satisfy Whitebeard. Luoyu paused, taking a swig from his flask, and said with a smile, "This trivial matter is not something I wish to meddle in. It is merely that old man Garp has done me a favor. Though I have no desire to be anyone's grandson, I made this trip to repay that small kindness, especially since Ace referred to that stubborn old fool as Grandpa. I certainly do not want Garp to be caught between justice and familial ties." Garp? Grandfather? The faces of Shanks, Whitebeard, and others changed dramatically. They were well aware of this secret, but they never expected Luoyu to reveal it so candidly. If he indeed harbored such intentions, then the reckless actions he had taken earlier would suddenly make sense. Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Luoyu had anticipated this. Without this trump card in hand, he certainly would not have had the confidence to leave before the end of the workday. As for his relationship with Garp, putting aside whether Luoyu accepted the role of grandson, if Garp were to call him up now and offer a bounty of 100 million berries, he would not hesitate to embrace the title of grandson, even a dozen times if need be. In any world, wealth is celebrated while poverty is scorned. Might it be that money does not entice? Most importantly, acquiring this 10 million berries would bolster Luoyu's confidence to elevate his strength to a new level, allowing his title of Admiral to carry even more weight, enabling him to indulge in leisure with greater legitimacy. At the very least, he could not fall too far behind Kizaru. Father, Diamond Jaws couldn't help but speak up. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki of Whitebeard had long since dissipated. Observing the retreating figure of Luoyu, he couldn't help but snort. Humph, for Ace's sake, let this arrogant little brat go. Next time we meet, don't blame this old man for striking hard. Your flashy tricks may work against ordinary foes, but they pale in comparison to true strength. Haki is the true path. Ha, Whitebeard, it is sufficient to speak such words here. Should outsiders overhear, they might assume I harbor some unspeakable secret with you. Without turning back, Luoyu laughed and waved his hand, leaping onto the small boat prepared by Artesmo. The earlier skirmish had indeed appeared quite intricate. However, seizing this opportunity, Luoyu also grasped the significance of Haki. In the original narrative of the Marineford War, Akainu's strength was nearly on par with that of an emperor, and even ordinary vice admirals would find it challenging to contend with him. Of course, this assessment considers only the mastery of devil fruit powers. When one factors in the three types of Haki, Akainu's lack of Conqueror's Haki would be a glaring shortcoming. At the very least, the inability to utilize Haki would be an insurmountable obstacle. One must ask, in the original tale, how did Luffy defeat Kaido? Beyond the awakening of the Nika fruit, it was largely due to the guidance of the esteemed mentor Kaido, through which he mastered Haki and delivered a truly lethal blow. Otherwise, relying solely on Kaido's monstrous vitality, Luffy's attempts would likely falter in the face of such an opponent. This, of course, does not imply that Akainu is weak. Should he refine his devil fruit abilities to their utmost potential, he might very well compensate for his lack of Haki. Even when facing users of the three types of Haki and awakened devil fruit users, he could hold his ground. And should there come a day when Akainu boldly declares himself a rare sovereign among men, Luoyu would believe it. By the way, Whitebeard, something just struck me. If one day you were to encounter Garp, how would he address you? Luoyu recalled suddenly, smiling as he spoke again. Marco and the others were momentarily taken aback, clearly puzzled. In their eyes, the relationship between Garp and Whitebeard was not particularly antagonistic. At times, they even appreciated the Marine who relentlessly pursued Roger across the seas. However, both belonged to opposing factions, one a hero of the Marines, the other the foremost of the four emperors of the sea. That they could meet without engaging in combat was already a considerable feat, let alone the matter of address. Marco, I think I've stumbled upon something quite significant, Jaw stammered, his mind racing with an utterly absurd thought. If Father were to meet Garp, he would probably be called son. Father has certainly been at a disadvantage. Called son? The individuals present were momentarily stunned, and even Whitebeard was not exempt from this bewilderment. However, upon Diamond Jozu's reminder, a sudden realization dawned upon everyone. Ace referred to Sengoku as grandfather, while Whitebeard was Ace's father. Thus, the encounter between father and grandfather raised an undeniable truth. Was he not indeed a son? In an instant, the expansive deck was filled with exchanged glances. As no one had anticipated that this audacious admiral would ultimately reveal a truth that ordinary individuals would dare not utter. Whitebeard, who had spent his days gathering sons, found himself in the rare position of being called father in return. "You little rascal, come back here, and I assure you, I shall not sever you in two." Whitebeard clenched his naginata tightly, erupting into a frenzied roar, his conqueror's haki radiating with a power that resonated through the very heavens and earth. A chill ran down everyone's spine, and Marco could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Who else but the tenacious Yamato could dare tread upon the edge of death and venture once more into such peril? The lid of this particular pot had yet to be lifted. Which pot would be unveiled next? Is this not a sincere attempt to lead Whitebeard down the path of adopting a son, ultimately causing him to stumble? However, when they regained their senses and gazed back towards the sea, Luoyu had already made his escape, vanishing onto a small vessel. Utilizing the techniques of moonwalk and shave from the Six Styles, he soared through the air to a warship situated a nautical mile away. In mere seconds, as the crowd finally discerned the situation, Luoyu had already ascended onto the warship. Witnessing such a swift scene, those present exchanged bewildered glances. Could this be regarded as uttering the harshest words while traversing the swiftest path? However, upon confronting the rare occasion of facing the venerable Whitebeard, the individuals present were rendered speechless. "Marco, it seems I have just recalled a matter of considerable significance." Diamond Jaws couldn't help but speak again. A sense of foreboding gripped Marco and the others, swiftly giving rise to an exceedingly absurd thought. "Jaws, you blockhead, known for your lack of acuity, perhaps you ought to refrain from speaking." No, Marco, I have always been quite astute. This has led me to another vital realization. We, like Ace, refer to him as old man. If we were to encounter Garp, wouldn't we then be a band of grandsons?" Jaws wore an expression of innocent simplicity, plunging the entire deck into an eerie silence. Just as the agile and swift-footed Liu was returning to the warship, ready to ascend to the deck, a misstep nearly caused him to tumble to the ground. With his keen observation Haki, Liu was perpetually vigilant, prepared for any sudden assault from Whitebeard. Little did he anticipate that he would instead catch sight of this filial figure. The revelation of one father had already rendered Whitebeard somewhat incredulous. And now, the emergence of a multitude of grandsons would surely overwhelm him. As Whitebeard gazed at the numerous adopted sons he had painstakingly acknowledged throughout his life, they were suddenly transformed into a mere throng of grandsons. This lifetime may indeed be in vain. "Little rascal, come back here, I assure you. I shall not cleave you in two." The roar of Whitebeard reverberated across the sea like thunder. Luoyu chuckled, quickly taking a swig of the earthy brew to suppress his laughter. He mused that he had always been able to contain himself when faced with a jest, unless it was truly uproariously funny. Otherwise, he would likely be stifling laughter alongside Shanks and the others aboard the Moby Dick, suffering as if in torment. "Captain, can we depart now? I can hardly contain myself with this roasted meat." Riki, standing behind Shanks, lacked even the strength to gnaw on the meat. His nose was running uncontrollably. Were it not for the fear of Whitebeard's naginata descending upon him, he would certainly have lost his composure. At that moment, it wasn't just Ben Beckman and the others. Even the muscles in Shanks' cheeks twitched. Feeling the murderous gaze of Whitebeard, he forcefully suppressed his mirth. "Father, shall we pursue?" Marco spoke up helplessly. The sudden burden of being branded with a grandson mark left him feeling utterly exasperated, and the only option left was to swiftly change the subject. As soon as he uttered those words, the tension among everyone tightened. Indeed, the earlier events were not easily recalled. However, Luoyu was merely speaking some undeniable truths. If they were to chase after him, it would surely pose a challenge. Ha ha ha. "Marco, rest assured, I, Whitebeard, am a man of my word. Since I allowed him to leave alive, I had no intention of changing my mind." Whitebeard released his grip on the naginata and plopped down in his chair, bursting into laughter. "Nonetheless, to come all this way for Ace's sake, out of this bond of brotherhood, I shall not make things difficult for him. By the way, Atersmo, why are you fidgeting over there? Speak your mind. As for your unauthorized return with that little rascal, let it be for now." In the crowd, Atersmo's facial muscles stiffened as he gazed at the intelligence document he had received not long ago, his expression tinged with bitterness. Father, can I not speak? Not speak. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. What could possibly be so dire that it cannot be said? Fear not. Even if the sky were to fall, your father would bear the weight. I never anticipated that within the Navy there existed such a loyal little rascal. Sengoku must consider himself fortunate. A resounding laughter echoed across the deck. Observing Atersmo's conflicted expression, Jozu reached over and snatched the intelligence document from his hands. Marco, noticing this, felt a surge of anxiety and quickly intercepted it from Jozu, stating, "You diamond-headed fool. I cannot trust you with this. Allow me to peruse it. I fear if you see it, something troublesome may arise." As he spoke, Marco deftly opened the intelligence document. Upon reading its contents, his expression abruptly froze. "Marco, what have you seen?" Jaws could not help but steal a glance, and he found himself momentarily frozen in place. The bizarre scene instantaneously captivated everyone's attention, including that of Whitebeard. However, as they discerned the content displayed, Whitebeard's furious bellow erupted once more. "Curse brat. So you were after a 10 million performance bonus. Not only did you kidnap the dogs of the beast pirates to extort Kaido, but you also came aboard my ship to ingratiate yourself. Does your so-called loyalty only amount to a mere 10 million? The next time we meet, I shall not hesitate to sever you." In the distance, the departing warship had already pushed its speed to the utmost limit. Listening to the thunderous battle cries behind them, coupled with the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki, everyone felt their legs weaken, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. One could say that witnessing Luoyu's successful and unscathed return left them in a daze, their faces reflecting disbelief. "What is the matter? I may possess a certain charm, but this unrelenting stare upon me seems rather inappropriate," Liu mused, taking a sip of his drink. After confirming that Whitebeard had not pursued him, he smiled and retracted his Conqueror's Haki. Following this ordeal, Luoyu was confident that even if he claimed a connection between Whitebeard and Shanks, others would likely believe him. For now, all he needed was to place a call to Sengoku to report the situation, and the 10 million performance bonus would be duly credited to the system. At that point, the prospect of a 10 consecutive silver draw would no longer be a mere fantasy. Admiral Luoyu. "Only you would find the time for jest amidst such critical moments," Shiryan remarked, recovering from the shock with a wry smile. "The moment Admiral Sengoku discovered that you sought a 10 million performance bonus by meeting with the two emperors, the entire headquarters was set abuzz. Sengoku even proposed to grant you double the bonus, urging you to abandon the notion of boarding and return to the Navy headquarters immediately, but alas, it was too late. 20 million performance bonus?" Luoyu nearly choked on his drink, feeling as though he had narrowly missed a fortune. Had he known such an opportunity would arise, he need not have gone to such lengths to humble himself. However, as he pondered further, a bold idea flickered in his mind. "Brat, I am aware of your whimsical thoughts. Since you managed to return alive, do not entertain the notion of extorting me for a performance raise. The bonus cannot exceed twice your salary. That is a firm rule, one that even I, as Admiral, cannot alter." Sengoku's voice thundered through the den mushi in Shion's hand. What transpired moments ago was not only witnessed by Sengoku. The entire Navy headquarters was engaged in relaying the events. It can be said that, although they were unaware of the exact happenings aboard the ship, the fact that Luoyu returned unharmed exceeded all their expectations. "Ahem, Admiral Sengoku, you are overthinking it. Why would I contemplate visiting each of the 4 emperors on their turf?" "You do misjudge my intentions," Luoyu replied. Luoyu chuckled softly and, after receiving the call, remarked, "However, this time, I have alleviated the immense panic crisis caused by the meeting of the 4 emperors on behalf of the Navy headquarters. I believe it is only fitting to mention an increase in the base salary, don't you think?" The members of Gion were momentarily taken aback. Faced with Luoyu's unconventional thought process, they couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. "General Luoyu, why not consider the merits of battle? That should be our Navy's greatest honor, shouldn't it?" Chachuan inquired, unable to restrain himself. All eyes turned silently toward Luoyu, with bounties overflowing across the seas. It seemed somewhat excessive to bring up salary increases. "Merits of battle?" Luoyu retorted with a dismissive glance. "I am already a general. What need have I for further accolades? Without decades of time, can one even hope to surpass the achievements of the old man Sengoku? Let us not forget, there are still 3 other generals ahead of me, and even the accomplishments of Admiral Kizaru surpass mine. Who knows when I might ascend to the rank of marshal? Compared to the position of marshal, isn't a salary increase more enticing?" Suddenly, the phone emitted a busy signal. Observing the drooping head of the phone creature, the assembled crowd instantly understood that even Marshal Sengoku might not withstand the allure of wealth. In the face of the marshal's position, one could still march forward on the path of riches. It seems only Luoyu could achieve such a feat yet, upon deeper reflection, it left an undeniable impression that was difficult to contest. As the newly appointed fourth general, not only is it a distant dream to surpass Sengoku and ascend to the position of marshal, with 3 generals ahead, the aspiration to become a marshal is utterly extravagant. Rather than seeking merits, it is far more sensible to pursue wealth. This, perhaps, is the true awakening of humanity. The venerable sage of the warring stage truly cannot be trifled with. Luoyu returned the telephone bug to Guillaume, laughing as he took a sip of the earthy brew. This time, the grand scheme did not come to fruition. However, it served as a fortifying tonic for the warring states. Luoyu believes that the next salary increase will be more favorable. Moreover, with this pretext, Luoyu is increasingly convinced that the warring states will not deduct the freshly acquired 10 million berries in performance bonuses. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received a performance bonus of 10 million. Your current system points stand at 10 million. Would you like to exchange them for a silver treasure chest? The ethereal notification rang out abruptly. Luoyu raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, those who control the system are akin to landlords, leaving no opportunity for the farmers to flourish, even determined to scrape clean the leftover provisions. Just as the task details were about to be transmitted, the confirmation of the 10 million performance bonus arrived. The system even inquired with undue concern whether there were any intentions to spend it. Such attentiveness was excessive. However, recalling the earlier confrontation with the Whitebeard, Luoyu felt a twinge of insufficiency. Gazing at the silver treasure chest quietly suspended in the realm of consciousness, Luoyu willingly consented to be exploited once more. System, convert all 10 million performance points into silver treasure chests. With a mere thought, the command was issued. Ding dong. Please hold on, host. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully exchanging for silver treasure chests. Your current system points balance is now 0, and you have obtained 10 silver treasure chests. Would you like to open them immediately? A flurry of notifications ensued. The hard-earned points, painstakingly retrieved from the warring states, were instantaneously depleted. Luoyu helplessly touched the tip of his nose, casting his gaze upon the silver treasure chests that floated serenely in the realm of consciousness, not choosing to open them right away. According to the system, the rewards from the silver treasure chests could only reach a rarity level comparable to that of gold. To expect to unveil rewards capable of vastly enhancing one's strength all at once would be nothing short of a fanciful dream. In this endeavor to locate the whereabouts of the elusive Whitebeard, I confronted the formidable Kaido directly. Given Kaido's nature, it was merely a matter of time before he would strike. To secure my own safety, I must exhaust every means to swiftly enhance my strength. Only with formidable power can I effectively confront adversaries or even indulge in leisure pursuits. True fortitude is essential to navigate extraordinary circumstances. What weighs heavily on my mind is the absence of any guidance from the system regarding how to elevate the silver treasure chests to the coveted golden tier. Otherwise, with ample resources at my disposal, I would have had the audacity to take a bold gamble. Flashes of chaotic thoughts raced through my mind as I refocused my attention on the 10 silver treasure chests before me. The prospect of a golden chest was beyond my wildest dreams. Nonetheless, I remained steadfast in my belief of the miraculous potential of a tenfold draw. And I hold the truth of guaranteed returns close to my heart. Rather than languish in aimless anticipation, I resolved to take a chance. System, please open all silver treasure chests immediately. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the silver treasure chests. The series of notification sounds reverberated within my consciousness. My facial muscles involuntarily twitched in disbelief. I began to suspect that the system was merely going through the motions, as it appeared to have simply copied and pasted the opening records. Could it not provide a more elaborate report? Had all 10 silver chests been rendered utterly useless? In the realm of the Sea Kings, the value of Dao power is indeed indispensable. However, after painstakingly navigating the warring states period, if I were to receive merely an additional 1,000 points of Dao power, I would truly feel as though I had suffered a grievous loss. As I lamented, I quickly scanned the opening records. Upon reaching the 9th entry, my eyes suddenly brightened. At last, there was an exceptional item that shattered the monotony of duplicated entries. Initially, seeing the first 8 entries, each yielding a mere 100 Dao power points, had stirred a desire for vengeance within me. Now, I could finally stand tall amidst the crowd, finding some solace. Before me lay a sword, a striking 1.5 meters in length, its slender blade shimmering with a cold light. An odd samurai sword known as the weapon staff. My brow furrowed involuntarily. If memory serves me correctly, this item should originate from the Holy Grail War and Fate, specifically the weapon possessed by the heroic spirit known as Sasaki Jiro. This is indeed an existence renowned as the Sword Saint. As the companion blade of Sasaki Jiro, this oddly named fishing rod, if placed in the realm of the Sea King, could undoubtedly rival the Great Blade. In the hands of any swordsman, it would surely be coveted like a delicacy. Yet, gazing at this famed sword quietly suspended in the realm of consciousness, Luoyu helplessly touched the tip of his nose, revealing a bittersweet smile. Had he known that one day a famed sword would fall upon his head, he would have followed Bogart to learn more swordsmanship. Otherwise, he would not have to behold this renowned blade and feel it to be of little use. One wonders how Sasaki Jiro would react upon discovering that his illustrious sword, measuring 1.5 meters, was being used as a fishing rod. Perhaps his coffin lid would be unable to contain him. With merely over a year of learning the rudiments of swordplay, Luoyu believed he could not best anyone. As he pondered this, he reluctantly grasped the fishing rod. And in that instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. A familiar warmth surged rapidly into his mind. Most importantly, Luoyu noted that following the 9th system notification, the 10th box opening prompt was truly a game-changer. A rush of warmth swiftly flooded Luoyu's mind, allowing him to feel the swordsmanship techniques that, while not originally his, now seamlessly integrated into his being through the system. He felt as though he could unleash them with but a thought. Initially, gazing at this unconventional blade, Luoyu was tempted to repurpose it for fishing. Little did he expect that this fishing rod also contained one of Sasaki Jiro's ultimate killing moves, the Demon Slayer Sword. This technique is said to transcend reality, illusion, and space, encompassing 3 formidable levels. In simpler terms, it transforms one strike into 3. Beyond the 2 visible strikes, there exist unseen slashes within the realms of illusion and space, making it a lethal move that strikes without form. If wielded correctly, a single cut would suffice to vanquish the foe. It seems Sasaki Jiro did not wish for his cherished blade to be reduced to a mere pastime, or else this deadly gift would not have manifested. Content: Luoyu sheathed the fishing rod, though it felt somewhat awkward to carry a 1.5-meter blade. It could serve well for a display of bravado. However, recalling the fleeting glance he had caught of the ultimate reward from a silver 10-fold summon, Luoyu quickly suppressed the urge to test his blade. Based on Luoyu's conjecture, this final box opening reward likely surpassed the silver chest range and reached the tier of a golden chest reward. It appears that even replication could not withstand the blessing of fortune. If he could claim this treasure for himself, Luoyu believed his strength would rise significantly, granting him more opportunities to slack off during battles. Urgent report, urgent report. The shrill and jarring sound of the transponder unexpectedly pierced the air. Luoyu could not help but raise an eyebrow, filled with astonishment. As a naval admiral, the transponder in Luoyu's possession was of the highest caliber. Unless he chose to engage it himself, its alarm would only be triggered under 3 circumstances. First, the Navy headquarters faced an imminent catastrophe. Second, the Celestial Dragons were under attack, urgently summoning the naval admirals for protection. In this instance, Luoyu indeed resorted to extorting information from Teacher Kai regarding the Whitebeard. However, setting aside whether Kaido could reach the Navy headquarters in a timely manner to indulge in a fatal plunge from great heights, it is evident that the 3 admirals stationed at the headquarters, alongside the formidable presence of Sengoku and Garp, would pose a significant challenge. Luoyu firmly believes that as long as Teacher Kai is not foolish, he would likely refrain from courting trouble. As for the Celestial Dragon facing an attack and seeking Luoyu for salvation, it is reasonable to assume that the recent events at Justice Square are still fresh in their mind. It is unlikely that this Celestial Dragon is naive enough to seek out Luoyu for their own demise. With the first 2 possibilities dismissed, it seems that the only remaining explanation is that someone has invoked the demon-slaying order. This is a formidable weapon authorized by the world government, designed to execute indiscriminate and devastating attacks in designated signal areas. It is divided into 2 types of telephone bugs, the golden and the silver. The golden telephone bug serves as the command authority for issuing attack orders, while its counterpart, the silver telephone bug, is responsible for receiving these directives. Within the naval headquarters, only the admirals and marshals possess the authority to activate the demon slaughter order. Naturally, admirals and marshals can delegate this power to others, although there are certain exceptions. If my memory serves me correctly, the highest-ranking officer of CP9 has also been granted the authority to initiate the Demon Slaughter Order. Admiral Luoyu. This is the summons for the Demon Slaughter Order. Given our distance, it will be quite challenging for us to reach the site in time. Guillaume looked at the distress signal emitted by the telephone bug, her expression equally filled with shock. Utilizing the telephone bug's positioning capabilities, they swiftly discerned that this activation of the Demon Slaughter Order was occurring in one of the 3 pivotal strongholds under the world government's command. The sudden emergence of the Demon Slaughter Order suggests that one of these critical locations has likely been breached by an unknown force. It is astonishing how swiftly events have escalated to this point. Luoyu chuckled as he took a sip of his drink. Let us join in the commotion. Who knows? We might even find ourselves working overtime. Indeed, this is the domain of the Whitebeard. Yet the proximity to the nearest Red Soil continent is not particularly distant. Upon returning to the Red Soil continent and utilizing the high-speed oceanic currents developed by the scientific military, one could swiftly reach Justice Square. Furthermore, with the assistance of the whirlpool currents at Justice Square, reaching Judicial Island should not pose a significant challenge. Naturally, Luoyu believes that even if they manage to arrive, it will likely be a day or 2 later, revealing nothing but scorched earth. General Luoyu, you wouldn't be attempting to ensnare Admiral Sengoku again, would you? Guillaume remarked, a bitter expression crossing his face as he instantly perceived the underlying hints. The others present shared a sense of helplessness. Luoyu took a swig of the earthy liquor and shot a glance. Do I strike you as that sort of person? If I truly were, you certainly wouldn't dare to inform Admiral Sengoku. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters was equally abuzz with commotion. In light of the emergence of the Demon Slayer Order, Sengoku found himself grappling with one crisis after another. However, upon realizing that the decree originated from Judicial Island, Sengoku could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, muttering, "Thank goodness it wasn't that little brat issuing the order. Otherwise, he would certainly lose his position as Admiral." Nevertheless, the command snail in that boy's possession resembled a ticking time bomb. We must seek an opportunity to reclaim it. Garp, you seem to be holding back. Surely you have something to say? Garp gazed at the command snail on the table, the urgent intelligence prompting him to remark, "Truly, he is my grandson." Yet, the thought of Sengoku discovering that the recent troubles were all connected to him made him reconsider. He would likely be the first to be expelled. Ahem, Sengoku. I have nothing of significance to convey. I merely wonder if Liu might attempt to pull a fast one on you. Garp cleared his throat and quickly added, "To prevent Luoyu from playing tricks, I shall hasten to your side to restore order." With that, Garp promptly turned and departed. This nimbleness, if known to Luoyu, would surely warrant Garp a stern rebuke. As Garp vanished into the distant corridor, Sengoku's heart skipped a beat, and his right eyelid began to twitch involuntarily. A sense of foreboding enveloped him, an ominous harbinger. "Sengoku, I can't shake the feeling that if Garp and Luoyu were to pair up, it would herald ill tidings," Crane remarked, retracting her gaze. The others present felt a chill at her words, silently agreeing with her sentiment. Indeed, earlier, while executing the demon-slaying order, there were Qingji, 2 admirals, and a hero. Yet, an unsettling feeling washed over Sengoku. Meanwhile, in the Sicilian Sea, one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, aboard the Moby Dick, navigated through the tumultuous waves. A figure cloaked in a snow-white robe gradually materialized on the ship's deck. "Red-haired, this deviates from our agreement. Do not forget your promise. Should you encounter the new admiral on your way to meet Whitebeard, you must intercept him to demonstrate the perils of these waters. Yet, why have you not acted yet? Are you planning to vacate this sea before making a move?" Observing this unexpected visitor, Ben Beckman and the others were unfazed, instinctively looking to Shanks. Shanks took a sip from his drink and replied, "CP0, I have certainly not forgotten this matter. However, it is premised on the condition that the interests of the red-haired pirates remain unscathed. Otherwise, this transaction will be nullified." Nullified? The expression of CP0 darkened. His voice cold as he asked, "Red-haired, are you implying a refusal of the Gorosei's command?" "Command?" Shanks' countenance turned icy, and a violent wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted, transforming into a tempest that surged towards CP0. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, forced back several steps before finally regaining his footing, shock and fury etched on his face. "What do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Shanks dissipated his Haki and replied coolly, "Let us not forget that my relationship with the Gorosei is merely one of collaboration, an arrangement, not an order." Moreover, that young lad boldly approached Whitebeard's ship, suggesting he possesses more than meets the eye. An admiral would not be so simple, would he? Furthermore, had I intervened, Whitebeard would have undoubtedly retaliated. In that scenario, could a mere CP0 shoulder such a blunder? Do you truly believe Whitebeard would spare an admiral? CP0's face turned an ashen hue, momentarily rendered speechless. In his perception, an admiral entering a meeting of the four emperors was a certain path to either death or injury. Surely, Luoyu could not have departed unscathed, could he? Now, Red-Haired informs him that a pirate can overshadow the navy. Is this not an utterly flimsy excuse? Certainly, if Liu were to discover the assessment that Hongfa has made of him, he would undoubtedly be incensed. He is inherently straightforward. Apart from the additional stamina granted by working overtime, he is already utterly exhausted. Yet he continues to boast to others about his complexity. What else could this be but a veiled attempt at flattery? Believe it or not, it matters not to me, the red-haired one remarked nonchalantly. However, time is of the essence. Since collaboration is unattainable, I shall not detain you any longer. Ah, the illustrious red-haired Shanks. Yet you are not the sole Yonko upon these vast seas. I shall observe whether that young lad truly possesses the prowess you claim. With that, CP0 turned and departed, sweeping his sleeves as he left. Watching the retreating figure of the ship, Ben Beckman, cigar in mouth, queried, Captain, is it wise to reject CP0 in such a manner? What concern is there? It is merely to afford Luffy a bit of time. Having this Marine Admiral divert CP0's attention is indeed advantageous, Shanks replied with a faint smile. Was the information you received accurate? Has Judiciary Island truly been breached? The tension in the atmosphere tightened around Haki and the others. They were astonished by this sudden revelation on their way back. Ben Beckman nodded while puffing on his cigar. The intelligence is exceedingly precise. It is said that the CP9 commander even resorted to the demon-slaying order to eradicate the threat. The demon-slaying order, you say? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Shank's eyes as he chuckled. Indeed, it seems I have wagered correctly on this new era. I wonder what sparks might ignite should Luffy encounter that Navy brat from earlier. Sparks? Haki paused mid-bite of roasted meat, caught off guard. Shanks, raising an eyebrow, inquired Haki. Do you harbor concerns? Haki, momentarily taken aback, offered a wry smile. If that fellow truly seeks a bounty of 10 million berries and dares to extort even Kaido, I dread to think what might transpire should they cross paths. Will sparks turn to bloodshed? Shanks and Ben Beckman exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Upon further reflection regarding this newly appointed admiral, who seemed fixated on monetary rewards, it became apparent that employing the logic of an ordinary individual to gauge his intentions might be a folly. Is he even an ordinary man? 3 days hence, at Dock 1 and Water 7, a military vessel swiftly approached the shore, rendering the dockworkers' expressions uneasy. Many of them were privy to the inside story of the assault on Judiciary Island. The arrival of the Navy was akin to a death knell. Quickly, inform President Ace Baku that the Navy has arrived. We must arrange for their swift departure. An esteemed craftsman commanded, hastily turning to relay instructions. Simultaneously, he scrutinized the deck of the warship, and upon catching sight of a particular figure, his pupils dilated with alarm. Hurry, let them flee. The individual who has come is heralded as the most formidable admiral of the Navy. An admiral of the Navy? The docks suddenly became a hub of activity. The renowned shipbuilding company, Conqueror, a key partner of the global government, has long been responsible for the construction of warships. They are acutely aware of the naval headquarters military structure, especially with the arrival of the newly appointed admiral, Tiao Yu, whose reputation has been fervently discussed across the seas. Following his appearance in the World Economic Journal, there was inevitably much discourse among them, and his impression remained vivid. However, they were uncertain of the true extent of the strength possessed by this newly appointed admiral. Nevertheless, his appearance in the bustling city of Water 7 at such a critical juncture might suggest that his intentions are less than benign. Observing the shadow that swiftly disappeared into the darkness, Admiral Tiao Yu, standing on the bow of the ship, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and remarked with a smile. I was initially contemplating how to navigate through the vast expanse of Water 7 to find someone. I did not expect to encounter a guide the moment I set foot on the island. However, it seems that old man Garp is slower than I anticipated. This appears to be a rare opportunity to secure a bonus. Admiral Tiao Yu, did you mention a bonus? KB responded, momentarily taken aback and speaking urgently. Luffy is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp and a formidable pirate. You wouldn't be considering targeting him for a mere bonus, would you? Beside him, Bellyameber wore a look of concern. Although he harbored little fondness for Luffy and Zoro, due to his friendship with Kabi and their shared past, he hoped that Tiaoyu would not set his sights on Luffy and the others for the sake of a reward. Rest assured, I will respect Vice Admiral Garp's reputation, but I will also pursue the bonus. A successful man must balance both reputation and reward, Tiaoyu replied with a chuckle. Kabi and Bellumeber momentarily froze in surprise at Tiaoyu's unconventional approach, having grown familiar with his unpredictable ways. The moment this peculiar proposition was put forth, an inexplicable sense of unease began to stir within them. However, before they could fully process it, Tiaoyu vanished from sight like a specter. In Water 7, within the forsaken dock number 7, laughter and merriment occasionally emanated from a tightly shut room. Acebag, with his head bandaged, and the old fishwoman, Conqueror, stood at the door, beaming as they watched the raucous antics of the gathered pirates in the hall. As they observed the pirates, whose injuries had nearly healed, the two exchanged glances, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Acebag, what are you lamenting? Nami, with her orange hair, interjected, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Are you planning to present us with some farewell gifts? Perhaps valuable antiques, gold items, or even berries? I'm not greedy. Just 10 to 20 million berries will suffice. We completely depleted our funds during this shipbuilding endeavor. Upon returning from the elusive Sky Island, Nami had amassed a staggering 300 million berries, only to see it vanish in the blink of an eye within a single day. The mere recollection of this loss made her heart bleed. Faced with the president of the largest shipbuilding company, Nami was certainly not one to miss an opportunity for gain. Ahem, Miss Nami, I must confess, I never anticipated that you would conquer the Judicial Island, a fortress claimed to be unassailable for 8 centuries, Acebug coughed lightly. Moreover, to escape under the purview of an Admiral's extermination order is news that has sent ripples across the seas. The papers have been reporting that fellow Lucci possesses strength surpassing that of a vice admiral, heralded as the mightiest human weapon within CP9 in 800 years. This implies that his power is perilously close to that of a naval admiral. For you to have triumphed over him suggests that, in this vast ocean, even admirals might find themselves challenged by your prowess. Such remarkable achievements at such a tender age truly exemplify your potential. Ah, Nami, President Acebug seldom offers praise. His words are indeed worth their weight in gold, a commendation of the highest order, Granny Kokoro chimed in with a smile after taking a sip of wine. Nami couldn't help but roll her eyes. She would prefer tangible rewards over mere compliments. Yet, the thought of the title Admiral brought back memories of her encounter with the enigmatic Admiral Akiji on that nameless island, causing her complexion to pale slightly. Fear not, Miss Nami, we are no longer the same as we were on that day, Sanji remarked elegantly, balancing a tray while smoking a cigarette. Miss Robin was rescued from Judicial Island, which is proof of our growth. Should we encounter another so-called naval admiral, we shall not be as powerless as we once were. Am I not right, Green Algae Head? Zoro placed down the discarded ship wheel, stating flatly, though your usual remarks are less than pleasant. I must agree with you on this occasion. I have grown stronger as well. Robin remained silent, yet a glimmer of amusement danced within her eyes. She had long pursued the essence of what companionship truly meant, surviving through a succession of allies, in a cycle of betrayal and being betrayed. She had once believed that falling into the clutches of CP9 would spell her demise. Unexpectedly, she had been rescued from their grasp. Seeing your confidence reassures me, besides. With Captain Luffy among you, I trust that even the admirals would struggle against your combined strength, Acebug said with a grin. It is getting late. To avoid prolonged delays, I will arrange for you to head to the new ship's location to prepare for your departure. With that, Acebug turned to leave. Bang! The heavy door swung open with a resounding thud, and a burly man rushed in, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Tails Dawn, what on earth has transpired to make you so frantic? Esbago interjected, momentarily taken aback. If the Navy has arrived to conduct a search, we shall simply guide them through the garden as before. They will not uncover this place. Following the fall of Judicial Island, Water 7 had become a crucial island linking maritime routes, and it had endured numerous searches by the Navy. However, due to the vast population and expanse of Water 7, coupled with Esbago's cunning, Luffy and his companions had managed to elude the Navy's pursuit time and again. No, President Esbago, this time it is not ordinary Navy personnel. It is the newly appointed Marine Admiral, Takanoyu. Tailzon exclaimed, neglecting even to wipe the sweat from his brow, urgency lacing his voice. The mention of Admiral Takanoyu startled those present. Just moments before, they had been discussing the admirals of the Navy, never anticipating that one would come knocking at their door. Is this a manifestation of enlightenment? However, as pirates, particularly those inexperienced and lacking significant power like Luffy and his crew, they are evidently quite unfamiliar with the newly appointed Admiral of the Navy. Most notably, Luoyu has only held the position of Admiral for a mere half-month, without any special channels. Relying solely on the news to learn of developments on the high seas is akin to the existence of primitive man. It is reminiscent of the time when, despite Luffy's bounty surpassing 100 million, Bellamy the hyena still regarded him as having a bounty of merely 30 million. This indeed reflects a significant information disparity. Are you all still unaware of the recent appointment of the new Admiral of the Navy? Icebegu paused momentarily, then promptly retrieved the newspaper he always carried and handed it over. I had intended to inform you of this matter earlier. It is said that this new Admiral dares to challenge even the celestial dragons, the nobility of the world. The front page features his likeness. Familiarize yourselves with it, lest you encounter him at sea and fail to recognize him due to face blindness. However, rest assured, in this locale, even an admiral cannot be easily located. As he spoke, Icebegu swiftly spread the newspaper across the table. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the figure on the front page. The youthful visage, starkly contrasting with the title of Admiral, astonished many. In their perception, the three admirals were supposed to be seasoned middle-aged men. Age had become a symbol of their strength. Now, witnessing a mere youth in his early 20s standing shoulder to shoulder with the three elderly figures was indeed surprising. This certainly exceeded their expectations. However, what tightened their nerves even more was the conversation that fell upon their ears. President Acebag, are you certain that the individual in this newspaper is an Admiral of the Navy? It seems he is standing outside the door. Standing outside. The tension in the room abruptly heightened as everyone hastily glanced towards the entrance. The first figure to catch their eye made their pupils constrict sharply, nearly causing their eyes to bulge in disbelief. There stood a youth adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, wearing an innocuous smile. Instinctively, their hearts clenched. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the astonishing youth of this newly appointed admiral, still grappling with disbelief. Yet now, confronted with the reality, they felt an undeniable sense of being unable to refute what they saw. Based solely on his appearance, this young man bore an uncanny resemblance to Luffy and his companions. To ascend to the rank of admiral at such a tender age was truly remarkable. Surely, this strength cannot be lacking to any considerable extent, can it? Are you in doubt? Laughing, Liu took a sip of the earthy brew, declaring, I can assure you with utmost responsibility, the person mentioned in the newspaper is indeed me. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a blade resonated through the air as Zoro's swords, Wad Ikamanji and Sandai Katetsu, were drawn in an instant. During their escape from Judiciary Island, the snow walk bestowed by Brook in Rogue Town had been destroyed, although he might not be able to employ his three-sword style at present. Facing this unexpected guest seemed to necessitate the drawing of his blade to bolster his confidence. It could be said that from the very beginning, they remained oblivious to Luoyu's arrival here. A two-sword style, you say? You are Roronoa Zoro, proficient in the three-sword style, are you not? As Luoyu sipped his drink and surveyed the surroundings, he remarked, I have little time left. I am quite curious about how you intend to contend with me. With those words, the atmosphere became palpably oppressive, as if even the air itself had grown stagnant. Faced with the perpetually genial smile of this youth, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Sai Kappa, have you forgotten what we just discussed? Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, speaking in a low voice. We managed to breach Judiciary Island and rescue Robin, which signifies our growth and strength. Perhaps we were powerless last time, but that does not imply we cannot succeed now. Nami, Chopper, you escort Robin back to the ship. Sanji, the captain, and I will hold him off. The captain, you say? Luoyu smiled at Luffy, who had been dozing off nearby, abruptly awakened. Within the Straw Hat Pirates, only Zoro seemed to possess a semblance of awareness regarding the captain's role. When Zoro referred to him as captain, Luoyu understood that this was now a serious matter. But is that sufficient? The extraordinary sword at your back surely indicates that you, too, are a swordsman. I trust that the Marine Admirals would not bypass us to ambush those frail women. Zoro tightened his grip on his twin swords, his eyes sharp and focused like a predatoress, fixated on the unique weaponry slung across Luoyu's back. As a swordsman, nothing ignites Zoro's fighting spirit more than the sight of a fellow warrior. Zoro, Luffy, do not act recklessly. You are no match for General Luoyu's prowess. KB and Bellamy rushed over, eventually halting at the door. However, upon seeing the unusual weaponry on Liu's back, their expressions turned to sheer astonishment. In their eyes, Luoyu's combat style seemed to embody the art of evasion, a master of nonchalance, even reluctant to engage. Suddenly, a blade emerged, a long sword, unlike any other. Is this merely a fade? Do you recognize me? Luffy appeared utterly bewildered. Zoro, standing nearby, was equally perplexed, clearly unable to grasp the situation. I am Kobe, and this is Helmeppo. We have joined the Navy under the guidance of Vice Admiral Garp. Kobe hastily elucidated. Helmeppo remained silent, yet nodded in tacit agreement. Helmeppo? Kobe? I remember you now. Wait, you've become a Navy officer following my grandfather? Is that true? Luffy exclaimed, a dawning realization illuminating his expression. Meanwhile, Nami and the others stood frozen, their attention evidently fixated on a different aspect of the revelation. Luffy, did he just mention Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Navy? Is he truly your grandfather? Nami gasped. If the hero of the Navy is indeed your grandfather, does that mean we no longer need to flee? The atmosphere was charged with astonishment among those present. Such an occurrence is even more astonishing to them than the conquest of Judicial Island. The illustrious reputation of the naval hero Garp has long echoed across the seas. Many believe that a tiger begets no dog. There has always been speculation regarding Garp's descendants, who are undoubtedly expected to be extraordinary individuals. Little did they anticipate that the grandfather would be an official while the grandson would turn to thievery. The disparity is rather astonishing. Old Man Garp is indeed his grandfather, and I am also one of the soldiers trained by him. Luoyu took a sip of the earthy brew and chuckled. However, can relationships ever surpass the allure of a bonus? I am a soldier, while you are thieves. Our time for reminiscing has come to an end. I intend to secure the bonus before the workday concludes. Will you approach one by one, or shall we face off together? KB and Barumaber's faces paled instantly, revealing an expression of bitter resignation. As anticipated, in the presence of performance bonuses, General Liu indeed exhibits an unwavering demeanor. Even Nami and the others appeared bewildered, their earlier gleeful expressions vanishing in an instant. They had initially harbored hopes of leveraging relationships to evade the pursuit of the Admiral. Yet, it seems all was merely wishful thinking. But to engage in combat for a bonus, what is this madness? Haha, truly commendable is the righteous Navy. I was initially concerned about lacking an opportunity to act. Zoro secured his headband around his forehead, tightened his grip on his sword, and spoke solemnly. Next, I wish to witness the true extent of the Admiral's swordsmanship. Miss Nami, Miss Robin, do not worry. While the moss-haired one may be unreliable, I shall be here to hold him back. You may safely make your escape. Sanji, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, kicked his polished shoes and moved to stand beside Zoro. Luffy, it is time for us to take action. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can depart. With the trio assembled, the atmosphere in the hall became charged with tension. Luoyu took a casual sip of his drink and remarked, "It appears that newcomers cannot escape the fate of being underestimated. This situation is somewhat awkward for me as an admiral. As for my skills with the sword, I am hardly a master. This blade serves merely as an ornament, intended to elevate my status as an admiral and perhaps instill fear in my adversaries without the need for confrontation." You are not a swordsman? Zoro paused in surprise, then smiled, saying, "No wonder, even your sword seems peculiar. I once encountered an opponent who wielded a similar long sword. His swordsmanship was so profound that I was able to withstand only 10 strikes from him. I had initially intended to use you to gauge the extent of my own improvement. It seems I shall have to make do and practice a bit. I hope you do not disappoint me. Is this madness? This is perhaps a display of ignorance, isn't it?" Luoyu gazed at the battle-ready Zoro, recalling the scene in the original work where Uncle Monkey faced the supernovas. The expressions of those supernovas at that time mirrored the scene before him. Indeed, youth is the capital of recklessness. Luoyu took a sip of his drink and remarked, "Originally, this was merely for show, however. If you wish to use me for practice, I shall have to take it a bit more seriously, for after all, you are all bonuses." As his words fell, an intangible aura radiated from Luoyu, enveloping the room. Everyone present was suddenly seized by an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Meeting Luoyu's gaze, which was as tranquil as still water, it felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around their hearts. Zoro's expression tightened slightly. If moments ago this youth had seemed harmless, now he felt as if he were being watched by a bloodthirsty beast, every pore on his body heightened in sensitivity. instilling a chilling sense of dread. What is happening? KB and Balumabur sensed the shift in the atmosphere, their nerves taut with tension, urgently imploring, Zoro, Luffy, please do not act recklessly. General Luoyu, kindly wait a moment longer. Vice Admiral Garp will arrive shortly. Vice Admiral Garp? Zoro tightened his grip on the sword, an inexplicable glimmer of hope flickering within him. However, as soon as this spark of hope emerged, he swiftly suppressed it. His instincts urged him that this strike must be executed. Otherwise, his sword may never align with the direction of his heart. The person before him would become the greatest impediment. Attack! Zoro clenched his fingers tightly, instantly breaking through the mental barriers within. With resolute strides akin to a tiger's leap, he charged toward Luoyu. In mere moments, he closed the short distance of over 10 meters. Two-sword style, fierce tiger. Roar. With a powerful swing of his dual blades, a piercing sound shattered the air, reminiscent of a tiger's roar. Observing Zoro's sudden assault, Sanji and Luffy refrained from immediate intervention, instead focusing their attention entirely on Luoyu. They held great confidence in Zoro's prowess and sought to use his attack to gauge the true extent of this new naval admiral, who was of their own generation. In an instant, all eyes were fixated on Luoyu. Amidst the impending attack, Luoyu remained unflinching, feeling the oncoming wave of energy. His right hand resting upon the weapon secured at his back. This blade, which nearly became a mere fishing rod, was unsheathed in an instant. The demon's sword. Buzz. The sharp sound of the blade echoed suddenly. The moment I grasped the handle, the essence of Sasaki Kajuro's understanding of swordsmanship surged to the forefront of my mind. The so-called technique bore an imprint upon the soul. The sword moves with me, and I move with the sword. The slender blade, like a streak of the Milky Way, descended toward Zoro's side. Indeed, none present had misjudged the moment. This strike from Liu did not resemble an attack. Rather, it evoked a sensation of cleaving through the air. It is a dazzling spectacle, leaving one unable to comprehend the situation. Has the target not been discerned? Otherwise, how could even the towering figure of Zoro have missed? Could it be that this sword is merely a decorative piece? Is it truly so difficult to wield a blade of 1.5 meters with precision? A multitude of thoughts flickered through Zoro's mind, and suddenly, a chilling sensation coursed through him, raising every hair on his body. An indescribable shadow of death enveloped him. He could not afford to linger on his thoughts. The trials of life and death he had endured, along with his combat experience, compelled his body to move instinctively. The legendary sword, Wado Ikamanji, and the formidable Sandai Kitetsu swiftly positioned themselves for defense. Whoosh! The weapon in Ryu's hand angled sharply toward the ground. In an instant, the overwhelming aura emitted by Zoro dissipated into nothingness. His face contorted in disbelief as he glanced down at his chest. With a sickening sound, a gash erupted from his shoulder to his abdomen. Vivid crimson blood burst forth like fireworks. In that fleeting moment, the eyes of all present widened in shock, their expressions reflecting sheer horror. To them, Ryu's earlier strike had clearly only grazed the air beside Zoro. Yet now, a shocking wound had suddenly appeared on Zoro's body. This bizarre scene left everyone with an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of striking from afar? He cut through the air. Yet it seemed the air struck me instead. The entire hall was suddenly engulfed in an eerie silence, as all gazes instinctively turned towards Luoyu. Memories of Luoyu's previous words echoed in their minds. The method of eliminating enemies silently, if indeed merely a fade, would render Zoro's dual blades nothing more than instruments of mere entertainment. Even Kobe and Barumabur, who stood nearby, were momentarily taken aback. They had witnessed Luoyu honing his swordsmanship under Bogart's tutelage. Yet more often, they observed Luoyu focusing on physical training. From Bogart's accounts, they had heard that Luoyu's swordsmanship was merely average compared to his physical prowess. Now, the sheer terror of a single strike was astonishing. If this could be deemed ordinary, then what of the others' training? Zoro, move aside quickly. Sanji bellowed, erupting into action. Their rivalry had always been palpable. However, when faced with genuine foes, they undoubtedly proved to be the most reliable allies on the battlefield. In mere moments, the distance of several meters vanished as Sanji surged forward. Simultaneously, Luffy extended his left hand, wrapping it around Zoro's waist and forcefully pulling him backward. Chopper, who had been prepared to retreat, swiftly transformed into his human form and caught Zoro in his arms, cradling him close. This series of actions, seemingly intricate, transpired in a mere few seconds. The ability to accomplish all of this within such a brief span is entirely attributable to the collaborative experience forged through countless life and death battles. Simultaneously, under the fervent aura emanating from Luffy, he instantaneously transitioned into his second gear. In an ethereal manner, he vanished and, utilizing his swift movement technique, reappeared behind Luoyu. In that fleeting moment, he and Sanji assumed a coordinated stance. Devil Wind Foot, the finishing touch. Rubber, fire pistol. A thunderous roar erupted. Fiery flames entwined around their fists and feet, creating a chilling sound as they struck Luoyu with tremendous force. In the face of Zoro's instantaneous defeat, neither Luffy nor Sanji exhibited any hesitation in their actions. Their sole intent was to swiftly subdue this unexpected intruder, thereby providing Nami and the others the opportunity to attend to Zoro's injuries. The thought barely flickered in the minds of Luffy and Sanji when an attack engulfed in flames thunderously struck its target. The resounding boom echoed through the heavens, as if the very sky had been rent asunder. The scorching wave of fiery energy recoiled, forcing the onlookers to retreat several meters in shock. Once the swirling flames dissipated, the spectators' pupils constricted once more in disbelief. With another thunderous crash, the intense heat surged like a tempest throughout the hall. The formidable strike, wrapped in flames, cascaded upon Luoyu, causing all present to gasp in astonishment. Amidst the dancing embers, there stood an unwavering figure, immovable and resolute, eliciting expressions of sheer disbelief from the crowd. In a radiant burst of golden light, a benevolent figure resembling the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara emerged behind Luoyu. The translucent golden aura enveloped Luoyu's form, manifesting an impenetrable armor that exuded an aura of invincibility. Sanji and Luffy, despite their fervent assault, found their blows forcefully halted just an inch away from Luoyu. In that moment, both Luffy and Sanji experienced the jarring sensation of colliding with an unyielding steel barrier. Is this the extent of a general's prowess? Reflecting on the events from 3 days ago when we stormed Judicial Island and rescued Nico Robin, those grand moments remain vividly etched in my memory. I had initially believed that this battle would bridge the vast chasm I faced against the youthful adversary. Little did I anticipate that the outcome would be so brutally harsh. Is this truly your full strength? Luoyu adjusted his glasses and spoke with a hint of indifference. The so-called supernovas have proven to be rather disappointing. Luffy, Sanji, retreat quickly. I will hold him down, Robin exclaimed in a fit of urgency. Vibrant bloom. The powers of the Hana no Mi were instantly activated. Dozens of large hands blossomed around Luoyu, akin to a garden in full bloom. In the next moment, under Nico Robin's command, they tightly embraced Luoyu's form. Back suplex. Robin shouted fervently. At this moment, she merely wished to maximize her contribution. However, no matter how desperately Robin endeavored to unleash the hands sprouting from Luoyu, they could not budge him, as he remained as immovable as an iron tower. Nami, witnessing this scene, turned pale, her hands swiftly maneuvering the climatact, finally conjuring a vast expanse of thunderclouds. I refuse to believe that nothing can harm you. Let us test the power of nature. The weather forecast predicts a thunderstorm. Boom. A dazzling bolt of lightning descended rapidly towards Luoyu. Luffy, this is our chance. He is immobilized by Miss Robin's grasp. If we can break through his defenses, we can inflict damage. Sanji shouted urgently, charging once more towards Luoyu. Observing this, Luffy disregarded everything else, utilizing the burst of speed from his second gear to outpace Sanji and appear before Luoyu. In an instant, the combined assault of the four manifested in a pincer attack. Boring. The simple words escaped Luoyu's lips. Beneath the golden light of cannon, he gazed up nonchalantly. Kobe and Belumeb quickly changed expressions, shouting in alarm. Flee quickly. Boom. The Conqueror's Haki, dormant within Luoyu, surged forth like an avalanche, rapidly expanding outward. The descending storm of lightning shattered in response. Sanji and Luffy, standing close by, were met with an inexplicable sense of suffocation as an invisible mountain seemed to strike them head-on. Bang! The vast, abandoned house was shattered by an invisible, overwhelming force. A colossal shockwave surged forth, sweeping everything in its path. All present were violently propelled through the air, and in an instant, torrents of blood erupted from their mouths as they crashed like cannonballs hundreds of meters away. Even Kabi and Belumeb could not escape this calamity, landing heavily on the ground in a disheveled heap. Only Icebegu and Kakolo, who had sensed the impending danger and taken refuge 100 meters away, narrowly avoided this life-threatening crisis. However, as they gazed upon the flattened structure and the debris cascading from the sky, their faces turned pale. Moments earlier, they had reflected on how Luffy and his companions could conquer Judicial Island, believing that these supernovas could navigate the seas with impunity. Little did they anticipate that a newly appointed admiral of their own age could, with mere presence, annihilate the entire Straw Hat Pirates, who had once toppled Judicial Island. Is this the prowess of a great general? Most importantly, throughout the entire ordeal, Luoyu did not lift a finger beyond slicing the air once. He single-handedly vanquished the entire Straw Hat Pirates merely by standing his ground. This method is utterly unprecedented. Most importantly, when this young man turns ruthless, he spares neither his own people. In the face of such a formidable adversary, can Luffy and his companions truly escape unscathed? Kobe, have we perhaps overstepped our boundaries, meddling even in the affairs of pirates, leading to the fact that General Luoyu has cast us aside? Emerging from the ruins, Bellimeber, after spitting out a mouthful of dirt, could not help but exclaim. Kobe, similarly pale, gazed anxiously at Luffy and his companions amidst the distant debris, yet dared not advance another step. He understood all too well that if the previous encounter was a warning, then continuing to interfere would likely result in Luoyu targeting him as well. The only course of action now was to hope that Luffy and the others could feign death a little longer, prolonging their survival. Great gun of giants. Bang! From the concealed rubble, Luffy charged forth. His right hand rapidly swelled like a balloon, transforming into a colossal spear, propelled by the explosive force of his rubbery body as he charged directly at Luoyu. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Kobe and Bellimeber turned pale. They had initially hoped that Luffy and his companions would play dead, never anticipating that they would so eagerly invite their own demise. Indeed, just as Uncle Monkey had dispatched one supernova with a single kick, I too can take down a small Karami with one swift strike. Luoyu took a swig of his drink, and in an instant, he vanished like a specter. Bang! Luffy's great gun of giants crashed down, shattering the solid ground beneath him. As debris exploded into the air, a chilling sense of impending doom enveloped him. Suddenly, Luoyu appeared at his side, slashing through the air with an eerie grace. Luffy's pupils dilated in shock as a searing pain erupted in his chest. A horrifying wound rapidly spread from his shoulder to his abdomen, gushing torrents of blood. Luffy! Sanji cried out, but before he could fully process the situation, Luoyu had already materialized before him. With a similarly sinister strike, he effortlessly cleaved through the air. The moment Luoyu's weapon pointed towards the ground, blood erupted from Sanji's chest, dazzling like fireworks. The excruciating pain rendered Sanji's body rigid as he collapsed to the ground. Bang! Sanji crashed heavily to the earth, the blood spilling from his chest instantly staining the ground crimson. The torment coursing through him caused involuntary convulsions. As he watched Luoyu saunter past him, Sanji experienced a profound sense of helplessness for the first time. The indomitable spirit that had once surged while conquering Judicial Island evaporated in an instant. Zoro, do not move. Your injuries have only just been bandaged. Chopper grasped the hem of Zoro's garment, but was swiftly shaken off. Lowering his gaze to the wound on his abdomen, which oozed crimson, he picked up the sword Wado, Ikemanji, and Sandai Kitetsu from the ground, along with a similarly scattered large blade nearby. Is this what one might call fate? Chopper, take Nami and Robin and leave at once. I shall join you with Luffy and Sanji. Zoro, grappling with the sword Wado Ikemanji, weighed its unwieldy heft in his hand and spoke with a murmur. Under the tutelage of the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, I barely withstood 10 strikes. I never anticipated that I would falter even before a single blow from you. Yet, in that fleeting moment, I discerned the secret concealed within your slash, that invisible blade. This time, I shall undoubtedly withstand your onslaught for a full minute. An invisible blade? Luoyu chuckled, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses. You truly are an indomitable cockroach. Your vitality remarkably resilient. However, I find myself pressed for time. Pressed for time? Zoro paused, momentarily stunned, then gritted his teeth against the pain, clenching Wado Ikemanji tighter. I apologize, but I have already discerned the secret of your swordsmanship. I shall use my life to block you for a minute. Chopper, flee at once. Demon Aura, 9-sword style, Azura, 1 misty silver. With a resonant hum, the air trembled, and Zoro's figure transformed instantaneously, taking on the guise of 3 heads and 6 arms. As the fervor of battle surged forth, his entire presence ascended to its zenith. Beneath the swirling air, a silver mist began to rise. In the next moment, Zoro's figure became as ephemeral as the fog. A sharp cry of the blade suddenly reverberated through the skies. Zoro morphed into a streak of silver light, parting the mist in his wake. By the time everyone realized what was happening, Zoro had already closed the distance to Luoyu. Luoyu remained steadfast, having already locked onto Zoro with his observation Haki, tightening his grip on the B-staff as he observed the quickly magnifying offensive. Indeed, more extravagant than I, but alas. What I conceal is not one blade, but two. With a hum, Luoyu brought his staff crashing down. As he beheld the impending strike, chills raced down Zoro's spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. In that moment, it felt as though he glimpsed the second blade hidden within the void. Isn't this akin to a concealed blade? How can there be a second strike? With a sudden burst, the marks of a fatal slash blossomed upon Zoro's chest. Beneath the gushing crimson, the fervor of his recently rekindled battle spirit instantly deflated. Zoro's face contorted in disbelief. Was this the precious minute he had so fervently sought? It seemed he could scarcely withstand even a single blow. Don't just stand there. Hurry and flee. I'll buy you time. The flames erupted. Frankie swiftly appeared beside Nami and the others, opening his mouth wide as searing flames surged forth toward the descending feather. Simultaneously, a chain arm shot out, clamping onto Zoro, yanking him back with the intent to rescue him. Concurrently, the fallen Luffy and Sanji were also being aided by others. Observing the three who had been instantaneously incapacitated, it was evident they had abandoned any notion of resistance. Facing the oncoming flames, Luoyu adjusted his golden-framed glasses and remarked, "Alas, I mentioned we were short on time. Is it too much to ask for your cooperation? It seems I must compel you to comply." Boom. The billowing flames were abruptly dispersed. The immense shockwave sent Zoro flying. A formidable figure loomed behind Luoyu, radiating an aura of wrath. Standing 6 or 7 meters tall, he exuded an inexplicable sense of dread. Just as Frankie caught Zoro, his complexion paled upon meeting the furious gaze of the formidable figure. Could one truly escape from such an adversary? "Break," Luoyu uttered coolly, enunciating each word. The wrathful figure immediately unleashed a flurry of fist shadows, descending like a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, the Conqueror's Haki dormant within Luoyu was ignited. With the intention of swiftly clearing the scene, Luoyu had no intention of holding back. In an instant, all present felt as if everything before them was engulfed in golden light. The myriad of fist shadows and the onslaught of Haki surged forth like an unstoppable tide. At that moment, not only was retaliation impossible, but even defense became a daunting task, akin to being adrift in a colossal wave, a frail vessel on the verge of capsizing. Boom. The tremendous impact swept across thousands of meters. Figures were hurled from the abandoned dock by the overwhelming force. The sheer power smashed everything in its path. Nami coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body propelled backward, unable to halt its momentum. They had believed that this time they could conquer Aine's lobby, believing they had grown stronger. They felt capable of facing a new admiral or two. They never anticipated that this newly appointed admiral was not only youthful but also possessed extraordinary strength. As Nami watched the surroundings rapidly receding, despair washed over her in an instant. Boom. A rough, large hand suddenly pressed against Nami's back, and the immense counterforce unleashed a wave of energy that was swiftly dissipated. Nami coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, her expression one of bewilderment as she slumped to the ground. Is the little girl unharmed? I merely dozed off for a moment. How did things go awry? Garp mused, surveying the once abandoned dock now reduced to ruins. Unable to resist the urge to pick his nose. You are the esteemed Navy hero, Garp? Nami suddenly regained her senses, disregarding Garp's unrefined gesture, recalling the perilous circumstances surrounding Luffy and his companions. In a frantic tone, she implored, "Are you Luffy's grandfather? Luffy is being pursued by the new admiral. Please, Mr. Garp. You must save him. Otherwise, they will all perish." In Nami's eyes, Garp was indeed a member of the Navy, standing in stark contrast to their pirate ways. Yet, faced with the overwhelming power displayed by the adversary, her only hope was that Garp would intervene. Being pursued by the new admiral? Garp momentarily paused, pulling out a pocket watch from his waist. After glancing at the time, he erupted into laughter. That little brat certainly never misses an opportunity to exploit the situation. But fear not, it is precisely 5 o'clock. He will cease his killing. 5 o'clock? He will cease killing? Nami stared at Garp's pocket watch, bewildered by the time displayed. 5 o'clock, and he will stop killing? What is the basis for this? Gazing at the jovial naval hero, Garp, before me. Is this truly Luffy's grandfather? Or is it possible that Luffy is the offspring of the neighbor, Old Wong? Otherwise, how could a biological grandfather remain unconcerned while witnessing his own grandson being grievously injured? Major Garp, are you not worried that your watch has once again misled you? Bogart glanced down at the pocket watch in his hand and remarked, fortunately, your watch is indeed accurate this time. It is precisely 5 o'clock. If it were another admiral, the situation might be different, but as for Admiral Ru, he would likely refrain from making any moves without additional compensation. This is his bottom line. Ever since Ru was rescued and boarded Garp's ship, Bogart has become something of a mentor to him, alongside Garp. He is well aware of Ryu's almost obsessive dedication, observing the two sudden arrivals from the Navy. Engaged in conversation without any apparent urgency to rush to the rescue, Nami found herself bewildered. She truly wished to inquire whether Luffy was indeed the grandson of Old Wong, or if he shared the same lineage as his son. Yet, recalling the overwhelming sense of helplessness from earlier, Nami could only hope that Garp and Bogart's words held truth, that at 5 o'clock, no one would be harmed. Major Garp, have you thought about how you will explain this? Bogart asked, surveying the surrounding ruins. Haha, does one need to ponder such matters? Let's first go see how long my grandson can endure Ryu's grasp, Garp replied with a hearty laugh, seemingly unperturbed. As he briskly made his way toward the center of the ruins, Bogart, witnessing this, shook his head in resignation. Are you able to walk? If so, then please hurry. Major Garp has shown some favor to Admiral Ru. You are fortunate this time. The last encounter with Admiral Akiji was also due to Major Garp's intervention that allowed you to escape safely, but next time, that may not be guaranteed. If you wish to avoid a despairing demise, it would be wise to rely on your own strength. Excuse me. You claim that the new Admiral will not harm Luffy and the others. Then what is his purpose here? Nami interjected, her anxiety mounting. Why? Bogart paused, his facial muscles twitching slightly before he reluctantly replied. For the bounty, most likely. For the bounty? Nami stood frozen, watching the two figures recede into the distance. What peculiar reasoning lies beneath this situation? Or could it be that they have encountered an eccentric general? What fortuitous twist of fate has led a formidable commander to pursue them relentlessly for the sake of a bounty? Reflecting on the recent events, Nami's expression shifted dramatically, and ultimately, she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, staggering forward to follow. Amidst the ruins, Robin and Chopper supported Zoro and the others, their faces ashen as they gazed at the distant figure of Luoyu. Blood mingled with the dust on their bodies, rendering them a pitiful sight. Recalling the exuberance from their recent conquest of Aine's lobby, they now grasped the stark contrast between the heights of glory and the depths of despair. Yet, witnessing Luoyu, who had just moments ago overwhelmed them with an unstoppable force, abruptly cease his pursuit to indulge in a drink amidst the debris, they were left in astonishment at his sudden abandonment of the chase. This posture instilled an enigmatic sensation within them, as if a blade hovered ominously above their necks, lingering without descending. If you intend to kill, then do so. Watching us drink in this manner is utterly excessive. Zoro struggled to rise, yet the cross-shaped wounds on his chest continued to ooze crimson blood. The slightest movement unleashed a torrent of fresh blood, instantly dissipating the strength he had mustered. Observing this, Sanji hastily stepped forward to support Zoro, his face resolute as he gritted his teeth and declared, "When we set sail, we had already contemplated death. With Miss Robin by my side, I fear not the end. If you wish to strike, then do so swiftly. I can still fight." Luffy, too, struggled to speak. However, after employing Gear 3rd, he was not only gravely injured, but also suffering from its after-effects, leaving him in a state reminiscent of an immature child, rendering his fierce words sound rather childish. "I apologize, but it is now 5 o'clock, time for me to leave work. I have no desire to squander my personal time on you any longer." Falling feathers down a mouthful of shochu and sheathed the object in his hand. This scene left Zoro, Sanji, and the others, who had already come to terms with reality, utterly bewildered. It was akin to delivering a powerful blow to a mass of cotton, leaving them with unspent frustration. Just moments ago, they felt as though they were being thrust onto the chopping block, awaiting their doom. Now, they were informed that the workday was over, and they would not be slain after all. Is this some kind of jest? It seems rather heavy-handed, doesn't it? Haha, Luoyu. I had already anticipated your timely departure from work. It appears I have arrived at just the right moment. A hearty laugh erupted suddenly, and soon Kapu, accompanied by Bogart, strode over with great vigor. "Grandpa." Luffy's eyes sparkled with delight as he experienced an inexplicable sense of security upon seeing his grandfather for the first time. However, just as this feeling emerged, Luffy was taken aback as Kapu's figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Luffy was sent flying, crashing heavily several meters away, clutching his forehead and wailing in agony. Witnessing the familiar entrance style, Luoyu took a deep breath to steady himself. Indeed, love can be expressed through a few more blows. Greatness often emerges from the crucible of hardship. Had Luffy not been thrown into the depths of adversity by Kapu since childhood, he might not have developed the resilience to survive such fierce battles. Zoro and the others instinctively recoiled, observing Luffy, who possessed the powers of the gum-gum fruit. Wailing on the ground after taking a punch head-on, they felt a strange mixture of concern and an intensified curiosity about their impending fate. Zoro, are you all right? Luffy's grandfather just informed me that the new Admiral of the Navy will not engage in violence after 5 o'clock. Perhaps we will escape with our lives. Nami stumbled forward from behind. 5 o'clock. Zoro and the others were momentarily stunned, finally grasping why Luoyu had refrained from pressing the attack and slaughtering them. Robin, regaining her composure first, glanced at her pocket watch and could not help but inquire, if he isn't going to kill us, then why was he pursuing us with his sword? Zoro and the others fell silent, involuntarily turning their gazes toward Luoyu, feeling the weight of their stares. Luoyu hung his wine gourd at his waist and retrieved a din-din mushi. There's nothing to worry about. I merely intended to take a photograph to request a bounty from Admiral Sengoku. After all, you were a bit too impulsive. A bounty for a photograph? The gathered individuals were left in a state of bewilderment as they gazed at the din-din mushi in Luoyu's hand. Their recently healed wounds felt like they might burst open again. They had just danced with death, and now he was telling them it was all for a photo? Is this a jest? The vast ruins suddenly descended into a profound silence. Observing the peculiar device in Luoyu's hand, they found themselves at a loss for a response. Had they ever imagined that one day they would be pursued so relentlessly by the Navy? Yet, they never anticipated such an absurd rationale. Ahem, General Luoyu. One needn't use force merely to take a photograph. KB, appearing disheveled and hastily approaching, bore traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. That last blow had evidently left a significant impact on him. Had it not been for the impending hour of 5, marking the end of Luoyu's workday, he likely would not have dared to venture out and encounter such misfortune. Adjusting his golden-rimmed spectacles, Luoyu remarked, "Initially, I had no intention of intervening. I merely needed them to cooperate for a few grim photographs. However, impulsiveness is a devil, and their reckless actions necessitated a response." Nami and the others were rendered utterly speechless. Being attacked was still their fault. What a bewildering logic this is. Yet, reflecting upon the scenes that just transpired, my heart is indeed heavy with frustration. However, I can only swallow my grievances, much like biting down on broken teeth. My mind is filled with trepidation as I ponder what fate awaits them next. Moses, I am warring states. Has the Straw Hat Pirates truly been defeated by you? Luoyu, are these photographs authentic? Please respond immediately. The voice of Warring States echoed through the transponder snail. Everyone's nerves instantly tightened, and they turned their gazes toward Luoyu in unison. Admiral Warring States, the individuals were just apprehended, and the photographs were recently taken. Vice Admiral Garp and Mr. Bogart are also present. They can testify, Luoyu replied as he answered the transponder snail. Garp and Bogart are there too? I thought that Garp would falter and allow you to seize the opportunity. Warring States paused momentarily before continuing. Originally, this mission was Garp's responsibility. However, since you have successfully accomplished it, I shall duly acknowledge your merit. You will be tasked with escorting the prisoners back. Nami and the others turned pale at once. Recalling the one-sided situation from earlier, if Luoyu were to insist on escorting them back, they would likely face a fate of surrender. Admiral Warring States, it is now past 5 o'clock, and I have officially concluded my duties. The task of escorting the prisoners has been assigned to Vice Admiral Garp and Mr. Bogart. As for any military merit, I would prefer it to be converted into a monetary bonus, Luoyu declared after taking a swig from his gourd. According to the salary structure for admirals, for pirates with bounties not exceeding 100 million, I am entitled to a bonus of 1.5 times my salary. Although it amounts to only 7,500,000 berries, it is certainly better than nothing. Unfortunately, they are still too weak, with the highest bounty being merely 100 million, which does not even accumulate to a 10 million bonus. 7,500,000 berries as a bounty. Zoro and the others felt their facial muscles twitch. Is it my fault for being weak? Their entire pirate crew must exceed 3 or 400 million berries combined. Not to mention the merits from breaching Aine's lobby and the exploits of the Son of the Devil. Isn't this reward of 7.5 million berries enticing? Yet, a moment ago, their gazes were filled with disdain. If their bodies were ravaged just prior, now their spirits are being trampled upon. They are utterly wounded, both physically and mentally. Can you, young one, not fixate on such trivial matters? Sengoku was exasperated. Well, if overtime is to be compensated, then so be it, he remarked, observing the phone bug in his grasp with a wry smile. You. Sengoku felt a wave of defeat wash over him, only to grit his teeth and respond, never mind. If it's time to clock out, then so be it. Although Garp may be unreliable, escorting the Straw Hat Pirates back from Water 7 shouldn't pose much of a challenge. As for your reward, rest assured, I shall not forget. For the time being, do not return, as the headquarters is under repair. The mere thought of the Marine headquarters in Marine Fort, along with the Justice Plaza and the enormous repair costs, tightened Sengoku's chest with anguish. Nevertheless, capturing the Straw Hat Pirates, who had successfully breached Aine's lobby and rendered CP9 powerless, would indeed restore some dignity to the Navy. Yet, recalling how Garp had been injured while escorting Axan Morgan, a sense of unease crept into Sengoku's heart. He could not help but warn, Garp, the Straw Hat Pirates have conquered Aine's lobby, a place that has remained invulnerable for 8 centuries. Monkey D. Luffy has defeated Rob Lucci, the so-called strongest weapon in human history, in CP9. You must remain vigilant and ensure their safe escort back. Do not falter along the way. Haha, Sengoku, you need not worry. I never anticipated your high regard for Luffy. Truly, he is deserving of being my grandson. Garp exclaimed, seizing the phone bug and bursting into hearty laughter. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Garp immediately sensed the impropriety and cleared his throat, stating, Sengoku, you must have misheard me. I said nothing of the sort. Monkey D. Luffy is not my grandson. The expressions of those present turned solemn. Luoyu had long anticipated that Garp would employ such a tactic to dismiss Sengoku, yet hearing it firsthand was still impressive. This may very well be what is referred to as the invincibility of audacity. Who else could dare utter such shameless words in the presence of a naval admiral? Garp. You scoundrel, did you just claim that the Straw Hat Luffy is your grandson? No wonder you have been dawdling along the way, arriving 2 days later than anticipated. Sengoku's frenzied roar echoed within the transponder snail. Observing the trembling creature, Liu surmised that if Sengoku had a heart condition, it would surely manifest itself. However, according to the original narrative, Garp's blatant disregard for the sea rules suggests that this incident may ultimately be swept under the rug. Luoyu, I will offer you a price. You will work overtime to escort the Straw Hat Pirates back. Sengoku hastily interjected. Luoyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, the ancient spoke true, the heavens reward diligence. Having already pocketed a bonus, he found the prospect of overtime rather enticing. Garp's expression faltered momentarily as he quickly pressed the transponder snail, exclaiming, Sengoku, this is utterly unscrupulous. This task is clearly mine. I've already been slacking off for half a year. If I do not accomplish something tangible, I shall have no face to return to the naval headquarters. Moreover, Luoyu has already clocked out. Asking him to work overtime would be quite detrimental to your finances. As Garp continued to evade responsibility, Luoyu noticed that the transponder snail seemed on the verge of bursting with frustration. However, before he could respond, his brow furrowed as he instinctively glanced toward the ocean's entrance. In that fleeting moment, Luoyu had distinctly sensed a faint yet palpable aura of menace. With the Haki of observation swiftly expanding, he finally discerned the presence of an unwelcome guest. Admiral Sengoku, the overtime project requires adjustment. Adjustment to the overtime project? The expressions of those present momentarily froze in astonishment. What peculiar occurrence is this? Sengoku couldn't help but be taken aback, hastily exclaiming, Luoyu, you wouldn't be contemplating a brazen act of opportunism, would you? That would certainly contradict the spirit of a diligent worker. You wouldn't conspire with Garp to mock me, would you? With a chuckle, Luoyu took a swig of his drink and gazed toward the horizon. However, Sengoku, I am rather curious about the bounty one could assign to the 4 emperors. What bounty could the 4 emperors possibly command? Garp and the others momentarily froze, quickly following Luoyu's gaze. The first sight to greet their eyes was a colossal pirate ship adorned with the flag of the Beast Pirates, led by Kaido, slicing through the waves like a 100-meter sea king advancing swiftly towards them. Luoyu, are you suggesting that the 4 emperors' crew has arrived in Water 7? You can't be trying to find an excuse to avoid overtime, can you? Sengoku appeared somewhat bewildered. The operational territory of the Four Emperors has always been the New World. While Water 7 lies in the first half of the Grand Line, it would be highly unusual for the Four Emperors crew to show up here. Sengoku. It is indeed the crew of the Four Emperors, and it is likely the notoriously troublesome beast pirates, probably targeting General Luoyu. Bogart interjected, secretly feeling a sense of relief. He had been pondering how to provide Garp with an excuse to allow the Straw Hat Pirates to escape pursuit. Now, the appearance of the beast pirates undoubtedly served as a fortuitous twist of fate. However, at this critical juncture, Bogart was also eager to ascertain who precisely from the beast pirates had arrived. Luoyu adjusted his glasses, revealing a flicker of intrigue. He had just claimed a bounty of 7 million berries from the Straw Hat Pirates and had been contemplating how to gather enough for the next 10 consecutive draws. It appeared that fortune was favoring him at the right moment. On the distant pirate ship, a robust figure stood prominently at the bow, flanked by a shadowy figure cloaked in white robes. CP, I did not anticipate that you would divulge the whereabouts of the newly appointed Marine General to us of the Beast Pirates. The arms trade I am escorting next will yield some benefits for your world government. However, according to intelligence, the Marine hero Garp is present in Water 7. And without Captain Jack, it may prove challenging to withstand him. Haha, Soul, you are being overly dramatic, CP0 chuckled lightly. Garp is indeed somewhat formidable. But let us not forget that you are a member of the Flying Six, second only to the All-Stars. It is rumored that you possess the strength to rival the All-Stars. As for Garp, if you follow my instructions, he won't dare to meddle in such affairs. Do not forget, there exists an agreement between the Marine headquarters and the Four Emperors. An agreement, you say? Soul chuckled dryly. You people are indeed filled with treachery. If the newly appointed Admiral were to learn that he has drawn the attention of our beast pirates, I wonder what expression would grace his face. I am truly eager to witness it. Indeed, it is time to instill a sense of discipline in this new Admiral, ensuring he complies with the commands of our 5 esteemed leaders. CP0 chuckled softly, displaying a keen interest. As the pirate ship swiftly docked, the members of the beast pirates revealed their menacing smiles upon the deck. Soar, a member of the Flying Six, was the first to leap ashore, followed closely by hundreds of pirates who hastened to follow. Only CP0 remained shrouded in darkness, quietly observing the unfolding drama. However, when their gaze fell upon the figure of Ryu, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene, leaving everyone, including Soar, momentarily frozen. What expression is that? Disappointment? Luoyu gazed at the unexpected visitor before him, truly disheartened. He had anticipated a momentous encounter, only to find himself confronted by a mere background character whose face he did not even recognize. Kapu, please tell me, is Kaido here to cause trouble? We cannot be held responsible if we retaliate. The voice of Sengoku urgently echoed through the transponder snail. Luoyu snapped back to reality, responding, Commander Sengoku. Do I appear weak to you? What is the matter? Sengoku paused momentarily before the visual transponder snail was activated, observing the members of the beast pirates disembarking. He too was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his thoughts. It seems the youth are to blame, otherwise you would not be so underestimated. However, if memory served him correctly, this individual was none other than the formidable ancient lizard, Soul, one of the Flying Six, second only to the All-Star, boasting a bounty of 270 million berries. 270 million berries. Luoyu's motion to lift his gourd of wine faltered briefly. Soul, noticing Luoyu's dazed demeanor, revealed a sinister grin, taunting, Hey kid, what's wrong? Are you frightened? You needn't feel ashamed. We Flying Six are nearly equivalent to the All-Stars within the Beast Pirates. But really, how formidable can someone as young as you, a Navy Admiral, truly be? This time, I simply came to inform you that Boss Jack wishes to see you. And I hope you will accompany us. Kapu, I advise you not to interfere. The one who killed Boss Jack is a personal matter. I trust you do not wish to see the Navy headquarters embroiled in a full-blown conflict with our beast pirates, do you? Sengoku's expression momentarily faltered as he grasped that only Luoyu, perhaps due to his youth and inexperience, was being underestimated. Yet, for a mere member of the Flying Six to audaciously flaunt his power before Kapu was evidently a calculated move. However, upon hearing that Jack was pursuing Luoyu, Sengoku's heart sank. Only 270 million berries, calculating a 5% bounty that barely amounted to 15 million berries. Luoyu took a swig of his drink and, raising his fingers, remarked, Jack is the real deal, with a bounty of 1 billion. I could earn 50 million in rewards. Where is he? I will accompany you. His voice resonated across the desolate dock. As they observed Luoyu, who appeared to be seriously calculating his bounty, the muscles in everyone's cheeks twitched. Especially Nami and the others, who had just been evaluated, felt utterly disregarded. They finally comprehended that there existed individuals in this world who cherished wealth even more than Nami. For the sake of a bounty, one could even sell oneself to the four emperors. Soul's expression gradually contorted as he gazed at Luoyu, who stood a few dozen meters away, exuding an air of indifference. He clenched the axe in his hand tightly. Since ascending to the status of the Flying Six, Soul had come to the realization for the first time that the title of Flying Six was a disgrace. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 270 million berries was merely regarded as a mere 15 million bounty in the eyes of others. This was utterly intolerable. Infuriated by the audacity of the Navy brat, Soul vowed to witness the true prowess of the newly appointed naval admiral who dared to belittle the Flying Six of the Beast's pirates. With a roar, he tightened his grip on the axe and surged forward, propelling himself to the peak of his speed. Simultaneously, amidst the throng of pirates, a dark figure emerged, racing through the air. Lord Soul, I shall provide you with support. A crisp twang of bowstrings reverberated, and two black arrows sliced through the air, swiftly appearing before Luoyu. Raising an eyebrow, Luoyu regarded the approaching figure with surprise. If memory served him correctly, this was the legendary King Bat, known for sending Luffy flying with a single punch. However, as he observed the incoming arrows, Luoyu let out a resigned sigh. You are compelling me to work overtime. I could be earning millions here. This maneuver was originally intended for dealing with high bounties, but perhaps a slight reduction in my workload would suffice. A dazzling golden light radiated from Luoyu. Boom. The two arrows were forcefully halted 3 feet away from him. Witnessing the rapidly coalescing illusion of 1,000 hands, Soul's expression shifted slightly. Nevertheless, the massive axe in his grip remained devoid of any embellishment as it descended with unyielding force. Thunderously, the axe struck down, epitomizing the identity of a pirate with a bounty of 270 million to its fullest. The resulting shockwave cascaded like a hurricane, forcing the injured Luffy and his companions to retreat. Observing this, Bogart swiftly positioned himself beside them, solemnly advising, "This is a prime opportunity. You should hasten your departure. Otherwise, it will be too late once this farce concludes." Depart? Nami and the others were momentarily taken aback. The notion of escaping from Luoyu had long been deemed a luxury. They had never anticipated that the navy before them would willingly spare them. No, this time it is the four Emperor's Beast pirates. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 270 million. I wish to observe a while longer. I want to understand the extent of the disparity between us. Zoro gritted his teeth, mustering the strength to hold himself upright. Meanwhile, Sanji silently retrieved a cigarette, lighting it as he remarked, I do not wish to face an admiral again, unable to protect Nami-san and Robin-san. We yearn to comprehend the vast chasm that separates us from an admiral. You all, Bogart exclaimed in exasperation, ultimately turning to look at Luoyu, letting out a deep sigh. Forget it, you cannot catch up now. Only by putting in extra hours will he engage seriously, unleashing his true power. You have no time left to escape. Zoro and the others stood in stunned silence. Only by working overtime would he take things seriously? If this were true, then had they merely been struck down in vain moments ago? With this thought, they swiftly turned their gaze back toward the epicenter of the swirling dust. The blow that had been parried sent Zoro retreating several meters away. His robust frame, muscles rippling like solid rock, transformed into a massive lizard, towering at 5 or 6 meters. Like a weighty boulder, it crashed into the ground, sending forth a cloud of debris. Its colossal tail coiled around the axe, crimson eyes gleaming with bloodlust, swiftly darting towards Luoyu. However, in that instant, as the gaze settled, the bloodthirst in Sora's pupils dissipated entirely, nearly causing his eyes to bulge out. Even the hundreds of pirates standing behind him found their eyes narrowing in disbelief. Amidst the sandy ruins, Luoyu stood on one leg, his right foot suspended in midair. With all eyes upon him, he slowly brought his hands together in a gesture of earnest prayer. In that moment, the air around him seemed to freeze in time. Everyone present at the desolate dock felt as if they were sinking into an abyss. Behind Luoyu, a golden-hued Kuan Yin, appearing almost tangible, unfurled majestically. This scene, witnessed by Jean Gua and Cap, caused their expressions to subtly shift. If the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara, conjured by Luoyu earlier, existed in an ethereal realm. Then the sorrowful and profoundly compassionate figure of Avalokitesvara, now appearing behind Luoyu, was nearly tangible. The intertwining of countless hands emanated an overwhelming aura, akin to the suffocating weight of Mount Tai. Paired with Luoyu's peculiar stance, rooted in place, an inexplicable sense of oppression intensified. Observing the colossal figure on the battlefield, imbued with a gaze of pity, Soul found an unidentifiable sense of crisis burgeoning within him. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Luoyu abruptly opened his eyes, his right hand forming an OK gesture with his thumb and index finger, and exhaled a deep breath. 100 styles Avalokitesvara, 0 form. With a resonating hum. The once compassionate visage of Avalokitesvara widened its mouth, channeling the wildly compressed energy within. At that moment, accompanied by Luoyu's exhalation, it erupted with a cataclysmic force. Boom! A torrent of white energy surged forth, reminiscent of the Yellow River breaking its dam, closing the distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The blinding brilliance instantly robbed everyone of their sight. In an instant, the violent explosion swept through like a hurricane of unprecedented magnitude. The swirling dust and debris created an apocalyptic atmosphere. Those, like Zoro, who had resolved to remain and observe, were instantly hurled away by the immense shockwave, landing heavily hundreds of meters away. Time became irrelevant as they lay amidst the ruins, their bodies aching, oblivious to their injuries, hastily glancing towards the dock. Yet, the sight that met their eyes left them utterly astonished. The dock, which had stood just moments before, had vanished without a trace, along with the pirate ships moored at the harbor. Everywhere they looked, the sea appeared to be cleaved by an invisible blade, revealing a vast vacuum chasm. The torn seabed still bubbled with molten lava, a testament to the inhuman temperatures it had just endured. Reflecting on the preceding chaos, they could only vaguely recall Luoyu striking an unusual pose before exhaling towards the notorious pirate, Ba. Then, the dock was gone, the pirate ship was gone. And even the formidable Ba had vanished with a single breath. Such terrifying exhalation. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that the infamous pirate, with a bounty of 270 million, could not withstand even a single breath. A tempest of sand swirled through the air, engulfing the vast, abandoned dock in an inexplicable silence. Gazing upon the once thriving port, now reduced to desolation, no, it should be likened to a scorched pit, with the seabed torn apart and seawater gushing in. Everyone stood in a state of stunned disbelief. The recent events replayed in their minds, leaving them with a surreal, dreamlike sensation. Just moments ago, Sanji and Zoro had fervently insisted on staying to witness the unfolding drama. Yet now they found themselves parched and speechless. They finally grasped the weight of Bogart's warning. By choosing to remain, it was already too late. They had never anticipated that the notorious pirate, with a bounty of 270 million, would prove so vulnerable. The earlier confrontation now seemed trivial, akin to a mere child's play. "Let us set sail," Zoro exclaimed. "The ship has arrived. We must hurry." Nami's voice echoed from behind them. Not far off, a brand new pirate ship loomed into view. In stark contrast to their previous defiance, the meager remnants of their courage had been utterly shattered by that recent strike. Watching Luffy and the others hastily flee, disregarding their injuries, Bogart merely observed the scene unfold. To him, it might as well have been a nightmare. However, for these fledgling birds, nurtured in the cradle of the four seas, this is undoubtedly the most effective wake-up call. Emerging from the nightmare, one might even find the strength to become stronger. Garp, grasp the den mushi tightly, and tell me what transpired just now. A frantic voice from Sengoku echoed through the den mushi. As Garp adjusted the device, the scene before him caused Sengoku to collapse into his chair. It's all gone, utterly vanished. Haha, Sengoku, if it's gone, then it's gone. At worst, Kaido might return to our headquarters and take his own life again. Such occurrences are not unprecedented. Garp chuckled heartily, seemingly unfazed by the situation. As a legendary figure of the old era, hailed as a naval hero, Garp had faced even rocks without flinching. He certainly did not regard Kaido, a mere junior, with much concern. No, Garp, my worry lies with the plan that the five elders proposed not long ago, which may be reignited. This could potentially incite a tremendous uproar. Sengoku spoke gravely. A plan that has been shelved? Garp's expression shifted, clearly realizing what Sengoku was alluding to. If this proposal were to be reviewed, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation for the Navy headquarters. Sengoku, This matter must not come to fruition. You understand well the consequences it could entail. Rest assured. I will do everything in my power to suppress this proposal, hoping the 5 elders will not act foolishly out of selfish desires, Sengoku replied solemnly. By the way, where has Straw Hat Luffy gone? He has fled. Fled? Sengoku tightened his grip on the din mushi and bellowed in a frenzy. You fool. I knew you would resort to tricks. Hurry and pursue him. If you fail to catch him, do not return to the headquarters to face me. Furthermore, the world government has requested our Navy headquarters to assist in the capture of the traitorous CP9. Have Raft prepare accordingly. Haha, understood, understood. Garp responded with a hearty laugh. As old comrades, Sengoku was well aware of Garp's methods, and vice versa. At this moment, Sengoku's request for Garp to chase after Luffy, rather than sending Raft, indicated a tacit understanding to turn a blind eye. After all, Sengoku was the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, not one of the 5 elders of the world government. His motivations did not prioritize the highest interests of the world government, but rather the well-being of the Navy headquarters. If the 5 elders were to pass the proposal, it could drive Garp to a desperate situation. Sengoku understood that the strength of the Navy headquarters would be severely diminished as a result. As fleet admiral, Sengoku was acutely aware of the perception the world government held towards both the Navy headquarters and the Judicial Island, as well as the Impel Down prison. It is merely a facade they maintain for the purpose of world domination. Their true intentions lie solely within the SSG program, a project involving special forces that adhere to absolute obedience, which is still under research. Nevertheless, these troublesome matters are truly exasperating. I hope no significant upheaval will occur. Sengoku hung up the phone, massaging his throbbing temples as he fell into deep contemplation. Amidst the ruins, the scattered feathers drifted away from the assembled Byakko behind him. Gazing at the charred earth before him, he was filled with a sense of unexpected astonishment. The 100-style guanine originates from the world of Hunter x Hunter, a signature technique of the Hunter Association's chairman, Netero. With the ability to deliver over 10,000 punches in a single hour, it ultimately evolves into a prayer technique. This technique can unleash the fastest and most potent attacks with the slowest of movements, instantly overwhelming the enemy. The Zero style, recently demonstrated by Luoyu, is indeed the most formidable trump card within the 100-style guanine. It allows the practitioner to extract and compress their power in an instant, unleashing an unparalleled strike. In the original work, Netero concluded his illustrious career with this very move. Unfortunately, having lived to the age of 120, he had long surpassed the peak of his prowess. His aging body significantly diminished his strength, leaving him with only about 50 to 60% of his true power during his final confrontation with the Ant King, resulting in a devastating defeat. Not long ago, when Luoyu acquired this technique, he pondered what level of power the 100-style Guanine Zero could achieve. It appears that the reality has exceeded his expectations. Of course, the recent strike was also influenced by Luoyu's forced overtime and passive performance burning. Otherwise, obliterating the Flying Six would have posed considerable difficulty. Fortunately, he completed it in 58 seconds, not exceeding a minute. Otherwise, he would have lost a third of the 7.5 million performance points he had worked hard to earn. Glancing at the system's performance balance, which remained at 6,500,000 berries, Luoyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There are indeed numerous pirates with bounties on the high seas. However, only those who have committed significant offenses or possess special backgrounds can submit bounties to the Navy headquarters. The pirates with inflated bounties on the sea clearly do not enjoy such privileges. If Luffy had not defeated the Shichibukai crocodile and captured Aine's lobby, he likely would not have received such treatment. Nevertheless, recalling the Flying Six he encountered earlier, with a bounty of 270 million berries and a reward of 13,500,000 berries, Luoyu felt a sense of satisfaction. General Luoyu, there are many corpses scattered about. Should we bury them on site? Balumeb looked pale after inspecting the charred pit. The memory of that strike still sent chills down his spine. He was grateful he had not overly praised the Straw Hat Pirates. Otherwise, he believed that one strike would have left them unrecognizable. Bury the corpses? Luoyu snapped back to reality, shooting a glance at Balumeb. No, these are not corpses, they are rewards. I must see the living and the dead. We must bring the Flying Six back. Just as he finished speaking, an ethereal system prompt resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving a 10 million performance honor and qualifying for treasure chest advancement. The host may use 20 million performance points to upgrade the treasure chest. elevating it from silver to gold. Once upgraded, the treasure chest cannot be exchanged back to silver. Please consider carefully. Upon the completion of the treasure chest upgrade by the host, a 100% upgrade reward shall be bestowed. The chime resonates, signifying that the upgrade is time-limited to 24 hours. Should the host fail to select the treasure chest for upgrading within this period, the opportunity for enhancement shall be irrevocably lost. A series of ethereal notifications reverberates within the mind. Luoyu's brow instinctively arches, revealing a visage of astonishment. Just moments ago, thoughts were occupied with devising ways to elevate the tier of the silver treasure chest. Little did they anticipate that an upgrade notification would emerge so promptly. However, recalling the system's repetitive description, the oppression of the landlord system is indeed omnipresent. Just as I had managed to accumulate a modest amount of provisions in my pocket, I found myself directly targeted. Initially, I had merely been toying with the idea of indulging in a complete lottery extravaganza, perhaps showcasing a splendid 20 consecutive draws. However, it seems that this aspiration has been abruptly thwarted. The last time I attempted a 10 draw, I was met with an exasperating repetition of 100 points of strength, which nearly drove me into a state of despair. Had it not been for the fortunate emergence of 2 exceptional prizes, I might have truly succumbed to a sense of defeat. This time, Luoyu indeed contemplated showcasing a dazzling 20 consecutive draws. However, according to the system's assertion, should this opportunity be missed, the subsequent endeavor to upgrade the treasure chest would be a venture shrouded in uncertainty, potentially extending to an indefinite future. The most critical drawback is that the rewards obtainable from the silver treasure chest would only ascend to the gold tier at best. If one aspires to significantly enhance their prowess with the aid of the system in the future, they will inevitably encounter a formidable bottleneck. It appears that the system has a firm grasp on the situation. Thus, upgrading remains an imperative course of action. This time, the upgrade indeed lacks the 20 consecutive draws. Yet the opportunity to receive a guaranteed reward should suffice. System, please provide me with the upgrade chest immediately. Luoyu retracted his thoughts and spoke. Ding. The system replied. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. The silver chest has been successfully upgraded. The upgrade will take 2 working days, and upon completion, the host will receive the upgrade reward. The system's notification echoed once more. Luoyu gazed at the countdown appearing in his consciousness space, helplessly touching the tip of his nose. Is this the consequence of clocking in for work? Otherwise, how could upgrading a treasure chest take 2 working days? If memory serves me correctly, today is Thursday. Aside from the weekend, it seems that the chest upgrade won't be completed until Monday. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Luoyu finds it futile to dwell on it, merely hoping that the upcoming upgrade rewards will bring an unexpected delight. The exchange points required for upgrading the chest from silver to gold have escalated from 1 million to an astonishing 10 million berries. If one wishes to extravagantly flaunt a 10 consecutive draws, it would be prudent to find a way to earn additional performance bonuses. Luoyu, I just failed to pursue the Straw Hat Pirates. Your previous maneuver truly exudes the aura of an elder. Kapu's hearty laughter echoed suddenly. Luoyu exited the consciousness space. And if he did not misinterpret his observation with Kenbunshika Haki, Kapu's so-called pursuit merely involved him running 1,000 meters away to pick his nose before returning. He was resolute in going easy on his precious grandson. However, Luoyu did not take this matter to heart, having already extracted all the benefits from the Straw Hat Pirates. He would not mind seizing the opportunity to do so a second or third time. The Straw Hat Pirates were still too naive, lacking even the qualifications to contribute a golden treasure chest. For now, he sought other opportunities to reap rewards. By the way, just now, Berumber found numerous pirates who had been thrown out by the explosive shockwave and sustained serious injuries. Even the Flying Six suffered grave wounds, with 1 arm and 1 leg severed, and he lay unconscious, his body charred. You wouldn't mind if I helped bring him back to the Navy headquarters, would you? Kapu laughed heartily, patting Luoyu on the shoulder. You heard Sengoku's words earlier. If you return empty-handed, I fear you may not even be allowed to enter the gates of justice. As a master of idleness, Kapu had long grown accustomed to Sengoku's harsh words. Now, escorting the Flying Six back was also to provide everyone with a good excuse. Is the Flying Six still alive? Luoyu raised an eyebrow, feeling no surprise. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user of an ancient species, his vitality was so robust that he could be likened to a cockroach. Moreover, in the New World, everyone possesses dual-color Haki. With this dual defense, It was evidently impossible to reduce the Flying Six to ashes with a single 100-style guanyin strike. Observing the Flying Six being carried over, Luoyu's eyes brightened, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. Mr. Kapu, I cannot lend you the Flying Six as a shield. I shall personally oversee the escort. Personally oversee it? Kapu was momentarily taken aback. When did you become so earnest about your tasks, you little rascal? However, if you do not mind the trouble, I have no objections. At worst, I shall endure a few days of missed meals. By the way, Sengoku asked me to convey to you to assist the world government in capturing CP9. If there are no issues, you may set off on your next workday. Cap had long grown accustomed to Luoyu's methods, urging Luoyu, who had already finished for the day, to embark immediately. He mused that it would not be surprising if he ended up receiving overtime pay. No, Mr. Cap, Luoyu replied. I believe Admiral Sengoku is also quite anxious regarding the pursuit of CP9. There's nothing pressing for me to attend to here. I can set sail after work. Which hardly qualifies as overtime. A breath of fresh sea air would be quite pleasant. Adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses, he took a sip of his drink and continued. Is Barumabur back yet? Have him return at once. We must ensure the recovery of the Flying Six. We are the Navy, dedicated to saving lives. Do you understand? Dedicated to saving lives? Barumabur was momentarily taken aback. He turned to gaze at the heap of bodies behind him, his entire being frozen in place. The power of a single strike had reduced hundreds to unrecognizable forms. Can this truly be associated with the noble image of saving lives? Observing Luoyu's swift departure, an involuntary pang gripped the hearts of those present, giving rise to an utterly absurd notion. General Garp, one could not help but inquire. If General Liu suddenly becomes proactive and insists on rescuing Fei Lubao, could it be that he would exploit even the disabled as bait to lure out the drought-stricken Jack for a reward? Bogart's facial muscles twitched as he was the first to voice this thought. Upon hearing his words, a consensus of agreement washed over the crowd. Even Garp was no exception, particularly as he observed Fei Lubao lying on the stretcher, who ought to have shown no reaction but, upon hearing this revelation, began to involuntarily convulse. It seems this conjecture has been all but confirmed. This distinguished general, it seems, would indeed go to great lengths for a reward, even to the detriment of the disabled. 3 days later, the momentous event of Judicial Island's fall would sweep across the vast ocean. The Straw Hat Pirates ascended to the status of supernovas, causing quite a stir in the distant New World. With a bounty skyrocketing to 300 million berries, Luffy emerged as the foremost among newcomers, leaving many pirates in astonishment. Captain Red-Haired, the news bird has arrived. Shall we procure a newspaper? It would be intriguing to see Luffy's bounty notice, remarked a member of the crew. On a deserted island beach, a campfire crackled to life. Lucky gazed skyward at the approaching news bird, his excitement palpable. Just a week prior, they had indeed learned of the fall of Judicial Island. However, this informal tidbit, compared to a formal announcement, felt distinctly different. Well then, let us have a copy. We've been stranded in the doldrums for quite some time, cut off from the outside world. It's the perfect opportunity to see how Luffy has stirred up trouble. Captain Red-Haired replied with a grin, taking a swig of strong liquor. The successful conquest of Judicial Island, which had remained unconquered for 8 centuries, and the defeat of CP9 showcased Luffy's remarkable growth. Let us speculate on Luffy's current bounty. Whoever comes closest shall be rewarded with this fine wine. He made an initial guess of 300 million berries. As his words settled, he casually tossed his cherished wine onto the beach, igniting a fervor among the crew. Lucky, not wanting to miss the opportunity, hurried to negotiate with the news bird. In the doldrums, aside from the absence of the winds necessary for navigation, a plethora of sea kings lurked. Once one ventured too deep, even real-time communication via snail would be obstructed. On Snake Island, situated within the doldrums, the sole means of acquiring external information was through the news bird. Ben Beckman, you are the intellect aboard our ship. Surely you can outsmart the captain. Quickly, guess Luffy's bounty. Jesus Burgess chuckled. At that moment, all eyes turned to Ben Beckman. Ben Beckman, cigar in mouth, returned to the present, observing Lucky, who had just completed his transaction with the news bird. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he could not help but express, Captain, I have a feeling we should not have allowed Lucky to procure the newspaper. Do not forget his uncanny knack for misfortune. Uncanny knack for misfortune? The others paused momentarily. While Jesus Burgess interjected, Ben Beckman, are you referring to the captain's previous remarks about eagerly anticipating the clash between Luffy and the new Marine Admiral after departing Whitebeard's territory? I recall that Haki mentioned a blood-red flower, and indeed, I remember the astonished expressions of the crew present, including the ever-composed Shanks. The mere thought of that offhand remark from that day caused everyone to instinctively glance at Haki. Upon witnessing Haki's awkward demeanor, a palpable sense of dread enveloped the atmosphere. Haki, why are you taking so long to bring over the newspaper? Surely, your ominous words cannot have come to fruition. Jisuspu urged anxiously. Unlike the others, he had his precious son aboard the ship, and his concern was palpable. With a countenance marked by bitterness, Haki reluctantly unfolded the somewhat warm newspaper and handed it over. I was merely jesting. I never anticipated that Luffy and the others would encounter such misfortune. The paper indeed bore news of Luffy and his crew's bounties and the monumental event of their assault on Aine's lobby. However, the rest of the content is for you to peruse yourselves. All eyes swiftly converged on the newspaper. What was once the prominent headline of the Straw Hat Pirates had been relegated to a mere corner, overshadowed by the calamitous image of a devastated dock. The clash of the Navy and the pirate supernovas. Sparks of battle, not blood. The pirate supernova falls in a sea of crimson. The beast pirates, led by the 6 flying bullets, strike. The new Admiral, Yu, annihilates in one blow. The pirate supernova escapes amidst the chaos. Bold, dark letters dominated the front page, accompanied by a harrowing image of the aftermath reported to Sengoku, as they gazed at the grim contents and the sorrowful visages of Luffy and his companions. The once joyous bonfire celebration transformed into a profound silence. Had their captain's left arm truly misaligned with the currents of fate? Meanwhile, several nautical miles from Sabaody Archipelago, a warship surged through the waves with great haste. On the deck, Yu stood at the bow, munching on steam buns while a phone snail connected nearby. Yu, have you lost your senses? It has been 3 days, and you still haven't returned the 6 flying bullets. Are you truly contemplating using even the disabled to lure in the drought-ridden Jack for a bounty? Garp's voice resonated through the phone snail. You reckless lad. Your methods are becoming increasingly audacious, but I admire that. I have long harbored disdain for the beast pirates. His hearty laughter echoed across the deck, causing the naval soldiers to twitch in disbelief. In these waters, the 4 emperors had long been synonymous with nightmares. Not only ordinary folk, but even naval commanders steered clear of them. Who could have imagined that someone would dare to bait the 4 emperors? Even the recently revived 6 flying bullets, drawing upon the formidable vitality of ancient Zoan types, nearly spat blood upon hearing this exchange. They had thought that becoming a pirate merely meant risking death. He never anticipated that he would become someone else's bait. What he found most unacceptable was that the metric by which this naval admiral judged them was not the bounty they took pride in, but rather a mere bonus. For them, a 5% bonus felt like being nailed to the pillar of shame, if it weren't for the sea stone handcuffs binding him like a zongzi. Rendered immobile atop the mast, as a member of the Flying Six, he wished to die with a semblance of dignity. Mr. Garp, isn't a 50 million performance bonus enticing? He murmured, taking a sip of the earthy brew. Keep this matter from Admiral Sengoku for me, and once it's resolved, your senbei will be on me. However, it has already been 3 days, and the Navy headquarters has yet to receive any intelligence from CP9. If this continues, I shall have to devise another plan. Devise another plan? Garp was taken aback, then exclaimed urgently, Kid, you're not thinking of going to the underground black market tavern for information again, are you? Last time you bought a piece of intel, you offended the beast pirates. If you do it again, I fear you might upset one of the emperors, and Sengoku might have a heart attack. Just wait a little longer. The intelligence network of the Navy headquarters is not as inadequate as you think. We will soon ascertain the area where CP9 is hiding in the Sabaody Archipelago. Hey, don't hang up. I might as well give you a personal contact. Hey, don't forget you promised me that your senbei would be fully covered. Sengoku has lent me a dime lately. The last words from the phone bug echoed as Kobe, standing nearby, wore a bitter expression. This is indeed a case of being caught off guard. General Luoyu. Why must I bear the burden of what you promised, Mr. Garp? Why? Luoyu replied, savoring a sip of wine while taking a bite of bread. Because I am devoid of funds. Devoid of funds? Kobe responded with a wry smile. General Liu, your bonuses seem to far exceed my entire salary multiplied many times over. It appears you have yet to repay what you borrowed from Mr. Garp's ship. Repay? Luoyu adjusted his glasses, gazing at the dilapidated dock that lay ahead. Fear not. For a person of integrity repays debts, and a person of noble character repays them, albeit late. I shall surely repay. By the way, it seems you accomplished something in Water 7. I seem to have forgotten. General Liu, Admiral Sengoku has instructed us to prioritize military achievements, diminish our focus on wealth, and cultivate a spirit of selfless dedication. I still have a bit left from last month's salary. I shall buy some rice crackers for Mr. Garp. Kobe felt a surge of energy and promptly replied. Observing the bound-up Flying Six behind him, he genuinely feared that Liu might, in a moment of disagreement, turn on him. General Luoyu, we have successfully anchored. Shall we disembark immediately? By Rumi, I hurriedly reported. However, General Luoyu, why have you come to this deserted island number 13? The Sabaody archipelago serves as a crucial nexus connecting the first and second halves of the Grand Line, divided into 79 zones. Among these are lawless territories and naval divisions, as well as islands, like the one before us, that have been artificially abandoned. Due to the peculiar status of pirates, they cannot traverse the Red Line to access the Grand Line, which is lauded as the latter half of the New World. They can only congregate in the Sabaody archipelago, utilizing the special soap tree coating and the route through Fishman Island to reach the New World. Hence, the Sabaody archipelago has fostered a distinctive prosperity. Indeed, the myriad facets of life must adhere to certain principles. Luoyu mused, taking a swig of the earthy liquor before leaping onto the shore. Aine, who had long been awaiting their arrival, hastily approached to report. General Luoyu. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and Vice Admiral T. Pig entered the Sabaody archipelago 3 days ago for a search, yet regrettably, they have not yet discovered any trace of CP9. Peach Rabbit and T. Pig have arrived? Luoyu couldn't help but feel surprised. However, recalling that CP9, as the highest executing agency of intelligence, holds the utmost authority within Judicial Island, possessing strength that rivals even that of a Vice Admiral, with Rob Lucci exceeding the typical rank of a Vice Admiral. It dawned on him that subduing CP9 would indeed prove challenging if led solely by ordinary naval Vice Admirals. Most crucially, as the premier intelligence organization of the world government. CP9 possesses a wealth of secrets that remain concealed from the public eye. Once these secrets are divulged, they will significantly undermine the image the world government has painstakingly maintained. For this very reason, when CP9 faltered and Spandam adamantly branded them as traitors, a merciless eradication awaited them. Is he the newly appointed admiral stirring up a commotion upon the seas during this period? He does not seem particularly remarkable. Standing beside Aine, a girl with short orange hair draped in an admiral's cloak could not help but whisper softly. Upon hearing this, Aine shot her a sharp glance and hastened to clarify. Admiral Luoyu, Iska means no harm. She has just been transferred back from the first half of the Grand Line and is curious about your affairs. Iska, blushing, also noted the inappropriateness of her earlier words and quickly interjected, Admiral Luoyu, I bear no ill intent. I know you mean no harm, Luoyu replied, taking a sip of his drink, quickly recalling Iska's background. You are the newcomer who chased after Fire Fist Ace across the seas in the first half of the Grand Line, right? As a fellow newcomer, there's no need to be overly formal. Hearing this, Iska's face lit up with joy. As a newcomer, receiving recognition from an admiral of such renown is a tremendous honor. However, upon hearing the latter part of Liu's statement, Iska's smile froze, and she bitterly remarked, Admiral Liu, are you implying a disparity in rank? You are an admiral, while I am merely a captain. It feels as though the threshold for newcomers has been lowered, hindering their progress. Nevertheless, she continued, but Admiral Liu, I heard you recently boarded the Moby Dick of Whitebeard and managed to escape unscathed. You've encountered Fire Fist Ace, who declined the invitation to become a warlord and is the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. Many are now comparing you to Fire Fist Ace. If one were to compare the two of you, who would emerge stronger? Observing Iska, who had suddenly become chatty, Luoyu found it somewhat surprising. Recalling that in the original narrative, Iska had once dissuaded Fire Fist Ace from accepting the warlord position. After taking a light sip of his drink, he mused. Perhaps he is a tad stronger. Fire Fist Ace is stronger? Iska was momentarily taken aback, having never anticipated Liu would concede that someone else surpassed him. After all, a newcomer who rises to prominence across the seas would hardly admit to inferiority. Luoyu's response undoubtedly exceeded Iska's expectations. Iska, Admiral Luoyu is merely jesting. You cannot genuinely believe Fire Fist Ace surpasses him, can you? Aine interjected promptly. Admiral Luoyu is the one who emerged unscathed from the Moby Dick. I am confident that eventually, the people of this sea will recognize that Admiral Luoyu is indeed stronger than Fire Fist Ace, at least by a slight margin. Isn't that right, Admiral Luoyu? Observing the two young girls with expressions of profound conflict, Admiral Luoyu could not help but cast a sidelong glance. Such matters are difficult to articulate. I have not engaged with him directly. Perhaps he is indeed somewhat formidable. However, this is not the time for such discussions. Let us not forget our objective of locating the whereabouts of CP9. Have we made any progress? Iska and Aine returned to their senses, grappling with the earlier topic. Yet as members of the Navy, they understood the primacy of duty. Iska promptly stepped forward to report. Admiral Luoyu, 3 days ago. I was responsible for leading a team alongside Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit to search the Sabaody archipelago. However, since someone detected the movements of CP9, we have found no trace of them within the archipelago. Rear Admiral Chibuta has begun to suspect that CP9 has departed from Sabaody. Departed from Sabaody? Luoyu furrowed his brow. The treasure chest had just been upgraded to gold, and he was contemplating a way to secure some rewards for a tenfold draw. If CP9 truly managed to escape, leaving him with nothing, it would not bode well. Admiral Luoyu, we have exhausted all means available to us, yet there remains no sign of CP9. Could it be that they have indeed fled? Iska could not restrain herself from speaking again. Luoyu took a sip of his drink and replied, since conventional methods have proven ineffective, we must resort to unconventional measures in these extraordinary times. Unconventional measures during extraordinary times? Iska was taken aback, clearly perplexed. Only Aine's expression shifted noticeably, and she exclaimed, Admiral Luoyu, you are not considering seeking information from pirates again, are you? The last time, you even extorted Kaido of the beasts. If you pursue this course of action to inquire about CP9's whereabouts from pirates, not to mention the potential for obtaining useful information, what if you offend someone again? It is likely that Fleet Admiral Sengoku would hold you accountable. To extort a Yonko for information? Iska was bewildered, casting a glance at her peer standing before her. Is this truly a desperate measure rather than a path to self-destruction? Aine, not long ago, I heard rumors about a conflict between the Great Fallen Feather and the Flying Six of the Beast Pirates in the City of Seven Waters. Is this true? Iska could no longer contain her curiosity and pressed for answers. Aine, with a wry smile, nodded and replied, you have not misheard. The individuals are still bound on the warship. If you doubt it, you may go and see for yourself. Iska stood there, momentarily stunned. She had assumed these were mere rumors, for in her eyes, the four emperors were entities that no one dared to provoke lightly. She had never considered that her perspective was simply constrained by the limitations of her own worldview. Such individuals truly still exist. However, at this critical juncture, Iska was increasingly eager to ascertain how Luoyu would proceed in the quest to uncover the whereabouts of CP9. Rest assured, this time I am merely enlisting the help of 2 retired elders to gather some information. Luoyu absent-mindedly touched the tip of his nose, then abruptly lifted his gaze towards the forest ahead. Mr. Rayleigh, Miss Haki, since you are here, why do you not reveal yourselves? Is someone approaching? Iska and Aine's expressions momentarily faltered, hurriedly following his gaze, and the first sight to meet their eyes was Haki, emerging from the shadows, cigarette in hand. Luoyu, aren't there supposed to be 2 individuals? Iska paused, while Aine tensed up beside her. As Zephyr's prized pupil, she had remained within the headquarters academy, privy to far more information than Iska, a mere branch student, gazing at the somewhat familiar yet strange visage before her. It felt as though she had seen it somewhere before, though she could not recall where at that moment. The second one has arrived. Luoyu took a sip of the earthy brew and continued. Iska and Aine suddenly felt a surge of unexplainable dread wash over them. When they finally discerned the approaching figure, a seemingly disheveled silver-haired individual surged towards them like a bolt of lightning. The speed was astonishing. The distance of 100 meters seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the glimmer of cold steel, Iska hurriedly drew her sword and charged forward. Arrogant fool, dare you strike at the Admiral? You must first pass through me. With a swift motion, Iska utilized the Navy's 6 styles technique. Shaving off the distance to appear a few meters ahead, her katana raised to strike. Heh, young girl, no wonder you share the same rookie status as Admiral Luoyu. Your courage is commendable, but alas, you alone cannot withstand me. Rayleigh chuckled lightly, his left hand suddenly pressing forward with great force. Iska's expression froze, her body instantly tensing up. An indescribable sense of oppression surged towards her like a fierce tiger. Before she could react, she was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, she soared past Luoyu and crashed into a tree several dozen meters away. Aine quickly darted in to intercept her, managing to shield Iska from the impact. The two flew backward for several meters before they finally came to a halt. Yet, reflecting on the earlier encounter, Iska struggled to accept that she had been effortlessly hurled away by an old man with a mere gesture. Him, He is Rayleigh, the retired elder you mentioned. The right-hand man of Pirate King Roger, the Dark King Rayleigh? Aine suddenly exclaimed. Iska's face turned pale in an instant. Though she had never encountered the true visage of the Dark King Rayleigh, she had certainly heard tales of his name, the legendary pirate of the previous era. In a moment of impulsive fervor, she unexpectedly took action against the formidable Pluto, Rayleigh. Reflecting upon it now sends a chill down her spine. These two retired elders are rather terrifying, aren't they? However, this thought merely flickered through Iska's mind. A horrifying slash erupted with an explosive force. Kid, I've heard tales of your reputation. Today, I shall see just how formidable you truly are. Rayleigh bellowed with laughter, as he swung his famed blade from a distance of several meters. The slash, spanning dozens of meters, manifested with an overwhelming ferocity, instantly rending the earth asunder. The distance of several meters vanished in the blink of an eye. Observing the seemingly dazed Luoyu, Iska felt a surge of urgency. Do not panic. General Luoyu can handle this situation. Let us retreat swiftly. Aine grasped Iska and swiftly withdrew. Just as Iska was about to voice her concerns regarding Aine's seemingly selfish act of fleeing alone, a fierce slash, accompanied by a formidable wind, tousled Luoyu's hair. Watching Luoyu remain unmoved, Iska's pupils abruptly constricted. The incoming slash, which had been racing toward Luoyu, suddenly faltered a mere foot away. An indescribable aura erupted explosively. Boom. The dozens of meters of blade chi shattered with a resounding blast. An invisible force surged forth, shattering all in its path. The Conqueror's Haki dormant within Luoyu unleashed like a tempest. In an instant, a vacuum-like impact zone formed around Luoyu, obliterating everything in its wake, be it trees or rocks. With relentless ferocity, Rayleigh's eyes gleamed with excitement. The famed blade in his hand emitted a sharp cry as the pitch-black Haki surged forth, colliding head-on with the oncoming torrent of Haki. Thunderous. In that moment, two colossal waves of energy clashed like tornadoes, neither yielding an inch in their confrontation. The explosive shockwaves sent everything within hundreds of meters flying. Iska, amidst the storm, quickly regained her footing and gazed at the two opposing whirlwinds, her face paling. Had Aine not urged her to distance herself, the ripples from that collision could have easily overwhelmed her. Yet, reflecting on the fact that the formidable Rayleigh could effortlessly launch her away, it was astonishing that Luoyu remained rooted, merely blocking with a glance. Such means and prowess. Can it truly be said that Fire Fist Ace surpasses him by even a fraction? A thunderous explosion reverberated as the violent shockwave surged back, scattering the swirling dust in an instant. In that moment of daze, Iska awakened once more. Casting his gaze upon the battlefield, he beheld the silver-haired Rayleigh, who had once again breached the invisible shield of impact, reappearing before Luoyu. The renowned blade in his hand emitted a piercing shriek as it descended with formidable force. Witnessing the imminent strike mere inches away, Iska's heart tightened with anticipation, eager to see how Luoyu would respond. Alas, just as this thought crossed his mind, a brilliant golden light erupted from Luoyu, illuminating the scene. The seemingly unparalleled slash was abruptly halted by a golden hand that appeared from thin air, mere inches from Luoyu. No, it would be more accurate to say that it was the benevolent figure of Guanyin, materializing from behind Luoyu, who had intercepted the blow. Observing Luoyu, who remained unfazed and composed, standing resolutely in place without even a twitch of his fingers, completely shattered Iska's understanding of the situation. Is this truly the legendary king of the underworld, Rayleigh? Such a nonchalant demeanor incited a wave of doubt within Iska. Nevertheless, as fleeting images raced through her mind, she struggled to conceive of anyone else capable of standing their ground against an adversary like Raikiri. Has General Raikiri ever made a move? Iska could not help but inquire. Made a move? Aine paused momentarily, then replied with a wry smile. I'm not certain if that qualifies as making a move. You'll have to see for yourself. Iska was utterly perplexed. However, when she cast her gaze once more upon Raikiri, she witnessed the moment he finally stirred. Yet, this motion was merely a casual flick. Iska felt her mind teetering on the brink of confusion. Raikiri lifted his right hand ever so slightly. The previously blocked Rayleigh's expression abruptly tightened, and he swiftly retreated, leaving behind only an afterimage. In the next heartbeat, an invisible torrent of wind blades surged forth, akin to a tempest, instantly shredding the afterimage to pieces. The debris that rained down was mercilessly reduced to ashes the moment it encountered the vortex. A chill ran down Iska's spine. Initially, witnessing Raikiri's seemingly trivial movement led her to believe that no significant events would unfold. Little did she anticipate the emergence of such a lethal and intangible slaughter. Were she to face this, she would likely remain oblivious to her own demise. This inevitably compelled Isuka to urgently recall the brief conversation he had just had with Luoyu. Were there any inadvertent words that might have offended? Otherwise, the next time he stood before Luoyu, he would truly have cause for concern. One could easily perish without understanding the reason. Such a terrifying approach to combat, and yet, throughout the encounter with the king of the underworld, Riley, he remained utterly motionless. Could the Fire Fist ace genuinely surpass General Luoyu? According to Aine, it seemed that General Luoyu was but a smidgen stronger than Fire Fist Ace, a notion that was difficult for him to accept. Chaotic thoughts flickered through Isuka's mind the moment he cast his gaze upon Luoyu again. These troubling reflections were obliterated with breathtaking swiftness. The originally benevolent countenance of Guanyin transformed into a towering, wrathful figure, towering 7 or 8 meters tall. At the instant Luoyu uttered a single word, the air around them seemed to momentarily stagnate. An invisible sense of crisis enveloped him like a celestial shroud, leaving Isuka with an overwhelming sensation as if he were a fish upon the chopping block. Most incredulous of all was the fact that despite unleashing a myriad of techniques in quick succession, Luoyu remained rooted in place, without even the slightest superfluous movement. This has completely upended her understanding of combat. Gazing upon the colossal figure of the enraged King Kong, radiating an overwhelming presence, one cannot help but ponder the potential ramifications if a battle were to ensue. Could a newcomer, capable of facing the Dark King Rayleigh head-on, truly be compared to someone like Ace? No, indeed. You, young lad, are truly bending the rules of engagement, standing there to bully an old man like me. My frail bones can hardly withstand it. Amidst the swirling sands, Rayleigh's silhouette has already appeared 100 meters away, standing alongside Haki, with silver hair cascading down. He sheathed his renowned blade, took a swig from a flask of spirits, and laughed heartily. However, you, young one, are indeed, as the rumors suggest, possessing an extraordinary mastery of the Conqueror's Haki. Such prowess I have only witnessed in 2 individuals, besides my captain. It is likely only the legendary pirate Emperor Rox who could match it. The concept of Haki has made multiple appearances in the world of One Piece, though most prominently through the external manifestation of armament Haki. During the Battle of Marineford, the 3 admirals employed this technique to counter Whitebeard's shockwaves, keeping them at bay from the execution platform. The first time Trafalgar Law appeared in Sabaody Archipelago, he also demonstrated the ability to utilize Haki in a formidable manner. Nevertheless, while armament Haki is relatively easier to control, the substantial impact of Conqueror's Haki is akin to a rare gem, far surpassing the commonplace nature of armament Haki. Rox? Aine and Isuka were momentarily taken aback. As members of the new generation of the Navy, they clearly had not contemplated the implications of Rayleigh's mention of Rox. However, to be compared to the Pirate King Roger by the Dark King Rayleigh is indicative of a figure of considerable significance. Mr. Rayleigh, you are flattering me excessively. If this were to circulate, many would seek to eliminate me. Luoyu took a sip from a bottle of shochu, dispelling the imposing aura behind him. I am merely an unremarkable new admiral. This time, Captain Garp has sent me to seek your assistance in locating the whereabouts of the defected CP-9. I trust you two would not mind lending a hand? An unremarkable admiral? Isuka and Aine stood in stunned silence, gazing at the desolate coast, utterly flattened after a brief exchange, to stand toe-to-toe with the Dark King Rayleigh. If this is what is deemed unremarkable, then what right do they, as mere mortals, have to claim their humanity? Riley and Haki appeared slightly stiff as they found themselves conversing with the remarkably modest Luoyu, who seemed to be a formidable opponent in this dialogue. Reflecting on the recent skirmish, Riley let out a resigned sigh, massaging his throbbing temples. It seems that Garp remains oblivious to the distinctions between the Navy and the pirates, just as he did in the past when he would frequently visit our ship to drink with Captain Roger. Now, the Navy he brings along is seeking assistance from pirates. I heard that not long ago, in pursuit of Whitebeard, you even resorted to extorting Kaido over the phone. Your methods have grown wilder than those of the younger Garp. That old fellow has truly found a worthy successor. I suppose I shall make an exception and assist you this time. Kid, the fact that my old man holds you in such high regard makes you the first among the youth to earn such admiration. After surveying the ruins around them, Haki exhaled a puff of smoke and continued, I have heard quite a bit about the events surrounding you lately. It is difficult for me to harbor disdain for someone as uniquely audacious as you. Initially, my intel from CP-9 only indicated that they might land on Sabaody Archipelago, leaving their exact location unclear. However, I just received unexpected news that they could be hiding within the population auction house of the third illegal zone. This mission may prove somewhat challenging, but it shouldn't be insurmountable for you." As she spoke, Haki produced a business card. Luoyu accepted the card and casually retrieved a bottle of homemade spirits, tossing it to Riley. "This drink is my own creation. Consider it a token of gratitude. If we meet again and there's a reward involved, I shan't hold back." "Oh," Riley exclaimed, glancing at the bottle of spirits with a hearty laugh. "You truly are savvy, far superior to Garp, who only knows how to mooch off others. However, if my old man encounters you next time, he will surely make a hasty retreat. Is that so?" Luoyu replied with a subtle smile, pocketing the business card before turning to leave. Nearby, Iska and Aine were momentarily taken aback, having expected the confrontation to continue, but were surprised by how swiftly it concluded. Observing the two formidable retirees in the distance, Iska and Aine quickly steeled themselves and hurried to catch up with Luoyu. As they vanished from sight, Haki took a deep drag from her cigarette and remarked casually, "Riley, this young man Luoyu seems more likely to shake the foundations of the old era than that straw hat Luffy selected by the red-haired one. Just 3 days ago, they crossed paths in Water 7, and the ensuing clash was decidedly one-sided. This young Master Luoyu is rather extraordinarily powerful. The recent encounter was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was initiated when Xiachi discerned the Navy's presence nearby, waiting in anticipation. Convinced that the newly appointed Admiral would pay a visit, she summoned Rayleigh to return post-haste, instructing him to await here. This was not solely to prevent any confrontation from jeopardizing her bar, but also to witness firsthand the rumored combat style of the gluttonous Admiral, and to validate Roger's past assertions. Indeed, that brief skirmish rekindled many dormant memories for them. After toying with the wine gourd in his hand, Rayleigh's eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity as he remarked with a smile, "According to that rascal Shanks, Luffy possesses an extraordinary lineage and wields the legendary Nika fruit, granting him the singular ability to alter the gears of this era. Both Shanks and the elusive Buggy are notoriously cunning. Deciphering their intentions is no simple feat, however. I recall Captain Roger once stated upon disbanding the crew that the individuals capable of upheaving this era might well be revolutionaries, pirates, or even the Navy. After all, it was the Navy that stood with Roger against rocks." "Huh, Rayleigh, it seems you hold that young lad in high regard," Xiachi chuckled. "Xiachi, I merely observe as an outsider," Rayleigh replied with a dry laugh, uncorking the gourd and inhaling its aroma, his face a portrait of surprise. "I did not expect this inexperienced youth to possess such an understanding of wine. Nevertheless, what intrigues me is how far his mastery of Conqueror's Haki is from that of Rock's. I wonder if anyone upon these seas will ever reach Rock's level again. Daring to challenge the celestial dragon's throne, as that red-haired brat suggests, that only those he deems worthy can accomplish such a feat, or perhaps Roger was indeed correct." Xiachi, taken aback by the rare flicker of brilliance in Rayleigh's otherwise clouded gaze, was surprised. It was the first time she had witnessed this once mighty man, now reduced to a disheveled, drunken gambler since Roger's execution, display such enthusiasm. This brought back memories for Xiachi of that captivating man from days gone by. However, Xiachi was no longer the naive girl of yesteryear. Taking a deep drag of her cigarette, she smiled faintly and remarked, "Then you may continue to watch. I remember Rox well. His mastery of the Conqueror's Haki, to the point of compressing and releasing it, transcends mere talent. It is a skill honed to perfection. I hope that young lad can catch up quickly, so that I may witness his growth to that level. And I hope by then your old bones are still intact enough to be of use." With this parting remark, Xiachi turned to leave. Yet, after taking only a few steps, she paused, glancing back to inquire, "By the way, what are your thoughts on that young red-haired lad's suggestion?" "Shanks, is it?" Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, feeling the burn in his throat, and smiled contentedly. "He is not wrong. If matters escalate to such a point, implicating the captain, as his old friend, I cannot remain indifferent. I hear that Luffy boarded the Moby Dick for Ace's sake, which is quite surprising. It's rare for him to visit the Sabaody archipelago. I wish to see just how exceptional he truly is. Let's go." Rayleigh's figure flickered and he vanished in an instant. Xiachi, cigarette in hand, gazed at the vast expanse of land and shook her head with a smile, muttering, "Men." Meanwhile, Luffy, sipping on a drink, hurried towards the third lawless zone, following the information provided by Xiachi. Along the way, pirates who spotted the Navy cloak draped over Luffy initially wore malicious smiles, intending to mock the Navy officer foolish enough to enter their territory. However, upon catching sight of Lu Fei's unnaturally youthful face, many felt a chill run down their spines. Without a moment to ponder, they turned and fled in terror. Those who couldn't escape in time, upon meeting Lu Fei's tranquil gaze, felt their legs turn to jelly. Had it not been for their companions helping them, they would have undoubtedly felt like fish on a chopping board by now. After all, he was a marine admiral. In the Sabaody archipelago, one might not know the distant four emperors, but they certainly knew the admiral of the marine headquarters not far from the archipelago. If the admiral were provoked, the pirates in Sabaody would likely face a thorough cleansing. As they observed the streets rapidly emptying, Aine and Iska, who were following closely behind, were left in stunned silence. After a considerable moment, Iska exclaimed, "Admiral Lu Fei, was that truly the Dark King Rayleigh just now? We must report this at once. This is a monumental achievement." "A report, you say?" Looking at Iska's eager expression, Lu Fei smiled and took another sip of his drink, saying, "You truly have the makings of a model citizen. Aside from the formidable Dark King Rayleigh, the other individual in question is none other than the intelligence officer of the Rocks Pirates, the Poison Widow Haki, whose reputation is scarcely inferior to that of Rayleigh himself. The fact that both of them have brazenly remained in the Sabaody archipelago for so many years, right under the noses of the Navy headquarters, suggests that they have tacit approval from the Navy and the world government, rather than allowing these two terrifying figures to lurk in the vast ocean. Becoming unpredictable ticking time bombs, it is far more prudent to keep them within sight, where they can be monitored at all times. General Luoyu, are you suggesting that her background is even more terrifying than that of Dark King Rayleigh? Is this an intentional ploy by Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Can we not report this? Iska was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unassuming woman could be more fearsome than the right hand of the Pirate King. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded to a golden treasure chest. Opening the golden treasure chest will yield a 100% reward probability. The ethereal voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Luoyu raised an eyebrow, clearly having forgotten about this matter. 3 days prior, Luoyu had just managed to accumulate enough resources for a 20-draw attempt, intending to showcase his prowess. He did not expect to be interrupted by the system midway. However, gazing at the golden treasure chest that hovered quietly in his consciousness space, Luoyu's thoughts became lively once more. The absence of the final 20 draws indeed left a sense of frustration. Yet, the prospect of the rewards from the golden treasure chest and the guarantee of 100% yield alleviated his spirits considerably. Currently, the ship still held the bait known as the Flying Six. Given the character of the drought-associated Captain Jack, it was merely a matter of time before he arrived. Since a bounty had been placed on Captain Jack, Luoyu was determined to make adequate preparations to ensure that the reward was securely within his grasp. The emergence of this golden treasure chest could indeed be deemed a timely resolution to an urgent predicament. A flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through my mind, and after exhaling a deep sigh, I declared, "System, promptly unlock the golden treasure chest for me." Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. The golden treasure chest has been successfully opened, and you have acquired a mid-level mutation card. This card can be utilized on yourself or your various skills. Once employed, it will induce an unexpected transformation in the target. A mid-level mutation card? I was taken aback. I had anticipated uncovering some extraordinary power from another dimension. At the very least, I hoped for something grand and imposing, perhaps the ability to foresee the future or wield overwhelming strength, something visibly indicative of enhanced prowess. I had never imagined that the system would present me with a mere mid-level mutation card. Good steel should be used on a good blade. For a moment, I was at a loss regarding how to proceed. However, as this thought began to take root in my mind, a bold idea blossomed in my heart. "Stop. You Navy personnel cannot enter here." A sharp, piercing voice suddenly rang out. Within the realm of my consciousness, I withdrew, and before me lay the destination of my journey, the auction house notorious for human trafficking. Initially, the streets had been deserted due to the dissipating aura of the Admiral, but now, they were once again teeming with individuals spilling forth from the auction house. Leading them was an unexpected figure. If my memory served me correctly, this imposing figure clad in armor, wielding a massive katana, bore a resemblance to the infamous Duck-sama. He was likely one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Known as Don Quixote da Flamingo's right-hand man, the esteemed executive of the Don Quixote family, Pika. Gazing upon the silhouette of this uninvited guest, I finally grasped the true meaning of the troublesome that Haki had mentioned. Doflamingo, a figure who straddled both the underworld and the world of the celestial dragons, held secrets that could alter the very fabric of power. His presence here signified that matters were about to become exceedingly complicated. I realized that while CP9 was indeed adept at espionage and skilled in remaining concealed, deceiving the Navy headquarters and even CP0's intelligence network entirely was no small feat. It was evident that other players were involved. I was convinced that even if CP0 were to arrive in person, upon encountering members of the Don Quixote family, they would likely have no choice but to report the situation and await the decision of the five elders. I had not anticipated that this newly appointed Admiral of the Navy could also find his way here. In the shadows, a figure cloaked in a white robe loomed, accompanied by Spandam, who was wrapped in bandages, with half his face concealed by a mask. "Father, you must assist me. Our Spandam family, as loyal servants of the celestial dragons, cannot be allowed to perish in my generation." I refused to meet my end, only by firmly asserting that the events at Judicial Island were solely due to the blunders of Rob Lucci and his associates, ensuring their demise without evidence. Can the Spandam family secure their survival? Spandam clutched the cloak of the man before him, pleading desperately. His position as the Supreme Commander at Judicial Island, despite possessing only 9 points of power, was entirely due to the hereditary status of the Spandam family. At present, the CP9, which his family had managed for years, was not only jeopardized by his mismanagement, but had ultimately been led to ruin under the Demon Slaughter Order. Should these oversights come to light, a grim fate awaited him. Spandam, silence yourself. This matter does not concern you. Remember, it was the arrogance of Rob Lucci and his crew that led to this, Spandam admonished sternly. Rest assured, for the sake of the Spandam family, I shall find a way to rectify this. As long as we deal with CP9 before Lord Ema learns of it, we shall be fine. I have already summoned my colleagues from CP0. Results will soon follow. Spandam, I never imagined you would seek our assistance for such matters. Two ghostly figures appeared behind Spandam without warning. Upon seeing their unusual, elongated forms and sudden emergence, Spandam stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Had it not been for Spandam's quick reflexes in supporting him, he might have made a fool of himself. Gazing at his utterly disappointing son, Spandam felt a mix of frustration and disappointment, yet he gritted his teeth and spoke. IGA, do not forget that you owe me a favor. Repay it now, and I shall not forget your assistance in the future. Repaying a favor? IGA paused momentarily beneath his mask, then quickly broke into a broad smile. Spandam, you are being overly formal. Your son's affairs are our concerns as well. We shall assist you in resolving this matter, but now that the clown has intervened, we cannot act recklessly. Let us first leave it to the new Admiral of the Navy. If he can retrieve the individuals, we shall then arrange for their release. Leaving the matter to him, Spandam, having regained his composure, turned to glance at the silhouette of Lu Fei, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease wash over him. Chaotic thoughts surged within Spandam's mind, amplifying his sense of dread to an unbearable level until he could no longer contain himself. Are you suggesting we merely stand by and watch? I fear this may not end well. Not end well? IGA frowned slightly, his displeasure evident. Spandam, as the Supreme Commander of CP9, you should be well aware that Don Quixote da Flamingo is a unique presence among the 7 warlords of the sea. If it were any other warlord, we would not need to concern ourselves. However, he was once one of the celestial dragons. This alone warrants our caution against acting impulsively. Otherwise, should the 5 elders become aware, we in CP0 would likely find ourselves in a precarious predicament. At this juncture, IGA reassured, rest assured. We shall fulfill the promises made to your father. Presently, the newly appointed Admiral is locked in a standoff with the Joker's crew, and it seems that a resolution will not be reached in the immediate future. It may be necessary to notify Sengoku to make a decisive call and seek naval reinforcements nearby. We can seize this opportunity to ascertain the whereabouts of CP9. Ultimately, even if we cannot secure personnel from the new Admiral, we can at least prevent CP9 from making another escape. Spandam nodded silently. In contrast to his foolish son, he had ascended from CP9 to CP0 through his own merit, possessing a keen sense of judgment. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that direct intervention is ill-advised. One can only hope that matters unfold as IGA has suggested. Observing Spandam, who was unusually reticent, IGA smiled with satisfaction, then turned to his side and was momentarily taken aback. Why does your complexion seem a bit off? Is the injury from 3 days ago still troubling you? Reflecting on the harrowing events aboard the Flying 6 vessel 3 days prior, IGA was unmistakably seething with anger. He had never anticipated that they, who had always operated from the shadows as orchestrators, would nearly be obliterated before even making their move. Had IH not utilized his devil fruit abilities to evade in time, he would surely have faced a dire fate. IGA, I am merely concerned. IH could not help but speak earnestly. This individual cannot be measured by ordinary standards. He shows no regard for the warlords of the sea. Let us not forget, he is one who dares to offend even the 4 emperors. IGA's expression faltered, clearly struggling to comprehend. Instinctively, he glanced quickly at Luoyu. What do the warlords of the sea have to do with me? Luoyu replied with a subtle smile, adjusting his glasses. I apologize, but I am in pursuit of someone, and you are in my way. The atmosphere among those present suddenly grew tense. Even the smile on Pika's face became rigid and strained. Ever since their young master ascended to the position of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the privileges accompanying this title had proven to be remarkably effective on the high seas, especially since their young master held the greatest secret of the celestial dragons. Even the 5 elders dared not offend him lightly, rendering them a unique entity among the 7 warlords. However, the newly appointed admiral before them openly disregarded their esteemed status. Pika found this utterly unacceptable. Most importantly, this time, Don Quixote da Flamingo had taken a considerable risk by sheltering CP9, solely to use them as leverage in negotiations with the 5 elders. As long as the anticipated benefits were secured, relinquishing them would pose no issue. Yet now, Luoyu's unpredictable actions had undoubtedly disrupted Doflamingo's meticulously crafted plans. Among the hundreds of pirates, the likes of Xiang Siwei and others were shrouded in black cloaks, with Bruno carrying the injured and unconscious Rob Lucci behind them. As they peered through the crowd at the unexpected figure, Xiang Siwei and Gabra's faces paled instantaneously. That despicable scoundrel. Didn't T. Doflamingo promise to provide us cover to leave Sabaody Archipelago for the New World? How could the news have leaked? Califa gritted her teeth. With Lucci still unconscious, if they were trapped here for too long, their chances of escape would dwindle. It would be wiser to utilize Bruno's door fruit to flee this place. Gabra, weren't you just proclaiming that without Lucci, you were the one in charge of CP9? Why the sudden silence now? Kaku and Bruno could not help but glance at Gabra. Gabra, who had always relished competing with Rob Lucci for the title of the strongest in CP9, was known for his incessant bluster. Whether during their flight from CP0 or in negotiations with Doflamingo, his abrupt silence was disconcerting. No, you're all underestimating the situation. That newly appointed admiral. We've encountered him before. He possesses an unsettling level of strength, and I fear we may not escape. Therefore, I have a bold proposal. Gabra hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. A bold proposal? The individuals present were momentarily taken aback. However, before they could voice their inquiries, Gabra had already dashed outside. The sudden turn of events left Karifa, Bruno, and the others in a state of bewilderment. Their meticulous efforts to conceal their whereabouts had now been rendered futile by Gabra's impulsive revelation, leaving them utterly unprepared. Yet, before they could fully process the situation, the eagle and the lion swiftly followed suit. The appearance of the 3 shattered the tense standoff that had enveloped the scene. Pika's expression stiffened. He had initially intended to deny everything, hoping to buy time to contact the young master. The unexpected emergence of Gabra and his companions had evidently disrupted all of that. CP9, what are you doing here? Do not forget our agreement. Pika bellowed furiously. Gabra retorted, silence, Pika. We have long been aware that Don Quixote da Flamingo intends to sell us to the Gorosei. We originally planned to use you to buy time while we devised our escape. You might have been able to handle CP and ordinary Marines, but this new admiral is extraordinarily formidable. You cannot withstand him. Since fighting is futile, surrendering may be our best option. Admiral Luoyu, we CP9 are willing to surrender and return with you to Marine headquarters. Please grant us the opportunity to join your ranks. The vast square fell into a stunned silence, the atmosphere palpable with disbelief. Everyone wore expressions of utter confusion. Admiral Luoyu gazed at Gabra and the others with astonishment. Could it be that the recent events at Justice Square had been so terrifying that even the formidable CP9 had been reduced to a state of sheer fear? Otherwise, such an extraordinary act of capitulation would not have occurred. Standing there without striking a blow, they had surrendered. No, it should be termed as submission. This seems to be the legendary instance of joining forces when one cannot prevail. It is safe to say that Iska and Aine, staring at the earnest faces of Gabra and his companions, could not have anticipated that the task of hunting down CP9 which had long troubled the Navy headquarters and the intelligence organization of the world government, would become so trivial in the hands of Luoyu. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with every onlooker wearing a mask of disbelief. Not far away, beneath a soap tree, Rayleigh, sipping the earthy brew that Luoyu had graciously presented, displayed a look of mild surprise and keen interest. If events were to unfold in a manner consistent with common logic, this encounter would have been in vain. Youngster, allow me to witness your mastery of Conqueror's Haki and how it measures against rocks. If I could behold a moment that challenges the celestial dragons in my lifetime, I would consider my existence fulfilled. Rayleigh chuckled and took another sip of the earthy drink, his gaze drifting to the exposed figures of Khalifa and others within the crowd. Kaku and his companions froze, their expressions turning to stone as they grasped the gravity of the situation. Khalifa, unable to contain her agitation, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Gabra, you are betraying CP9 and selling us out. Rob Lucci will never forgive you." "Khalifa, silence yourself. You know nothing. This Marine Admiral is extraordinarily powerful." "I am acting for the salvation of CP9, Gabra retorted urgently. "Admiral Luoyu, please accept our surrender." Nearby, the head eagle and the lion, unable to hold back any longer, chimed in fervently. Confronted with the resolute determination of the three, Khalifa and her companions could only stare in astonishment. Is this truly an act of self-rescue, rather than a voluntary surrender into a trap? Nevertheless, in the face of CP9's proactive capitulation, Khalifa and her companions remained eager to uncover the truth. Such a remarkable stroke of fortune, one wonders what expression the newly appointed Admiral of the Navy might wear. "Will you surrender?" Luoyu took a sip of his drink, casting a glance towards Aine, who was not far off. This was indeed a fortuitous event. Unintended to call the old man Sengoku to inquire about their worth in terms of millions in bounty. The people present were momentarily taken aback. Even Khalifa and Kaku were no exception. They had once contemplated the day when they might fall into the hands of others, becoming bargaining chips in negotiations. Yet, they never imagined they would be reduced to mere prizes in someone else's discourse, especially at such a paltry sum of millions. What audacity for an Admiral of the Navy to so brazenly belittle our young master. Do they truly believe the warlords of the sea do not exist? Until our young master provides a response, none shall take anyone away. Pika roared sharply. "Stone pillar." Boom. With a thunderous clap, Pika slammed his massive hand onto the ground. The earth trembled violently, splitting into 8 fissures, as heavy rocks surged wildly. Centered around Luoyu, they formed a surrounding formation, launching a combined attack. The sudden eruption left everyone in stunned silence. In their eyes, no matter how youthful Luoyu appeared, he was still the newly appointed Admiral of the Navy. On the islands of Sabaody, near Marine headquarters at Marineford, one must respect the esteemed, even if one bears ill intentions. To dare to strike against an admiral in such a place is either sheer folly or a sign of immense wealth. However, faced with this sudden assault, Khalifa and the others were more intrigued to see how Luoyu would respond. What prowess could possibly have subdued the once arrogant Gabra, who dared to contend with Rob Lucci? Yet, the scene before them caused their pupils to constrict slightly. Boom. A dazzling golden light erupted from Luoyu's form. The 8 colossal pillars, descending with tremendous force, were met with an equal resistance just 3 to 4 meters away. The benevolent 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara materialized directly. Witnessing this golden figure, so incongruous with Luoyu, Pika clearly did not anticipate that his explosive strike would be so effortlessly thwarted. Initially, he had merely intended to teach Luoyu a lesson. But now he felt trapped in a situation he could not escape. He could only roar once more, stone bite. Boom. The ground beneath Luoyu churned violently again. Suddenly, a massive stone head, several meters in size, emerged, its gaping maw aimed directly to snap at Luoyu. Simultaneously, Pika melded into the earth beneath him. When he re-emerged, he had already shifted to Luoyu's rear, wielding a gigantic samurai sword, ready to strike downward. Boom. The dual assault landed with a resounding echo. However, the expression on Pika's face changed abruptly. Whether it was the colossal mouth formed of rock or the knife in his hand, both created an illusion of cleaving through steel. The naval admiral, who had been sipping his drink and remaining stationary, still stood his ground. Was the authority of the 7 warlords merely this? Within the embrace of countless hands, Luoyu adjusted his glasses and declared, "I still intend to take him away, but you are somewhat in the way." Bang! The dormant Conqueror's Haki within him was ignited. A tangible shockwave erupted, radiating outward from Luoyu. The massive stone pillars surrounding him shattered under the force. The enormous rocky maw was no exception. Pika, standing in close proximity, felt as though he were being struck by an overwhelming tidal wave. The sheer force sent him hurtling away. In an instant, dust swirled, obliterating everything in its path. Pika was flung hundreds of meters away, colliding violently with the panicked pirates, many of whom were caught off guard and expelled blood, sent reeling through the air. As the dust settled, Pika struggled to rise from the ground. Neglecting to wipe the blood from his face, his expression one of utter shock. How could the Conqueror's Haki possess such tangible destructive force? Could it be that our young Master's Conqueror's Haki is a mere facade? In Pika's eyes, Torbol's choice to side with Don Quixote da Flamingo, becoming the heir of the Don Quixote family, was entirely due to the unparalleled prowess of the Conqueror's Haki. This was a rarity among the 7 warlords, offering them a sense of honor. Alas, compared to the scene before him, the disparity was insurmountable. Lord Pika, Lord Doflamingo has instructed me to inform you that until he gives his command, no one may take anyone away, not even the naval admiral. Lord Doflamingo is currently negotiating with the 5 elders and needs just 5 more minutes. A pirate hurriedly approached Pika, fear evident in his voice. Seeing Luoyu, who remained steadfastly in place, utter such words before a dignified naval admiral left the pirate genuinely concerned that he might be sent flying by a mere glance. 5 minutes for the young master? Pika momentarily froze, then his expression twisted as he responded, since it is the young master's command. Even the 5 elders cannot take anyone away. Arrogant naval admiral, I shall now see how your Conqueror's Haki can contend with my stone fruit abilities. With those words, the entire plaza reverberated with a deep rumble, shaking violently as if an earthquake had struck. As he beheld Pika, who was merging with the earth in a frenzy, Luoyu suddenly recalled something significant. It was the perfect opportunity to test the extraordinary effects of the intermediate mutation card. Boom. The expansive square, spanning hundreds of meters, trembled violently. The tremor surged forth like waves, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. As this phenomenon unfolded, the ground within a 1,000-meter radius cracked and shattered in response. Some pirates, unable to escape in time, were directly swallowed by the rending earth. Upon witnessing this, Aine and Iska hastily retreated, and even Khalifa and her companions were no exception. In that moment, thoughts of flight crossed their minds. However, despite Kaku and Khalifa's fervent pleas, Gabra and the Eagle remained resolute, unwilling to seize the opportunity to flee. As time progressed, a colossal shadow finally enveloped the entire plaza. The figure that transformed into a stone giant loomed at least several dozen meters high, leaving many with ashen faces. It was clear that Pika was indeed the strongest combatant of the Don Quixote family. With this single maneuver, it should be no challenge to hold off for 5 minutes. Spandam's eyes gleamed with a hint of delight as he exclaimed, "Iga, Ich," with Rob Lucci still unconscious. The remaining foes pose no threat. We can strike immediately, and we need not take 5 minutes to subdue them. Iga was momentarily swayed by his words. Yet, Aichi instinctively cast a glance at the frail figure standing upon the shattered ground. The calm demeanor of the individual, leisurely sipping a drink, caused his heart to tighten suddenly. Aichi, what are you staring at? If we do not act now, when will we? Spandam could no longer contain himself, raising his voice. Pika, transformed into the massive stone figure, similarly emitted a piercing roar. A mere rookie from the Navy dares to underestimate the authority of the 7 warlords. Let us see how you intend to withstand my assault with your Conqueror's Haki. His colossal arm swung violently, aiming directly at the motionless figure of Luoyu. The sheer force of the attack was overwhelming, akin to Mount Tai crashing down, accompanied by a deafening sound that resonated through the air. Aine and Iska turned pale, gazing at Luoyu, who remained steadfast, unmoving in his stance. A ludicrous thought flashed through their minds. Would Luoyu truly intend to confront this earth-shattering blow head-on with his Conqueror's Haki? Was this child being overly audacious? His Conqueror's Haki had indeed reached a level of tangible impact, yet against such a behemoth, it might still prove insufficient. Even Rayleigh, hidden at a distance, was filled with astonishment. Pika's maneuver was certainly not comparable to the monsters of their past voyages. However, judging by the intensity of the Haki's impact just moments ago, even if Luoyu could withstand this strike, it was unlikely he could counter Pika's onslaught. However, as this thought briefly flickered through Layleigh's mind, an indescribable aura of terror erupted within Luoyu like a volcano. The air in the heavens and earth came to a sudden standstill. In an instant, as Luoyu raised his gaze, the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki emanating from him transformed into a palpable force. The sound of crimson arcs crackling echoed relentlessly. This infinite Conqueror's Haki seemed to morph into a colossal crimson figure, surging into the void. The massive hand of rock, initially poised to strike with immense force, was instantaneously torn apart. Debris rained down like a torrential storm. The sudden turn of events left Pika bewildered. He had no time to ponder and hurriedly looked up at the sky. In that fleeting moment, the ascendant Conqueror's Haki had undeniably undergone a tremendous transformation. If he was not mistaken, it was the silhouette of a monstrous being, akin to a lightning bolt. Everyone around was equally startled by the scene before them. Though still grappling with their thoughts, they instinctively looked skyward. What greeted their eyes made their pupils constrict in shock, as if they were on the verge of rupture. The clouds, once suspended in the sky, were now stained crimson. A massive blood-red shadow, towering over 100 meters, swiftly emerged from the rent clouds, resembling a ferocious beast poised to pounce upon the earth below. An overwhelming sense of impending doom rapidly took root in the hearts of the onlookers. The sensation of insignificance stemming from the depths of their souls was magnified infinitely. Luoyu, observing the blood-colored qilin that loomed in the sky, was equally taken aback. Upon acquiring the intermediate mutation card, he had contemplated numerous possibilities for its utilization. However, whether it was the dual-colored Haki or various martial techniques, he believed that breakthroughs could be attained with time. Ultimately, he had fixated on the Conqueror's Haki, a power that could only be enhanced through relentless effort. Initially, Luoyu had merely intended to amplify his mastery of Conqueror's Haki, hoping to gain an advantage in future battles, perhaps even to play a supportive role. He had never anticipated that this intermediate mutation card would conjure forth a qilin, if memory served him correctly. The manner of its manifestation and its domineering presence bore a resemblance to the signature move of a certain individual. Yet, as he gazed at the blood-drenched spectacle above, he felt a profound sense of awe. Such a tone is indeed to Luoyu's liking. Most importantly, from beginning to end, he remains unwaveringly hands-off. Descend, O qilin. Luoyu took a sip of liquor and abruptly raised his head. The blood-red qilin, a colossal figure oscillating between the ethereal and the corporeal, surged toward Pika with an air reminiscent of a thunderous roar, as if it were traversing the very heavens and earth. The speed was so formidable, and the momentum so immense, that it sent shivers down Pika's spine. What manner of creature is this? Is it truly the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki? Its Conqueror's Haki lunged at me like a monstrous beast. Boom! A tumultuous explosion erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption. Blinding flashes of lightning shattered the air, accompanied by a tempestuous storm that swiftly rolled back upon itself. Those who had been standing 1,000 meters away, lost in a daze, were abruptly consumed by the rapidly expanding storm as they regained their senses. The swirling dust filled the sky, and the deafening thunder roared endlessly beneath the vast heavens. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. At long last, the storm of dust settled into silence. Those who had been toppled by the shockwave of the explosion paid no heed to the dust and blood staining their bodies, nor to their disheveled appearance. Once they managed to steady themselves, they hurriedly gazed toward the heart of the battlefield. Even Rayleigh, hailed as the king of the underworld, was no exception. As they beheld the once grand plaza now reduced to a gaping pit, their faces grew increasingly pale. The enormous rock giant, originally towering at several dozen meters, had vanished without a trace. Within a chasm some 10 meters deep, a bloodied figure was ensnared among the rocks. Half of its body had already turned charred black, and one arm along with a thigh had disappeared completely. In that fleeting moment, the overwhelming sensation of impending death compelled Pika to abandon his defenses, resorting to his devil fruit powers to meld into the rock strata and flee. Yet, no matter how desperately he accelerated, against the blood-red qilin that thundered through the skies, all effort seemed futile. Standing several thousand meters away, the beleaguered onlookers could not help but swallow hard, feeling a parched dryness in their throats. Recalling the events that had transpired, a chill still coursed through their spines. The colossal rock giant had been obliterated in a single blow. Who would believe such a reality if they had not witnessed it with their own eyes? Not far away, Rayleigh found that the gourd of liquor in his hand had been crushed, his aged countenance etched with disbelief. Just moments before, he had been contemplating using this opportunity to gauge Luoyu's mastery of Conqueror's Haki, assessing how far he was from the legendary pirate king, Rox. According to Shaki, Rox not only wielded the Conqueror's Haki but had also reached a level of compression and release. As a fellow master of Conqueror's Haki, Rayleigh understood the immense difficulty involved. However, compared to the prowess exhibited by Luoyu, the disparity seemed insurmountable. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? Rayleigh would have been reluctant to believe that the Conqueror's Haki could be wielded in such a manner, transforming into a beast. It also gave rise to the power of thunder. This has indeed subverted his understanding. If just a moment ago, Rayleigh was curious about how far Luoyu was from mastering the Conqueror's Haki compared to the legendary pirate emperor, Rox, then it should now be the other way around. Rox has been left in Luoyu's wake by several streets. Of course, in that fleeting moment, Rayleigh also discerned the inherent flaw in Luoyu's recent technique. The blood-colored Qilin, when compared to the entanglement of Haki, differed primarily in scale. While the ordinary Haki entanglement compresses power to its utmost limit, enhancing the piercing and armor-penetrating prowess of a weapon, the blood-colored Qilin emphasized the cataclysmic destructive force generated by the instantaneous detonation of compressed power. The potency of this power intensifies with the amount of will exerted. The more it is summoned, the greater the force generated. It represents a stark dichotomy. Indeed, when one gazes across the vast ocean, few possess the formidable Conqueror's Haki akin to that of Luoyu, capable of molding it at will into beasts for explosive assaults. It seems that this is a singular phenomenon. Rayleigh glanced at the shattered wine gourd in his hand, unable to suppress a murmured thought. Could it be that Roger was indeed correct in surmising that those who might shake the foundations of this old era could potentially emerge from the Navy? Amidst the ruins, Luoyu observed the fate of Pika, uncertain yet, leisurely took a sip of the earthy brew, suppressing the surprise within. Reflecting on the previous strike, he indeed felt a sense of depletion from the Conqueror's Haki within. However, as expected from a system product, it was undeniably exquisite. Utilizing the intermediate mutation card on the Conqueror's Haki proved to be a judicious decision. Initially, it was thought that the tangible impact of the Conqueror's Haki had reached its zenith. Little did he anticipate that this intermediate mutation card could yield such unexpected results. It appears that foregoing the 20 consecutive draws from the silver treasure chest in favor of upgrading to the gold chest was a wise choice. The thought of the gold chest potentially yielding platinum-level rewards filled Luoyu with eagerness to flaunt a 10 consecutive draw. Aine, has there been any response from Admiral Sengoku? What is the bounty for CP9? Luoyu collected his thoughts, surveying the remnants of the battlefield. Noticing the pale faces of Gabra and his companions lingering nearby, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Where are the other four? Did they flee?" It seemed he would have to take action. No, Admiral Luoyu, we merely took cover. We had no intention of fleeing. The opportunity to join the Navy headquarters is our greatest honor. Besides, we are quite valuable. Surely worth at least 1 million in bounty each. Khalifa scrambled over, followed closely by Bruno and the others. After having witnessed the earlier deadly strike descend from the heavens, they felt fortunate that Gabra and his companions had not departed despite their numerous attempts to persuade them otherwise. Otherwise, they would likely be facing a fate similar to that of Pika S, now half buried in the ruins, uncertain of life or death. They remained deeply apprehensive. The agility displayed left the hidden Spandane and the CP0 utterly astonished. Is this truly the strongest iteration of CP9 in 8 centuries? In a mere moment, have Khalifa and her companions' resolve been snatched away like a dog's prey? How is it that they so swiftly turned and knelt in surrender, branding themselves with the disgrace of a bounty worth 1 million? Spandam is convinced that if CP9 were to fall into the hands of another faction, the secrets they have amassed regarding the world government over the years would be worth billions. Yet now, in the eyes of the fallen, it amounts to nothing more than a paltry sum of mere millions. Isn't the disparity rather immense? However, upon contemplating this, Spandam's eyes glimmered with a hint of urgency. If fortune favors us, we might just be able to secure the departure of CP9. Spandam, now that CP9 has fallen into the hands of the newly appointed Marine Admiral, what course of action shall we take next? IGA could not help but voice his concern. This time, the brothers came to assist Spandam in dealing with CP9, fully aware of the immense risks involved. The memory of the sudden blow that had just fallen upon them still left beads of sweat on their palms. Naturally, they desired the benefits that Spandam promised. However, their lives took precedence. A sense of unease washed over me. This young rogue acted entirely outside the bounds of reason. Perhaps it would be best to abandon this endeavor and report back to the 5 esteemed lords. Suddenly, Aine spoke up, his peripheral vision involuntarily fixated on Luoyu. Compared to others, he had encountered Luoyu's unreasonable antics twice within the span of merely 2 or 3 days. Each encounter felt like a brush with death. Observing Luoyu, who remained standing amidst the ruins as if he had never truly engaged, Aine was reluctant to truly confront the specter of death. Aine, IGA, rest assured. I have a way to compel him to yield the person. I am confident that no one can resist the allure of that thing, Spandam remarked with a teasing smile. Moreover, let us not forget our status as CP0. The Navy headquarters is merely assisting us in capturing CP9. Ultimately, the person will be handed over to us. By stepping out now, we can secure our prize in advance. He gains benefits and military merit. What is there to lose? With that, Spandam led the way outside. IGA hesitated briefly but soon quickened his pace to follow. Hey, watching the two figures recede, felt a pang of reluctance but gritted his teeth and hurried after them. After hearing Spandam's words, a spark of competition ignited within Aine. These individuals, they belong to us, CP0. As Spandam and IGA swiftly traversed the ruins, Aine's burgeoning competitive spirit wavered momentarily. However, upon seeing Liu turn his gaze toward him, a pallor washed over Aine's face. Regrettably, the arrow was already knocked, and he had no choice but to press on, steeling himself with the thought of their CP0 identity. General Luoyu, this is CP0. Just then Aine, having approached with a din mushy in hand, could not help but change his expression. As Zephy's beloved disciple, Aine was acutely aware of CP0's origins. If CP9 was the most formidable intelligence organization on Judicial Island, then CP0 stood above them all, directly under the five elders, the elite of the elite. Their power was such that even the highest echelons of the Navy regarded them with trepidation. The sudden emergence of a demand for individuals could hardly be considered a fortuitous occurrence. The expressions of Khalifa and the others suddenly shifted. They had anticipated that the CP0 agents would swiftly arrive to inquire. However, they never imagined that they had been lying in wait from the very beginning. In Khalifa's perspective, even if they were to fall into the hands of the Navy, they would first be taken back to Marineford, granting them ample time to maneuver. Yet now, should they land in the grasp of CP0, it seemed there would be no room for negotiation, and it could very well lead to their demise. As for the thought of escape, it had crossed their minds, but gazing at the scorched earth around them and the uncertain fate of Pika, they questioned their ability to flee. In light of this realization, Khalifa and her companions could only cast pleading glances towards Luoyu, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Do you wish to take someone away? Luoyu remarked indifferently, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses. General Luoyu, you heard correctly. CP9 has betrayed Judicial Island, resulting in an unprecedented humiliation for the world government that has persisted for 8 centuries. We of CP0 must take them back to face the Gorosei to clarify this matter. Spandam was the first to speak, a smile gracing his features. However, rest assured, General Liu, your considerable efforts in successfully capturing CP9 will not go unrecognized. This reward is worth several times more than the bounty you mentioned. I believe you would be most eager to see it. As he spoke, Spandam produced a metallic box from beneath his cloak, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. The moment the box was opened, many gasped as their pupils constricted in shock. Lying quietly is a singular entity, adorned with enigmatic patterns throughout its form, revered as the treasure of the sea, a devil fruit that incites fierce competition among all. A saying once echoed across the ocean, from the mediocre to the mighty, one merely requires a devil fruit. Among the 4 emperors ruling the seas, 3 are wielders of devil fruit powers. This alone is sufficient to incite an almost reckless pursuit of these fruits. Even the most commonplace Zoan-type devil fruit, when placed in an auction house, commands a starting bid of hundreds of millions. It is certainly not comparable to the mere million-belly bounties discussed by the likes of Luoyu. General Liu, I have encountered this fruit in Zephy's Devil Fruit Compendium, Aine exclaimed, hastily retrieving a small notebook from his possession. As he flipped to the last page, his face transformed with surprise. This is the ancient Zoan-type cat fruit, saber-toothed tiger form. It holds a value of no less than 1 billion berries on the black market. Observing the hastily drawn illustrations and notes, Spandam could not help but chuckle. The finest goods fear the unknowledgeable, and now that the fruit had been recognized at a glance, at least there would be no need for further persuasion. However, gazing at this unexpectedly acquired ancient fruit, Spandam felt a pang of regret. Not long ago, he had procured a Zoan-type devil fruit, investing heavily to solidify Spandam's position within CP9 by gifting it to Kaku and others. He had only retained this rare ancient variety in the hope that his beloved son would awaken and grow stronger through it. Alas, the attack on Judicial Island had completely disrupted Spandam's plans. To ensure the survival of the Spandam family, he was left with no choice but to make sacrifices. Initially, observing Luoyu's calm demeanor from beginning to end, Spandane had contemplated offering an explanation. Now, with Aine acting as a conduit for his words, that would suffice. Truly worthy of being Zephyr's esteemed pupil, able to discern the origins of this devil fruit at a glance. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Spandane feigned a laugh. Then immediately signaled to IGA and IHE before continuing, this ancient Zoan devil fruit, if placed in the auction house of Sabaody Archipelago, would certainly be valued at no less than 10 billion, far surpassing those mere millions in bounty. General Luoyu, please do not feel distant. There will be ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. I shall take these individuals with me. Spandane closed the iron box containing the devil fruit, enduring the pain as he extended it toward Luoyu. Simultaneously, he had already devised a plan to provide Spandane with a life lesson regarding the importance of legacy preservation. For otherwise, nothing could compensate for the heartache he felt at this moment. Seeing this, IGA quickly followed suit, drawing out a specialized contact snail for CP0. Intending to request assistance. I apologize, but did I ever mention that you could take them away? Falling Feather took a sip of the earthy brew and spoke softly, causing everyone's actions to freeze instantly. They gazed at the iron box that Spandane had extended. Could it be that the devil fruit was less enticing than the reward? General Falling Feather, are you jesting? Spandame's expression darkened, and his outstretched hands seemed to find no place to rest. In that moment, he was uncertain whether to withdraw or to maintain his gesture. Observing the still nonchalant Falling Feather, Spandame's demeanor gradually contorted with rage as he bellowed, Admiral Falling Feather, are you refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead? Others may fear your title as a Navy Admiral, but we are directly under the authority of the Gorsi, CP0. Capturing CP9 is indeed a commendable feat, yet do not forget that you merely assisted us in our pursuit, offering you this ancient devil fruit, valued at 1 billion berries. As a trade is already a significant concession. Should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame us for resorting to force. At the back, Ihek felt his expression falter. The anxiety he had been desperately suppressing erupted like a geyser at that moment. Witnessing Spandane, who usually wielded a modicum of power and CP0 with impunity, lose his composure and utter such words magnified Ihek's unease infinitely. Did you just imply that you would resort to theft? Falling Feather raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems you are indeed a false CP0. The seemingly minor words echoed loudly, and the audience, initially mere spectators, felt their tension heightened to its peak. Absurd thoughts raced through their minds, prompting them to question the reality before them. Isn't this Admiral taking things a bit too far? What did you say? Spandane's expression suddenly changed dramatically. What did you say? Luoyu glanced over casually before responding. There is nothing worth discussing. Aine, when the time comes, kindly inquire with the old man of the warring states about the bounty value of a criminal impersonating CP0 and forcibly snatching individuals from the hands of an admiral. Since we cannot verify their identities, let us take them back for now. This is madness. The people present not only felt that Luoyu was insane, they themselves were overwhelmed by a sense of bewilderment. This is quite audacious. Do you intend to eliminate CP0 as well? How utterly terrifying. General Luoyu exclaimed. You have surely overstepped your bounds. We are CP0, directly under the elders. How dare you question our identity? You may inquire with anyone. Spandane retorted vehemently. Yet, the moment those words escaped his lips, he felt an overwhelming impulse to slap himself repeatedly. The onlookers, who had been observing from a distance, not only refrained from corroborating his claims, but, in fact, turned and fled in panic. The members of CP9, too, wasted no time in retreating hastily. Reflecting on Luoyu's earlier strike, a thunderous blow that left them utterly intimidated, they dared not linger. We must flee quickly. I have warned you. This individual plays by no rules and is truly unreasonable. Aichi bellowed, swiftly turning to escape. Beside him, IGA and Spandane stood in stunned silence, visibly taken aback by the sudden flight of their comrades. They were CP0, instilling dread in all, yet had never encountered such treatment before. As Luoyu loomed closer, Spandane clenched the iron box in his hand, revealing a specially crafted sea-prism stone pistol from his sleeve, aiming it directly at Luoyu. This insolent fool dares to disregard the authority of CP0. I shall let you experience the sensation of having your strength sapped by the sea-prism stone. Bang! The gunshot rang out abruptly, the bullet hurtling towards Luoyu in an instant. To Spandane, Luoyu's Conqueror's Haki indeed possessed an unsettling aura. However, that protective barrier must surely be a type of devil fruit power. Sea-prism stone bullets? Luoyu reached out and effortlessly grasped the bullet. He was not surprised by the world government's possession of such technology. In the original narrative, Zephyr 2 had a limb forged from sea prism stone, with bullets that could rain down like a machine gun. Initially contemplating his next move, he now had a ready-made excuse for action. Aine, no. Aichi shouted in a hurried panic. Regrettably, it was far too late. Witnessing Luoyu nonchalantly catch the sea prism stone bullet sent a chill through Spandon's heart. Did it truly feel as though one's devil fruit abilities had been stripped away? Even Spandon's face became rigid with disbelief. This is entirely different from the script he envisioned. Indeed, you are all mere imposters of CP0, so let us bring this to an end. Luoyu carelessly discarded the sea prism stone bullet he had been toying with. And as he suddenly lifted his gaze, the once depleted Conqueror's Haki surged back, igniting anew. An overwhelming sense of pressure engulfed the surroundings like a tsunami. Those present were instantly struck by an inexplicable suffocation. Regrettably, before they could comprehend the situation, the Conqueror's Haki, now transformed into a blood-red Qilin, roared as it descended without flourish. Witnessing the rapidly enlarging Qilin in his vision, Aine, having barely escaped 100 meters, erupted into a frenzied howl. No. I have always warned against reasoning with the unreasonable. Boom. The blood-red lightning surged forth with immense force. The shockwave it generated was akin to a tumultuous tide. Having learned from the previous encounter, the onlookers should not have found themselves in such a dire predicament again. Alas, they placed too much faith in Luoyu as a reasonable individual. Before they could react, the hurricane-like shockwave had already toppled them. Everything within a kilometer radius was razed to the ground, once again excavated to its very core. As the swirling dust settled back into tranquility, the once chaotic earth lay in ruins, with the onlookers, now covered in dust and disheveled, hurriedly scrambled to escape. They had narrowly brushed with death twice and could hardly believe they might be fortunate enough to avoid a third encounter. If they happened to misjudge, a dead end awaited them. Hundreds of meters from the center of the ruins, 3 figures with tattered clothing materialized. Their faces were as pale as parchment, and they coughed up blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. The spot they had occupied was now replaced by 3 charred corpses. In that critical moment, he had, as he did 3 days prior, invoked the power of his superhuman devil fruit to swiftly swap positions with nearby pirates. However, they never anticipated that even having escaped the epicenter of the attack, the explosive force unleashed would still inflict severe damage upon them in their unprepared state. As Aine met Luoyu's indifferent gaze from a distance, he intended to use his devil fruit ability to shift again. Unfortunately, not only was his condition amiss, but upon surveying his surroundings, he found that everyone had already retreated beyond a kilometer. It was clear that activating his fruit's ability for a replacement was no longer feasible. Little did he expect that these counterfeit CP0 members were, in fact, wielders of devil fruit powers. Falling Feather cast a fleeting glance at the 3 charred corpses and remarked nonchalantly, "However, until I ascertain your true origins, it would be wise for you to accompany me back." Suddenly, a thunderous eruption of overwhelming Conqueror's Haki reverberated once more. This time, there was no manifestation of the domineering beast. Instead, it surged forth like a shockwave, rapidly advancing towards Spandam and his companions. The speed was astonishing, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, appearing right before them. Witnessing the oncoming assault magnifying in their pupils, Spandam and the others attempted to turn and flee. Unfortunately, the aftermath of the previous strike left their internal energies in turmoil, and their organs were racked with pain. Under such a thunderous onslaught, it was clearly too late to escape. The only recourse left was to emit a roar of utter defiance. "Damn the Marine Admiral. We shall certainly lodge a protest with the Navy headquarters." Boom. The violent clash of Haki sent them hurtling away, crashing heavily several dozen meters away. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, they fainted, rolling their eyes back. Those watching from a distance were left agape, feeling chills run down their spines. The onlookers certainly understood that these 3 fallen individuals were indeed the true CP0. Yet, in the face of Luoyu's unreasonable methods, who would dare utter a word? It was likely that one would have to consider whether there were deities above when facing such might. Otherwise, after a single blow, even the hope of survival would be in jeopardy. With the nuisances dealt with, Luoyu pondered how there were still individuals audacious enough to impersonate CP0. If the 5 elders were to learn of this, one could only imagine their expressions. Luoyu dissipated the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki and, after taking a mouthful of dirt, remarked, "Have we still not managed to contact Admiral Sengoku? Oh well, since we are back, let us return for a surprise visit. And let us take Pico along as well. I shall inquire if there is any bounty for obstructing justice." The onlookers were rendered speechless. Take along. Several pirates present shifted uneasily, genuinely concerned that if they crossed into Luoyu's line of sight, they might be marked with a bounty for moving. And wore a bitter expression. Glancing at the plight of CP0 and Pika, if this incident were to reach the Navy headquarters, it would likely not be a surprise but rather a fright. However, at this juncture, I could only steel himself to address the situation. At the very least, should the sky fall, there was Luoyu, the tall figure, to support them. Furthermore, he could serve as a buffer. Just as Aine turned back, he saw Iska approaching briskly. "Admiral Luoyu, you previously mentioned that compared to Fire Fist Ace, even if you were stronger, it was only by a slight margin." Iska stammered, "But it appears you are significantly stronger than Fire Fist Ace." As a figure who has spent the first half of the great route pursuing the supernova Fire Fist Ace across the vast seas, Iska has always regarded this endeavor as an honor. Initially, if the disparity between Fire Fist Ace and himself were merely slight, such an honor would indeed carry some weight. Unfortunately, the events that transpired moments ago have utterly shattered Iska's perception. The gap between Ace and me? Luoyu adjusted his glasses and gestured. The difference is minuscule. Merely a billionth of a gap. A billion? Iska was left utterly bewildered. Yet, as he observed the figures Luoyu was indicating, he felt an undeniable sense of futility in opposing them. Meanwhile, within the sacred Mary Geos, in the highest palace, the 5 elders had gathered. Their expressions distinctly grim as they gazed at the figure cloaked in a flamingo coat below, their anger barely concealed. Yamamoto, wielding a katana, was the first to voice his fury. "Doflamingo, your demands are exorbitant. We have already turned a blind eye to your dealings with Kaido of the Beast Pirates. Now, you wish to inflate the cost of weapons? That is nothing short of extortion. Within the world government, the 5 elders indeed serve as the puppeteers behind the scenes. However, to ensure that the allied nations could slow the advance of the revolutionary army, the 5 elders leveraged Doflamingo's status as the king of the black market to procure arms from the territory of Wano, occupied by the Beast Pirates, thereby supporting the allied nations in their struggle against the revolutionary army. One could say that Doflamingo has been engaging in a zero-cost venture, merely flipping resources from one hand to the other, which has allowed him to become the most illustrious among the 7 warlords of the sea. Haha, Yamamoto. This is unavoidable. After all, your CP0 has proven to be inept, nothing but a paper tiger, which has granted me this opportunity." Doflamingo chuckled, unperturbed. "Now that CP9 is in my possession, it appears my Don Quixote family is indeed the stronger party. You are left with but one choice. You." Yamamoto was momentarily rendered speechless with rage. Beside him, Iska raised a hand, interrupting Yamamoto's impending retort. "Doflamingo, I can consider your terms, but only on the condition that I first verify whether CP9 is under your control. Otherwise, all negotiations are moot." In his eyes, wealth and privilege paled in comparison to the knowledge of the world government's secrets that CP9 possessed. Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh, flipping his right hand to reveal a pre-prepared den mushi. "Iska, you are indeed a man of your word. I relish trading with straightforward individuals. CP9 is currently in the custody of my family's highest-ranking officer, Pika, and there will be no issues. Since you wish to see, allow me to show you. My subordinates are not comparable to those paper tigers of CP0. As he spoke, Doflamingo pressed the transponder snail, but before he could utter a word, an urgent voice resonated from within. "Young master, grave news has emerged. The newly appointed Marine Admiral, Tontada, has appeared at the number 3 auction house, and CP9 has surrendered outright. Lord Pika, in an attempt to thwart the Admiral, has been grievously injured by a sudden burst of Conqueror's Haki. He has now been taken back to Marine headquarters to receive his reward." Doflamingo's smile instantly froze into a mask of disbelief, his grip on the transponder snail tightening, veins standing out prominently on the back of his hand. Just moments ago, he had confidently dismissed CP0 as mere paper tigers. Now, this shocking revelation struck him like an invisible slap, resounding harshly against his face. Does this imply that your subordinates are mere paper tigers? Is it that little imp again? Moreover, what on earth is this so-called Conqueror's Haki descending from the heavens? Yamamoto's expression shifted subtly, yet he maintained a cold smile as he spoke. "Doflamingo, it appears your men are nothing more than paper tigers. Since CP9 has fallen into the hands of the Navy headquarters, I shall send CP0 personally to request the return of our people. As for the transaction we just discussed, it seems unnecessary now. You." Doflamingo was momentarily speechless with rage. However, before he could voice his thoughts again, a feeble voice emanated from the transponder snail. Master, there is one more matter to report. After CP9 fell into the hands of the Navy Admiral, CP0 also personally intervened to retrieve the personnel. Yet, Admiral Ryue dismissed them as imposters posing as CP0. Following a confrontation, he took them along with Lord Pika. Master, that Navy Admiral possesses terrifying strength, capable of transforming his Haki into beasts. If you intend to negotiate, you must bypass the newly appointed Admiral Taudai Ryue. This individual acts entirely irrationally, and I fear that any misstep may result in you being taken as well. Bang! Doflamingo crushed the transponder snail in his grasp. If the other end of the line were not treble, he would have been consumed by murderous intent. How could a member of the 7 warlords be taken away? Where would he place his face? At Navy headquarters in Marineford. Dozens of Navy generals gathered in the conference hall, all fixated on the documents laid upon the table, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Those wretched Gorosei, this is utterly outrageous. Were we not supposed to set this matter aside for the time being? Garp slammed his palm on the table, his voice rising in anger. A rare display of fury that drew the attention of the assembled Navy generals. Yet, as they recalled the Gorosei's summons, an overwhelming sense of frustration enveloped them. Garp. 3 days ago I expressed my opposition to the Gorosei. I had hoped to change their minds, but they were adamant. The movements of the 4 emperors have been particularly alarming lately, and the troubles instigated by the Revolutionary Army are incessant. The fall of Judicial Island has become the catalyst. Sengoku said, his face darkened as he regarded the document issued by the Gorosei. Thus, to salvage the reputation of the world government, the Gorosei has mandated that we expedite the execution of their summons. Furthermore, their actions are closely tied to the SSG project involving Vagabond. It seems we cannot decline this task. What remains now is to decide who will undertake this mission. Dozens of naval generals, momentarily stunned, lowered their heads in an attempt to evade the scrutinizing gaze of Sengoku. As naval leaders, they held no fear of death, however. The thought that this matter might be connected to their former mentor rendered them hesitant to take on such a perilous task. Observing this scene, Sengoku's expression darkened further, and he forcefully slammed the documents onto the table, exclaiming with fury, "Nonsense! When there are missions, you all fight tooth and nail, yet now, faced with a crisis, you remain silent. Do you intend for me, your fleet admiral, to undertake this personally? If so, what purpose do you serve?" His booming voice reverberated throughout the conference hall, lingering in the air. Seeing the generals lower their heads even further, Tsuru sighed softly, "Sengoku, do not blame them entirely. This mission is indeed quite daunting. Let them take a moment to contemplate." Just moments ago, the phone of the lieutenant commander had rung incessantly, prompting Sengoku's irritation. Are you truly ignoring his calls? That child. Aside from discussing salary increases and bonuses, what could possibly warrant such urgency? He lamented, "The summons from the Gorosei has already given me a headache. Facing him will surely push me to my limits." Thankfully, that young rascal is currently preoccupied with apprehending CP9. He should be tied up for a week or so, granting me some respite. As Sengoku's mounting frustration began to ease slightly, Tsuru, having received a report from her aide, placed the documents directly on the table. Upon seeing this, Sengoku's complexion shifted dramatically, and he urgently queried, "Tsuru, what does this mean? I did not answer that child's call. Is it possible that he has stirred up some trouble in the meantime?" "Trouble?" Tsuru glanced at the documents on the table, cleared her throat, and replied, "It's nothing too alarming. According to reports from Aine and Iska, General Luffy has landed on island number 3 and compelled CP9 to surrender. However, Don Quixote Doflamingo's top aide, Pika, obstructed the law and attacked the general, ultimately being severely injured by Luffy. Additionally, 3 individuals posing as CP0 suddenly appeared, intending to bribe the general with devil fruit. Regrettably for them, they were all rejected and subsequently met with devastating defeat, returning with Luffy. Considering the timeline, he should have arrived by now. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with shock. What on earth is happening? They were just astonished by CP9's voluntary surrender. Now, they are informed that Liu has returned with the members of the 7 warlords and CP0 in tow. Is this not utterly insane? Bang! The tightly shut door was forcefully pushed open, and Liu sauntered in, holding a gourd of wine. Following him, besides Aine and the other 2, were CP9, along with CP0 and Pika, who had been brought back. However, in stark contrast to the former, both CP0 and Pika were lying on stretchers, their bodies swathed in numerous bandages. This exceedingly tragic scene is enough to make one's eyelids twitch. What actions could have led them to be so brutally beaten? Did the 7 warlords obstruct law enforcement? Were the 3 impersonating CP0 demanding something? Sengoku gazed at the 4 figures lying on the stretcher, his expression darkening to the utmost degree. He glanced back at the incessantly ringing snail phone that he had earlier disregarded. Finally, Sengoku uttered a phrase through gritted teeth. "Admiral Luoyu, I shall answer every one of your calls from now on. Could you not have called me a few more times just now? Call a few more times?" Luoyu took a sip of his drink and plopped down into his designated Admiral's seat. "Well, it's fine. You, old man, are quite busy with your affairs. I just happened to return to give you a surprise. I have brought back the CP9 members. And I also conveniently packaged the subordinates of the 7 warlords who obstructed law enforcement, along with the 3 who posed as CP0. If there are no issues, could you calculate how much of a bounty that amounts to? I could use an additional 1 or 2 million if possible." The group of naval officers stood in stunned silence, gazing at the 4 figures on the stretcher. Typically, they would consider such opponents to be quite formidable. Yet, in Luoyu's words, they had become merely a bounty of 1 or 2 million. Isn't this disparity rather excessive? I must lodge a complaint regarding your newly appointed admiral, Yu, who brazenly assaulted CP0. When this matter reaches the esteemed 5, the Navy headquarters will surely find itself in a precarious position. Spandane struggled to rise from the stretcher, tearing away the bandages that bound his mouth, and began his fervent indictment. Yu glanced back at the visibly distressed Spandane, adjusting his glasses with a puzzled expression. Is he truly from CP0? I am unfamiliar with the new personnel. The others present were taken aback. Even Aine and Iska were no exception. They had encountered individuals who spoke with unbridled audacity, yet witnessing someone like Yu, who articulated such innocent and refreshing absurdities, was an unprecedented experience. Haha, CP0, this is indeed your fault. Knowing that Yu is a newcomer, why did you not request a form of identification from Sengoku during the task assignment? Had you done so, Yu would not have misidentified anyone, thereby conserving the resources of the Admiral. Garp was the first to erupt in laughter, nearly causing Spandane to lose his composure entirely. Does this mean I have been beaten? The laughter echoed in the conference hall. With a look of nonchalance on his face, Garp was met with Spandane, who was struggling to suppress the urge to vomit blood, desperately casting a glance at Sengoku. Sengoku, as the fleet admiral of the Navy, you must uphold justice for us. Otherwise, we shall certainly report this matter to the Gorosei. Spandane bellowed. However, his gaze immediately fell upon Sengoku, whose face was contorted with muscle spasms as he roared, "Loy, couldn't you refrain from using such excessive force until you have ascertained the facts next time? Tsuru, please issue Spandane and his associates an identification certificate. No. Issue a public announcement stating that Admiral Luoyu is afflicted with a condition of facial blindness. Henceforth, anyone wishing to hand over a task to him must first obtain an identification certificate from the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, should there be another case of mistaken injury, I would feel remiss." With a splatter, Spandane, who had been holding back, spewed a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open, landing heavily on the stretcher. They had already deemed CP0's actions shameless while surveying the vast sea. Little did they expect the fleet admiral's audacity to be equally devoid of shame, entirely disassociating the Navy headquarters from Luoyu's actions. After all the inconsequential chatter, one message remained clear: seeking individuals carries risks. Those who take it upon themselves to find someone and end up getting beaten deserved it. With a thud, as Spandane collapsed onto the stretcher, the blood he expelled stained the ground 3 meters away. The naval officers present exchanged glances, their expressions revealing disbelief. Throughout their tenure, they had regarded Sengoku as the embodiment of fairness and justice, never anticipating that he would so readily turn a blind eye. Has this situation taken a turn for the worse? Sengoku, the old man of the warring states, has truly proven capable of infuriating one to the brink of despair. Yet, I am unfamiliar with any CP0. Luoyu took a sip of the earthy brew and adjusted his glasses with a smile. Sengoku's ability to articulate those words at such a critical juncture already signifies that this tumultuous episode involving CP0 has reached a conclusion. Henceforth, any ensuing troubles will likely amount to mere trivial reprimands. You brat, silence yourself. Were it not for your role in bringing CP9 back, I would have long since expelled you from Marineford, condemning you to a fate akin to Garp's, never to tread the hallowed halls of justice again. Sengoku's face twitched in anger, finally erupting in a furious roar. Beside him, Garp cleared his ears and remarked, Luoyu, Sengoku speaks the truth. Should you find yourself in trouble next time, avoid the front door and utilize the back entrance instead. I have connections there. Simply mention my name. By the way, didn't you say that Kobe was supposed to bring me some senbei? Do you have them on you? Sengoku, seated at the head of the table, trembled in rage. Initially, he intended to use Garp as an example to admonish Luoyu, never anticipating that Garp would seize this moment to elevate his own status. Had he not been concerned about facing Garp and Luoyu's combined strength alone, Sengoku would have sworn to deliver them a sound thrashing. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere in the conference hall, Tsuruo shot a fierce glance at Garp and stated, Admiral Sengoku, General Liu has indeed made amends this time. The actions of CP0 were clearly overstepping their bounds, and it is understandable that Luoyu, being a newcomer, is not acquainted with them. Wasn't there a rather tricky task mentioned earlier? Perhaps it would be prudent to send Luoyu on that errand again. A tricky task? Luoyu raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at the documents on the table. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared. Having just upgraded the golden treasure chest, Luoyu was contemplating ways to swiftly earn some extra income. He did not expect a new task to present itself so quickly. However, upon scrutinizing the documents on the table, his expression faltered as he pondered. Is this task too perilous for old Zephyr? If he were to discover it, the consequences could be dire. The assembled naval officers fell into a contemplative silence. A significant majority of them were students nurtured by Zephyr at the Naval Academy, including the current 3 admirals, to task them with the assassination of a naval recruit, a pirate who had severed Zephyr's arm, elevating him to the status of a new warlord of the sea, was not merely excessive. It could very well drive Zephyr to madness. It is evident to anyone that the battle of that day has become a haunting specter for Zephyr. Sengoku, too, was enveloped in silence. As a former comrade in arms, he was acutely aware of the profound ramifications this matter held for Zephyr. As the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, he should have been compelled to refuse such a summons. Regrettably, in the face of the autocratic 5 elders, Sengoku's authority as fleet admiral appeared insufficient. Observing Sengoku's contemplative silence, Crane let out a soft sigh. As the chief of staff, she understood the magnitude of the 5 elders' decision and its implications for the Navy headquarters. However, with the mission already assigned, they had no choice but to comply. Admiral Luoyu, I believe you are well aware of what has transpired with Zephyr, Crane spoke gravely. The purpose of this meeting was to select an individual to summon the self-proclaimed Whitebeard II, Edward Weevil, to serve as the new warlord of the sea, filling the void left by Crocodile. However, most of the attendees were nurtured under Zephyr's guidance. Due to Zephyr's influence, the selection of a candidate had been delayed. Initially, Admiral Akainu intended to undertake the task personally. Yet, having recently attained the rank of admiral, his experience remained limited. Akainu was still a student of Zephyr. Thus, Crane suggested that I, with my relatively shallow connection to Zephyr, was deemed most suitable for this task. Luoyu took a sip of his earthy brew and surveyed the room. However, the old man Zephyr has indeed shown me favor, and there exists a bond between us. This task may be. Luoyu fell silent. The eyes of the many generals around him reflected a hint of surprise. They had always regarded Luoyu as an unpredictable entity, one who possessed an almost pathological obsession with rewards and performance. They presumed that he would undoubtedly accept the task without hesitation. To their astonishment, he exhibited a moment of sentimentality. Sengoku raised an eyebrow and remarked, Luoyu, you are correct. Zephyr has indeed shown you kindness. If you truly wish to decline, then let Akainu take this journey. As his words concluded, Akainu, who had remained silent until now, was poised to rise and depart. However, the words that followed left him momentarily frozen in place. No, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you misunderstand my intent. What I meant to convey is that my bond with the old man Zephyr is profoundly deep. The entire conference hall fell into a profound silence. The admiration that had once graced the gazes of those present towards Luoyu evaporated in an instant. With facial muscles twitching, they ultimately revealed expressions tinged with bitterness. Indeed, engaging in matters of sentiment with this young man proved to be a costly endeavor. After such a lengthy preamble, even those seasoned veterans felt a stir of emotion. Yet, out of the blue, one exclaimed, deeper feelings require a greater investment. The disparity of emotions is indeed rather overwhelming and somewhat trivial, is it not? However, upon reflecting on the recent conduct of Luoyu, it becomes evident that for the sake of bonuses, even the esteemed officers of the Warlords of the Sea and CP0 could be readily reassembled. If Luoyu were to forego discussions of remuneration and simply accept the task at hand, they might find themselves somewhat disoriented. He, too, wore a bittersweet smile, observing Liu's expression of nonchalance, finally realizing that this young man cannot be assessed through the lens of conventional logic. The depth of sentiment indeed demands an increase in compensation. Such reasoning, who could possibly conceive it? You, a dignified admiral, cannot rid yourself of the stench of copper? Sengoku shot a disdainful glance, expressing his frustration. Yet, upon observing the composed and unperturbed Luoyu, who was leisurely sipping on a drink, Sengoku felt deflated. He understood that while others might lament over money affecting relationships, with Luoyu, it was the absence of financial discourse that would truly harm their bond. Well then, since you, young lad, are willing to undertake this arduous task, I shall entrust it to you, Sengoku declared with a wave of his hand and a sigh. As for the reward, let it be 10 million berries. That is indeed the maximum. 10 million berries? Luoyu adjusted his glasses and replied with a faint smile. Admiral Sengoku, do you underestimate the bond one share with Admiral Zephyr? Such an offer would surely sadden him. Sadden? Sengoku's eyelids twitched involuntarily. If it weren't for the necessity of someone tackling this challenging mission, he would have already delivered a sharp slap to Laoyu's head. Should Zephyr discover that Luoyu had leveraged their emotional connection for monetary gain, he would likely dismiss such sentiments altogether. 5 million, I shall add another 5 million berries. That is my final offer, Sengoku stated, gesturing with his hand. This is already 3 times your salary. Any further increase may lead to discontent among others. Many of the generals present immediately shook their heads in disapproval. Luoyu was demanding compensation based on his capabilities, and they dared not voice any dissent. Luoyu understood the wisdom in knowing when to accept a favorable deal. A bonus of 15 million berries was indeed a pittance. However, considering this month's salary, it amounted to a substantial sum, akin to securing 2 treasure chests of gold. More importantly, Luoyu intended not only to seize this opportunity for bonuses, but also to pursue other endeavors. Thank you for your generous consideration, Admiral Sengoku, Luoyu said, suppressing his thoughts as he stood. With the task now assigned, I shall take my leave. Do not forget, Admiral, to ensure the reward for the CP9 search is expedited. They mentioned their intention to join our naval headquarters, which presents an additional bounty. Do not withhold it. As he listened to the echoes of Laoyu's reminders in the corridor, Sengoku could not help but rub his throbbing temples, sinking into his chair with a deep sigh. Ladies and gentlemen, do you believe that allowing Luoyu to depart will tarnish his reputation in Zephyr's eyes and damage their relationship? If Zephyr were to learn that the 5 elders have indeed decided to appoint Edward Weevil as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, could there still be a chance for redemption? The attendees fell into silence. As seasoned members of the Navy, they found it unbearable to witness Weibel's heinous actions. Zephyr, as the commanding instructor, was particularly affected, having witnessed the demise of his painstakingly cultivated students at the hands of pirates. That sense of helplessness was perhaps the most profound and unspoken rage. Should it truly erupt, it would undoubtedly deal an unprecedented blow to the Navy headquarters. No, Sengoku. I believe that allowing Ruoyi to take on this task is the wisest choice. It might even lead to a turning point, Crane suddenly interjected. As for the reasoning behind her assertion, she could only attribute it to intuition. Intuition? Sengoku and the others were momentarily taken aback. In light of her statement, they felt an inability to counter her perspective. If someone else were to undertake this mission, it would merely result in the addition of another Shichibukai. However, given Ruoyi's distinctive approach, would matters be so straightforward? After a brief interval, a colossal warship once again set sail. General Ruoyi, why have you accepted this mission? Your actions may cause Master Zephyr great sorrow. On the deck, Smoker, cigar in mouth, stood in front of Ruoyi, flanked by Tina, who had hurried over upon receiving the news. They were newly appointed brigadiers, currently lacking the authority to partake in this meeting. Nevertheless, they were promptly informed of its contents. Aine, as a disciple of Master Zephyr, you should be well aware of the stakes. You ought to dissuade General Ruoyi. Smoker directed his gaze toward Aine, one of the 2 disciples whom Zephyr had sworn to protect. In Smoker's eyes, Aine should empathize with Zephyr's sentiments. Tina remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Aine. Sensing the scrutiny from those around him, Aine eventually snapped out of his reverie and spoke through clenched teeth. Brigadier Smoker, Brigadier Tina, I understand that you all have Master Zephyr's best interests at heart. However, I realize that if others were to undertake this task, it would merely result in the true Shichibukai being brought back. Yet, if General Ruoyi were to intervene, I believe you would similarly succeed in retrieving the Shichibukai. Surely, that counts for something good, does it not? Smoker and Tina were momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. In their eyes, Aine's statement seemed to convey a similar sentiment. However, for Kobe and Barumabur, who stood behind Roi, the meaning of Aine's words became instantly clear. The distinction lay in the difference between being passive and proactive. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 10 million performance points. Your current performance balance stands at 10 million. Would you like to proceed with the treasure chest exchange immediately? The ethereal chime of the system abruptly resonated in the air. Luoyu raised an eyebrow and cast a glance back at the distant headquarters, a smile breaking upon his lips. It seemed that this time it was not the exorbitance of CP9 that mattered, but rather the rare generosity of the old man Sengoku. Earlier, even when he had leveraged his connection with Zephyr, he had merely managed to secure a bounty of 15 million. Initially, Luoyu had calculated that with CP9's 1 million bounty, he could scoop up 7 million berries. Now, receiving an unexpected influx of 10 million berries left him pleasantly astonished. It appeared that this upcoming mission would require him to exert more effort. General Luoyu, have I perhaps spoken too much? I could not help but interject. Spoken too much? Luoyu momentarily regained his focus, took a sip of his drink, and replied, What have I said? My responsibility is merely to bring people back. There is no need for anyone to overthink it. As a Navy Admiral, one must indeed have reasons for their actions and adhere to the rules. It was now 3 p.m, tea time, and he declared, I shall take my leave for a rest. With that, he strode directly toward the cabin, leaving the others exchanging puzzled glances. Had these words come from another's lips, they might have been more readily believed. However, considering Luoyu's modus operandi, which even allowed him to bring back the subordinates of the 7 warlords and CP0, one could only wonder how straightforward the forthcoming task of appointing the 7 warlords would be. Smoker and Tina exchanged glances, unable to suppress their surprise. Their initial dissatisfaction had seemingly transformed into a tinge of concern for this newly appointed warlord. Inside the cabin, Liu certainly paid no mind to the thoughts of others. Sengoku's rare act of generosity had enabled him to accumulate a bounty of 10 million in one go, reaching the threshold for exchanging for a golden treasure chest. Naturally, Luoyu would not let this opportunity for a lottery slip away. System, promptly exchanged for the golden treasure chest. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. The exchange for the golden treasure chest was successful. Would you like to open it immediately? The system's ethereal voice chimed in succession. As he watched his system points evaporate in an instant, Luoyu felt a pang of regret. However, the thought of the golden treasure chest, which could potentially yield rewards of platinum caliber, ignited a sense of eagerness within him. Indeed, wealth should never linger overnight. Those who do so are often devoid of anything but poverty. With a single golden treasure chest, Luoyu felt emboldened to take risks. Most importantly, he firmly believed that during times of scarcity, a miraculous draw could occur with a single attempt, while in times of abundance, a guaranteed outcome awaited with multiple draws. This is a gamble. System, unlock the golden treasure chest for me. Ding. Please hold on, host. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the golden treasure chest and obtained the extraordinary magic, Skyfall. A torrent of warmth surged into Liyu's mind, akin to the roaring yellow river. Luoyu raised an eyebrow, his face brimming with astonishment. Initially, he was uncertain about what the golden treasure chest might yield. However, the reward he received this time exceeded all his expectations. If memory serves him right, this extraordinary magic, Skyfall, was famously wielded by Aine's old gown, the Bone King from Overlord, and was known as his ultimate trump card. Upon its invocation, it would unleash a 9-tiered magical array, summoning a devastating beam of light from the heavens that would obliterate all targets within its range. The method of this assault bears a slight resemblance to the recent phenomenon of the Haki beast. However, unlike the latter, the former does not deplete the Conqueror's Haki, thereby alleviating the significant drawback associated with the immense consumption of Haki required by the Haki beast. Otherwise, who would not relish the idea of becoming a 7-times lord for a day, effortlessly summoning 7 beasts? 3 days later, in the waters of the Urus Sea within the Grand Line, a pirate ship loitered nearby the G-93 Naval Division. Adorned with a pirate flag featuring a white horse and crossed swords, it billowed proudly in the wind. On the deck stood a figure clad in noble attire, with cascading golden locks that exuded an air of aristocratic gentility. He gazed upon the naval division, now reduced to ruins. The pirates behind him exchanged astonished glances. Recalling the harrowing events that had just transpired, a chill running down their spines. Captain, was that fellow truly Edward Weevil, who claims to be the son of Whitebeard? One pirate inquired, unable to contain his anxiety. His strength is monstrous. He single-handedly obliterated the entire naval division. Does this mean he intends to declare war on the Navy headquarters? No, Cavendish replied, adjusting the golden fringe that fell across his forehead. Earlier, in the tavern, that hideous crone had repeatedly mentioned that this Whitebeard too had caught the attention of the world government, receiving an invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea. If this were indeed true, his acts of violence might fall within the realm of privilege, leaving the Navy headquarters to merely swallow their indignation. The mention of the warlords of the sea caused a palpable shift in the pirate's expressions. One could not suppress his eagerness, exclaiming, "Captain, I heard that the last individual to receive an invitation from the world government was the former supernova, Fire Fist Ace. However, he declined the offer to become the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Now, with Crocodile defeated and imprisoned and impelled down, this Whitebeard too has found his opportunity. Captain, you are the most illustrious supernova of this generation. If a position opens up, it must surely be yours. At that point, you could be recognized as the foremost supernova, earning everlasting fame upon the seas." Foremost supernova? Cavendish could not help but chuckle, a hint of refined elegance illuminating his smile. He had always adhered to the path of nobility, placing great importance on reputation and prestige. Yet, in recent times, a plethora of exceptionally gifted pirates had emerged, diminishing his share of glory. This heightened Cavendish's concern for external acclaim. Should he truly ascend to the ranks of the 7 warlords? Cavendish firmly believed he would surpass a multitude of the younger supernovas. Supernovas? The kind that could be subdued with a mere slap? Suddenly, an unexpected voice pierced the air. Every pirate on the deck tensed to the utmost, hastily turning towards the source of the sound. The first sight that greeted their eyes caused their pupils to constrict in shock. Even Cavendish was no exception. This is indeed a pirate ship. When did a Navy officer come aboard? Observing the attire of the individual and recalling their recent words. Isn't this a bit too audacious? After all, their captain is a notorious pirate, hailed as a supernova upon these vast seas, with a bounty of 230 million berries. It is evident that in their eyes, a mere naval officer not only dares to intrude into their lair, but also has the audacity to utter such arrogant words. Is this not a death wish? What else could it be? A supernova, perhaps? One that could be extinguished with a mere slap? Can such words be uttered in the presence of their captain? This is the honor most cherished by their captain. Now it has been so belittled, which is nothing short of humiliation. Captain, it seems this Navy officer has secretly crossed over from the G95 division. Had he not been so arrogant, perhaps he could have retained his life aboard the ship as a mere deckhand. It appears he is in need of a lesson now. A pirate voiced his indignation first. As his words fell, the pirates on the deck drew their swords in unison. In an instant, the atmosphere became thick with bloodlust. However, before they could strike, a tremulous voice interjected. He seems genuinely deserving of uttering such words. The vast deck fell into an eerie silence. In the face of this unexpected proclamation, everyone was taken aback, instinctively glancing towards the small leader beside Cavendish. As a member of the handsome pirate crew, they understood well how much their captain valued honor. At such a critical juncture, to utter words that bolster another's pride while undermining one's own prestige seemed highly inappropriate. Yet, before they could voice their concerns, Cavendish, not far off, wore a grave expression, instinctively pressing his hand against his waist where Durandal rested, and spoke in a low, serious tone. "The Navy Admiral Tatsuya? The Navy Admiral?" A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and the expressions of all the pirates changed dramatically. They recalled the shocking headline that had recently rocked the seas. The Straw Hat Pirates, who had never been defeated in 8 centuries at Judicial Island, had been annihilated by a single individual dispatched by the Navy. Rumor had it that if not for the beast pirates Flying 6 intervening, granting the Straw Hats a chance to escape, this moment-s shining supernova of pirates would have surely fallen once more. And now, the very person responsible for all this stood before them. How could they remain calm? In an instant, every pirate's nerves were taut with tension, their grips tightening around their weapons. Faced with a formidable Navy admiral and the news of the Straw Hat Pirates' obliteration, they understood their odds were slim. Nevertheless, they yearned to struggle. "Are you Cavendish, captain of the handsome pirates, with a bounty of 230 million berries?" Tatsuya took a sip of his drink, casting a glance at the G93 division, now reduced to ruins, and continued, "When addressing me, kindly prepend newly appointed to my title. It alleviates some psychological pressure in my endeavors. I have come to inquire about certain matters. Newly appointed Navy Admiral? Cavendish's expression momentarily faltered, utterly perplexed as to why Luoyu felt the need to emphasize his status as a newcomer in the eyes of others. The label of newcomer is invariably associated with disdain and contempt. Even Cavendish, despite his standing, could not escape this sentiment. However, these thoughts flitted through his mind before he swiftly suppressed them. Addressing the formidable general before him, Cavendish spoke in a grave tone. Might I inquire as to the reason for your unexpected visit, esteemed general? Are you here to apprehend me? If so, I must take the initiative. After all, I am a bounty of 230 million. Surrendering would indeed be quite embarrassing. On the deck, hundreds of pirates tightened their grips on their weapons, holding their breath as if even inhaling in the presence of such a formidable opponent was a luxury. Apprehend you? Luoyu replied after taking a sip of strong liquor. Have you breached Judicial Island? Plundered the Sky Gold? Attacked the Celestial Dragons? Or perhaps destroyed a naval branch? If none of these feats are true, you are scarcely worth even 100,000 berries, making it difficult for me to justify a bounty to Sengoku. Not even worth 100,000? Cavendish's expression stiffened. He was, after all, a supernova with a bounty of 230 million. He had never anticipated that. In Luoyu's estimation, he would be deemed worthless. Had it not been for the constraints of his identity, he would have already drawn his sword against anyone else. Enough of this trifling. Do not waste my time. I have a shift to conclude, Luoyu remarked, seemingly unfazed by Cavendish's shifting demeanor. Adjusting his golden glasses, he continued. You mentioned that it was Edward Weevil, the second of Whitebeard, who destroyed the G93 branch. Where is he now? Just tell me his whereabouts. And I shall refrain from making a move against you, for you are hardly worth my effort. Cavendish's facial muscles twitched slightly in response. How many times must one emphasize such matters? How many times must one trample upon his spirit before it comes to an end? Yet, gazing at his subordinates with expressions of relief, Cavendish felt as though he were a deflated balloon, saying, the person you seek is on ULS Island, adjacent to the G93 division. The Navy stationed at that division seems to be in pursuit as well. I wonder if we will arrive in time. ULS Island? Luoyu gazed into the distance towards the G93 division and soon discerned the indistinct outline of an island. He withdrew his gaze, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Thank you. The pirates, momentarily taken aback, found themselves perplexed. When the Navy and pirates meet, is it not customary for them to engage in a fierce battle? Why then? Is this esteemed admiral so agreeable? Is it due to their insignificance? Just as this thought crossed their minds, Cavendish suddenly moved. There are disparities even among admirals and supernovas. I refuse to believe that he cannot withstand even a single blow. Missword, round table. Cavendish swiftly appeared above Luoyu, wielding Durandal, which he swung downwards in a sweeping arc. This sudden turn of events instantly terrified the pirates present. This abrupt and erratic challenge, is it not a path to self-destruction? Yet, at this juncture, observing the unmoving and seemingly unperturbed Luoyu, the pirates present felt an undeniable urge to witness the moment when Cavendish would vindicate himself. However, just as this thought took root in their minds, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes, causing their pupils to constrict in shock. A dazzling golden light erupted from Luoyu. In an instant, the 100-style guanine expanded to an immense size of 7 or 8 meters, resembling a tangible blade, descending with formidable force. Cavendish had barely materialized before Luoyu when he beheld this colossal hand descending from the heavens. The attack, seemingly slow yet as swift as lightning, took him by surprise. In the blink of an eye, the strike was upon him, leaving him with no recourse but to raise his Durandal in a futile attempt to block. With a thunderous roar, overwhelming power was unleashed, and Cavendish could not even maintain his grip on the Durandal. Spewing forth blood like a cannonball as he was violently propelled away, he crashed through the ship's cabin before finally coming to a halt. The resulting shockwave swept across the deck like a tempest. The pirates, who had anticipated witnessing their captain's moment of glory, suddenly found their expressions frozen, their faces paling to the color of parchment. The illustrious supernova, their captain, had truly been swatted aside. Yet, was this slap not excessively colossal? Gazing at Cavendish, who lay amidst the wreckage, struggling to rise, Luoyu sighed in resignation and turned to depart. Indeed, it appeared that today was yet another day of futile exertion. If not for the impending arrival of Whitebeard too, Edward Weevil, Luoyu might have sought some form of recompense from Cavendish. Captain, are you all right? As Luoyu made his exit, the pirates expressed their relief as if they had narrowly escaped disaster and hurried towards Cavendish. Captain, I just checked from the lookout tower. And the Marine Admiral has vanished from the seas, likely heading towards Ursus Island. We should seize this opportunity to depart swiftly, if that fellow changes his mind. We may find ourselves in dire straits. The pirates fell silent. In times past, they could rely on Cavendish, with a bounty of 230 million, to shoulder the burden. Alas, with Cavendish now fallen, who could bear the weight? Most crucially, it seemed that the newly appointed Marine Admiral had not truly engaged in combat at any point. No, I must make my way to Ursus Island. Cavendish wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, finally calming the turmoil within him, and struggled to his feet. Fixing his gaze on the direction Luoyu had taken, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Just now, I was merely careless, allowing him to launch a surprise attack. Do not forget that I possess the most formidable trump card. I shall challenge him once more, ensuring he comprehends that even a supernova is not invulnerable. I am eager to observe whether he maintains his audacity when confronted by that monstrous entity, chosen by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Gazing at Cavendish, whose resolute expression reveals his firm determination, the surrounding pirates were expressions of bitter resignation. However, reflecting upon the earlier display of mercy by Luoyu, coupled with the devastation wrought upon the G93 division and the monstrous strength of Edward Weevil, a flicker of curiosity ignites within many. The newly appointed general encounters the unreasonable Whitebeard too. Half an hour later, on the island of Urahai, within the shattered town, numerous injured villagers scatter in a frantic escape. They occasionally glance back at the imposing figure behind them, tall yet with remarkably slender legs, wielding a massive naginata and dragging a snotty nose, their faces contorted in horror. No, it is not merely the figure of Weibel they fear, but rather the old crone standing behind him. "Mother, why have those fellows not yet appeared?" Weibel sniffled, lifting his naginata and speaking in a muffled tone. "Ha ha, Weibel, my dear son, those Navy men are but fools. If you systematically slaughter the people here, they will surely emerge to play the heroes and meet their demise," cackled Miss Bakken, her petite frame and gaunt visage resembling tree bark as she laughed maniacally. "To earn the recognition of your father, Whitebeard, we must orchestrate more sensational events. Once he realizes that his biological son surpasses his so-called children, he will understand who truly embodies his lineage. Now, go forth and slay them all." "I understand, mother." Weibel sniffed again, clutching the massive naginata. With a powerful thrust of his legs, the ground beneath him shattered. He launched himself like a cannonball toward the fleeing civilians, wielding the naginata, its cold gleam swirling as he struck down upon them. The civilians, pale with fear, stared at the rapidly approaching threat, their faces a portrait of despair. "Weibel, are you not searching for us? Here we are. As the Navy upholds justice upon these waters, we shall not allow a single civilian to fall before us." "Six styles, shave." A figure darted forth, appearing behind Weibel, brandishing a katana with a resounding sonic force as it descended. "Mother, these ants have emerged again. Allow me to deal with them first." Weibel abruptly pivoted, retracting the naginata he had been poised to strike with, spinning like a top. In an instant, the downward stroke transformed into a sweeping arc bang. A dull thud resounded. Lieutenant Muskrat's expression shifted dramatically as a piercing pain shot through his hands, and he was sent flying like a projectile. Boom. The flying squirrel crashed heavily amidst the ruins, the tremendous impact forcing it to spit out a mouthful of blood. Glancing at Weibel, it displayed a face full of reluctance. Having fought this monstrous adversary 3 times, the squirrel had gone from barely holding its ground to being utterly overwhelmed. It had contemplated abandoning ULS Island to await reinforcements from the Navy headquarters. However, witnessing Weibel's indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent, the squirrel's sense of justice would not allow it to simply flee. "Ha. It seems that the Navy's Rear Admiral is utterly powerless before my beloved son." Miss Bakken, leaning on her cane, approached Weibel, bursting into hearty laughter. "Rear Admiral Squirrel, were you not just proclaiming justice? It appears you and your Navy lack the merit to uphold such ideals. Rest assured, after I have slaughtered your entire Navy, I shall ensure these worthless souls accompany your so-called justice to the grave. Weibel, my dear son, deal with him. Let them witness that your blade outweighs justice." "Understood, mother." Weibel sniffled. In his eyes, there was no right or wrong, only whether this task was as commanded by his mother. Observing the remaining few dozen Navy personnel emerging from the ruins, he tightened his grip on the naginata and charged forth. The Rear Admiral's face paled as he broke free from the support of his 2 subordinates, drawing his katana and rushing out once more. Yet, as he moved, Weibel had already appeared before him, bringing down his naginata with tremendous force. Realizing the overwhelming assault reflected in his widening pupils, the Rear Admiral understood that the consecutive battles had completely drained his stamina. His body could no longer keep pace with Weibel's speed. Meanwhile, Cavendish and his companions, who had just arrived at the battlefield, were equally astonished by the scene before them. Initially, they had expected that Rui would reach the site first in his eagerness to save others, but they had never anticipated that he would be outpaced. Witnessing a dignified Rear Admiral of the Navy utterly defeated without the slightest ability to retaliate against a pirate left them questioning whether they should intervene. Cavendish's expression shifted slightly as he gritted his teeth, ultimately tightening his grip on his Durandal. Forget it. I'll consider this a repayment of a favor. But this monster is a tad too formidable. I doubt I can withstand many blows. Cavendish muttered to himself. Unfortunately, just as he prepared to move, a blurred figure had already stepped in front of Rear Admiral Squirrel. Apologies, but it seems justice weighs far heavier than your blade. Bang. Boom. The oppressive sound of collision reverberated through the arena. A torrent of fierce winds swiftly swept outward in all directions. The eyes of everyone present widened in disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. The strike had been intercepted. Even the general, a formidable figure, was unable to withstand such a blow, yet it had been effortlessly blocked by another. This scene is utterly soul-stirring. Cavendish, who had initially intended to intervene, now bore an expression of sheer astonishment. In light of the recent strike, his self-assessment revealed that even the slightest attempt to block a blow would be exceedingly challenging. He had never anticipated that such a struggle would seem so effortless when it came to Luoyu. General Luoyu? What brings you here? The Dormouse exclaimed, gazing at the unstoppable naginata that Luoyu wielded with a look of profound shock. During this period, he remained stationed at the G-93 division, without returning to the naval headquarters. In a brief span of less than a month, he had heard numerous rumors regarding the newly appointed Admiral, Luoyu. However, the Weasel had never taken such hearsay to heart. He could not fathom why Liu had been exceptionally promoted to the rank of Admiral. In the Weasel's eyes, the true figures deserving of his respect remained the old trio of admirals. Could a mere youth truly compare to the seasoned veterans? Yet, witnessing Luoyu effortlessly parry a lethal strike, the Weasel felt a sense of unexplainable doubt creeping into his mind. The headquarters received your request for assistance. Others were reluctant to tackle this formidable challenge. Thus I have come. Luoyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and gazed at the towering figure before him, standing at least 4 to 5 meters tall. Is he truly the notorious Whitebeard too, with a bounty of 15 million? No, rather. Should he be the newly appointed warlord of the sea chosen by the world government? A bounty of 15 million? The Weasel paused momentarily, as the grand image he had just constructed in his mind collapsed in an instant. He had long heard of the new Admiral's overwhelming obsession with salary and bounties, his fondness for clocking in at work. However, he had never anticipated that Luoyu had come to undertake his mission not for a sense of righteousness, but rather for the allure of a 15 million bounty. Yet, the Weasel's expression swiftly transformed, and he steadied himself, exclaiming, Admiral Luoyu, you just stated that this pirate, who slaughtered Zephyr's students and even severed one of Zephyr's arms, has been selected by the world government as a warlord of the sea. This cannot be true. Can it? Not long ago, we collectively protested to the world government regarding this matter. Surely, it must be a misunderstanding. As a disciple of Zephyr, the Weasel was acutely aware of the tragedy that had transpired that day and the profound impact it had on the naval headquarters and Zephyr himself. Upon learning of the prospective candidates for the warlords of the sea, which included Whitebeard too, the Weasel had promptly joined his fellow disciples of Zephyr in voicing their dissent. Unfortunately, he could hardly have anticipated that the newly appointed admiral who appeared before him would bring such disheartening news. This matter is indeed true. The documents issued by Admiral Sengoku and the world government will be presented to you shortly by Aine. This fool is indeed the candidate for the new warlord of the sea. Let us first address this issue. Luoyu explained softly, gazing at the injured squirrel with a resigned touch to his nose. If memory serves, among the vice-admirals, Squirrel could undoubtedly be deemed the most unfortunate of them all. In the original narrative, his appearances were frequent, characterized by a distinctive rooster crest, a pair of slender mustaches, and clad in a striped suit adorned with the cape of a Navy vice-admiral, he presented a visage of stern dignity. Within the confines of the naval headquarters, Vice-Admiral Squirrel epitomized the most earnest of commanders. Yet, every time he appeared, he seemed to be the one at a disadvantage. When facing the Empress Hancock, he inflicted a wound upon himself under the sweet breeze, managing to evade the risk of petrification. In the red-haired movie, he accompanied two admirals to pursue the formidable Shanks. In a single surge of overwhelming might, the entire naval force was obliterated, and aside from the two admirals, even he, the vice admiral aboard, was rendered unconscious by the sheer force. Now he found himself grievously harmed by the foolish Weeble. Luoyu genuinely suspected that the vice admiral's lack of prowess and the collapse of their reputation were largely attributable to Squirrel's misfortunes. If one were to select the most unfortunate vice admiral to represent the naval headquarters, Luoyu would undoubtedly choose Squirrel without hesitation. Sensing the peculiar sympathy in Luoyu's gaze, Squirrel's expression stiffened slightly, yet he could not resist speaking once more. Vice Admiral Luoyu, you must be jesting. Perhaps we should return to the naval headquarters and clarify the situation. Should Teacher Zephyr learn of this, he would undoubtedly be unable to accept it. Ah. So you are the newly appointed Admiral of the Navy who has been the talk of the town lately? Miss Bakine interjected. Originally, I had set my sights on the newly appointed Admiral as a target to elevate my precious son's name across the seas. I never anticipated that after rejecting CP0's invitation last time, a Navy Admiral would actually arrive this time. This truly takes me by surprise. Vice Admiral over there, you heard what I said, did you not? My son will soon become the new warlord of the sea. Not only a newcomer who slaughters your navy, but also the one who severed that old man's arm. Even if your naval base were to be laid to waste, it would be erased under the privileges of the warlords. Moreover, Weeble is merely a child. He can do no wrong in his actions, including the slaughter of a newly appointed admiral. The elderly woman's words echoed amidst the ruins. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Particularly the last statement surpassed their expectations. They were indeed uncertain about the extent of the new admiral's strength. However, the audacity of this old crone to direct a blade towards the Navy admiral seemed utterly outrageous. Did she truly perceive the newly appointed admiral as a soft target? After all, he was merely a child. Luoyu lifted his gaze to behold the child before him, towering over him by a good 2 heads, and let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, even at the age of 38, a mischievous child remains merely a child in the eyes of their indulgent parents. He is but a child. This has indeed brought suffering to many. However, such matters happen to align perfectly with Luoyu's tastes. Are you planning to eliminate me, then use the privileges of the 7 warlords to absolve yourself of this crime? Seizing the opportunity to enhance your reputation? Luoyu took a sip of the earth-baked liquor and spoke nonchalantly. Miss Bakine, revealing her gleaming golden teeth, suddenly burst into a sinister laugh. Truly worthy of the new admiral, the mind of the youth is indeed sharp. Yet, this is merely a sparring session. My dear son merely wishes to demonstrate that his blade bears more weight than your justice. Weevil, commence. Understood, mother. Weevil sniffled, his naginata whirling into action as he struck toward Luoyu. The force of his blow, more powerful than before, sliced through the air with a resounding crack that echoed across the ruins. Admiral Luoyu, be cautious, exclaimed the weasel-faced vice admiral, his expression shifting dramatically as he observed Luoyu standing still. Miss Bakine, not far away, wore a smile. Yet, Luoyu seemed blissfully unaware. Boom! A dazzling golden light erupted around Luoyu, effortlessly deflecting the descending naginata. The whirlwind generated by the collision surged forth like a hurricane, as a towering figure of the 1,000-handed cannon rapidly coalesced around Luoyu, illuminating the entire desolation. A devil fruit user? Miss Bakine's expression faltered, revealing a hint of surprise, before she coldly remarked, no wonder a mere newcomer is so audacious. Let us see just how formidable this new admiral truly is. Weevil, take this seriously. Mother, rest assured, I will surely defeat him and prove my strength to father. Weevil retorted, his voice filled with determination. The naginata in his grasp emitted a piercing shriek as he swung it down with immense force. Bang! A 10-meter-wide slash instantly tore through the earth, hurtling toward Luoyu with unstoppable momentum, leaving destruction in its wake. The wounded Vice Admiral Weasel had already retreated 100 meters. His nerves taut as he observed the unfolding scene. Had the other 3 admirals come instead, he would not have worried. Yet, facing the newcomer Luoyu, he felt a twinge of unease. After all, during their brief exchange, he had suffered considerably from that overwhelming slash. Before he could voice his concerns, 2 figures swiftly approached. Vice Admiral Weasel, let us retreat further. I initially thought Admiral Luoyu would be cautious, but it seems he has taken the initiative, significantly relieving his psychological burden. Smoker urged, assisting Weasel as they quickly withdrew. The surrounding Navy personnel also began to evacuate the injured civilians. This bizarre scene left Miss Bakine and Cavendish momentarily stunned. What is the meaning of reducing psychological stress? Moreover, what exactly is unfolding before my eyes? Nonetheless, having suffered a setback, Cavendish decided to retreat along with the others. However, just as he had moved back a mere 10 meters, he turned to glance at the battlefield. A gilded hand suddenly emerged from the air, reaching out to intercept the incoming strike. Boom! The powerful blow, spanning several meters, was swiftly thwarted. In the next moment, the fingers clenched tightly, crushing the strike with sheer force. The surrounding tempestuous wind swirled in reverse. This fierce spectacle caused Cavendish's pupils to constrict sharply. Unfortunately, before he could fully comprehend the situation, hundreds of gilded hands blossomed behind Luoyu like flowers, transforming into a myriad of fist shadows that descended like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. Weevil, who had initially pressed forward, found himself momentarily stunned by the sudden onslaught that filled his vision. He hastily raised his naginata, striking wildly. In an instant, the fists, manifesting from the 100-armed Avalokiteshvara, clashed violently. The explosive shockwaves that erupted sent ripples through the air, shattering the ruins within a 100-meter radius. The squirrel, having escaped to several hundred meters away, felt utterly dazed, contemplating whether to pause and observe the battle. Yet, Smoker once again forcibly compelled him to flee. A preposterous thought began to take root in his mind. Is it truly unsafe even at this distance? Miss Backen's expression also stiffened in her eyes. The so-called new Admiral should have been an easily manageable target. Weevil's initial onslaught was expected to secure victory effortlessly. Yet now, he found his attacks repeatedly thwarted. This is truly beyond expectation. However, at this juncture, Miss Bakken can only brace herself and proceed. At the very least, before ascending to the ranks of the 7 warlords, one must secure some notable achievements. Miss Bakken tightened her grip on the cane in her hand and snorted coldly once more. Humph, a dignified admiral. And this is all you can muster? You are lowering the threshold for the Navy admirals. Is that so? Luoyu replied nonchalantly, raising his gaze towards Weibel, who was locked in combat with the 100 Styles cannon. The golden light emanating from his body burst forth once again. However, this time, as the golden radiance spread, it was abruptly stained crimson. Fury. Luoyu uttered a single word, and the sky was filled with blood-red hues that transformed into a colossal, wrathful golden statue towering at 7 to 8 meters. As the wrathful giant emerged, the hidden shadows of fists concealed in the void surged forth under the fierce glare of the golden figure, descending upon Weibel, who was engaged in battle with the 100 Styles cannon. In an instant, the combined onslaught of the wrathful giant and the 100 Styles cannon created an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to 2 great guardians converging to crush all in their path. Within moments, Weibel was entirely engulfed. The next instant, hundreds, even thousands of fist shadows pierced through Weibel's defenses, striking directly against his chest. Boom. The immense force unleashed sent Weibel flying,